Volume 3. Chapter 201. Chapter 201, The Dao Child Fights. This could also be considered bloodless killing, because any shed blood was instantly cleansed by the pouring rain. The cleansing nature of the rain made Meng Hao more than happy to fight in the downpour. He didn't waste power from his cultivation base to push the rain away from him. He slowly released his hand and then turned. Rainwater poured off of his chin and hair, soaking his clothes. Lightning flashed in the darkness of night, and Meng Hao suddenly seemed to emanate a demonic aura. The surrounding Black Civ sect disciples were shocked. They looked at Meng Hao, not with contempt, but with concentration. The Black Civ sect Dao child Zhou Jie looked at Meng Hao with narrowed eyes. He didn't attack, though, but continued to hold aloft the incense burner. Smoke curled up from it and was rapidly coalescing in midair. "Kill this person at any cost," he said, his cold voice ringing out in the dark, stormy night. There were more than 10 cultivators surrounding Meng Hao. Hearing the words of the Dao child, they immediately prepared to attack. Magical techniques and treasured weapons of all sorts instantly bore down on Meng Hao. Booming sounds filled the air. This would be the most intense battle Meng Hao had ever faced. Each and every one of these cultivators was of the late Foundation establishment stage. As a matter of fact, a small sect wouldn't even be able to produce so many cultivators of this level. A medium-sized sect, even if they had so many, would never dispatch them all simultaneously. To any sect, disciples of the late Foundation establishment stage were good fortune from the heavens. If even one from a group this size could reach core formation, he would be crucially important to the sect. Only a super sect like the Black Civ sect had such extensive resources to be able to afford to dispatch so many late Foundation establishment cultivators. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. If he had not created his fifth Dao pillar, then this battle would be extremely difficult, and potentially fatal. But now, with his fifth Dao pillar, he was invincible to the battle power of the Foundation establishment stage. Actually, you could say that currently, Meng Hao was the most powerful person under the core formation stage in the entire southern domain. He laughed coldly as the Black Civ sect disciples approached. His left hand made a grasping motion in the air, and immediately, the flame dragon appeared in the form of the flying rain dragon. It didn't completely appear, however. Meng Hao simply borrowed some of its heat to transform the surrounding sheets of rainwater into a thick mist. As the mist roiled about, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding, and the 2 wooden swords flew out. They circled around him for a moment, and then shot away. The mist seethed, covering up the entire area so that nothing was visible. The heat in the area continued to turn to the rain into mist. Thunder pealed out, and lightning crashed down. One after another, blood-curdling screams rang out from within the mist. Meng Hao's shadow flitted about inside, carrying death with it. The 2 wooden swords swept out in front of him, severing the head of a Black Civ sect disciple. The disciple's eyes filled with astonishment in the instant before he died. The sounds of slaughter drifted out. Meng Hao moved like a specter. Cracking sounds rang out from his right hand as he crushed another cultivator. He tossed the body up ahead to block an incoming spear. A boom rang out as the corpse exploded to pieces. Meng Hao strode forward. He waved his right arm, summoning the wind blade. It shot out, slicing another body to bits. The pieces of the corpse shot out from the mist and fell onto the ground. Zhou Jie frowned when he saw this. However, he continued to manipulate the incense burner. The smoke drifting up from it appeared to be about 60% congealed. Suddenly, another miserable shriek sounded out from within the mist. A Black Civ sect disciple, his body half destroyed, stumbled out. Just when it seemed he would escape successfully, Meng Hao's hand shot out and grabbed him by the top of the head. He pushed down, and the cultivator screamed. Meng Hao's face emerged for a moment from the mist. He looked over at Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie looked back, and as their gazes locked, Meng Hao smiled, and then disappeared back into the mist. He released his hand, and the Black Civ sect disciple slumped to the ground dead, his eyes still wide open. Zhou Jie trembled at the sight of it, and an unsightly expression appeared on his face. The screams from within the mist seemed to be growing further and further apart. The booms grew weaker. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the mist. "Elder brother Zhou, save me!" cried one of the Black Civ sect disciples. His right arm had been severed, and a horrified expression covered his face. Despite his all-out push to escape, the words were barely out of his mouth when a meter-long phantom hand shot out from the mist. It moved at incredible speed, catching up to the escaping cultivator in the blink of an eye. It slammed into him, and a deafening explosion filled the air. The cultivator's body began to tremble, and he opened his mouth to say something. Before he could, his body exploded. By this time, the mist surrounding Meng Hao was beginning to dissipate. Meng Hao walked out. From the look of his robe and long hair, he seemed like a weak scholar. But the coldness in his eyes caused Zhou Jie to tremble. More than 10 cultivators of the late Foundation establishment stage, and only Meng Hao had emerged alive from the mist. Your Excellency's methods are a bit too ruthless, said Zhou Jie, slowly lowering his hand. He knew that he had run out of time, and wouldn't be able to continue his work with the incense burner. The Black Civ sect had completely misjudged Meng Hao's cultivation base. Actually, Patriarch Violet Civ had received information regarding Meng Hao's cultivation base from their sect elder who was currently in the Song clan. He knew that his power exceeded that of the mid-Foundation establishment stage, and was more akin to the late Foundation establishment stage. However, Zhou Jie was now well aware that Meng Hao's battle power was not comparable to the late Foundation establishment stage. In fact, it could exhibit terrifying pressure that exceeded such power. After close observation just now, Zhou Jie got the powerful sense that his opponent's spiritual power was completely different from that of others. It looked like spiritual power, but it seemed to somehow be branded specifically to Meng Hao. Logically speaking, the spiritual power of magical techniques with which Meng Hao attacked should eventually dissipate back into heaven and earth. However, the power left over by Meng Hao's attacks did not dissolve away. Instead, they seemed to be rejected by heaven and earth. They just floated there like oil on water. It seemed that the explosiveness of this rejected power was one of the reasons Meng Hao was so powerful. Zhou Jie reached these conclusions quickly, but couldn't figure out any solution to the problem. Fear filled his heart. Because of this explosiveness, Meng Hao might be only at the mid-Foundation establishment stage, but decimating the late Foundation establishment stage was as easy for him as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. That was obvious. Meng Hao's spiritual power was different. It belonged only to him. The spiritual energy of others belonged to heaven and earth. By practicing breathing techniques, cultivators could borrow it. Based on the various stages of cultivation, the amount of time it could be borrowed varied. However, regardless of anything, all of the spiritual energy would once again return to heaven and earth upon death. It was a cycle. Just like the 9 paths in front of the grey-robed old man atop the world tree, it was a rule of heaven and earth. I'm actually not ruthless, said Meng Hao indifferently, you people are. Actually, I'm pretty soft-hearted. However, your presence here is a bit of a problem. He waved his hand, causing the mist behind him to disperse fully. The rain descended onto the two of them, seemingly dividing them inseparably. However, their gazes locked, and their expressions grew fiercer. I am Zhou Jie, Tao child of the Black Civ sect. Zhou Jie suddenly lifted his hand. In it appeared a 1-foot-long, blue-colored joss stick. The joss stick was lit, and smoke curled up from its end to form the shape of a sword that glowed mysteriously. This was clearly no ordinary joss stick. I am Meng Hao from the state of Zhao, said Meng Hao coolly. His right hand flashed an incantation gesture, and the 2 wooden swords appeared and rotated around him slowly. They emanated glowing sword auras, and emitted a droning buzz that made seem as if they thirsted for blood. This was not the first time Meng Hao had faced a Dao child in battle. The first time was when he had fought Li Daoi, and had forced him to flee, severing his arm in the process. Then he had encountered Li Shiqi, and had competed against her in demonstrations of strength. Now he was up against Zhou Jie. I had 3 Dao pillars when I fought Li Daoi, Meng Hao thought. I had 4 when I faced Li Shiqi. Now I have 5. I will now prove that the power of my 5 perfect Dao pillars is invincible in the Foundation establishment stage. An exuberant gleam appeared in his eyes. The 2 wooden swords seemed as if they could sense Meng Hao's desire for battle. Their droning grew even louder, and their sword auras gleamed even more brightly. You look just like a woman I met while traveling a few years ago. I pursued her, but nothing ever came of it. She wasn't named Meng, though. Zhou Jie shook his head. Actually, Meng Hao was a person who he believed deserving of his respect. In truth, among the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Southern Domain, he had only ever respected about 10 people. Each and every one of them was a Dao child. But today, he recognized Meng Hao's existence. Meng Hao was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the current generation of Dao children. Even as the words left his mouth, Zhou Jie's body exploded with the power of the great circle of Foundation establishment. It rippled out, causing his hair to fly about. The rainwater around him shot away from him, as if it didn't dare to touch him. A fierce look filled his eyes as he strode toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and he too began to stride forward. His spiritual sense shot out. Rain fell around them as this battle of those at the peak of the Foundation establishment began. This chapter sponsored by Fan from WA. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202. Chapter 202, Confrontation of the Peaks. The multiple layers of clouds overhead smashed into each other, and the sound of thunder shook the earth. Down below, Meng Hao and Zhou Jie strode toward each other. Their eyes locked, and the power of their spiritual sense rocketed forward. An attack of spiritual sense is formless and invisible. In terms of killing potential, though, its power far exceeds that of magical items. Mutually caught in each other's gazes, Meng Hao and Zhou Jie both began to tremble. Zhou Jie felt like he was being crushed by innumerable mountains. Blood oozed out from the corners of his mouth. He set his jaw, and a look of ferocity sprang up onto his face. Meng Hao seemed affected too. He pursed his lips, however, and no blood appeared. He snorted coldly, and then continued to walk forward. As the step descended, both people once again trembled. Zhou Jie's face was a bit pale. He could tell that he was not superior in terms of spiritual sense. Without hesitation, he retreated several paces, flashing an incantation gesture with his left hand. The foot-long jaw stick in his right hand immediately let off twisting strands of smoke which transformed into a curved blade that shot toward Meng Hao. As the blade flew through the air, the smoke which comprised it began to spread out. Soon the outline of a figure could be seen. It appeared as if a person were holding the curved blade, chopping it directly toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. His left hand formed an incantation gesture, and the two seemingly eager wooden swords emitted an intense droning sound and then transformed into two beams of light which split the air as they sped toward the curved blade. They arrived in an instant. There was no evasion, no twirling around. The two attacks seemed to be archenemies. They slammed into each other so powerfully that it was clear one would be destroyed. A boom echoed out, and Meng Hao waved both of his hands. It was as if there were invisible strings attaching the wooden swords to him. They immediately began to emit an intense sword aura that rippled out to fill the area. Everything started to shake. Who would possibly dare to approach? A booming sounded out, and a strange look appeared in Zhou Jie's eyes. He lifted his left hand and waved it in front of him, then pressed down on the jaw stick in his right hand. More smoke billowed out. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into more than 10 weapons, each of them wielded by a phantom figure. All of them charged toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face was the same as ever as he looked at the approaching smoke phantoms. He lifted his hands, then extended them outward. The two wooden swords emitted explosive screeching sounds. Suddenly, all of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to rush toward them. The sword auras surrounding them expanded by 30 meters, and the swords themselves seemed to transform into two flying sword dragons which circled around Meng Hao. A roaring sound echoed out from the approaching smoke phantoms as, one after another, they disintegrated, incapable of approaching Meng Hao. "So you like defense," said Zhou Jie coolly. "I can help with that." A cold light shone in his eyes as his left hand flashed with another incantation gesture and then pressed up against the jaw stick. It burned more furiously, and large quantities of smoke poured out. The smoke formed layers which expanded out in concentric rings. Each new smoke ring was larger than the one before it. Soon, more than 100 rings had formed, which then shot toward Meng Hao. They spun around him, as if in an attempt to envelop him. The smoke rings seemed about to swallow him up, and yet Meng Hao's expression didn't change in the least bit. He opened his mouth, and the lightning mist appeared. In the past, the lightning mist had absorbed tribulation lightning, as well as some of the will of the lightning in the square cauldron. At the moment, it seemed to be undergoing another bizarre transformation. As it spread out, thunder crashed up above in the sky. The lightning mist seemed to be affecting the clouds, causing them to congregate, as if lightning would begin to crash down at any moment. It seemed that the area outside of Meng Hao's lightning mist would soon become a sea of lightning, but the mist expanded, and then the lightning crashed down, roaring filled the sky. The instant the smoke rings were touched by the lightning, they exploded into fragments. Zhou Jie's eyes narrowed. He had never expected such a tactic. Meng Hao walked forward, surrounded by the lightning mist. The mist around him roiled, and thunderous booms filled the air. Incited by the lightning, the two wooden swords exploded with the vicious will of extermination. Meng Hao's hair whipped around his head and rain poured down around him. Anyone who saw him would be struck to the heart with a frightening, demonic sensation. Suddenly, a domineering aura began to emanate from Meng Hao, the first time such an aura had appeared on him. "Actually," said Meng Hao casually, "what I like best is attacking." He strode forward, seemingly filled with overwhelming power. He was like some sort of ancient wild beast, ready to conquer the world. Zhou Jie's expression flickered as he suppressed the desire to retreat. Meng Hao now seemed completely different than he had been moments ago when he had been defending himself. He seemed to overflow with ferocity, as if he had previously been a sheathed sword, which had just been drawn. It was time to display some skill. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step that Meng Hao took, thunder boomed even louder. Lightning filled the sky. The complete power of Meng Hao's cultivation base exploded out, bolstered by his expanding spiritual sense. Zhou Jie was shocked, and he knew that he must not allow Meng Hao to gather more momentum. If that happened, he would be very difficult to stop. Just as Meng Hao's third step landed, Zhou Jie's eyes filled with determination. He loosened his right hand, and the jaw stick, which was now little more than half a foot long, suddenly flew up. Veins of blood shot through Zhou Jie's eyes as both hands flickered with an incantation gesture. He shoved his hands out in front of him. Green smoke exterminating the East Pass. He spoke the words in conjunction with the outstretching of his hands. The jaw stick ignited, burning a significant amount of its length to create a thick smoke which flew straight toward Meng Hao. "Burst!" cried Zhou Jie. The thick smoke suddenly exploded outward. Everything in the area shook violently, and the noise from the explosion drowned out the sound of thunder. The smoke even covered up the lightning as it rippled out in greenish waves that carried deadly, exterminating power. Meng Hao's body shook. The lightning mist around him quivered, and then simply burst apart under the strength of the attack. The two wooden swords fought against the incoming attack, and Meng Hao flew backward 4 or 5 paces. Blood seeped out from the corners of his mouth. It seems the Dao children from the great sects really are pretty badass. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and his eye flickered. Zhou Jie stood there, his face somewhat pale. However, his eyes gleamed as he extended his hands forward in another incantation. More of the jaw stick burned away. Now, it was barely 2 inches long. Thick smoke roiled toward Meng Hao. "Burst!" howled Zhou Jie, more lines of blood appearing in his eyes. Even as the smoke exploded out, Meng Hao lifted his right hand and struck it forward 5 times. Black Sieve 5 strikes. 1. The 5 strikes were executed with extreme speed, and were completed in the blink of an eye. As the exterminating smoke mist expanded out, an enormous hand appeared in front of Meng Hao. It shot directly toward the smoke. An earth-shaking boom resonated out. All of the raindrops in the area exploded into minuscule drops of water. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed, and he shot backward a pace. His 5 perfect Dao pillars rotated, and made the 5-strike attack over and over again. 1 giant hand, 2 giant hands. In the blink of an eye, no less than 10 giant hands appeared in front of Meng Hao. It was a frightening sight. All of the hands glowed with a golden light as they whistled through the air toward Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie's eyes were nearly completely filled with blood. His hands flickered continuously with incantation gestures. The jaw stick was now completely burned away. The smoke mist it created shot toward Meng Hao's incoming hand attacks. When they slammed into each other, a huge boom filled the air. A gale-force wind shot outward, and ripples emanated out in the air. The trees swayed backward, and the rainwater was transformed into a mist. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and yet, his expression grew fiercer. Zhou Jie staggered backward 7 or 8 steps, and, unable to control himself, coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and yet his eyes gleamed brightly. Neither of them spoke, as they stared at each other. Both of them knew that this battle was far from over. Zhou Jie had only used 1 magical item. He hadn't even employed any of the magical techniques of his sect, nor any killing moves. Neither had Meng Hao. They looked at each other for the space of 3 breaths, whereupon Zhou Jie lifted his head up to the sky and laughed. "The Great Black Cloud's poem. What a familiar magical technique. Brother Meng, since you know this technique, I think today would be a good opportunity to exchange some pointers. Let me show you why the Black Sieve sect's Great Black Cloud's poem is known by the moniker Black Clouds." He lifted his right hand, and his breathing suddenly seemed to become strange and ragged. As his hand rose, illusory images appeared. Each image was the shape of a hand. In total, 26 of them appeared. Zhou Jie's eyes narrowed, and he stretched his hand out toward Meng Hao. "This is the true Great Black Cloud's poem." As Zhou Jie's voice rang out, he struck forward, and an enormous hand appeared. It emitted a black glow, and as it formed it seemed to be composed of mist. This black mist was none other than the namesake Black Clouds. The Black Cloud's poem screamed through the air toward Meng Hao, filling the area with a thunderous roar. Be it in terms of profundity or power, this attack vastly exceeded the incomplete version which Meng Hao had learned. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed, but he said nothing. This was his personality. When engaged in magical battle, he would rarely speak. Everything he wanted to say was said in attacks. By not speaking, he increased the viciousness of those attacks. He lifted his right hand and used his index finger to slice open a cut on his thumb. As the blood flowed out, everything in Meng Hao's eyes turned red. 1. This technique was learned by Meng Hao in Chapter 149, Killing Intent. And the following chapter, and was also used in Chapter 184, 7 Exterminations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203. Chapter 203, I am strong. I shall take my stand. Blood immortal legacy. Without a face, a single word, the flames of war unify. Sundered clouds, a bloody rain, seas that fill the sky. Capture the gods, advance the troops, fire consumes the towers. Forge all spirits and bloodlines into the 9 killing powers. 1. These words contained magical powers. For the power to be unleashed required a sufficient cultivation base, namely, core formation. Meng Hao was well aware that he was incapable of using it. However, the Blood Finger, the Blood Palm and the Blood Death World did not have a cultivation base requirement. With sufficient spiritual energy, they could be unleashed. In addition to the 8th demon sealing hex, these were his killing moves. Upon the path he trod to reach this day, Meng Hao had used the Blood Finger technique multiple times. It was clearly uniquely powerful, enough to shock anyone who saw it being used. The world in front of Meng Hao appeared to be red, which was a sign of the Blood Finger. Meng Hao had long since gotten used to this blood-red world. He looked at Zhou Jie, and the massive hand formed by the Black Sivsek's magical technique, Great Black Cloud's palm. It screamed through the air toward him. The hand itself seemed to be formed from black-colored mist, and yet it was also interlaced with a strange qi. As the hand approached, it seemed to grow larger and larger. Meng Hao could imagine that soon it would fill his entire vision, and blot out the rest of the world. It made him think back to the time in the state of Zhao when Lord Revelation had floated in the air above the Reliance sect, and sent a palm strike down into the ground. At that time, he had been too weak to even struggle. The palm destroyed the Reliance sect, and left a massive handprint in the earth. But a red blur had appeared in the sky, like a sword that could sever heaven and earth. It split the hand in two, saving Meng Hao. In his mind, Meng Hao could see that massive hand descending upon him. 2. Of course, Zhou Jie couldn't even come close to comparing with Lord Revelation. And yet, the scene today was very reminiscent. Meng Hao suddenly smiled, a wordless, soundless smile. He lifted his hand toward the incoming palm. The incoming palm attack grew closer and larger, kicking up a fierce wind which sent Meng Hao's clothes and hair whipping about. Meng Hao lifted the thumb of his right hand, and then slashed it toward the incoming Great Black Cloud's palm. This slash was like a flash of blinding light in the midst of pitch blackness. It was a slash like the brightness seen when opening the eyes for the first time. This slash was just like the one the Demon Lord had used to sever Lord Revelation's palm attack. This slash was evidence of the enlightenment Meng Hao had experienced underneath that massive palm in the Reliance sect in state of Zhao. I am strong. I shall take my stand. A roaring boom filled the air. Meng Hao stood there, not moving a muscle. The massive incoming palm was a mere 7 inches from him when a huge crack appeared, beginning at the top of the middle finger and snaking down all the way down through the gigantic palm. Then it split out, growing wider and wider. Meng Hao stood there calmly, safely, as the palm passed by. Wind screamed, buffeting his hair wildly. However, in the midst of the whipping hair, his eyes shined brightly. They were like sunlight in the dark of night. Anyone who caught sight of it would find the light blinding. Do you want to keep going? Asked Meng Hao calmly, flicking his sleeve. Zhou Jie stood there silently, looking at Meng Hao. Bitterness arose in his heart, but a moment later, the will to fight once again sparked to life in his eyes. Of course I want to keep going, he replied coolly. From the moment I became Dao Child until now, I've never been defeated. He took a breath, waving his hand toward the incense burner off to the side. Instantly, the incense burner began to tremble. Cracks appeared on its surface, and popping sounds rang out as it collapsed into pieces. No one should interfere with our fight now. His words were simple, and so were his actions. However, this simplicity revealed incredible power, the power of a true expert. It was only the seed of power, but even that little bit caused Meng Hao's eyes to narrow. He's cut off his own path of retreat, thought Meng Hao. With nowhere to run to, he can only rely on himself, and will be forced to utilize all of the power he can muster. This Zhou Jie really is an outstanding person. 3 inch he nodded. Zhou Jie lifted his hand and then pressed down onto his bag of holding. From within, 5 glittering strands of light emerged. Suddenly, the darkness around them disappeared as brilliant light filled the air. The bright light was emanated from what now hovered in front of Zhou Jie. 5 glowing swords. 5 glittering swords, glowing with a variety of colors. Zhou Jie reached out and extended his fingers. The 5 swords moved to his fingers, one hovering beneath each. Civ Moon Mother Earth, heaven-splitting sword formation. Zhou Jie's hand pushed down toward the ground. As it did, the brightly glowing swords also shot down and then disappeared. The instant the swords disappeared, Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and he shot backward 6 paces. Almost simultaneously, the 5 swords suddenly reappeared out of thin air. They shot upward, heading directly toward Meng Hao, who was still in the midst of retreating. The glittering light they emitted was dazzling as they screamed through the air. They were winding beams that were instantly upon Meng Hao, their sword auras billowing up to the sky. The sword chi seemed to have locked Meng Hao up tightly. Death surrounded him in all directions. "Interesting," said Meng Hao, his eyes narrowing. He lifted the thumb of his right hand and waved it toward the 5 swords. A boom filled the air, and suddenly a blood-colored shield surrounded Meng Hao, 30 meters in each direction. The 5 swords slammed into the shield, causing a massive roar to echo out. Zhou Jie coughed up some blood and then flickered in an incantation with both hands. The 5 swords emitted a shrill screaming sound. A flash of light burst out, and the 5 swords turned into 25 swords. The swords filled the air as they shot once again toward Meng Hao. Their intense power caused Meng Hao to be filled with a sense of life or death danger. However, his expression remained the same as ever. As the 25 swords shot toward him, he flicked his sleeve. The power of his cultivation base roiled out. He slashed his index finger with his thumb, causing blood to pour out. Using the power of 2 blood fingers, he gestured up into the air. Boom! The massive explosion was enough to distort one's vision. Everything in the area seemed to twist. The 25 swords were blocked. Zhou Jie let out a howl. He pushed his hands against his chest, and veins popped out on his face. The 25 swords flew up into the sky, and in an instant, transformed. 125 swords now filled the sky. From all directions, they descended upon Meng Hao. They slammed into the glowing blood shield, which distorted and began to retract. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk by nearly 10 meters. Nearly half of the swords passed through it, pressing on toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao took a deep breath and slashed a 3rd and 4th finger. 4 fingers were now filled with the power of the blood immortal legacy. The glow of blood filled the air as Meng Hao slashed the 5th finger. The 5 fingers were covered in blood, forming the shape of a bloody handprint. This was the second of the 3 legacy techniques, which contained power exceeding the blood finger. This was the blood palm. The blood palm appeared, filling the sky with a shocking roar. A massive blood-colored palm magically coalesced above Meng Hao's hand. He waved his hand, and the bright red, bloody glow spread out, sweeping through the sword formation and causing the more than 100 glittering swords to tremble and fly backward. Meng Hao took a step forward, waving his hand once again. A roaring sound could be heard as the space 300 meters surrounding Meng Hao suddenly was filled with the image of an enormous, blood-colored hand. Meng Hao stood at its very center. The massive hand shot into the air, then clenched into a fist. Zhou Jie's face twisted. He coughed up more blood and rapidly flashed some incantation gestures in an attempt to regather his glittering swords. Instead, his face drained of blood. The more than 100 swords were apparently under the control of the massive clenched fist. They struggled as if they wished to free themselves, but were unable to. 30 of the swords trembled so violently that they eventually let out plaintive whines and collapsed into pieces. Meng Hao snorted coldly. Roaring filled the air as 30 more flying swords disintegrated, and then another 30. Finally, another 30. In the space of a few breaths, all of the flying swords were shattered to pieces by the massive clenched fist. The blood-colored hand slowly disappeared. As it did, 5 glittering, crack-filled swords appeared in front of Meng Hao. "I have one last technique," said Zhou Jie through clenched teeth. His eyes were crimson as Meng Hao waved his hand, sending the 5 glittering swords into his bag of holding. "Black Sieve, Immortal Subjugation," howled Zhou Jie. His left hand pushed down on his forehead. At the same time, he waved his right hand. Instantly, dozens of jade slips flew out. Cracking sounds filled the air as each and every one cracked into pieces. A sweet, beautiful aroma filled the air. However, it quickly turned into a disgusting odor which made one wish to vomit out their internal organs. Suddenly, a chi filled the entire area, which seemed to belong to Zhou Jie. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. Suddenly, the archaic voice from the demon sealing jade echoed in his mind. A hosts of evil spirits which call themselves immortals. But why fear a man and a mountain? If you encounter them, seal them immediately. 4. Meng Hao was used to the sudden appearance of the voice in his mind. He looked over at Zhou Jie, sensing the increasingly powerful chi which radiated out from him. Zhou Jie's twisted face no longer looked handsome. Instead, it seemed as if countless faces of others were flickering atop his own. Anguish filled Zhou Jie's face, and it appeared as if he couldn't hold on much longer. Slowly, the life began to drain away, and his face began to grow dark. It turned out this technique could not be used by someone of the Foundation establishment stage, not even a Dao child. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. Meng Hao slowly lifted his hand. A chi suddenly began to emanate from him that outsiders would not notice, but was absolutely visible to the countless bizarre spirits which were currently pouring into Zhou. The legion of faces which hovered on top of Zhou's face, one and all, filled with expressions of terror. This chapter was sponsored by Fan from WA. 1. These words first appeared in chapter 37, 10th Patriarch of the Wine Clan. Please don't memorize these lines, because I may go back later to adjust them. 2. The events with Lord Revelation happened in chapter 93, Sever the Tao, Change Heaven and Earth, Demonic Will. 3. This is a slight play on words, because the Jie character in Zhou Jie's name means outstanding. For, as you should be able to see by looking closely, the character for immortal is made up of the character for person and mountain. In this passage, the voice is kind of making fun of these spirits which claim the title immortal. There was an analysis of the character immortal in chapter 118, without entering Mount Heaven, immortal ascension is impossible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204. Chapter 204, The League of Demon Sealers. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. This was the only technique among the demon sealing sex magic that Meng Hao had truly mastered. You might even say that it was not a magical technique, but a divine ability. Every generation of demon sealers must create a new hex, and this one was created by the 8th generation demon sealer. As the 9th generation demon sealer, Meng Hao should have been prepared to face everything. However, Patriarch Reliance had ruined everything. Had it not been for a host of coincidences, as well as good fortune, Meng Hao would never have been able to learn the 8th demon sealing hex. He took a deep breath and lowered his right hand. Ghost images appeared of everything in sight. Meng Hao's body trembled, and the world shook. Everything folded in onto Zhou Jie, causing countless ghost images to appear around him. All of this takes some time to describe, but in fact happened in an instant. The ghost images began to vanish. Miserable screams echoed out from Zhou Jie. The voices did not belong to him, but rather the spirits which had entered his body. Zhou Jie's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with confusion. A pulsating black aura drifted out from his body. The aura was extremely dense, and within it could be seen 9 phantoms, images of old men with faces twisted in insanity and horror. They glared at Meng Hao. No observer would be able to see these images, neither could they hear the blood-curdling shrieks. Meng Hao was the only one who could see or hear any of it. He was the 9th generation demon sealer, and despite having not yet fully realized his potential, his drop of blood had already confirmed his identity as the 9th generation. That was irrefutable. Therefore, he could see these things. The phantom spirits screamed miserably and then began to speak. The League of Demon Sealers, you're the 9th generation. The day our Tao was realized, you demon sealers blocked us, refined us, preventing us from becoming demons. Who cares about the League of Demon Sealers? They'll become like us eventually, discarnate souls of heaven and earth. As their words echoed out, their bodies began to tremble, and their screams grew more intense. The black aura around them began to dissipate, and they began to be absorbed into the ground. Their figures grew indistinct and then began to disappear. Meng Hao watched on thoughtfully. He didn't know much about the League of Demon Sealers, he was gradually learning along the way. Looking at the discarnate souls had caused a coldness to flash through his eyes. He waved his right hand. As he did, the discarnate souls vanished. Their dying cries echoed into Meng Hao's ears. Shatter the League of Demon Sealers. Lord Ji has replaced the heavens and forged the immortality bestowal dais. We struggled to become immortal, and then died. What of it? Your league prevented us from achieving our Tao. Just wait until things change, then see which of the countless discarnate souls in heaven and earth will devour you. As the sound of the voices continued to echo out, Zhou Jie's pale face began to recover its complexion. His eyes were still filled with confusion. Meng Hao glanced at him thoughtfully for a moment, then turned with the flick of a sleeve and began to walk off into the rain. Zhou Jie watched Meng Hao's figure disappearing. He took a deep breath, and then clasped hands and bowed deeply. Next time we fight, he said under his breath, I won't kill you, even if I win. I will repay your kindness, and prove the determination of my cultivation. Then he turned weakly, disappearing into a beam of light. Meanwhile, deep in a limestone cave in the 100,000 mountains of the Black Sieve sect. The moment the discarnate souls died, furious howls could be heard. Although they echoed up into the sky, not a single Black Sieve sect disciple could hear them. The League of Demon Sealers. He's of the League of Demon Sealers. Damn those demon sealers, each and every generation. Lord G fears them, and cursed the 9th generation demon sealer to die. This is the 9th generation. Death, death, death. The League of Demon Sealers must die. Every generation. Immortality bestowed Deus lacks only the spirit of a demon sealer. Find him. Snatch his spirit and drink his blood to gain an immortal body. As the howls rang out, the entirety of the 100,000 mountains suddenly shook. The mountains shook, the ground shook, as if the spirit of the mountains was aroused. Pulses of black aura drifted up, causing the sky to grow dark. However, at the very moment in which the pulses of black aura were about to shoot out, the corpse which had fallen from the sky to land near the southern domain's rebirth cave, suddenly shook one. As it shook, an aura emerged from it, an aura not visible to any living person. It instantly spread out throughout the southern domain, filling it with terrifying force. This terrifying force caused the discarnate souls beneath the 100,000 mountains to tremble. Everything grew silent. Who are you? Amidst the deathly silence, a powerful aura exploded out from deep beneath the 100,000 mountains. It seemed powerful enough to cause the corpse to tremble. When the other discarnate souls saw it, they prostrated themselves as if this aura were their sovereign. The billowing aura filled the sky above the Black Civ sect, covering the land for millions of kilometers in every direction. Everything became pitch black. The strangest thing was, no one could actually see this. To any onlooker, the sky was as blue as the deep blue sea. The voice which responded was deep and archaic. I came seeking destiny, it said. The sound echoed throughout the 100,000 mountains of the Black Civ sect, filled with the ancientness of countless years. It seemed somewhat tired. Within the exhaustion was a barely detectable, killing aura. It seemed as if this person had lived a life of battle, had killed so many times that it was impossible to describe. The voice seemed to contain a shocking will. What do you want? Said the sovereign-like aura above the Black Civ sect. Destiny comes and destiny goes. The Tao will always exist. This kid has destiny. If you interfere, I will abandon rebirth, change my plans, and instead slaughter all of you. The sovereign-like aura said nothing. After some time passed, it faded away. As it did, a haughty voice rang out. There's no need to change your plans. We will come for you. Select 30 chosen from the Black Civ sect and send them to our Black Underworld cave. We will return to the mortal world. Meanwhile, deep in the recesses of the rebirth cave, was a corpse. It was not the corpse of a human, but rather, a fish. It was a small fish, about the size of a hand. The place where the fish's eyes once had been suddenly began to burn with an underworldly fire. Next, deep beneath the Milky Way Sea, the long rope stretched along the seafloor toward the wooden coffin that rested amidst the massive formation of stones too. A scratching sound could be heard, as if someone was inside the coffin, scratching the lid with their fingernails. A raspy voice sounded out, League of Demon Sealers. The voice was filled with melancholy and reminiscence. The words drifted slowly up, causing a violent storm to break out on the surface of the Milky Way Sea. End of Book 2, Cutting into the Southern Domain. Note from Ergen, this chapter is about 1,000 characters short. However, all the details have been spelled out. You could say that this chapter is sort of a wrap-up. More exciting chapters are coming up. I really need to take some time to plan for Book 3. Book 3 will be the best I've written so far. Note from Deathblade, he's right. Book 3 is amazing. 1. For more information on this, see the entry Immortal's Corpse in the glossary. 2. For more details on the rope and the fist, see the entry rock in the glossary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205. Book 3, The Honor of Violet Fate. Chapter 205, Dispelling Poison with the Cubic Pearl. The rain continued to fall, but the horizon was no longer pitch black. Moonlight could be seen through the clouds, and far in the distance, the glow of the morning sun was just becoming visible. Night was beginning to fade, and sunlight approached. As the sun replaced the moon, rain fell down, and Meng Hao proceeded onward. His expression was calm, as if nothing had just happened. This rainy day made him think about the snow back in the state of Zhao. He wasn't sure exactly where he was within the southern domain. The only thing he could see was a mountain range that stretched off into the distance. His only company was the falling rain and the cold wind. His battle with Zhou Jie had confirmed the battle prowess of his 5 Dao pillars. He could definitely suppress Dao children, the most powerful of the Foundation establishment stage. Unfortunately, I'm still lacking in terms of techniques, he thought. I have a similar problem with magical items, otherwise I could have completely crushed him. He walked along in the rain, lost in thought. The cultivation world was much different from the life of a scholar. He was gradually learning how to identify his weaknesses. He could not allow his weaknesses to cause his next battle to end with his own death. There's not much I can do regarding magical techniques. Joining the Violet Fate sect would help a lot if I could somehow figure out a way. However, as for magical items, Meng Hao frowned. All of his magical items had been acquired through battle. However, the more powerful his cultivation base grew, the less effective his magical items became. The wooden swords, the lightning mist and the little black net all grew with him, but as for the fan, the bow and the other items, they were gradually becoming less and less useful. I'm not completely stuck in this regard, though. I have two methods which can be used to forge magical items. I could go to the Black Lands to search for the frigid snow larva. If I feed it the Sibnet Thunder Mulberry leaf, it will transform into the eyeless larva, which can produce indestructible silk threads. 1. I also have the Jade Page from Han Bei's ancestor which can be used to forge the Time Treasure. Either one of these two could solve my current problem. Unfortunately, both are incredibly difficult, and can't be accomplished quickly. Of course, there's also the flag with 3 streamers, although I can't even touch it with my current cultivation base. He shook his head, looking around at the unceasing rain. It seemed to be growing heavier. Meng Hao's body flickered, and he shot toward the nearby mountain range. He waved his hand, and a flying sword screamed out and carved an immortal's cave into the side of the mountain. With the flick of a sleeve, he flitted like a nightingale into the immortal's cave, where he sat down cross-legged to meditate. His cultivation base rippled with power, and the heat which spread out from him caused all the moisture in the newly carved cave to instantly disappear. He spat out the lightning mist, which spread out to cover the entire cave, including the entrance. Then he closed his eyes and rotated his cultivation base. After the time it takes half an incense to burn, he opened his eyes and slapped his bag of holding. When he lifted his hand up, it was holding the cubic pearl. At first look, it appeared to be square, but upon closer examination, it actually wasn't. It was very bizarre. Meng Hao looked at the pearl and took a deep breath. His eyes shone with anticipation. He took out the copper mirror and made a copy. Unfortunately, he didn't have many spirit stones left. After hesitating a moment, he decided not to make any more copies. I hope this pearl can dispel the poison of the resurrection lily, he said, eyeing the pearl with glittering eyes. He wasn't sure exactly how the pearl worked, but he was not the same cultivator he used to be. He was as powerful as someone from the late Foundation establishment stage. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast his spiritual sense into the pearl. After a moment, he frowned, then bit the tip of his tongue and spit out some blood onto the pearl. In the blink of an eye, the pearl absorbed the blood, and then suddenly began to melt. Strands of white light floated up, along with a delicate, purifying fragrance. Meng Hao's eyes began to shine. After a long moment, he waved his hand, and the immortal's cave shook. A crack spread out on the ground, and suddenly a vine burrowed up. Under Meng Hao's direction, the vine stretched out toward the white strands, and then began to absorb them. The white strands instantly shot toward the vine, entering into its body. Meng Hao watched on, eyes glittering. After the space of about 10 breaths, the vine began to change color. Soon, it was no longer dark red, but pure white. A sense of purity radiated out from it. More time passed. Meng Hao looked thoughtfully at the slowly melting pearl, and the white strands which floated up from it. His eyes filled with determination, and he began to breathe deeply. The strands flew toward him, entering his body through his mouth and nose. He closed his eyes, and after about 10 breaths had passed, his body began to quiver. Veins bulged on his face, and his eyes snapped open. Within his pupils could be seen the crying, laughing demonic faces. On top of the faces suddenly appeared layer after layer of white strands. It appeared as if the white strands were attempting to purify the resurrection lily within Meng Hao. Time slipped by. Soon, an hour had passed. Sweat poured off of Meng Hao like rain. His face was pale, but his eyes radiated stubbornness. He took a breath, and more white strands floated into his body through his mouth and nose. As they did, the demonic faces in his pupils began to twist and distort. Faint screams echoed out in Meng Hao's mind, and his body felt as if it were about to be torn to pieces. There seemed to be a battle of life and death going on inside of him. The demonic faces in his eyes were even more twisted. Ghost images appeared, and a black aura began to pour out of the top of Meng Hao's head. The aura twisted and coalesced into a 3-colored resurrection lily. The cubic pearl seemed about to darken, as if it were going to release the full power of its aura. It was now half of its original size. It seemed that it would soon have used all of its effectiveness, and the white strands would disappear. Meng Hao's eyes shined brightly. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the pearl. This time, he didn't breath in the strands, but actually consumed the entire pearl. A roaring sound filled his body that seemed to create a harmony with the crashing thunder on the outside. The resurrection lily on his head writhed as if it were being buffeted by a powerful wind. Finally, it showed signs of dissipation. Shrill shrieks filled his head, and his face distorted. However, without hesitation, he lifted up the second cubic pearl and, gritting his teeth at the loss of spirit stones, made another copy. After making the second copy, he was now out of spirit stones. Eyes radiating stubbornness, he lifted both cubic pearls and put them into his mouth. A shocking, thunderous roar filled Meng Hao as soon as the cubic pearls entered his mouth. The roaring was so incredible that it expanded out to fill the surrounding mountains. White strands spread out from Meng Hao's pores, swirling up and surrounding his body. The three-colored resurrection lily on his head suddenly quivered. It seemed to be fading, as if it would completely dissipate at any moment. As Meng Hao sat there surrounded by the white mist, the demonic faces within his eyes emitted constant ghost images, and slowly began to fade away. It seemed the pearl really was capable of dispelling the poison. After about an hour passed, the image of the resurrection lily on the crown of Meng Hao's head was almost completely invisible. There was no trace whatsoever of the demonic faces in his eyes. But then, suddenly, the mist which had been dispelling the resurrection lily suddenly diffused outward. Next, the white strands began to seethe, congealing above Meng Hao's head. A red streak appeared in their midst, followed by a bright yellow streak, and finally a streak as blue as the sky. The four colors mixed together within the churning mist, forming together to make a four-colored resurrection lily. Apparently, the resurrection lily couldn't be destroyed. Even as it died, it would reappear as if it had been reincarnated. An unsightly expression appeared on Meng Hao's face as he observed the four-colored resurrection lily. His eyes glimmered darkly, but then suddenly began to shine. Upon closer inspection, it seemed the four-colored resurrection lily, which resembled a demonic face, had an aura that was not any stronger than the three-colored resurrection lily from before. In fact, this new resurrection lily was trembling. That's not the fourth color, thought Meng Hao, his eyes narrowing. After thinking back to the four-colored resurrection lily he had seen in the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament, he realized that his own resurrection lily was different. 2. If it had actually developed a fourth color, then my consciousness would have been lost, and I would have transformed into a resurrection lily. But I don't feel strange at all. Furthermore, the color of this fourth petal. Suddenly, the quivering four-colored resurrection lily spasmed. Its white petals collapsed into pieces, which then transformed into a white glowing light. The light shot toward the blue petals, and the resurrection lily began to tremble even more violently for the space of a few breaths. Meng Hao continued to observe, eyes shining. He watched as the blue petals began to wither, and then disappear. Now, the resurrection lily was composed of only two colors. Upon closer inspection, the blue petals hadn't completely disappeared, but was still barely visible. In fact, it seemed as if they would gradually reappear. The two-colored resurrection lily seemed weaker, yet at the same time emanated a pure aura. Apparently, after absorbing the cubic pearl, the resurrection lily had lost one of its colors. Other than that, it seemed like the poison-dispelling power of cubic pearl didn't affect the resurrection lily at all. The two-colored resurrection lily flickered. Meng Hao was powerless to do anything as it slowly sank back down into him through the top of his head. Its aura was much weaker, however. Meng Hao stood up. After a moment's hesitation, his eyes filled with resolve. The cubic pearl was somewhat effective. However, if I want to completely dispel the poison, I have no other choice than to infiltrate the Violet Fate sect. There, I can search for a method to completely rid myself of it. This thing is really like a bone stuck in my throat. This chapter was sponsored by Fan from WA. 1. The eyeless larva was last mentioned in chapter 165. 2. Meng Hao encountered the four-colored resurrection lily in chapter 125 and the chapter after that. It didn't mention the specific colors of the petals, though. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206. Chapter 206, The Wang Clan 5 Immortals 1. Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding to retrieve the blood-colored mask. He looked at it for a moment. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to get tangled up with the meat jelly again. It had reached a terrifying level in terms of being annoying, which Meng Hao had experienced firsthand. After a moment of thought, he reached into the mask with spiritual sense. It was dark inside, and as soon as Meng Hao entered, he sensed the mastiff's aura. It was growing more and more powerful, causing Meng Hao to feel somewhat calm. The blood mastiff was his most powerful and deadly ally. He couldn't wait for it wake to up and stand at his side like it had when it was a puppy. It would lift its head to the sky and roar. Next, Meng Hao's spiritual sense moved on, pausing for a moment on the flag of 3 streamers. After a moment, he moved on. It was obviously a precious treasure, but he couldn't do anything with it now. When his spiritual sense reached the Li clan patriarch, he stared in shock. The man was more thin and pallid than ever. He was incredibly weak, and it seemed as if his spirit might collapse at any moment. Despair filled his eyes. Meng Hao suddenly got the feeling that he had underestimated the fearsomeness of the meat jelly. The meat jelly parrot was currently perched on the shoulder of the Li clan patriarch, its eyes glowing as it talked. Every few breaths, the Li clan patriarch would shudder. Meng Hao hesitated, then gritted his teeth and slowly approached. The meat jelly suddenly looked up, having sensed Meng Hao's spiritual sense. It cried out. You're here. Why don't you join us? The old man and I were just discussing a sunset from 70,000 years ago. We haven't finished yet, and he promised to listen until the end. The meat jelly seemed very excited at the prospect of Meng Hao joining the discussion. Meng Hao's heart trembled, but before he could say anything, the Li clan patriarch looked over at him. His eyes glistened as if he were looking at a blood relative, and he emitted an excited shout. It was a shout that seemed to be filled with reckless abandon. My name is Li Xiafeng. I'm a patriarch of the Li clan from 7,000 years ago. I possessed one of the divine watchmen within the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament. I beg you, please take the bird away. I'll tell you everything. Ask me anything, what do you want to know? I know techniques from the Li clan, divine abilities. Whatever you want to do, I can help you. I can tell you anything. Please, take it away, Shut your mouth, said the meat jelly indignantly. You show no respect for your elders. Am I really so annoying? Why you're too immoral. You're mine. He turned to look solemnly at Meng Hao. He's mine. I still haven't brought him back from the path of wickedness. I still have 70,000 years of. He's yours. Yours, said Meng Hao hurriedly, in a voice which could sever nails and slice iron. Without hesitation he continued, I guarantee it. He's definitely yours. Very well, then. You seem to be in a lovely mood, so I won't permit you to participate in the current discussion. I need to teach a lesson or two to this old man, it said angrily. I can't believe he tried to tattle on me. I hate tattling, it's very immoral. It spoke with fury, but excitement filled its eyes. The sudden introduction of a new conversation topic made it very enthusiastic. Despair filled the face of the Li clan patriarch. He gazed pleadingly at Meng Hao, his eyes filled with regret. Why had he insisted on being so arrogant before? If he had just yielded earlier, he would never have been forced to face the torment of this frightening bird. His life recently had been a living hell, a nightmare worse than death. His entire body suddenly shook. Meng Hao cleared his throat. Paying very close attention to his wording, Meng Hao said, Senior, I was thinking about your ever-changing forms. Soon, Junior will be infiltrating a sect. Is there any way Senior could possibly lend me some of your power of ever-changing forms? Even as he spoke, he slowly edged backward. The meat jelly turned and looked at Meng Hao in surprise. What are you going to do? Are you planning some evil deed? Of course not. His voice filled with an air of righteousness, Meng Hao said, You see, there are some extremely wicked people in this sect. I want to infiltrate them in an attempt to catch the evildoers. Then, Senior can educate them, and help bring them back from the path of wickedness. The meat jelly suddenly seemed very excited. Oh, so that's your plan. Very well, very well. Meng Hao, you are really doing the right thing. Such evildoers really must be educated by me, although... Suddenly it seemed hesitant. Meng Hao's next words were spoken in a mesmerizing tone. Senior, how about this, over the next few days, I will go capture some bullies for you to guide and help, but... Oh? The meat jelly seemed even more excited, and its hesitation began to wane. It was time to strike while the iron was hot. How about 2 bullies? Said Meng Hao. The meat jelly quivered and flapped its wings excitedly. However, it still seemed a bit hesitant. Gritting his teeth, Meng Hao said, 5 bullies. It will take me a few days, but I can go find 5 bullies for you. The meat jelly let out a delighted squawk. Its entire body shook, and its eyes shined red with excitement. It stared at Meng Hao, panting. Bring me 3 bullies. It cried. It looked at Meng Hao nervously, as if it were worried he would disagree. Ha? 3? Meng Hao stared in shock. At first, he had assumed the meat jelly would try to get even more out of the deal. Instead, it was the opposite. 3. Roared the meat jelly. Bring me 3 bullies, and I'll help you. Less than 3 and the deal's off. It seemed it felt it was risking everything in its request. Meng Hao felt that the whole situation was very strange, but he nodded nonetheless. Okay, I'll get you 3 bullies. Not one less. With that, he retracted his spiritual sense. He took a deep breath as he looked at the blood-colored mask. A strange expression covered his face. Could it be that the meat jelly doesn't know how to count? I offered 5, and then it demanded 3, and looked like it was going all out. Mumbling to himself, Meng Hao put the mask away, turned, and left the immortal's cave. The rain had long since ceased. He turned into a white beam of light which shot off into the distance. 2 days later. On a mountain path walked a muscular man of about 30 years of age. He wore a yellow gown, had small eyes, and a mustache shaped like the character. Next to him walked a young man, toward whom he smiled and said, "Junior brother Meng, it's not far now. Up ahead is where my older brothers and I reside. Once we're there, you'll have to stay for a while. You and I hit it off immediately, didn't we? We'll definitely have to become sworn brothers. You know, the Huang Clan 5 immortals are very well known in these parts. We can really be of some help to you." The young man had a bashful expression on his face. His cultivation base seemed to be at the 8th level of qi condensation, 1 level higher than the yellow-robed man. "Thanks, big bro Huang," the young man said shyly. "This is the first time I ever left the sect, so I'm very fortunate to have met you. Outside your sect, you have to rely on friends. It's really no imposition. My older brothers and I are all very hospitable. Little bro, you're so young, and yet have such a high cultivation base. Your future prospects are limitless. I'm sure that you'll soon be a very famous person in the southern domain. You might even be able to outshine Chosen. You know, my older brothers and I think that making friends is very important, and we're happy to do so." The yellow-robed man laughed heartily, then slapped Meng Hao on the shoulder. His eyes, however, glittered with contempt and greed. He glanced conspicuously at Meng Hao's bag of holding. He had never seen such a bag of holding before. It was obviously something beyond ordinary. Of course, a man like him would never have a chance to lay eyes on such a bag of holding. This bag was none other than the bag of the cosmos. And the young man was obviously Meng Hao. They had run into each other just this morning out in the wild mountains. The instant the man caught sight of the bag of the cosmos, he had coveted it. But once he saw the level of Meng Hao's cultivation base, he gave up any ideas of trying to steal it. Instead, he had engaged in lively small talk for quite some time. The man smiled at Meng Hao and thought, "Some disciple from a sect I've never heard of goes out on his own for the first time. A disciple like that must surely have some life-saving treasures from his sect. However, someone like this doesn't have any experience. Only a few flattering words, and I've already won him over." In the man's mind, he had already figured everything out about his opponent. Meng Hao looked more bashful than ever. However, in his heart, he was rejoicing. It had only taken him 2 days to find some local tyrant cultivators. Even better, the man was leading him to a place where there would surely be more tyrants of the type that the meat jelly would like. As they chatted, an immortal's cave suddenly appeared up ahead of them at the bottom of a mountain. Its sealed main door was enormous, made from solid limestone. From the look of it, the immortal's cave must take up half the inside of the mountain. On either side of the main door were 2 stone guardian lions, extremely lifelike in appearance. They didn't seem to fit in with the surroundings, as if they had been transported here from somewhere else. There were also 2 towers near the entrance of the immortal's cave. These towers were constructed, not from earth and wood, but from bones. There were bones of both humans and animals, all piled up. It all was very gruesome. "Here we are, little bro," said the yellow-robed man, laughing loudly. Meng Hao frowned. "This place. I know what you're thinking," said the man. He continued, his voice firm, "But we're out in the wilderness. Though we don't cause problems for others, we do have to take some precautionary methods. Decorations like this only serve to frighten off the thieves and miscreants." Meng Hao didn't respond, but a cold light gleamed in his eyes. The yellow-robed man didn't notice Meng Hao's look. He waved his sleeve, and a flying sword flew out. He jumped on, and transformed into a colorful beam of light which glided through the air toward the immortal's cave. Meng Hao followed suit, his eyes gleaming coldly. As the 2 of them approached the main door of the immortal's cave, the yellow-robed man waved his sleeve. A bright beam of light shot out, landing on the door. It rumbled, and then slowly began to open up. Almost as soon as the door began to open, 3 cultivators emerged from within. They were all about 40 years old, with cultivation bases at the 9th level of chi condensation. 2 had fierce bearings, while the other was lean and haggard, with treacherous eyes. He held a fan in hand. He smiled as his gaze swept over Meng Hao. The yellow-robed man laughed as he landed next to the 3 others. He turned and looked at Meng Hao, smiling. "Older brothers, I ran into friend Meng here on the road this morning. This is his first time outside of his sect. I invited him to spend some time with us. Please, join me in welcoming him." 1. In this case, Huang is the Chinese character Huang, which is a common surname, but also means yellow dot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207. Chapter 207. This is a pretty nice immortal's cave. The 2 large, fierce-looking men eyed Meng Hao for a moment and then smiled. Whichever way you looked at their smiles, they appeared vicious. It was as if they were staring down a helpless little lamb. The man with the fan seemed to be the most treacherous of the group, and his smile appeared the most sincere. He clasped hands and saluted Meng Hao. I, Huang, heard the bird singing earlier, and couldn't help but wonder if a guest would be arriving. Fellow Daoist, a single glance at you and I felt the aura of a hero wash over me. Hearing 5th brother's words just now, I can tell that you are a dragon among men, venturing out of his sect for the first time. Fellow Daoist, you are the type of person I revere the most. Please, come into our immortal's cave and relax for a moment. Well, said Meng Hao, seemingly unsure of how to respond to such praise. Clasping hands, he bowed back to the man. However, he appeared to be hesitant to enter the cave. Inwardly, he sighed. The man's flattering words were obviously full of lies. Meng Hao could have come up with something much better to say, were he in the other position. Little bro, said the yellow-robed man, his eyes flickering, we're here at the main door. Come, follow me in. Now that you're here, you're home. He pulled at Meng Hao's sleeve, dragging him into the immortal's cave. The other men clustered around hesitating Meng Hao as the yellow-robed man graciously led him inside. The limestone door slowly closed behind them. Immediately, the glow of luminescent pearls filled Meng Hao's eyes. The immortal's cave was quite spacious and luxuriously decorated. It was filled with a variety of different rooms, including a pill concocting room and a medicinal plant courtyard. With a candid laugh, the yellow-robed man made introductions. Little bro, this is 2nd brother, and this is 3rd brother. After 4th brother, is me the 5th brother. As he made the introductions, he gave a meaningful glance to the treacherous-looking man who ranked 2nd. Greetings, fellow Daoists, said Meng Hao shyly, clasping hands to them. He glanced around, a pleased expression in his eyes. When his gaze fell upon the luminescent pearls, his eyes shined brightly. Fellow Daoist Meng, what do you think of our immortal's cave? Not bad, huh? Said 2nd brother Huang with a smile, gently fanning himself. His expression was tinged with a disdainful look that he assumed others wouldn't see, an expression that made it clear he was playing some sort of game. He stared at Meng Hao. It's pretty good, said Meng Hao, pretty good. Very complete, with plenty of private rooms. Really, it doesn't seem common in any aspect. His praises sounded very sincere. These luminescent pearls are especially incredible. It seems the spiritual energy here is quite abundant. Don't tell me you have a spirit spring, too? He asked the question in a very astonished tone. There absolutely is a spirit spring, said 2nd brother Huang with a laugh. That's exactly why the 5 of us decided to build our immortal's cave here. The contempt in his eyes grew more obvious. In his mind, Meng Hao was prey trapped in a tiger's lair. The 3rd and 4th brothers Huang both gazed at Meng Hao, their hideous grins growing wider. They clearly viewed Meng Hao as a sheep in a wolf's den. As for 5th brother Huang, he continued to eye the bag of holding strapped to Meng Hao's waist. His smile grew more brilliant. He obviously thought that today was his lucky day to have snatched up such a cash cow. Meng Hao also smiled. Although he still looked a bit bashful, his smile was genuine, and quite happy. The Immortal's Cave really seemed to contain some good opportunities, as did this group of men. They continued to herd him along. Eldest brother recently brought in an artist to paint a portrait of him, said 2nd brother Huang. It's not really convenient for him to come out. Fellow Daoist Meng, why don't we go see him? Without giving Meng Hao a chance to refuse, he pulled him toward the middle of the Immortal's Cave, where there was a vast, open area filled with luminescent pearls. At the far end was an enormous throne. The throne was constructed from crystals, and upon it sat a large man. He appeared to be about 50 years old. He wore a long violet robe and had a very dignified countenance. Even though he tried, it was impossible to cover up his fierceness. He radiated an intense killing aura. His cultivation base was not at the chi condensation stage, but the early foundation establishment stage. In front of the large man sat a stooped, withered old man with long white hair. His body trembled and the paintbrush in his hand quivered. The outline of the large man could be seen on the canvas in front of him. The man's eyes flashed over the group as they approached. He completely ignored Meng Hao, focusing instead on the yellow-robed man. He gave a cold harumph. "If you don't have something important to do, don't leave," he said. "I've been jumpy lately, and have a bad feeling. Now that you're back, sit down. I'll have this painter do a portrait of all of you." Eyes filled with veneration, the yellow-robed man nodded his head in agreement. He stepped forward and sat down next to the violet-robed man. Second brother Huang and the others clasped hands in respectful salute. Ignoring Meng Hao altogether, they moved forward to sit down. No one said anything, and soon Meng Hao was standing there alone, an awkward expression on his face. The large, violet-robed man looked at the painter and said, "You paint some good portraits of us, you hear? If you do, then I won't cause any trouble for you." Hearing the man's cool words, the stooped, white-haired old man shivered and nodded. "Second brother, I've really been feeling uneasy lately. Don't forget to check the teleportation portal. If any problems occur, we can get out of here instantly. Third and fourth brothers, you two listen well. No going outside." Each and every word uttered by the violet-robed man caused the others to nod in agreement. None of them paid any attention whatsoever to Meng Hao. He stood there awkwardly. In his opinion, the man should at least greet him. Finally, he gave out a dry cough. They ignored the cough and continued talking. The violet-robed man didn't so much as look at him. The others, including the yellow-robed man, didn't look his way either. Meng Hao sighed, then coughed a little louder, interrupting the dialogue. Finally, the eyes of the five men fell upon him. "Who's this?" said the violet-robed man with a frown, his voice sinister. "That's a kid that fifth brother picked up when he went out," said second brother Huang, waving his fan. He laughed. "Apparently it's his first time out of his sect." "This kid is a real idiot," said the yellow-robed man, laughing. "His bag of holding is clearly incredible, so I chatted him up. Who could have imagined that he would be taken in by my rambling? I led him right here." Hearing this, the violet-robed man looked Meng Hao over, then coolly said, "Hand over your bag of holding." His expression was one of arrogance. Seeing that Meng Hao was at the chi condensation stage, he obviously felt that he was virtually beyond notice. Meng Hao smiled and glanced around. The look in his eye made it seem as if he were looking at his own house. "This is a pretty nice immortal's cave. Why don't you give it to me?" "Oh, your throne looks pretty good too, if a bit extravagant." "I'll take that as well." The violet-robed man gaped at Meng Hao. The third and fourth Huang brothers, as well as the yellow-robed man, all burst out into arrogant laughter. As it echoed throughout the immortal's cave, second brother Huang's eyes narrowed and filled with a look of concentration. "Actually, I'll take all of you along with the immortal's cave," said Meng Hao. With a chuckle, he began to walk forward. Before he could even take a step, the third and fourth brothers Huang leaped up. They were tall and stalwart, with fierce expressions. Laughing contemptuously, they rushed toward Meng Hao. "You brat, you dare to speak such nonsense in your elder's immortal's cave? Aren't you scared?" They weren't very far away from Meng Hao, and it took only a moment for them to near him. They were just about to employ some magical techniques when Meng Hao again cleared his throat. As he did, he completely ignored the two, and took another step forward. When they ran into him, it was like they had slammed into some immovable force. Blood sprayed from their mouths, and their trembling bodies tumbled backward, slamming up against the wall. They coughed up more blood and looked in shock at Meng Hao. Their cultivation bases were suddenly suppressed, making them little more than mortals. Everything happened too quickly. Before the others could even react, Meng Hao had reached the crystal throne. "Are you looking to die?" cried the yellow-robed man. His body shot forward. Next to him, second brother Huang's eyes flickered, and he waved his hand. A flame bird magically appeared, which shot toward Meng Hao. Second brother Huang himself, however, shot backward in retreat. All of this takes some time to describe, but actually happened in an instant. Meng Hao didn't even need to lift his hand. He glanced indifferently at the incoming yellow-robed man. The man's mind suddenly reeled, and he felt a stabbing pain as some incredible power pulsed in his heart. His vision grew dim, and he began to tremble in despair. The incredible pressure inundated him, and he was powerless to resist it. Blood shot from his mouth, and he tumbled backward, slamming into the wall. Fear and intense astonishment filled his eyes. His body trembled. The only thing he could think of was the weak, shy expression on Meng Hao's face when he had met him, that made him look like a helpless animal. Who are you?" he said, his heart filling with indescribable dread. How could he possibly have imagined that what he brought into his home was not a helpless lamb, but a vicious wild beast? As for second brother Huang's flame bird, before it could even near Meng Hao, it shook, and then disintegrated. To Meng Hao, a flame bird technique such as this was like a child's toy sword. In the space of an instant, 4 of the Huang clan 5 immortals were reduced to a state of shock. The large, violet-robed man still sat on the crystal throne, his face draining of blood. He watched Meng Hao approaching, and his face distorted. With a cry of rage, he leaped up. The instant he did, Meng Hao's gaze fell upon him. When the gaze entered the violet-robed man's eyes, it hit him like a world-shaking thunderclap. An incredible roaring filled his mind, causing his body to spasm. A feeling of imminent life-or-death crisis washed over him. It was as if this gaze could pierce the world itself, and instantly exterminate him. "The Great Circle of Foundation Establishment," gasped the large man, his voice faint. Disbelief filled his eyes. This chapter was sponsored by Fan from WA. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208. Chapter 208, Ask Not the Heavens Regarding Slaying the Flower. Despair and bitterness welled up within the heart of the large, violet-robed man. He immediately lost all will to fight back. Being at early Foundation Establishment, he simply didn't have the courage to attempt to fight with someone of the Great Circle of Foundation Establishment. As Meng Hao calmly approached him, he retreated backward several paces. Without hesitation, he clasped hands and saluted. "Greetings, senior," he said. Then to the others, "Hey you, why haven't you paid respects to the elder?" Mumbling and trembling, the second brother Huang hurried over and bowed deeply to Meng Hao. His heart quivered with fear. How could he ever have imagined that what he previously believed to be a weak little lamb could instantly transform into a devilish fiend that could slaughter him hundreds of times over? Third and fourth brothers, as well as the yellow-robed man, immediately joined the violet-robed man. Trembling, the 5 brothers all bowed repeatedly to Meng Hao. The most bitter and regretful of all, of course, was the yellow-robed man. He glanced over at the violet-robed man to find him staring over with an expression of deep, venomous hatred. The yellow-robed man's eyes darkened, and he very nearly fell into a coma out of fright. Coughing lightly, Meng Hao sat down onto the crystal throne. The 5 men were now standing where he had been just moments ago. The old painter stared in frightened awe. The violet-robed man's heart was filled with anxiety and his scalp was numb. "Sir," he said. He was just now wrapping his mind around what had happened. His body trembled. Meng Hao looked at him and said, "I can see that you have some problems with your cultivation base. You've been stuck with only one Dao pillar for years. How about this? I have a medicinal pill that would be very beneficial." He lifted up his hand, in the middle of which was a medicinal pill. It was a very common pill for the Foundation Establishment stage. However, its effectiveness was a bit. "How many spirit stones are you willing to pay for it?" asked Meng Hao coolly. The violet-robed man gritted his teeth, then pulled out his bag of holding and handed it over to Meng Hao. Meng Hao frowned slightly, causing the trembling violet-robed man to turn and glare ferociously at the 4 men other behind him. Each and every one was shaking in their boots. One by one, they pulled out all of their belongings. In the end, the violet-robed man procured all of the items and wealth they had saved up over the years in their immortal's cave, as well as the cave itself, and offered it to Meng Hao. All in exchange for one medicinal pill. His expression the same as ever, Meng Hao collected up the various valuables. Then he glanced at the yellow-robed man, who looked back sullenly, and then the second brother Huang. "I heard you mention there's a teleportation portal here?" Yes, there is," replied second brother Huang. Not daring to leave out any information, he quickly gave a full description. "Actually, we didn't bring the portal here, it's a natural function of the Immortal's Cave, which we accidentally discovered. It works, but it will only teleport to one fixed location." His heart was filled with virtual agony, as well as complete enmity for the yellow-robed man. "Damn it, 5th brother," he thought, "who is this that you brought back with you? He's some kind of patriarch." Meng Hao nodded. He had already used his spiritual sense to confirm the location of the teleportation portal. Looking back at the 5 men, he suddenly waved his arm. Unable to resist, the 5 of them were instantly swept up. All they could see was a blur as they entered the world of the blood-colored mask which lay inside Meng Hao's bag of the cosmos. Everything was the color of blood. The meat jelly was in the midst of educating the Li clan patriarch, who sat there, emaciated, a blank, agonized look in his eyes. He looked more dead than alive, his body slack. The meat jelly immediately noticed Meng Hao appear with the 5 Huang clan men. Its eyes filled with excitement, and he instantly cast aside the Li clan patriarch. Bullies! He cried, flying over. I smell bullies. They're all bullies, all immoral. It flew a few circles around the 5 Huang clansmen, who were clearly disoriented and terrified. The meat jelly was getting more excited. Meng Hao cleared his throat and said, Senior, these are the bullies I promised to bring you a few days ago. They need education from you to bring them back from the path of wickedness. Excellent, excellent, said the meat jelly with a nod. You kept your word, as shall I. First, let me count. It flapped its wings as it settled onto the shoulder of the large, violet-robed man. 1, 2, 3, the meat jelly began to count, starting with the violet-robed man and the proceeding onto the second and third brothers. When its eyes fell upon the fourth brother, it suddenly stared in shock. 1, 2. It flapped its wings as it reached the yellow-robed man. Suddenly, an angry, humiliated expression appeared on its face. It spun and glared at Meng Hao. Liar! Meng Hao gaped at the meat jelly. Look! Roared the meat jelly furiously. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. You've brought me 2 bullies, and I asked for 3. I wanted 3 bullies. It clearly believed itself to have been swindled. Meng Hao stared with wide eyes. Suddenly, everything became clear. This damned meat jelly really could only count the numbers 1, 2, and 3, but... Without hesitation, Meng Hao quickly swept up the yellow-robed man as well as the fourth brother. Instantly, they disappeared. That was just a little mistake, said Meng Hao quickly. Why don't you count again? The meat jelly carefully began to count again. 1, 2, 3. Ha ha. There are 3. 3 bullies. Excellent, excellent. Excited once again, it beat its wings and flew around in a few more circles. Suddenly, a glow like lightning shot out from it toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao didn't evade. The lightning glow slammed into him, melding with his spiritual sense. This is my will of lightning, said the meat jelly, which had already landed on the shoulder of the violet-robed man. You can use it to change forms one time. Make sure to bring back some more bullies. It looked at the violet-robed man with a friendly expression. Hey. Hello. My name is Ultimate Vexation. What's your name? The large, violet-robed man stared in shock. Not waiting for him to reply, Meng Hao quickly left the blood-colored mask. He could only imagine what would happen after the man responded. A sea of suffering awaited him. Back in the Immortal's cave, Meng Hao sat there, a thoughtful expression on his face. The meat jelly can only count from 1 to 3. Very useful. After a moment, he looked over at the old painter, who sat there with a dull expression on his face. Senior, he said softly, what village are you from? I can take you back home. The man looked scared. He hesitated for a moment, then said in a trembling voice, but my painting isn't finished yet. Do you mind if I paint you? His eyes shined with anticipation. Meng Hao was shocked for a moment. Then his eyes narrowed, and he looked closely at the old man. No matter which way he looked at him, the man seemed mortal. After a while, Meng Hao nodded. Thank you so much, sir, he said, continuing to sit there on the crystal throne. The old man took a deep breath, and then lifted the paintbrush, hand trembling. Looking at Meng Hao, he began to paint. Time passed slowly. It took about 4 hours, during which time Meng Hao waited patiently. The man painted earnestly, and Meng Hao sat without moving. After a while, the old man put down his paintbrush. He eyed the painting in front of him, and a satisfied expression filled his eyes. He looked up at Meng Hao and smiled. Finished, he said. Why don't you take a look? Does it look like you? His face was filled with anticipation. Meng Hao smiled. He stood up and walked over to stand next to the old man. What he saw on the canvas was a young man sitting upright in a chair, surrounded by mountains. You couldn't say that the painting wasn't good, but there was something about it that just didn't seem right. It only bore a 30% resemblance to Meng Hao. Very good, said Meng Hao, smiling and nodding his head. What are these 2 marks here? He lifted his hand to point at the painting, where 2 long, thick marks could be seen. Meng Hao wasn't sure what they meant. What's above all of us? Asked the old man, smiling. Meng Hao looked at him in surprise. Then, he smiled. The sky, he said quietly. Think about it for a moment, said the old man, gazing at Meng Hao. His smile seems to contain some sort of hidden meaning. He looked completely different than he had just moments ago. Meng Hao thought for a moment, and then looked up. His eyes glittered as his vision passed through the immortal's cave to look up at the sky outside. After some time passed, Meng Hao lowered his head. The instant he did, his pupils constricted. The old man was nowhere to be seen. An archaic voice suddenly filled the immortal's cave, causing Meng Hao's body to quiver. His spiritual sense suddenly scattered. Because of the 10,000-year-old will of the world tree, my residual self is here today. It is fate that I came here today to paint for you. I have sealed the true form of the resurrection lily, refined its nature talent and fused it with your spirit. While it is sealed, it cannot harm you. Furthermore, you will be able to draw upon the resurrection lily's nature talent of plants and vegetation. When enough time passes, you can cast away my residual will which seals the flower. Every 10,000 years, I commit one person to memory. Furthermore, a person who exists in my memory cannot be exterminated by the karmic severing of those surnamed Ji. A long moment passed before Meng Hao took a deep breath. His eyes shone brightly as he turned once again to look at the painting. He gasped and stared in shock. The image on the painting was not that of Meng Hao, but of a resurrection lily. It looked savage, unwilling, and even insane. It appeared to be sealed inside the painting. The image was incredibly lifelike. There were also some words written on the painting. The day the resurrection lily blooms with 7 colors, the flower falls, immortal ascension, 1,000 years. Karma is hidden in the immortal mountain. Ask not the heavens regarding the path to slaying the flower. Painted in the southern domain, planet South Heaven, for my young friend. Shui Donglu. 1. Shui Donglu was previously mentioned in Chapter 194 and Chapter 197. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209. Chapter 209, Opportunity for a Secret Meeting. Meng Hao took a deep breath. He lifted his head and was lost in thought for some time. Within his mind swirled images from that day within the cloud vortex in the Song clan. When he'd stood on the enormous tree looking out into the emptiness, he'd seen words written and signed by Shui Donglu. A long moment passed. Finally, Meng Hao sat down cross-legged on the ground to examine himself. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, he opened his eyes, which shone brightly. It was clear to him that the resurrection lily had been completely repressed by some intangible force. It seemed to be asleep, sealed. This effect was much more powerful than that of the spring and autumn tree, and would give him much more time to completely dispel the poison. Taking a deep breath, he carefully rolled up the painting, and then clasped hands and bowed deeply for the old man. Many thanks for your assistance, elder, he said, holding his bow for the space of 10 breaths before straightening. He had no idea why this old man had appeared, or why he had been waiting, seemingly for Meng Hao himself. Shui Donglu. After another moment, Meng Hao turned and headed to examine all of the secret rooms in the Immortal's cave. Everything that he could take with him, he packed away. Afterward, he went to the teleportation portal. Although he hadn't studied teleportation portals very much in the past, he had used them several times. He pulled out a spirit stone and placed it into the middle of the portal. Gleaming light shined out, and soon, the glow of teleportation surrounded Meng Hao. A droning sound filled the air, shaking the entire mountain. The light flashed blindingly, and then disappeared. Meng Hao also disappeared without a trace. Southern Domain. State of Eastern Emergence, Violet Fate Sect Territory. In the middle of the remote mountains was a towering peak, carved into which was an immortal's cave. A radiant, glittering light appeared and then slowly vanished. Meng Hao immediately walked out. He looked back at the abandoned immortal's cave and the rundown teleportation portal. Not sure whether he would need to use it again one day, he committed its location to memory, then disappeared into a beam of prismatic light. As he flew along, a rippling glow suddenly spread out in layers over his body. When it faded, his appearance had completely changed. His skin was no longer dark, but rather fair and clear. He looked much younger, perhaps 16 or 17 years old, and emanated a completely scholarly and refined air. He looked completely different, even somewhat soft and immature. I bet all the sects and clans in the southern domain are looking for me, thanks to the Sublime Spirit Scripture incident. But now, I can infiltrate the Violet Fate sect. Be it with the goal of dispelling my poison, learning alchemy, or to master Violet Chi from the east. I absolutely must join this great sect. His eyes filled with resolve. Several days later, outside the Violet Fate sect, in a city of cultivators. Violet Moon was a flourishing, bustling city, a hub of activity for cultivators in the state of Eastern Emergence. This was especially true in the 7th month of the year, when the Violet Faith sect held its yearly pill auction. During that time, the city usually was filled with even more cultivators than usual. It wasn't just the sects of the state of Eastern Emergence that would come, but sects from throughout the southern domain. Many would teleport here just to attend the pill auction. The so-called pill auction was a massive convention hosted by the Violet Faith sect to auction off medicinal pills. Master alchemists from the Violet Faith sect would offer up their best medicinal pills. Not only would they make tidy profits, but it allowed them to show off their pill concocting talent to the rest of the world. During the pill auction, even the furnace lords of the Violet Faith sect would sometimes participate. When that happened, it would always cause quite a stir, and attract the attention of other great sects. After all, furnace lords from the Violet Faith sect were different than normal master alchemists. Other sects wouldn't be able to raise up a single one, no matter how high of a price they paid. In the entire southern domain, only the Violet Faith sect could train furnace lords. Half the reason the Violet Faith sect could become one of the great sects of the southern domain was because of its alchemists. The other reason was the fragment of the Sublime Spirit scripture which gave them the Violet Chi from the East technique. Because of this, the Violet Faith sect was structured into two divisions. One part of the sect was made up by the Violet Chi division, the other part of the sect was made up of the East Pill division. The Violet Chi division practiced cultivation related to the Tao of magical techniques. The East Pill division was devoted to the Tao of alchemy. The two divisions both complemented and respected each other. Because of this relationship, the Violet Faith sect occupied its current position. This year's Violet Faith sect pill auction would take place in only a few days, within Violet Moon City. Currently, a young scholar of about 16 to 17 years old stood in the public square in the city center, gazing off into the distance at a mountain. The mountain glowed with a violet light that rose up to the heavens. It turned the entire sky a violet color, and from a distance, it didn't appear to be a mountain but actually, a colossal mountain-sized statue. The statue depicted an old man. In front of the old man was a pill furnace shaped somewhat like a mountain, as well as an enormous scroll, both of which emanated violet-colored light. With a mere glance, anyone could tell that this place was anything but ordinary. This was the main gate of the Violet Faith sect. Next to the young scholar was a skinny, middle-aged man of about 30 years of age, with shifty eyes. He sighed emotionally and said, "That's the founder of the Violet Faith sect. His Taoist name was Reverend Violet East. He's long since achieved immortality. However, the Taoist doctrines he left behind have been built upon down until this very day. They became the foundation upon which was built one of the 5 great sects of the southern domain, the Violet Faith sect." His eyes filled with veneration, he continued. Later generations remembered his countenance and, using a mountain as the base, carved out that statue. The pill furnace in front of him represents the East Pill division of the Violet Faith sect. The scroll represents the Violet Chi division. Together, they form the majestic main gate of the Violet Faith sect. Beyond that gate are endless mountains, all connected with suspension bridges. It forms an amazing sight that outsiders aren't able to gaze upon. That is the Violet Faith sect. The young scholar seemed to be completely wrapped up in the man's words. However, deep in his eyes existed a cold light. Naturally, this young scholar was none other than Meng Hao, with his new appearance. The skinny man next to him was a guide he'd found who helped strangers familiarize themselves with the city. "If only I could join a great sect like this, then I would be able to live without regrets," Meng Hao said softly, gazing at the majestic main gate. His words were filled with longing. "That's pretty much impossible," laughed the skinny man. "The Violet Faith sect rarely recruits new disciples. Even when they do, it's usually only from the sects and cultivator clans within the state of Eastern Emergence. They almost never accept outsiders. If they did, the state of Eastern Emergence would be filled with people dreaming of joining." "Young friend, it's still early. What sort of things are you interested in buying? I can take you to find them." "There's no need, I already found what I was looking for." Meng Hao laughed, then took out a spirit stone and handed it to the skinny man. He gave him a slight bow and then walked out of the square. The skinny man stared at him in surprise for a moment, and then pocketed the spirit stone. He had led the young man around all morning, showing him all around the city but not taking him to any markets whatsoever. Putting the matter aside, he walked off. There was still a whole afternoon in which to find other customers. Meng Hao traversed the streets surrounding the public square. Halfway down one block, he suddenly stopped and glanced over at a nearby store. It was a medicinal pill shop. On the wall inside the shop, he could see some old, dried-up medicinal pills, arranged to form the outline of a pill furnace. In the middle of the image of the pill furnace was an elliptical symbol. Within the symbol were 4 dried-up medicinal pills. Nothing about it looked out of the ordinary or unique. However, after catching sight of it, a smile broke out on Meng Hao's face. He walked around the corner into an alley. When he emerged, he was wearing a wide, bamboo hat and a long robe. He strode directly into the medicinal pill shop. The shop wasn't large. Other than the shopkeeper, there was no one else inside. "I want one of these pills," said Meng Hao, pointing to one of the low-priced pills on the shelf. The shopkeeper opened his eyes and glanced at Meng Hao, then pulled out one of the pills Meng Hao had pointed to. "This pill is useful during the 5th level of qi condensation. It costs 17 spirit stones." Meng Hao grabbed the pill without even looking at it, and with the flick of a sleeve, sent it shooting toward the image on the wall. It immediately smashed into the middle of the elliptical symbol. Now, instead of 4 pills, there were 5. With that, he tossed some spirit stones to the shopkeeper and then left. The shopkeeper watched all of this in surprise. Then his eyes began to glitter, and he clasped hands and bowed toward Meng Hao's back as he walked off. Time passed. Meng Hao had been staying in Violet Moon City for 2 days. On the same day that the Violet Fate Sect pill auction started, he was sitting there cross-legged in the night when suddenly he opened his eyes and retrieved a jade slip from his bag of holding. It was glowing brightly. This particular jade slip was an invitation medallion to a secret meeting. Recorded in the jade slip was a map, marked with the same symbol that was on the wall of the shop he'd visited earlier. Outside, the moon was rising. Meng Hao put away the jade slip and then left. Soon, he appeared outside the same shop as before, wearing a white bamboo hat and voluminous robes. Without hesitation, he walked up and knocked on the wooden door. After 3 knocks, the door slowly swung open. Inside was nothing but pitch black. His eyes flickered. After a moment's examination, he walked in. Ripples flowed out across the surface of the blackness, as if it were water. Meng Hao saw a bright glow, and then he was in a different place. Up ahead of him was a princely palace. This palace looked exactly the same as the place he had visited the first time he went to one of these secret meetings. An old man, hands crossed and folded up within his sleeves, stood outside the palace. He looked Meng Hao over wordlessly. Meng Hao approached, pulling out the secret meeting invitation medallion. The old man lowered his head, and Meng Hao walked past him into the palace. He could hear the sounds of singing and dancing coming from further inside, just like the last time. Beyond some ornamental rock displays was a pavilion, within which sat 4 cultivators. All of them wore masks covering their faces, making it impossible to see who they were. This chapter was sponsored by fan from W.A., Melvin Smith, Anonymous, Quinton Niven, Atmasatriani Manon, and Cole Hausner. 1. The first secret meeting Meng Hao attended was in Chapter 140. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210. Chapter 210, Joining the Violet Fate Sect. Meng Hao stepped into the pavilion calmly. He didn't look at the 4 others, nor did they look at him. He sat down off to the side. Not much time passed before 3 more people arrived. They were surrounded by the sound of singing, and yet no dancers could be seen. It created a truly bizarre air. Suddenly, contented laughter rang out as a ruddy-faced old man appeared and strode toward them. He sat down in the seat of honor. "Ladies and gentlemen, let today's secret meeting begin. I won't go into all the rules. I'm sure this is not your first time participating as guests in a secret meeting, fellow Taoists, so let's get going." He flicked his sleeve, and a 9 dragons furnace appeared in the middle of all the participants. Mist began to spread out, and Meng Hao glanced at the old man. This man was clearly not the same old man Meng Hao had seen at his first secret meeting. However, Meng Hao's cultivation base was not the same as it had been at that time. With his spiritual sense, he could tell that the old man wasn't even real. He was actually a projection. These secret meetings are really mysterious, Meng Hao thought. There must be some powerful forces behind the scenes that organize them. The meeting back in the Black Civ Sect territory was exactly the same as this one. He pulled out a jade slip, which he sent into the furnace. All the other participants did the same, and soon the mist from the dragon furnace filled the area, enveloping everyone. Glowing lights began to appear, which Meng Hao started to browse through. His eyes began to flicker. The vast majority of the offerings were for pill formulas and medicinal plants. There must be at least one person from the East Pill Division here today, and not just a master alchemist, but a furnace lord. In the past few days, Meng Hao had made a few inquiries about the East Pill Division, and now knew much more about it. For example, disciples of the East Pill Division started out as apprentice alchemists. Eventually, they could become master alchemists, then furnace lords. Higher than the Furnace Lords were the Violet Furnace Lords, who were very important figures within the Southern Domain. Violet Furnace Lords were automatically novitiates of Grandmaster Pill Demon, and thus could receive direct instruction from him. The only other way to become a novitiate of Grandmaster Pill Demon was to have special backing, and thus reach heaven in a single bound, so to speak. For example, Ding Xin from all those years ago had been a disciple of the Violet Chi division. However, his gift for pill concoction impressed Grandmaster Pill Demon, and he eventually was selected to become a novitiate. Sadly, before he could even begin his studies, he had been sent to the state of Zhao and had fallen at the hands of Meng Hao. 1. After that, the only disciple Grandmaster Pill Demon had accepted to be a novitiate was Chu Yuyan. However, her skill in pill concocting was actually only at the level of a Furnace Lord. She was still quite a distance from Violet Furnace Lord. Meng Hao sat there thoughtfully, looking over the various twinkling dots of light. After a while, he reached out to grab the glowing dot that contained his information. He quickly imprinted it with some more details and then threw it back out to wait. Not too much time passed before a streak of light appeared in front of him. You have a friend who wants to join the Violet Fate Sex East Pill Division and become an apprentice alchemist? You'll need a recommendation for that. What do you have to trade? Meng Hao's eyes glittered. This was the exact purpose for which he had chosen to attend the Violet Moon City's secret meeting. According to the rules of the Violet Fate sect, it was impossible to just randomly join the sect. However, the larger a sect is, the more dragons and snakes will be jumbled together too. Of course, there would be some people who would break the rules out of self-interest. And apparently the secret meeting had a Furnace Lord in attendance, most likely because of the recent pill auction. If medicinal herbs could be sold for profit, then why not a spot in the sect for an apprentice alchemist? After all, in the Violet Fate sect, there were roughly 100,000 apprentice alchemists. One spot didn't really count for anything. Meng Hao didn't respond immediately. He waited for about the time it takes 2 incense sticks to burn. No more responses to his request came in, so he began to negotiate with the person who had just messaged him. They felt each other out to confirm each other's legitimacy. Meng Hao was familiar with this process. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach an agreement. Meng Hao traded some of the medicinal plants he had acquired in Patriarch Reliance's Immortal's Cave in exchange for a spot as an apprentice alchemist. When the deal was completed, Meng Hao had a new jade slip in his hand. It was dark green, and the image of a pill furnace was carved on its surface. Soon, the secret meeting came to an end. The mist dissipated, and one by one, the various participants disappeared into beams of light. When Meng Hao passed through the glowing exit, he found himself in a remote corner of Violet Moon City. He lowered his head and promptly disappeared into the night. 3 days later, at the foot of the Violet Fate sect, Meng Hao appeared, still looking like the 16 or 17-year-old scholar. He had a nervous expression on his face as he respectfully handed the dark green jade slip over to a stout middle-aged man. The man wore a Taoist robe and had a thin beard. He appeared to be at the 8th level of Qi condensation. He glanced at Meng Hao and then looked over the jade slip. Since you have this jade slip of recommendation, you may join the Violet Fate sect as an apprentice alchemist. However, all apprentice alchemists must cross the pass of truth. Including yourself, there are 3 people here today who wish to join the sect. If any of you harbor sinister intentions, then you will meet your death on the bridge of truth. He flicked his sleeve and began to walk. Meng Hao followed him along the foot of the mountain, the one that was shaped like a pill furnace. Up above was the imposing statue of Reverend Violet East. Meng Hao and the middle-aged man walked for some time, until they were about halfway up the mountain. Up ahead was a chain bridge, which swayed lightly back and forth. Clouds drifted about above and below, making the image of Reverend Violet East just barely visible. Behind the giant statue was the peak of a mountain, surrounded by curling mists and clouds. Beneath the bridge was a deep abyss. Falling into the abyss meant sure death for anyone who couldn't use their cultivation base. Not far from the chain bridge stood a cultivator of about 30 years of age, with a blank expression on his face. Behind him were 2 youths, 1 boy and 1 girl, who cast nervous glances at the chain bridge. Clearly, they were so frightened that their scalps had gone numb. The stout cultivator led Meng Hao up to them and then yawned. "The 3 of you must cross the bridge," he said. "If no duplicity exists in your heart, then you will reach the other side safely. With that, you will be a Violet Fate sect apprentice alchemist. However, if you do harbor duplicity, then you will die." Throughout the years, many youths have perished before reaching the other side. Having finished his speech, the man completely ignored Meng Hao and the others. The expressionless cultivator closed his eyes. Meng Hao looked over at the chain bridge. Without hesitation, he walked forward toward it. Behind him, the young man gritted his teeth and followed. As soon as Meng Hao stepped foot onto the bridge, it began to sway back and forth. He took a deep breath as he walked away from the Pill Furnace Mountain. About halfway, a strong wind picked up, whistling past him, causing the bridge to sway even harder. At the same time, a soft sigh could be heard. The sound of it pierced into Meng Hao's ears and sent his mind reeling. Distracting thoughts suddenly filled his head. They contained information about the various reasons he wanted to join the Violet Fate sect. They bubbled up, beyond his control, as if at the moment anyone could read his thoughts. At this exact moment, however, the aura which powered the meat jelly's transformation ability suddenly rose up. It immediately pushed down the distracting thoughts. Suddenly, Meng Hao felt an invisible gaze descending upon him from the statue of Reverend Violet East, inspecting him. His heart trembled. As the other distracting thoughts were pushed down, he tried hard to continue thinking about his desire to study pill concocting as well as his yearning to join the Violet Fate sect. The invisible gaze swept over Meng Hao for the space of about 10 breaths. Then, it moved on to the two young people behind him. Meng Hao continued on, his face pale. Behind him, a scream rang out. Nothing had happened to the young woman, but the young man suddenly fell off of the chain bridge, plummeting down. Suddenly, the power of early foundation establishment erupted out from the young man. As soon as it did, though, his body suddenly trembled. A look of fear shone in his eyes as his cultivation base suddenly vanished. Like nothing more than a mortal, he fell down into the abyss. Meng Hao sucked in a deep breath. With an expression of both determination and fear, he continued on, clenching his jaw. The gaze swept over him a total of 9 times. Each time, it stayed on him longer and longer. Finally, he reached the statue of Reverend Violet East. He stepped onto the mountain that formed the main gate of the Violet Fate sect. He had succeeded. There in front of him was an old man wearing a black gown. A thick aroma of medicinal plants wafted off of him. He looked coolly at Meng Hao for a moment, and then nodded. Generally speaking, people could not cross the bridge of truth if they harbored secret motives. The chain bridge seemed ordinary in nature. However, it was a method that the East Pill Division had used for years to test disciples. If they passed the test, then they could join the sect. State your name. Fang Mu, replied Meng Hao, nervously clasping his hands. 3. I am the honor guard of the East Pill Division's herb district, Su Chen, said the old man coolly. I also supervise new apprentice alchemists. You're lucky to be able to join the Violet Fate sect's East Pill Division. Apprentice alchemists are the foundation of the East Pill Division. Every single Furnace Lord was promoted from the ranks of the Master Alchemists, who of course all start out as apprentice alchemists. In the future, perhaps you will become an esteemed Furnace Lord. That will depend on your good fortune and latent talent. The young woman finally approached from the bridge. She trembled as she stood next to Meng Hao. Her face was pale white. Let's go. Having reached this point, you can now call this sect your home. The old man smiled kindly, and then flicked his sleeve. A gentle wind picked up Meng Hao and the young woman as the old man flew off with them to another location. Winding paths snaked through the surrounding mountains as they flew along. Looking around, Meng Hao could only see endless chains of mountains, as well as countless valleys filled with richly ornamented buildings. The whole scene looked celestial in nature. This place, thought Meng Hao, is the sect where Fang Mu will reside for a very long time. His eyes shined brightly as he looked at all the sights. Then suddenly, a strange expression filled his eyes. He had just noticed that in one valley was an empty space between the buildings. Stabbed into the side of the mountain there was an iron spear. That iron spear looked very familiar. 1. Ding Xan made his appearance in Chapter 64, and was eventually killed in Chapter 67. 2. This expression means that good and bad people will be mixed up together. 3. Fang Mu in Chinese is Fang Mu. Fang is a surname, although the character has multiple meanings, some of which are square in direction. Mu means wood or tree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211. Chapter 211, A Despicable Name. Soon, the old man brought Meng Hao and the young woman to their destination. It was a very large mountain valley, filled with a variety of buildings. Off in the distance were areas devoted to growing medicinal plants. As soon as they arrived, Meng Hao could smell a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. There were many young people in the valley, all of whom wore short, light yellow garments. Some were picking medicinal plants and others were lost in thought as they studied jade slips. Some sat beneath the evening sunshine, staring at medicinal plants which they held in their hands. The plants swayed back and forth in a very bizarre fashion. After landing, the old man flicked his sleeve and cried, "Bai Yun Lai." The young people nearby all looked up. Catching sight of the old man, their faces filled with respect, and they saluted with clasped hands. An average-sized young man ran out of one of the buildings and approached them. He looked to be about 30 years of age. "Master Su, sir, I'm here," he said in a flattering tone. "What orders do you have? I can help you with absolutely anything." The old man glared at him. "These are 2 new apprentice alchemists who just joined the sect. Explain things to them and then take them to get their medallions." With that, the old man turned to look at Meng Hao and the young woman. He nodded encouragingly, then transforming into a beam of light and shot away. Now that the old man was gone, the surrounding youths ignored Meng Hao and the others and continued on with their various activities. They didn't seem to have any good or bad will toward Meng Hao whatsoever. Their expressions were calm and even. Meng Hao was going to have to get used to being in a sect like this. Life in the Reliance sect had been very different. This was now the second sect he had joined. He sighed inwardly. The young woman next to him clasped hands toward Bai Yunlai and said, "Greetings, elder brother Bai." "Hey, no elders here, and no need for saluting." Bai Yunlai laughed heartily, looking back and forth between Meng Hao and the young woman. "You two came just at the right time. Most of the apprentice alchemists in the sect have been very busy with the pill auction. There aren't very many people left behind. Alright, you two don't worry. With old Bai here, you'll quickly get into the swing of things. Come. Let's walk around a bit, and I'll introduce the place to you." After asking their names, Bai Yunlai led the way as they began to walk around. If you want a description of the Violet Fate Sect's East Pill Division, well, that's a massive topic. There are no less than 100 valleys just like this one. Each one is home to nearly 1,000 apprentice alchemists. Most of our time is spent growing medicinal plants, memorizing the names of various medicines, and occasionally harvesting the plants. Do you know who the most tired people in the whole southern domain are? Us Violet Fate Sect apprentice alchemists, that's who. 100,000 apprentice alchemists, each with their own work to do. Actually, we have to participate in all the different activities. We need to memorize the names of over 100,000 medicinal plants, we have to care for the growing plants, plus we have to find time to practice cultivation. If we didn't do that, then we wouldn't be able to catalyze the plants into growth. As for you two, well, you'll figure everything out eventually. Us apprentice alchemists are real peons. Only if you stick out like an awl poking through a sack, and distinguish yourself in some way, can you possibly become a master alchemist and study true alchemy? Then inner sect disciples will come looking for you to concoct pills. According to sect rules, they have to provide compensation to us when we concoct pills for them. It's always a good day when that happens. Too bad there are 100,000 apprentice alchemists. How many do you think become master alchemists? There are only 1,000 in the entire sect. It's so difficult. Bai Yunlai spoke very quickly as he led Meng Hao and the young woman through various valleys. See here? This is one of the places where only master alchemists can go. We aren't allowed in. They continued on. This area belongs to the Violet Chi division, although it's not the inner sect, just the outer sect. Bai Yunlai had led the two of them to one of the valleys toward the front of the sect. Here were congregated quite a few cultivators of the Violet Chi division. Courteous expressions appeared on their faces when they saw Bai Yunlai. It seemed he was a relatively influential person within the sect. Meng Hao cleared his throat and then said some flattering things to Bai Yunlai, who instantly looked very happy and said, "You know, I know almost everything about the sect, and there aren't many things I can't take care of. Junior brother Fong, if you ever have any problems in the future, you just come look for me and I'll take care of everything for you." Suddenly, Bai Yunlai stopped in his tracks. He pointed up toward the center of the valley, where an iron spear was stabbed into the side of the mountain. The spear was bent, and having been exposed to the wind and rain, was covered in rust. Bai Yunlai looked around, then lowered his voice and said, "Do you see that iron spear? There's a story behind it." A strange expression appeared on Meng Hao's face. He had noticed this valley when they'd flown past earlier. He looked up at the spear, coughing slightly, and feigning extreme interest. "Do you know who put that spear there?" It was Wu Dingqiu of the senior generation. They say that 10 years ago, on a dark and stormy night, Elder Wu returned to the sect in a foul rage, with that spear in his hand. He threw it with all his might, and it landed right there. According to the rumors from that year, he wanted all the outer sect disciples to remember the shame caused by that spear. He said, "You fools are always stupid to the point of death. If you keep being this stupid, you really will die one day." Bai Yunlai's voice was very quiet as he spoke, and yet extremely vivid. The young woman's eyes went wide as she listened. Meng Hao spontaneously gave another light cough. Where did the spear come from? asked the young woman. Where did it come from? Had ha. You might not believe it. According to the legend, 10 years ago, a group of outer sect disciples participated in an outer sect promotion test. It was held in an extremely dangerous location, where they met a vile creature of a man. That guy ended up selling the iron spear to the two strongest of the disciples. The price they paid reduced them to poverty and ruin. They even borrowed spirit stones from fellow disciples to pay for it. They thought it was a precious treasure, which was why they bought it. It wasn't until a few years ago that they finally paid back all the spirit stones. Anyway, when Wu Dingqiu heard what happened, he felt it was an utter humiliation. And he was the leader of the group. What do you two think? Was that man despicable or what? 2. The young woman had been listening with wide eyes and gaping mouth. She looked up at the iron spear, which looked in all respects to be completely normal. She couldn't understand why the two strongest of the disciples would waste so much money on it. Meng Hao felt a little guilty. Then he noticed that Bai Yunlai was looking at him, so he nodded and solemnly said, "That fellow is definitely matchlessly despicable. It's enough to make one's hair bristle with anger." Actually, after meeting Qian Shuihan and Lu Song back in the Song clan, he had guessed that the matter from that year had had a profoundly negative effect on the two of them, which continued on down to this day. What he had never imagined was that it actually affected the entire Violet Fate sect. Suddenly, he felt a bit sorry for Qian Shuihan and Lu Song. And now he understood why they had been gnashing their teeth with fury back at the Song clan. Bai Yunlai sighed and shook his head. The spear is here as a reminder to all Violet Fate outer sect disciples. They are never to forget this matter. Who was the person who sold them the spear? Asked the young woman, her curiosity piqued. His name is Meng Hao, said Bai Yunlai quietly. Have you heard of him? Recently, everybody in the southern domain has been talking about him. At the Song clan's search for a son-in-law, he revealed himself as the successor of the sublime spirit scripture. He's the same person who was involved in that scandal with Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao? Said the young woman, gaping. Quiet. Said Bai Yunlai quickly. That name is taboo in the Violet Fate sect. No one dares to speak it aloud. Meng Hao stood off to the side, feeling even more guilty. He continued to clear his throat. He suddenly had the feeling that coming to the Violet Fate sect might not have been the best decision. It was at this time that his facial expression suddenly flickered. He had just caught sight of a beam of light approaching from the distance. It transformed into a grim-faced young man who stared ferociously at Bai Yunlai. This was none other than Qian Shuihan. Bai Yunlai, what are you doing sticking around here? Why haven't you moved on, Bai Yunlai suddenly shivered, and a flattering expression appeared on his face. Elder brother Qian, I'm just showing these two apprentice alchemists around the sect. We were just leaving. With that he grabbed Meng Hao and the young woman and hurriedly led them away. Did you see? That was one of the two who bought the spear that year. In the future, you must never under any circumstances utter the name Meng Hao in front of him. If you do, he'll fly into a violent rage. He continued on with some more earnest exhortation. Furthermore, if you two ever leave the sect to do training in the future, you must be extremely careful if you ever run into Meng Hao. His deviousness knows no bounds. The wide-eyed young woman's face was covered with disbelief. However, she quickly nodded, clearly placing the warning deep in her heart. Inside, Meng Hao laughed bitterly. Now he knew why they had looked so wary back in the Song clan when they heard his name, and yet he didn't even recognize them. Remember, Bai Yunlai repeated, the name Meng Hao is taboo in our sect. Don't forget that. Okay, now we need to go get your identity medallions and handle your living arrangements. As of now, the girl clearly viewed Meng Hao as a fearsome tiger. Meng Hao could only laugh bitterly inside as Bai Yunlai led them away. Soon they arrived at a valley which was relatively large and crowded. Since you've joined the Violet Fate sect, you're obviously from local cultivator clans. As you know, we all have limits to our cultivation bases. As apprentice alchemists, you must master the first technique of alchemy. Pay attention. This technique is called Violet Cloud Spirit. With this technique, you can feed a plant with your spiritual energy and catalyze its effectiveness, which is based on its medicinal age. Depending on your skill and the nature of your cultivation base, the catalyzation will produce different results. There were several hundred people here. Most sat cross-legged, looking at the medicinal plants rocking back and forth in their hands. In the very front was a solemn, middle-aged man who was currently giving a lecture about some alchemic technique. He held up his hand, within which was a growing medicinal plant. In the blink of an eye, it grew up 2 inches. Meng Hao looked around, focusing especially on the medicinal plant in the hand of the middle-aged man. His eyes gleamed with a strange light. Bai Yunlai led them to the center of the valley, where an unimposing old man in a gray robe sat there with eyes closed. He looked like he was asleep. It was impossible to tell the level of his cultivation base. Seemingly out of habit, Bai Yunlai walked over and retrieved 2 medallions and a bag of holding from the old man's side. He pulled out 2 violet-colored jade slips which he then handed to Meng Hao and the young woman. "Give it a try," he said solemnly as the two looked at the jade slips. "The technique is very simple. You should be able to master it very quickly. Then, you'll have a chance to try catalyzing for the first time. It's very important, though. It will reveal your aptitude toward alchemy, and we have to record the results." This chapter was sponsored by Colin Brinkmans. 1. Bai Yunlai's name in Chinese is Bai Yunlai. Bai is a common surname which means white. Yun means cloud. Lai means come. 2. Meng Hao sold the spear to Qian Shuihan in Lusong in chapter 56. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212. Chapter 212, Nature Talent Appears. The young woman, whose name was Chen Ling, seemed nervous when she heard what Bai Yunlai said. With an anxious, earnest expression, she examined the jade slip. Perhaps her latent talent was average. After looking at it for the space of about 10 breaths, she reached out her hand, which began to glow with a purple light. Bai Yunlai's eyes began to glow. "Not bad, junior sister Chen. Okay, take out a medicinal plant seed." Chen Ling quickly opened her bag of holding and took out a seed. She placed it on her open palm, then, her face very serious, began to catalyze it. The violet qi in her hand grew denser, until it seemed it couldn't grow any stronger. The seed began to wriggle, and then 3 leaves sprouted out of it. Many of the surrounding onlookers noticed this, and then looked at Chen Ling. Her face grew red, and she was clearly excited. She looked at Bai Yunlai expectantly. To produce 3 leaves on your first try shows that you have pretty good latent talent. Junior sister Chen Ling, according to my calculations, you have a 10% chance of becoming a master alchemist in the future. He sighed emotionally, looking a bit jealous. It seemed that someone who could produce 3 leaves was uncommon among the 100,000 apprentice alchemists. Bai Yunlai quickly recorded the results of her catalyzing. After that, the voice of the man lecturing about alchemy techniques drifted over. He sounded calm and solemn. "You will join District 2 Valley 13. His face was austere as he looked at her. In a low voice, Bai Yunlai offered an explanation. The 100,000 apprentice alchemists of the Eastern Pill Division are separated into districts 1 to 4. Generally speaking, only those with outstanding latent talent can enter District 2. Junior sister Chen, go on over there to Master Uncle Zhou. Good fortune is with you today." Looking excited and nervous, Chen Ling immediately ran over. "Junior brother Fong, it's your turn now," said Bai Yunlai with a sigh. He looked at Meng Hao. Meng Hao stood there thoughtfully for a moment. The technique described in the jade slip was simple, but obviously, the implementation of it was fantastic. Essentially, it could catalyze the medicinal age of medicinal plants, and as such, could be viewed as a force of nature. It seems only simple medicinal plants can be catalyzed using this technique, thought Meng Hao. Basically, you use spiritual energy to nourish the medicinal plant. Even still, this technique is extraordinary. I wonder how the Violet Fate sect prevents it from being stolen. He silently retrieved a medicinal plant seed from his bag of holding and placed it on his palm. He looked at it for a moment, then used the technique described in the jade slip to begin catalyzing it. He had 2 core Cs, the first one of which contained 5 perfect Tao pillars. Before arriving at the Violet Fate sect, he had used the Sublime Spirit scripture to once again form the second one. At the moment, the only cultivation base visible to outsiders was the aura of his second core C. Its power caused the purple glow to appear on his hand. It was immediately apparent that the glow was thicker and brighter than that created by Chen Ling. Immediately, the seed in Meng Hao's hand began to wriggle. Then it sprouted 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. In the blink of an eye it had already sprouted 7 leaves. The purple glow in Meng Hao's hand grew blinding, filling the air. Instantly, all the surrounding apprentice alchemists looked over, shocked. All eyes were on Meng Hao. The blinding rays of light were unthinkable, unbelievable. The man lecturing about alchemy techniques looked over wide-eyed, staring openly at Meng Hao. Next to him, Chen Ling stared in shock. As for Bai Yunlai, his jaw dropped, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously before staring in complete shock. Everything was quiet as all onlookers stared at the violet glow and the medicinal seed plant in Meng Hao's hand. Then, Meng Hao continued to use the technique. He fell into a strange state, as if he himself had turned into nature, and this seed had become a part of him. It was a marvelous feeling, and as Meng Hao immersed himself in it, the seed suddenly sprouted an 8th leaf, then a 9th. A cracking sound pealed out as the seed continued to grow. The emerald green leaf sprouts grew larger, wrapping up and around Meng Hao's right arm. The white-haired, wrinkled old man who had been dozing behind Bai Yunlai opened his eyes. They glowed with an ancient light as he looked at Meng Hao. At the same time, they filled with excitement. Meng Hao hadn't just caused new leaves to sprout, he had grown an entire plant. Meng Hao's mind reeled as the cracking sounds from moments ago pulled him out of the bizarre state he had just been in. His eyes flickered, and he frowned. He hadn't intended to show off such talent, and actually, he had been completely immersed in the strange state just now, which had somehow led his actions. He hesitated for a moment, his face pale. His cultivation base was dried up, and following the reduction in his spiritual power, the medicinal plant also began to slowly wither up. Soon it died, and then fell off of Meng Hao's arm. Panting, Meng Hao stepped back a few paces, eyes shining with confusion. Everything was deathly silent. It seemed like Bai Yunlai couldn't understand what was going on. He had been in the Violet Fate sect for years, and had never seen someone perform such an astonishing feat the first time they practiced catalyzing. He looked at Meng Hao as if he weren't even human. All of the surrounding apprentice alchemists were completely shocked. What they had just witnessed exceeded their imaginations. The middle-aged man panted as he looked at Meng Hao, his eyes shining with passion. Said Meng Hao, hesitating for a moment. He was a little bit scared, unsure of what he should say. At this moment, the old man behind Bai Yunlai stood up and walked forward to stand next to Meng Hao. He reached a hand out to grab Meng Hao's wrist. His spiritual power burst out, flowing through Meng Hao's body, examining him. The power was incapable of completely examining Meng Hao. Despite having some suspicions, he could only see Meng Hao's second core C, which contained the power of the 6th level of qi condensation. He wasn't able to see the true color of the core C either, as it had been completely transformed by the frightening power of the meat jelly. As far the man could see, everything was normal. Eventually, he released his grip. He picked up the withered medicinal plant and looked at it carefully for a moment. Then he returned his gaze to Meng Hao. His eyes were now filled with the glow of praise. First-rate latent talent. You will join District 1 Valley 1. A wide smile covered the old man's face as he clasped Meng Hao's shoulder. Then he flew up into the sky, taking the withered medicinal plant with him. As he flew off, the entire valley broke out into a huge commotion. First-rate latent talent. No wonder his catalyzing is so astonishing. With latent talent like that, he's destined to become a master alchemist, which we haven't seen for years. Wow, I've heard of people having first-rate latent talent, but I've never heard of someone as inhuman as this. He catalyzed full plant growth. As the air filled with conversations, Bai Yunlai approached Meng Hao, eyes shining with excitement. Junior brother Fong, he said, make sure to watch out for yourself from now on. You have first-rate latent talent. Could there have been a mistake? Asked Meng Hao, still hesitating. There's no way. Elder Wang tested you personally. How could he possibly make a mistake? It seems he took that medicinal plant to go show other elders. Ha ha. Junior brother Fong, you're going to be famous. Come, I'll take you to District 1 Valley 1. It's like a celestial paradise. I look in every time I pass it, but I've never been able to go in. He pulled Meng Hao along with him, leaving behind the hubbub and shining eyes. Even after they were gone, the commotion continued to echo out. Time passed. Soon half a month had gone by. Meng Hao was now much more familiar with the East Pill division of the Violet Fate sect. Division 1 Valley 1 wasn't very large, but was occupied by few people, clearly much less than other valleys. The scenery was enchanting. The mountains were lush, and a small mountain stream flowed down from up above. Fish swam within its depths, which Meng Hao could see from his house, located just north of the stream. It was a small house with a courtyard outside. Within the courtyard was a small garden where he could grow medicinal plants. Currently, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the courtyard, holding a scroll of bamboo slips. The scroll was filled with handwriting and pictures, all describing various medicinal plants. Meng Hao sat all morning and into noon reading the scroll. Finally, he looked up. He smelled the medicinal aroma that filled the air and listened to the gurgling of the stream. A light mist filled the area, causing the valley to truly seem celestial. Maybe that was somewhat of an exaggeration, but there was no denying that this was an ideal place for cultivation. This was basically the #1 valley for apprentice alchemists in the entire sect. Meng Hao had found out that including him, less than 50 people in the entire sect had the requisite latent talent to live in here. Everyone had their own living quarters where they could study, grow plants and practice pill concocting. It was a quiet location, and Meng Hao felt very at home. He was especially happy to read books that weren't jade slips but actual scrolls. It reminded him of his life as a scholar back in Yunjia County. 100,000 medicinal plants, all different and organized into different categories. Not only do I need to memorize them, I also need to remember their habits and characteristics, how to plant and harvest them, and how to store them. I need to remember which medicinal plants cannot be mixed together, where and how to grow them, and also the proper ratios when using them. Furthermore, it's not just the whole plant itself. The leaves, stems and sap of various plants are all different. Splicing plants together can lead to countless variations. They talk about 100,000 medicinal plants, but actually, when you combine everything together, it's more like 1,000,000. Meng Hao rubbed the bridge of his nose. For the past half-month, he had been studying information about medicinal plants every day. As an apprentice alchemist of the Violet Fate sect, he must remember all such information. Of course, there was simply so much information, it was essentially impossible to magically brand it all onto the mind. The only method was rote memorization. The more he memorized, the more prepared he would be. Forewarned is forearmed, so to speak, there was no trickery about it. Besides, Meng Hao didn't find it annoying. He was a born scholar, after all, and this type of environment suited him quite well. There was no killing, no danger and treachery, no dealing with the wind and rain of the outside world. Meng Hao attempted not to think about the past, and instead fully immersed himself in the role of Feng Mu. He was in the Violet Fate sect now, and he intended to take advantage of the peace and quiet. As he examined all the information available to apprentice alchemists, his mind began to swirl with many images. Now he knew that this sort of knowledge was nature talent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213. Chapter 213, Violet Fate Celestial Land. Time flashed by, and soon 2 months had gone by. Meng Hao was now completely accustomed to life in the Violet Fate sect. Because of testing in with first-rate latent talent, he had been able to enjoy some special perks, although it wasn't anything as amazing as others might have expected of some important person. In fact, during the 2 months, he didn't see the white-haired old man at all. Bai Yunlai, on the other hand, frequently came to visit. It was with his help that Meng Hao came to understand the Violet Fate sect so quickly. There were lectures regarding alchemic techniques every day, which Meng Hao almost always attended. In the midst of the hundreds of others also in attendance, Meng Hao didn't stick out at all. Different senior members of the sect would give the lectures, they would rotate every few days. It seemed everyone's understanding of matters was slightly different. By listening to all of them, Meng Hao quickly began to have a much deeper understanding of the catalyzing techniques. In addition, when it came to growing medicinal plants, the sect had a special area to distribute medicinal plant seeds, much the same as the Reliance sect had distributed spirit stones. The purpose, of course, was to allow the apprentice alchemists a chance to practice planting. The various lectures by senior members of the sect gave the whole place a very tranquil atmosphere. There was no fighting to the death. Meng Hao couldn't help but think that the Reliance sect had been extremely different. To him, this place was in some ways more like an institute of higher learning than a sect. Every month, there would be a special sermon regarding medicinal scriptures. The officiators were always veteran master alchemists. Each and every one had risen up from the ranks of the apprentice alchemists. When it came to pill concocting, their skill was by no means shallow. Their alchemy lectures were not always limited to the topic of medicinal plants, they sometimes spoke of concoction techniques, too. Meng Hao learned a lot after only listening to a few such sermons. In addition to all of the studying and planting of medicinal plants, apprentice alchemists also had monthly catalyzing quotas to meet. Every month, a certain amount of catalyzed medicinal plants were required to be delivered up to the sect. This was the life of an apprentice alchemist in the East Pill Division. Life was a never-ending cycle. Currently, Meng Hao sat amongst throngs of apprentice alchemists, listening to a middle-aged man supposedly discuss methods of distinguishing between several easily misidentified medicinal plants. Apprentice alchemists are involved in the growing, catalyzing, and picking of various medicinal plants, as well as other related tasks. In essence, your purpose is to serve the great system of alchemy instituted by our sect. In actuality, the most direct way to serve the sect is by means of assisting the nearly 1,000 master alchemists. Meng Hao sighed. I think joining the Violet Fate sect was the right decision. In all the southern domain, this is the only place where I can study true alchemy. Also, only the Violet Fate sect can produce true grandmasters of the Tao of Alchemy. The Violet Fate sect's Tao of Alchemy is such that the fame of the Alchemy division actually exceeds that of the other division. All sects and clans in the southern domain recognized this. Meng Hao sat there thoughtfully, his eyes shining with anticipation. If I want to have any contact with Grandmaster Pill Demon and get his help in dispelling my poison, then I have to be a disciple here. Meng Hao's eyes glittered with ambition. His true goal in joining the Violet Fate sect was to become a novitiate of Grandmaster Pill Demon and study the most powerful Tao of alchemy in the entire southern domain. Then he would create his own branch of alchemic arts. Afterward, any medicinal pills he needed, he could create himself, and not have to go through great pains to acquire by other means. He was lost in thought when suddenly, the sound of bells filled the air. The sound rang throughout all of the valleys of the East Pill Division, causing everyone to immediately lift their heads. Even the master alchemist giving the lecture immediately stopped and looked up. Each and every apprentice alchemist in the Eastern Pill Division raised their heads. Their faces were filled with excitement. The furnace bells. Violet Fate Celestial Land Day has arrived. The last time was a year ago. I can't believe a whole year has already passed. Finally, we can go back into the Celestial Land. As the excited voices echoed out, the peal of bells continued to ring out. Meng Hao's eyes flashed as he looked up into the air, where suddenly appeared an illusory shape. It was an enormous violet-colored pill furnace floating in mid-air, imposing to the extreme, tens of thousands of meters in diameter. Next to it, dozens of beams of prismatic light shot up from nearby valleys to sit cross-legged around it, as if to guard it. At the same time, the glow of spells interlaced in the air, as if the entire area was being sealed. A radiant light filled the area, casting brilliant colors upon the massive pill furnace and the cultivators who floated nearby it. An archaic voice rumbled out, seemingly from nowhere. Apprentice alchemists, enter the Celestial Land. Harvest 9 mature leaves. The enormous pill furnace began to glow, and suddenly, what appeared to be 100,000 strands of light snaked out and shot down. Meng Hao's apprentice alchemist identification medallion began to glow, as did those of all the other apprentice alchemists. The glowing strands and the medallion seemed to have some sort of connection. One of the glowing strands approached Meng Hao and fused into the medallion. A gentle power seemed to take hold of Meng Hao and pull him up into the air. From the 100 surrounding valleys, 100,000 apprentice alchemists all lifted up into the air, carried by the glowing strands. They transformed into beams of prismatic light that shot toward the gigantic pill furnace. The massive pill furnace seemed to be like a bottomless pit which instantly swallowed them all up. Meng Hao's vision grew blurry for a moment. When it cleared, and he saw what lay in front of him, he gasped. The scene was difficult to comprehend. The expression which appeared on Meng Hao's face was one of complete and utter shock. In front of him stretched endless fields of medicinal plants. This place was a different world, there were no clouds in the sky. However, 9 suns could be seen. Next to each sun was a moon. This place had 9 suns and 9 moons. This incredible sky was the perfect place beneath which to grow medicinal plants. The whole world seemed to be under some sort of ceiling. As soon as Meng Hao appeared inside, an indescribable medicinal aroma washed over him. It was intoxicating. Most of the 100,000 apprentice alchemists had been here before. All of them were excited, but few were as shocked and moved as Meng Hao. Even more shocking to Meng Hao was that within the endless fields of medicinal plants were thousands of enormous, 300-meter-tall trees. And there were giants. These giants seemed to be remnants of an ancient past. They carefully strode through the fields, occasionally reaching down to plant seeds. Up in the sky were several hundred war chariots, which emitted an archaic aura. The chariots were enormous, and overlapped with each other to form what almost looked like clouds that cast shadows down on certain areas within the world. Further off in the distance, Meng Hao could see another type of tree that appeared to be 3,000 meters tall. Its trunk was violet, and its top was not dense with foliage, but rather an enormous, solitary eye. The eye was dozens of meters wide, and it looked around the area attentively. As Meng Hao looked around more carefully, he saw that there were a few hundred other trees similar to this one amidst the fields of medicinal plants. Meng Hao wasn't sure when, but Bai Yunlai had appeared at his side. With an emotional sigh, he said, "The Violet Fate Celestial Land is a blessed land of the Violet Fate Sect's East Pill Division. According to the legends, this place was once a celestial land of immortals. However, Reverend Violet East moved it here to create this endless medicinal plant garden. There are some things growing here that are extinct in the outside world. Every once in a while, we apprentice alchemists are teleported here to harvest medicinal plants, which gives us a good chance to practice our skill in identifying them. This is the only place in the entire southern domain where you can see so many different types. They're virtually endless." Suddenly, a roaring sound filled the air, along with the archaic voice. The various conversations of the apprentice alchemists all ceased. "You have 1 month to harvest at least 9 mature medicinal plants. You may only harvest plants which you recognize, and you must also be thoroughly familiar with their habits and characteristics. In 1 month, you will hand over your harvest, as well as a jade slip describing your findings. This will be one of the evaluation criteria for promotion to Master Alchemist. Now, you may begin. As soon as the voice finished speaking, the 100,000 apprentice alchemists took a collective breath, and then scattered. Bai Yunlai didn't follow Meng Hao, but instead went along a meandering route of his own toward some other location. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, shining with excitement. His recent days had been spent devoted to reading medicinal plant scrolls. He had read several times about the 100,000 varieties of medicinal plants, and although he hadn't memorized all of them yet, he knew quite a few. Now, he would be able to test his knowledge. His body flashed as he shot off into the distance. As the 100,000 apprentice alchemists scattered in all directions, above them in the sky, in one of the rotating moons, appeared 8 figures. See that kid? That's Fong Mu, the one who I tested 2 months ago and found to have first-rate latent talent. First-rate latent talent is quite rare. We examined the withered plant you brought, and it's definitely not fake. Because of his latent talent, his spiritual energy is extremely suited to growing medicinal plants. He's just a seedling now. Let's see how many medicinal plants he manages to harvest. If he has a talent for identifying medicinal plants, then perhaps we should consider including him in the next promotion examination. As the figures within the moon engaged in their discussion, Meng Hao walked away from the groups of other apprentice alchemists, out into the fields of medicinal plants. He took each step prudently, being careful not to step on any seedlings. He kept his head lowered, looking around in all directions. That's spirit-shattering grass. I remember its description from the scrolls. However, why does it have more foliage on the right side? Oh, right, it's a hybrid. The right side is actually a residence sapling. This is Thunderbolt elegans leaf. Its shape is like that of a woman, and it sways back and forth entrancingly. When used medicinally, it can be concocted into pills suitable for the early foundation establishment stage. Meng Hao walked along, gradually identifying various medicinal plants and attempting to recall all the information he had read about them in the scrolls. The more he tried, the easier it became. A feeling of pleasure gradually filled his heart. This feeling was different than that of making a breakthrough in cultivation base. However, being able to master a branch of knowledge that had previously been elusive, filled him with a sense of profound confidence. This was a cultivation of the self. From what Meng Hao could tell, his ability to identify all the different medicinal plants was a type of nature talent. Meng Hao walked further and further away. Each time he saw a medicinal plant suitable for harvesting, he would immediately take it. At the same time, he would record a description and other information on the jade slip he had been given. He continued to corroborate what he had studied recently. He was like a fish in water. He forgot about everything except the medicinal plants in front of him. His alchemy was advancing by leaps and bounds in this celestial land. Meanwhile, outside in the southern domain, the name Meng Hao had caused an enormous search to begin among the great sects and clans. In recent days, everyone was looking for him. Soon, Meng Hao's name came to be known to more and more cultivators. Of course, the Violet Faith sect was one of the sects participating in the great search. However, no one had been able to find even the slightest trace of Meng Hao. It was as if he had completely vanished. This chapter was sponsored by Blake Spikowski. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214. Chapter 214, we finally meet again. No one could possibly know that the same Meng Hao who had stirred up such waves in the outside world was currently carefully looking over medicinal herbs in the Violet Faith sect's celestial land, an innocent student confirming the validity of his studies. Time passed by, and Meng Hao lost track of how many medicinal plants he had harvested. As long as he recognized a plant, it counted toward his quota, and he placed it in his bag of holding. At one point, Meng Hao found himself about 300 meters away from one of the giants. For quite some time, he observed how it planted the seeds, moved the seedlings around, and cared for the plants. Later, he stood beneath one of the cyclops trees, watching the enormous eye gazing about. He even climbed up one of them to harvest some of the red grass that grew on its trunk. Eventually, he was far, far away from where he had started. The fields of medicinal plants seemed to have no end. In Meng Hao's estimation, these more remote areas would most certainly have even more amazing medicinal plants, perhaps even some of the legendary extinct variety. However, everything was simply too big. Around him stretched never-ending fields of medicinal plants. As he proceeded, he started to realize that he actually only recognized about one medicinal plant out of 100. The Tao of alchemy is endless, he thought with a sigh. It's just as difficult as cultivation, a road without end, an almighty facet of heaven and earth. At first I thought that memorizing a bit more than half of the 100,000 medicinal plants would be enough. But now I can see that those 100,000 plants are simply the threshold. However, stubbornness glinted in his eyes. This type of cultivation had nothing to do with his Tao pillars. His excitement actually became even stronger. I'm a scholar at heart, he said, reassuring himself. Although my aspirations were never realized, when it comes to studying, I definitely have an advantage over all the other apprentice alchemists. He would focus, do his best to remember everything he saw, and then go back to do more research in the ancient records. It was in this fashion that time slipped by. Soon, the sound of bells filled the celestial land. The 1-month time period had passed quickly. Time was up, and Meng Hao wasn't content. He felt as if he had just started. However, the strands of light appeared in the air, and he sighed. He gave one last look at the celestial land before a strand of light whisked him away. When they reappeared in the various valleys, there were a variety of expressions on the faces of the 100,000 apprentice alchemists. Meng Hao wasn't the only one to have grown during the month inside the celestial land. All of the apprentice alchemists had. Soon, people came to collect the medicinal plants they had harvested, along with their jade slips which contained information about the harvest. Meng Hao chose not to secretly duplicate any of his spoils. He was fully devoted to his Violet Fate sect identity, and wouldn't do the slightest thing that might give himself away. He handed over all the medicinal plants, then slowly headed back to the valley that contained his house. Once back in his courtyard, he immediately took out some scrolls and began to study. When he found areas that he had overlooked before, his face would flash with excitement, and he would commit the information to memory. 2 more months passed. He had already been in the Violet Fate sect for half a year. Already, the search for Meng Hao in the outside world was slowing down. The various sects and clans had searched throughout the southern domain, and still hadn't been able to find a trace of Meng Hao. A variety of speculations began to circulate, but nothing conclusive could be determined. Meng Hao heard all about the situation from Bai Yunlai, who well deserved his reputation for being well informed about everything. He wasn't just familiar with the latest news about the Violet Fate sect, he kept himself plugged into the events of the outside world as well. One morning, Meng Hao walked out of his house to sit in the courtyard. He lifted up his right hand, within which was a small, growing plant. His medicinal plant garden was filled with quite a few plants, all in full bloom. A medicinal aroma filled the air. Suddenly, Meng Hao's expression flickered, and he looked up. Bai Yunlai was racing along the side of the meandering stream. Before he even arrived, he called out, "Junior brother Fong, there's an excellent opportunity. Your elder brother won a great opportunity for you." Meng Hao smiled. He waved his right hand, and the medicinal plant in his hand disappeared. At the same time, the courtyard door swung open, just in time for Bai Yunlai to rush in. "What opportunity?" asked Meng Hao, smiling. Bai Yunlai's cultivation base was ordinary, only at the 7th or 8th level of qi condensation. However, he was viewed as indispensable within the sect. He often came to visit Meng Hao, and they spent quite a bit of time together. "There's an inner sect disciple from the Violet Qi division who requested Alchemist Li Tao to concoct some pills for him," gushed Bai Yunlai. "Alchemist Li wanted me to arrange for 2 apprentice alchemists to assist. I will go, of course. As for the second spot, you were the first person I thought of. Quickly gather your things and come with me. This will be an excellent opportunity to expand your knowledge of alchemy. Lots of apprentice alchemists would like to go, but Alchemist Li's personality is a bit eccentric. Just don't say anything, and follow my lead." Meng Hao's eyes glittered. He'd learned some time ago that inner sect disciples from the Violet Qi division would often request master alchemists to concoct pills for them. Under most circumstances, the Violet Qi division disciple would gather together the necessary medicinal plants, as well as some spirit stones. If this pleased the master alchemist, then work could begin. As for furnace lords, who ranked above master alchemists, they were well versed in the Tao of alchemy, and had reached foundation establishment. There were only about 100 of them in the entire Violet Fate sect, and each one occupied a very prominent position. Generally speaking, inner sect disciples didn't qualify to request their services. Only conclave disciples and sect elders could request pill concocting from furnace lords. As for Violet Furnace lords, they could be considered to be virtually at the Grandmaster level. Each and every one was a precious treasure of the sect, and all were pill demon novitiates. Only those with extremely high influence within the sect could request pill concocting services from them. The alchemist Li who Bai Yunlai referred to was naturally not a furnace lord, but one of the 1,000 master alchemists. Considering how things were arranged, and considering how few master alchemists there were in the sect, it was only natural that they would seek apprentice alchemists to act as assistants when concocting pills for Violet Chi Division disciples. Meng Hao immediately rose to his feet. This really was a rare opportunity. He had joined the sect more than half a year ago, and this was his first time to encounter such a chance. After clasping hands and thanks to Bai Yunlai, the two of them left. Soon, they arrived at the valley that connected the East Pill Division with the Violet Chi Division. Waiting there somewhat impatiently was a man in a blue robe who appeared to be about 30 years of age. It was none other than Alchemist Li. Standing next to him was another cultivator whose cultivation base was at the early foundation establishment stage. He was smilingly engaged in conversation with Alchemist Li, his demeanor extremely courteous. As Meng Hao and Bai Yunlai approached, Meng Hao's eyes glittered slightly. He recognized the cultivator next to Alchemist Li. It was none other than Lu Song too. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he and Bai Yunlai walked over. So, he thought, it turns out he's the one who wants the pills concocted. Alchemist Li frowned as he looked at them. Well, you're finally here. Bai Yunlai hurriedly moved forward to say a few words of explanation, offering a few words of subtle flattery. Alchemist Li's expression softened a bit, and he flicked his sleeve. Together, they all followed a very courteous Lu Song out of the valley. As they passed through several valleys within the Violet Chi Division, Meng Hao examined the surroundings calmly. There were quite a few Violet Fate sect disciples to be seen. These were not disciples who cultivated the Tao of Alchemy. When they saw Meng Hao and the others, respectful smiles filled their faces, and they clasped hands in greeting. Soon, Lu Song led them to his Immortal's Cave, which was located halfway up one of the mountains. It had an excellent view, and was quite spacious inside, as well as excellently decorated. Once inside, Lu Song clasped hands and bowed to Alchemist Li. "Brother Li, many thanks for your assistance," he said. "This batch of medicinal pills will be very useful." With that, he produced a bag of holding which he offered to Alchemist Li. "You're too kind," said Alchemist Li, nodding. He smiled vaguely. "Unfortunately, this is my first time concocting pills for someone, and I'm worried I might not be the most suitable choice for you. However, considering you insisted, I really couldn't refuse." He scanned the bag of holding quickly with spiritual sense, and then tossed it to Bai Yunlai. Lu Song looked a little embarrassed. Inwardly, he cursed the master alchemists for their tricky thievery. If they weren't invited out to concoct pills, where they could be observed, they would usually secretly pilfer some of the concocted pills. If they claimed success and returned some, then so be it, but if they claimed complete failure, there would be no way to confirm their story. This type of thing often occurred in the sect. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't concoct my own pills, Lu Song said to himself, and the sect doesn't distribute them, then I wouldn't have any dealings with these alchemists. His face, however, was covered with a smile. He bowed again, and then glanced at Meng Hao and Bai Yunlai. They were not of the foundation establishment stage, however, he knew that among the apprentice alchemists were people who would one day be promoted to be master alchemists. Meng Hao's face was calm, but inside he was laughing. If he showed his real face, Lu Song would surely go crazy. Instead, Lu Song stood there smiling politely. Alchemist Li laughed, knowing full well what Lu Song was thinking. He cleared his throat, and then produced a pill furnace. At the same time, several crimson-colored spirit stones flew out and embedded themselves into the ground. The pill furnace floated in the air above them. Alchemist Li's face instantly became somber. I looked over the pill formula. With my mastery of the Tao of Alchemy, there's only a 40% chance that I can successfully concoct the 6 Harmonies pill. Watch carefully during the process so that you don't suspect me of hiding anything should I fail. With that, his left hand pressed down onto the pill furnace. After a moment, it turned red and began to emit waves of heat. Take 6 blades of 7 sieve grass and extract the veins. They must not be broken. Approaching music flower petals, 7 of them. I need them with stamen attached, catalyze if necessary. Red apricot leaf, maturity level 7 years, 7 months, 7 days. A deviation of more than 10 days is unacceptable. Alchemist Li's words came faster and faster. In one breath he spoke out 10 different medicinal plants. Bai Yunlai immediately opened the bag of holding, which was full of a variety of medicinal plants, and began to produce the required plants. By the time he finished preparing the approaching music flower, Meng Hao had already catalyzed the red apricot leaves with his left hand, and extracted the veins from the 7 sieve grass with his right hand. He handed them over to Alchemist Li. Alchemist Li looked up at Meng Hao for a moment, then nodded slightly and began concocting. Occasionally he would say the name of a medicinal plant that he needed. Bai Yunlai sat there mutely for a moment. It was with a wry smile that he realized that Feng Mu was Alchemist Li's assistant, whereas he had become Feng Mu's assistant. Whatever was required of him, Meng Hao would produce almost instantly. Not only was he fast, he didn't make any mistakes. Furthermore, when it came to catalyzing, he seemed to barely need to think before it was completed, and with utmost accuracy. Alchemist Li continued to cast glances at Meng Hao, which eventually turned into looks of shock. Very quickly, it seemed as if he was no longer looking down on Meng Hao, but rather viewed him as an equal. Even Lu Song noticed that when Alchemist Li spoke, Meng Hao would complete the task almost as soon as the words were out of his mouth. He took a deep breath. This assistant alchemist isn't even human. It was at this exact moment that suddenly, a woman's voice echoed into the Immortal's cave from outside. Lu Song, do you have any news about that thing I asked you to look into? As soon as Meng Hao heard the voice, the plant he was currently catalyzing suddenly trembled. 1. Li Tao's name in Chinese is Li Tao. Li is a common surname, which also can mean strict or severe. Tao means great waves. 2. Lu Song is one of the 2 Iron Spear victims. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215. Chapter 215, Lift Your Head. He only paused for a moment. It would be undetectable by anyone else. His expression didn't change in the slightest, and of course, he completed catalyzing the medicinal plant, which he then handed over to Alchemist Li. He didn't look over as the woman entered the Immortal's cave. She wore a white garment, and was preeminently beautiful. Upon looking at her, any man would stare and be instantly infatuated. Her skin was so delicate it seemed a breath could damage it. She was tall and slender, with white, clear skin and luxurious hair that hung about her like a cloak. She gave off an otherworldly aura, and as she entered, a delicate fragrance filled the Immortal's cave. Even Alchemist Li started to breath somewhat heavily, ignoring the pill furnace to watch her enter. Chu Yuyan. Her brow was slightly furrowed, and though her face was as beautiful as ever, it contained a hint of unpleasantness. No veil could conceal the bitterness which caused her to sigh lightly, and no wind could disperse it. Only she could understand the pressure and the furtive glances that she had endured recently. After the events at the Song clan half a year previous, Meng Hao's name instantly spread throughout the entire southern domain. That, of course, caused her name to be mentioned. Add in the fact that Wang Tingfei had participated in the Song clan's search for a son-in-law, and the whole matter turned into a storm that had overwhelmed her. The engagement agreement between Chu Yuyan and Wang Tingfei instantly became a huge joke. All of it was because of Meng Hao. Chu Yuyan didn't hate Wang Tingfei. She could understand why Wang Tingfei didn't trust her and had chosen to participate in the Song clan's search for a son-in-law. She had picked the wrong person. Thankfully, they were only engaged and had not become official beloved. Nonetheless, Chu Yuyan couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Regardless of the circumstances, in the end, it had helped her to see what kind of person Wang Tingfei truly was. She could accept the end result. She didn't need Wang Tingfei to explain anything. After the events at the Song clan, she immediately sent the engagement agreement back to the Wang clan, putting an end to the childish arrangement. The person she truly hated was Meng Hao. It was a hatred that had seeped into her bones. However, at the same time, she continued to dream about the events within the volcano. It had turned into a pestering torment to her. Greetings, elder sister Chu, said Lu Song hastily. Alchemist Li also greeted her with clasped hands. Bai Yunlai sucked in a breath and lowered his head in greeting. Meng Hao also offered her greetings, although inside, he felt a bit remorseful. How could he not have a bit of a guilty conscience? In all truth, it was the same in regard to the matter with Lu Song and Qian Shuihen. However, of all the people in the Violet Fate sect, the person he least wanted to run into had been Chu Yuyan. In his heart, Meng Hao felt that he had been a bit excessive in the way he dealt with her. However, given the circumstances at that time, he hadn't had much of a choice. Furthermore, if Chu Yuyan hadn't chased him down and tried to kill him to begin with, then none of it would have happened. In any case, Meng Hao still felt bad. I was planning to go look for you just after this, said Lu Song. I made a lot of inquiries about that damned Meng Hao, but he seems to have disappeared into thin air. He couldn't help but grind his teeth when he said Meng Hao's name. There's not a single clue to be found about him. In fact, some of the sects have been watching the people he's made friends with, but in this entire half-year, he hasn't appeared. A lot of people think that damned, despicable, wretched animal must have left the southern domain. He deserves to die by 1,000 knife cuts. Chu Yuyan frowned. During the past half-year, she had constantly sent people out to look for Meng Hao. Despite her insistence on tracking him down, he seemed to have thoroughly vanished. How could he have left the southern domain? Thought Chu Yuyan. All his old sect members are here. Unless he provoked some calamitous, irreparable disaster, why would he leave? Actually, what happened in the Song clan was really a stroke of good fortune on his part. He could join any sect, hand over the sublime spirit scripture, and turn a dangerous situation into a position of safety. Meng Hao is bizarrely crafty, there's no way he would fail to realize that, is there? In my estimation, he is most certainly still in the southern domain. We just don't know where he's hiding. If I ever find him. She gnashed her teeth. She was just about to turn and leave, when her gaze fell upon Meng Hao. She stared at him, and then suddenly spoke. Her voice was no longer warm, but filled with coldness. Lift your head. Meng Hao was astonished. I've changed my appearance, he thought, and yet she still focuses on me. Despite his astonishment, his face was blank and confused as he looked up at her. Chu Yuyan's brow furrowed. She wasn't sure why, but when she looked over this young man, her heart filled with an unexplainable irritation. Looking at him, though, she was sure she had never seen him before. Her eyes flickered as she thought, something's wrong. Why would I instantly be annoyed with someone for no apparent reason? She studied Meng Hao for a moment longer to no avail. Meng Hao groaned inwardly. How can this girl be so astute? He thought. Despite his change in appearance, and the other people present, she had somehow sensed something and come to focus on him. His heart suddenly began to race. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze to look at her chest, and then deliberately gulped. A somewhat dirty expression flitted over his face, and he intentionally blushed. Now, he didn't look lecherous, but rather like a teenager seeing a beautiful woman for the first time. In such a situation, it would be a natural reaction to look so ill at ease. His expression caused Chu Yuyan's frown to deepen. A look of disgust appeared on her face, and she turned wordlessly to leave the immortal's cave, ignoring the feeling of irritation which had welled up within her. After Chu Yuyan left, everyone in the immortal's cave breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Song quickly sealed the main door, and Alchemist Li shook his head. It was hard to tell what he was thinking, but after another sigh, he continued with the pill concoction. Elder Sister Chu has sure changed a lot recently, murmured by Yun Lai. She never used to be like this. Now she's completely cold and gloomy. I was shivering just now. It's all the fault of that Meng Hao, said Lu Song, grinding his teeth. That damned, despicable wretch deserves to die by 1,000 knife cuts, 10,000 times. If I ever run into him, I'll tear him to pieces. I'll rip his flesh off the bone with my own teeth and grind his bones to pieces. The depth of his hatred was visibly apparent. After he finished speaking, he looked at Meng Hao with a strange expression in his eyes, then suddenly smiled good-naturedly and nodded. He had obviously noticed that Meng Hao was no ordinary apprentice alchemist, and there was no small chance that he would become a master alchemist in the future. Obviously, the sooner he made friends with him the better. Meng Hao coughed dryly. He wasn't exactly thin-skinned. However, moments ago Lu Song had been hatefully grinding his teeth and cursing, and with the next breath, was beaming with goodwill. Meng Hao had the feeling that he would have to get used to such things. It took the entire day to finish concocting the pills. The moon was rising by the time the fragrant aroma wafted up from the pill furnace, and the medicinal pills that Lu Song needed emerged. Because it had been a relatively hasty concoction, the medicinal plants which should have produced 7 or 8 pills ended up only producing 2. Meng Hao could easily tell that it had something to do with Alchemist Li's technique. This was the first time he had participated in pill concoction. The entire time, he had been observing Alchemist Li's concocting techniques, and had learned quite a bit. It seemed it would soon grow dark outside. Lu Song happily escorted them out of the Immortal's cave and all the way back to the East Pill Division, before clasping hands and leaving. In the following days, Meng Hao continued his studies regarding medicinal plants. However, because of the deep impression he'd left on Alchemist Li, he had a new daily task. Whenever Alchemist Li concocted pills, be it in his own Immortal's cave or someone else's, he would always send for Meng Hao to be his assistant. Li Tao found that with Meng Hao at his side, pill concocting went much smoother. In addition, Li Tao would often give Meng Hao pointers regarding alchemy. Soon, Meng Hao no longer considered himself unfamiliar with alchemy. He was becoming more and more comfortable with it. The more he saw, the more he learned, he was steadily improving, bit by bit. Dealing with others was not a complicated matter. For example, Meng Hao's relationship with both Bai Yun Lai and Alchemist Li was very simple. It was all based on how they could help each other. If it weren't for Meng Hao's skill as an apprentice alchemist, Li Tao wouldn't have been so impressed with him, nor would he constantly seek him out as an assistant. The days passed like this for 3 months. Meng Hao was completely assimilated into life in the Violet Fate sect. In the time he had been there, he had met a lot of people, and many people had come to know his name. Whenever he went out, he would run into familiar faces with whom he could chat and joke. Everything was very harmonious and peaceful. Everyone greeting him with clasped hands. Not a soul knew that this up-and-coming apprentice alchemist named Feng Mu was the person who so many months ago had caused a storm in the southern domain, Meng Hao. One day, Meng Hao found himself in Li Tao's immortal's cave, assisting in pill concocting. After the pill concocting was finished, Li Tao escorted Meng Hao to the mouth of his immortal's cave. Suddenly, he spoke. Feng Mu, I want you to know that to me, you are no apprentice alchemist. Your skill with medicinal plants places you in the rank of master alchemist as far as I'm concerned. Meng Hao stopped walking and looked at Li Tao. He clasped his hands and bowed. It was a completely sincere bow. Li Tao was at the early foundation establishment stage, but in the time they had spent together, Meng Hao had found him to be, not cold and haughty, but actually very approachable, even kind. Meng Hao's understanding of alchemy had significantly improved as a result of their relationship. In 1 month, continued Li Tao enthusiastically, there will be a promotion examination. I've made some inquiries, and found that only one apprentice alchemist will be selected for promotion. If that happens, and you are raised to master alchemist, then you will finally be able to learn the true Tao of alchemy of the Violet Fate sect. If you become a master alchemist, you will be assigned your own immortal's cave and your own furnace fire. You will no longer study medicinal plants, but pill concoction. The only frustrating thing, he continued sincerely, is that only people who have served as apprentice alchemists for 10 years can participate in the exam this time. If you're interested in participating, though, I'll see if I can apply to get you a spot. You think about it. Perhaps you can come up with your own method to join. If you manage to seize an opportunity like this, you might be able to save yourself 10 years of time. Meng Hao's heart began to thump, and he once again bowed to Li Tao. Many thanks, elder brotherly. They exchanged a few more words, whereupon Meng Hao bowed and took his leave. As he walked along the mountain paths, he looked up at the moon, and his eyes began to shine brightly. I can't spend 10 years as an apprentice alchemist, he thought. I must think of a way to seize this chance. My previous activities in the sect must have drawn a bit of attention. Continuing to ponder these matters, Meng Hao entered Division 1 Valley 1. As he walked into his courtyard, his heart trembled, although his expression stayed the same. After pushing open the gate, he found that standing there in the courtyard was a white-haired old man. He immediately caused a look of surprise to appear on his face. This was the same old man who had tested his latent talent the year he joined the East Pill Division. He was a furnace lord named Wang Fanning. He stood there looking at Meng Hao's medicinal plant garden. As soon as Meng Hao entered the courtyard, he turned and gazed into Meng Hao's eyes. This chapter was sponsored by Dewey Soriano, Paul Veniski, Kiran Tantanan, Christopher Choi, and CV. 1. Wang Fanming's name in Chinese is Wang Fanming. Wang is a common surname. Fan means ordinary. Ming means clear or bright. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216. Chapter 216, The Meaning of Grandmaster. The instant the old man turned and looked at Meng Hao, his eyes filled with a bright light, and he said, You joined the East Pill Division with a recommendation medallion from a furnace lord. What is your purpose here? A mysterious pressure locked onto Meng Hao's body. As the man spoke the words, he took a step forward. When the step fell, ghost images vibrated up everywhere, as if the area had been cut off from the rest of the world. Such a scene gave the feeling that any escape was impossible. Even while his first words were still echoing out, he spoke again, I've thoroughly investigated all of the cultivators with the surname Fong in the entire state of Eastern Emergence. I couldn't find any record of you anywhere. As an alien in the state of Eastern Emergence, tell me, why are you here? It was obviously supposed to feel like an interrogation. Add in the display of power, and it seemed as if dark storm clouds were rolling Meng Hao's way. Inside, Meng Hao was calm. However, his face visibly paled, and he stood in place, body trembling slightly. His chin, though, was set stubbornly. State your real name, and reveal your purpose here. This is your last chance. If you refuse to come to your senses, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The old man took another step forward. When the step fell, the sound of rumbling thunder filled the courtyard. A fierce wind sprang up, and waves of pressure roiled out. The medicinal plants in the garden seemed as if they were being harmfully catalyzed, they were growing dark and ugly. Meng Hao's face grew paler. However, inwardly, he was as calm as ever. This old man's cultivation base was at the core formation stage, and his words seemed cold and merciless. In reality, though, he was obviously bluffing. Considering Meng Hao's path of cultivation, and the level of his experience and training, how could he not tell? He had already been in the Violet Fate sect for the better part of a year. After all this time, the fact the old man chose today to come visit was telling. Meng Hao only had to think a moment to come to a fairly certain conclusion. Obviously, the promotion day was approaching, and although Meng Hao didn't qualify to participate, his first-rate latent talent had attracted quite a bit of attention in the East Pill Division. That was the whole purpose of this whole scene. The display of power was basically a warning of sorts. All of these thoughts flitted through Meng Hao's mind in an instant. He also thought about how he had crossed the chain bridge to enter the sect, and his heart grew even calmer. He took a deep breath and, continuing to keep his face pale, clasped his hands and bowed deeply to the old man. His expression bitter, his voice light, he said, "Sir, my name really is Feng Mu, and I am not from the state of Eastern Emergence. I have long yearned for the Tao of Alchemy, and that is why I thirsted to join the Violet Fate sect. I have no other purpose. I wholeheartedly wish to study alchemy. Unfortunately, the Violet Fate sect does not accept outsiders, so I had to figure out another way to get the recommendation medallion from a Furnace Lord. In order to enter the sect, I had no choice other than to use subterfuge. I had no option. Sir, if you believe Junior is in error, then I will accept any punishment the sect deems fit." Meng Hao bowed down and held the bow, not lifting himself up straight. Everything was quiet. The old man looked at Meng Hao. He had long since investigated Meng Hao, and knew there were some things about him that weren't quite right. However, there were 100,000 apprentice alchemists in the sect. More than a few of them had things about them that weren't quite right. The fact that they had passed the Bridge of Truth, however, was evidence that they harbored no ill intent toward the East Pill Division. If they did have any such secrets, they would not be able to pass the bridge. If Meng Hao was an ordinary apprentice alchemist without first-rate latent talent, then the old man wouldn't have paid him the least bit of attention, and things would have run their course naturally. However, Meng Hao's latent talent had attracted not just the attention of this old man, but other Furnace Lords in the East Pill Division. When the question came up regarding his qualifications to participate in the promotion examination, he went against convention to acquire a spot for Meng Hao, which therefore led to the current scene. Wang Fanming was quiet for a moment. Then, he looked at Meng Hao and coolly said, "Once you join the Eastern Pill Division, you may never forsake it, not for the rest of your life." "Can you do so?" Meng Hao finally stood up straight. Looking at the old man with determination in his face, he spoke in a voice that could chop nails and sever iron. "It is a great kindness on the part of the sect to teach me about the Tao of Alchemy. As long as the sect doesn't kick me away, I will never forsake it." Actually, after living in the Violet Fate sect for the better part of a year, being part of the East Pill Division, and studying alchemy, Meng Hao really had developed this view. As long as he could stay here and study alchemy, he would not leave the sect. The old man gave Meng Hao a deep look. "I don't care about your background. If you say you're Feng Mu, then you are Feng Mu. However, if you ever betray the sect, I will take away your Tao of Alchemy. If I am unable to, there will be another alchemist in the East Pill Division who can." He flicked his sleeve, and a medallion shot toward Meng Hao. It landed in Meng Hao's hand, glowing mysteriously, radiating coldness. "In 1 month, you may attend the examination for promotion to Master Alchemist. Only one candidate will be selected. Whether or not you are selected will depend on your luck." With that, Wang Fanming turned and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As he said, he didn't care about Meng Hao's background. There were many people in the Violet Fate sect who had mysterious backgrounds. Even among the Furnace Lords were people who had previously been members of other sects, or who had enemies in the outside world and joined the East Pill Division to hide. Actually, Wang Fanming himself was not from the state of Eastern Emergence. It was only because of various circumstances that he ended up becoming a cultivator of the East Pill Division. This was the tradition within the East Pill Division, a tradition created by someone who commanded high prestige and universal respect in the Violet Fate sect, Grandmaster Pill Demon. Grandmaster Pill Demon had uttered the following words regarding the East Pill Division: "One must take the long view when traversing the great path of the Tao of Alchemy. Any qualified alchemist may become a cultivator of the East Pill Division. The only requirement is that he harbor no ill intentions, nor have the reckless ambition of wild wolves." Because of this, the traditions of the East Pill Division of the Violet Fate sect had existed for a very long time. Unfortunately, it had also led to circumstances in which disciples forsook the sect. Despite that, the techniques of the East Pill Division had never been revealed. Many outsiders wondered about this mystery, and also why those who forsook the sect were so sentimental about it afterward. In actuality, from time immemorial, all disciples who forsook the sect were eventually brought back. Except for 2. Those 2 had rocked the southern domain, and were the only 2 people other than Pill Demon to become Grandmasters of the Tao of Alchemy. Both of them had once been novitiates of Grandmaster Pill Demon. Eventually, they brought forth new ideas and innovations. Regardless of what outsiders thought, these two never believed their skill could outmatch that of their master. The reason they had become famous, and the reason they never returned to the sect, was also because of the words of Grandmaster Pill Demon, words that continue to be passed down to this very day. Along the path of the Tao of Alchemy, if 100 flowers bloom, who has the right to permit only the mutant peony to exist? Cannot the lesser peony and the orchid also coexist? Thus is birthed the flower garden. If the medicinal plant garden only contained one medicinal plant, how could the Tao of Alchemy come into being? 1. If those who inherit my Tao of Alchemy are full of the ambitions of wild wolves, I will take back the Tao of Alchemy. However, he who can weed through the old to bring forth the new, he who can tread the untrodden path, that person may establish his own school of thought. If he is able to bear the weight of the title Grandmaster, then it has nothing to do with me. In that case, there is no need to discuss returning to me. Because of this, there are 3 alchemists called Grandmaster. In reality, though, the Tao of Alchemy in the southern domain has only one true Grandmaster. Pill Demon. Meng Hao watched Wang Fanming leave, and his eyes shone with a mysterious light. He never thought he would be able to secure a spot in the promotion examination so quickly. He looked down thoughtfully at the jade slip he held in his hand. His eyes glinted, and he cast spiritual sense into it. His mind suddenly shook. In his head suddenly appeared the words, Alchemy Scripture. He sat down cross-legged in the courtyard, holding the jade slip in hand. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in the alchemy scripture which had appeared in his head. It wasn't until the sun began to rise the following morning that he slowly opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, and looked off at the distant mountain peaks. His eyes were filled with reverence. He sat there quietly for a long time. This so-called alchemy scripture was in fact not really a scripture. Actually, it was a record of events which had occurred in the East Pill Division in the 1,000 years since Grandmaster Pill Demon rose to fame. There were many stories recorded, for example the origins of the 2 other Grandmaster alchemists of the Southern Domain, as well as various quotations from Grandmaster Pill Demon. After examining the entire alchemy scripture, an image appeared in his mind of a figure standing at the peak of the Tao of Alchemy. Now he understood why Wang Fanming was so quick to discard the issue of his hidden past. Meng Hao slowly put away the jade slip. He took a few deep breaths, and then began his daily apprentice alchemist cultivation. Time went by slowly. Soon, a month had passed. The news about the examination for apprentice alchemists with 10 years of experience spread like wildfire throughout the East Pill Division. It quickly became the only conversation topic among the apprentice alchemists. Roughly 80% of the apprentice alchemists had 10 or more years of experience. However, not all would participate in the promotion examination. Only 30,000 slots were available for registration. When the day of the test came, the entire East Pill Division bustled with noise and excitement. The furnace bells rang out, and an enormous pill furnace once again appeared up in the air. Tens of thousands of strands of light reached out toward the qualified apprentice alchemists, who were all bursting with excitement. Meng Hao was among them as they shot toward the pill furnace. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 people vanished. When they reappeared, it was not in the celestial land of medicinal plant fields. Instead, they were in an enormous public square paved with limestone. In the middle of the square was a gigantic blue-green pill furnace. Medicinal aroma wafted out from it, filling the square with medicinal mists and clouds. Arranged in the enormous square were 30,000 worktables. On the surface of each worktable was a black jade slip. As the 30,000 participants arrived, there was no hubbub or racket. They all looked nervously toward the pill furnace, which was surrounded by 8 old men, sitting cross-legged. One of them was Wang Fanming. The crowd of people looked down at the 8 men, who slowly opened their eyes. They looked over everyone with kind, gentle expressions. In the promotion exam of the East Pill Division, one person shall be selected from your midst to practice the cultivation of the Tao of Alchemy. The examination consists of 2 rounds. The first round is an elimination round which only 10 participants will pass. The second round is the final round, from which one master alchemist will emerge. 100,000 medicinal plants. 1 million variations. Your task is to silently list them out. Write down as many as you can think of. In front of you are 30,000 workstations. Please organize yourselves among them and prepare to begin. 1. The mutant peony, referred to here as the peony which once was the national flower of China. It is also called the king of flowers. What I'm translating as the lesser peony is another type of peony flower that resembles the mutant peon. These two are sometimes contrasted. For example, in the ancient court, the empress would be the mutant peony and the concubines would be the lesser peonies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217. Chapter 217, Struggling for Plant Mastery. All 30,000 apprentice alchemists were respectful and solemn. Quite a few had full heads of white hair. Other than Meng Hao, not a one appeared to be under 30 years of age. They had all been apprentices for at least 10 years and had deep, profound understanding of medicinal plants. Practice had ingrained the knowledge so deeply that if they left the sect for another on the outside, they would be rated as a medicinal plant grandmaster. Right now, they solemnly filed forward toward the workstations. Meng Hao took a deep breath as he looked around at the workstations, selected one, and sat down. This was his first time participating in an examination for promotion from apprentice alchemist. However, the feeling was not strange to him. Actually, everything felt quite familiar. The scene around him was very much like the examinations he had taken part in back when he was a scholar in the state of Zhao. He had participated in the preliminary rounds of the imperial examinations on multiple occasions, and although he had never scored top marks, he was still very familiar with the process. Meng Hao chuckled to himself. There really are a lot of similarities between the two. This Master Alchemist promotion examination tests your knowledge of medicinal plants. The more plants you remember, the more details you recall, and the more accurately you do so, will determine how close to perfection your final score is. It's not very different at all from the imperial examinations. He felt like he was back in the imperial examination hall. Except this time, he was not aiming for a scholarly rank, but promotion in the Tao of Alchemy. He took another deep breath and looked around at all the apprentice alchemists as they peered down at the jade slip in front of them. Suddenly, magical glowing screens appeared in front of them, upon which could be seen various medicinal plants. The task of all the apprentice alchemists was to identify the plants they recognized and then record their habits and characteristics, planting requirements, harvesting methods, and any other details. Seeing that many of the participants had already started, Meng Hao tapped his jade slip, and immediately, a magical screen appeared. He stared thoughtfully at the medicinal plant which appeared, and then began to record the name of the plant, its characteristics, and some other details. Time passed. The square was quiet and peaceful. The 8 old men who sat cross-legged by the pill furnace appeared to Meng Hao to be the test administrators. They looked around the examination square. Clearly, if anyone caused a disturbance, severe punishment would follow. Meng Hao soon fell into a rhythm of answering the questions. He quickly recorded the information about the plants that appeared in front of him. Many of them he had seen with his own eyes in the celestial land. Others, he had even held in his own hands when assisting Li Tao in pill concoction. 6 hours quickly passed. Meng Hao was immersed in filling out his answers. His eyes shone with determination. He had discovered that this was an excellent method to verify how much he had learned. All of the information he had studied about medicinal plants during the better part of the year once again floated up in his mind. As he reached down into the depths of his memory, he began to experience the same feeling he had as a scholar all those years ago, the joy that can be found in the midst of hardship. Soon, it became apparent that some of the surrounding apprentice alchemists were wearing out. Some frowned, obviously racking their brains for answers. More time went by, another 4 hours. Some of the apprentice alchemists were pale-faced. Many were clearly encountering unfamiliar medicinal plants, which they would skip past quickly. However, soon, they discovered that the unfamiliar plants became more and more frequent. Eventually, people began to abandon their struggles and bitterly leave the examination field. They moved off to the side to observe. Within a short time, more and more apprentice alchemists began to stare bitterly at the screens in front of them. They would stare blankly for a while, then stand and walk off to the side, heaving bitter sighs. Despite 10 or more years of experience, many of these people had difficulty remembering so many medicinal plants. After all, there were 100,000 of them, with 1,000,000 variations. If one's cultivation base was high enough, divine sense could be used to brand the information in one's mind. Without that ability, though, the only other method was rote memorization, which was incredibly difficult. Meng Hao, of course, was by nature a scholar and an intellectual. From the moment he had begun to tread the path of a scholar, each and every day had been devoted to memorizing things. His expression was calm, and his gaze was locked onto the screen in front of him. He zoned out everything else, focusing completely on the ever-changing medicinal plants. The more questions he answered, the happier he grew. His movements were like floating clouds and flowing water, natural and spontaneous. Soon, he began to attract the attention of some of the people who had given up, and were now observing the proceedings. More time passed. The examination had now been underway for 20 hours. Of the original 30,000 participants, only 20,000 continued to fill in answers. The surroundings were as quiet as ever. Those who had abandoned their efforts did not leave, they stood by quietly, watching on. By the time the 30th hour arrived, only 70% of the 20,000 participants remained. The eyes of these more than 10,000 apprentice alchemists were bloodshot. Each and every one doggedly stared at their respective glowing screens, continuing to fill in information from their studies. Meng Hao was as calm as ever. The speed with which he answered the questions caused Wang Fanming and the other old men to cast sidelong glances at each other. By the 40th hour, only 30% or so of the participants had not given up. By the 60th hour, only 6,000 remained in the square, continuing on madly with the examination. Already, quite a few were obviously about to give up. If they looked around, they would see that their compatriots were madly going all out, jaws clenched as they pondered the images of the medicinal plants in front of them, attempting to recall their habits and characteristics. By the time 80 continuous hours of testing had passed, only 3,000 participants remained. They had been answering questions for 4 days and 4 nights with no rest whatsoever. They were like mad devils who could remember everything. When the 100th hour arrived, an older man who appeared to be about 50 years old coughed up a mouthful of blood and then collapsed to the ground. His previously gray hair was now completely white. The scene caused quite a commotion, and quite a few of the surrounding apprentice alchemists immediately stood pale-faced and gave up. They knew that if they continued, they may very well die here this day. They walked off to the side, supported by fellow apprentice alchemists. Everyone was now watching the remaining 1,000 test-takers, their eyes filled with fear and dread. They knew full well how fearsome these people were. Only incredibly extraordinary individuals could remember so many of the 100,000 plants and 1 million variations. Meng Hao took a deep breath. His eyes felt gritty, so he closed them for a moment to rest. Then he opened them, focusing on the medicinal plants and continuing to fill out answers. Time passed by in a blur. The number of people who remained answering questions grew smaller and smaller. 1,000, 800, 500, 300. By the time 180 hours had passed, only 11 people remained. The 11 people all sat in different locations within the enormous square, competing with unbridled frenzy. Meng Hao was frowning. Some of the plants in front of him required a careful search of his memory to recall. This was especially true of the medicinal plants that were easily misidentified. These could only be correctly identified by carefully examining various tiny details. In fact, in some cases, they could only be distinguished by taste. Unfortunately, only images were available, which meant that even further examination was required before any information could be recorded. The other 10 people all were pale-faced, and their eyes radiated with ferocity. Having endured all the way down to this point, they obviously were not willing to give up. This test was a trial by fire, and an unforgiving one at that. Only 10 mistakes or oversights were allowed, and then, instant disqualification. In this test, no one could masquerade as having ability. The best among the apprentice alchemists would be visible in a single glance. Suddenly, one of the final 11 suddenly grew white as death. His expression changed as the screen in front of him suddenly disappeared. He stared mutely for a long moment, then staggered to his feet and laughed bitterly. A fellow apprentice alchemist held him by the arm as he left his workstation. The observing apprentice alchemists began to breathe heavily. There were now only 10 participants left. These 10 had already passed into the second round of the examination. However, not a single one stood up. Despite being assured a pass to the next round, all of these apprentice alchemists aspired to be master alchemists. Being so ambitious and proud, they possessed the spirit of competition. They naturally wanted to see who would be the first among them all. Each and every one of them possessed the same mentality. All of the surrounding 30,000 apprentice alchemists were watching on with rapt attention. They were all wondering, in the end, who would place first. Wang Fanming and the 7 other old men watched on wordlessly. They said nothing to end the examination, and instead watched on quietly. Time passed by. These 10 people, including Meng Hao, were all well-known figures amongst the apprentice alchemists. All of them were clearly qualified to become master alchemists. Their eyes were completely bloodshot as they stared at the screens in front of them. None gave up. Meng Hao closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. When he opened them, he found himself looking at a very rare medicinal plant. In fact, this was a plant that was not among the 100,000 medicinal plants, but rather, a hybrid grass that was one of the 1 million variations. Even those cultivators in the southern domain who considered themselves experienced and knowledgeable, would only be able to stare in frustration at such a plant. It's getting harder and harder, thought Meng Hao, sighing deeply. But that only makes things more interesting. His face radiated stubbornness. As of now, the aura of a cultivator had grown faint around him, to be replaced by the implacability of a scholar. This was the stubbornness of someone who had repeatedly failed in the imperial examinations, and yet continued to participate. After joining the East Pill Division, Meng Hao realized that he really was innately inclined to practice alchemy. Perhaps in terms of cultivation, his latent talent was not extraordinary. But when it came to alchemy, however, he possessed true genius. Whether it was memorizing medicinal plants or catalyzing them, he stood head and shoulders above all others. In fact, you could say that this was not innate talent, this was nature talent. Nature talent regarding all plants and vegetation. Meng Hao suddenly recalled the words of Shui Donglu 1. Gradually he came to realize that he didn't always have nature talent. This nature talent came from the resurrection lily. Meng Hao wasn't sure how much time had passed. Soon, one screen after another went dark among the final 10. They had clearly made more than 10 mistakes, and were out. Soon the hour arrived in which only 2 people remained. One was Meng Hao, the other was a grim-faced, middle-aged man. As they continued with the examination, the middle-aged man would look up from time to time at Meng Hao. His eyes slowly filled with crazed determination. This chapter was sponsored by Blake Spikowski. 1. Shui Donglio's words as referenced here are from only a few chapters ago, chapter 208 to be specific. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218. Chapter 218, First Round First Place. The middle-aged man's eyes were blood red as he stared at the medicinal plant in front of him. I joined the sect 20 years ago, he said. I've been an apprentice alchemist for half my life. Do you really think you can compare to me? However, his face was gradually growing white. He had already made 9 mistakes, so he now had only 1 chance left. Unfortunately, as for the plant in front of him, he didn't recognize it. After a long time passed, the middle-aged man laughed sadly, then slowly stood up. He didn't record an answer. He took a long look at the medicinal plant, committing it to memory, then walked away. As of now, Meng Hao was the only person left in the square. The gaze of every single person, including Wang Fanming and the 7 other old-timers, was focused solely on Meng Hao. This was because he was still filling out answers. Meng Hao had no idea how many answers he had provided. 100,000 medicinal plants, 1 million variations. Perhaps he had recorded half, perhaps more. He took a deep breath and focused on the medicinal plants on the screen in front of him. He gradually became aware that some of the medicinal plants were ones he had never seen before. However, after looking at them and thinking for a moment, the information regarding them would appear in his head. The 100,000 plants and 1 million variations that he had studied were simply a foundation. However, that foundation enabled him to awaken the nature talent of the resurrection lily that he acquired. That nature talent of plants allowed him to expand on what he had built in his head, using that accumulated knowledge to form answers. Inside his bag of the cosmos, the portrait of the resurrection lily painted by Shui Donglu was trembling. It seemed to be struggling, resisting, screaming a noiseless scream. This was because as Meng Hao continues to answer questions and corroborate what he had learned, the endless images of plants that appeared in his head were all being plundered from the resurrection lily. He was wresting away the talent of the resurrection lily. If that were simply it, perhaps it wouldn't be a big deal. However, as Meng Hao continued, he realized that the demonic core within his Tao pillar seemed to be rotating. With every rotation, strands of invisible power would emanate out, entering into his mind, causing the nature talent from the resurrection lily to grow even more powerful. This examination of plants and vegetation was also a chance for him to steal away nature talent from the resurrection lily. There was no other method that could possibly be faster, that could push Meng Hao to such heights. This examination was essentially a huge stroke of good fortune. He proceeded on, even more lost in thought than he was before. He continued to fill out more and more answers, more and more quickly. No one could hear the screams of the resurrection lily as its nature talent was wrested away and fused into Meng Hao, becoming his and his alone. If someone asked Meng Hao to stop now, he would refuse. His eyes were bloodshot. Sometimes he had to think, but he never made a mistake. As he thought and recorded his answers, everyone around watched with bated breath, stupefied at what was happening. Wang Fanming and the 7 others exchanged glances. All of their eyes were filled with shock. Some of the information Meng Hao filled out, even they would have difficulty with. Some of these hybrid plants required 10 varieties of medicinal plants to be grafted together at different times to produce the final rare version. Wang Fanming and the others exchanged excited glances and then began to transmit a conversation between themselves. 100,000 medicinal plants, 1 million variations, 10 million hybrids. 3 realms of plants and vegetations. Mastering even the first indicates one has the nature talent required to become a master alchemist. In the southern domain, only Violet Furnace Lords have the enough talent to master the second realm. As far as the third realm goes, there are only 3, Grandmaster Pill Demon and the other 2 Grandmasters. Just how skilled is this Fong Mu when it comes to plants? He's simply inhuman. He's already passed the second realm and has now encroached into the domain of the third realm. If his alchemic skill is comparable to his talent with plants, then he will be able to rock heaven and earth. Not necessarily. His talent with plants is inhuman. But skill in alchemy is different. However, if he does possess some skill, then even if he doesn't become a Violet Furnace Lord, he will surely reach the pinnacle of the Furnace Lord rank. It will all depend on the results of his alchemy, and the level of the medicinal strength he develops. Ordinary master alchemists can produce about 30%. Only Furnace Lords can draw out 50% or more of the medicinal strength. Violet Furnace Lords can extract 70%. In all the southern domain, only Grandmaster Pill Demon and the other 2 Grandmasters can refine 90% or more. And Grandmaster Pill Demon is the only one who can concoct pills of 100% medicinal strength, pills that do not lose any effectiveness. As the 8 men continued their discussion, the apprentice alchemists watched on, dumbstruck. Their minds reeled as they watched Meng Hao. The other 10th place finalists also watched on, some with admiration and respect, others with jealousy and discontent. Time passed, and Meng Hao continued on without stopping. As the medicinal plants flashed in front of him, his expression slowly grew more and more excited. More and more information flooded into his head, and the legacy demonic core inside him rotated even more rapidly. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the Violet Fate sect, on an isolated peak deep within the East Pill Division, an old man sat cross-legged, observing a pill furnace which floated in front of him. He wore a white Taoist robe, and his entire person emanated the aroma of medicinal pills. His eyes were focused completely on the pill furnace. His features were not particularly impressive. However, his eyes were clear, like deep springs. At first look, his white Taoist robe seemed ordinary. However, on each sleeve was embroidered a pill furnace. He was archaic, ancient, as if he had existed for countless years. As he looked at the pill furnace, he smiled. It was impossible to tell his cultivation base, but his presence on the mountain seemed to cause the clouds to disperse and the wind to calm. It seemed that with him present, the world would always be like that. Next to him was a young woman clad in a long, violet robe. She was consummately beautiful, although her brow was wrinkled in a frown. It was none other than Chu Yuyan. The old man was he who commanded high prestige and universal respect within the Violet Fate sect. He was the Grandmaster Alchemist whose name had dominated the southern domain for 1,000 years. His 2 novitiates had forsaken him to become Grandmasters in their own right. This was Pill Demon. Demons can take countless forms, just like the variations of medicinal pills. The day this old man achieved his Tao, he took the name Pill Demon. This Grandmaster Demon whose name had filled the southern domain 1,000 years ago, now spoke. Were you able to concoct the 3 mortalities pill? He asked, shifting his gaze from the pill furnace to Chu Yuyan. I failed again, she replied, frowning. Master, the 3 mortalities pill is too difficult. She looked at the floating pill furnace. The old man shook his head and chuckled. With an expression that seemed to be filled with the emotion of many years, he looked off into the distance, toward the enormous statue of Reverend Violet East. Eventually, he looked back to the pill furnace. After some time passed, he spoke again. Your heart is unsettled, and is lacking in determination. It seems you still do not grasp the purpose for which Master asked you to concoct the 3 mortalities pill. In that regard, you could really learn something from him. He pointed toward the pill furnace. As he did, the furnace grew blurry, then magically transformed into an image of the Meng Hao on the square. When she caught sight of him, Chu Yuyan's brow furrowed instantly. She remembered him. She recalled how seeing him had for some unknown reason caused her heart to fill with irritation. It had filled her with an almost unstoppable impulse to beat some sense into him. Even afterward, she couldn't explain it. Casting eyes on him again today caused that same irritated feeling to reappear. On the path of the Tao of Alchemy, Grandmaster Pill Demon said coolly, talent is only an assistant. Unswerving determination is even more important. He waved his right hand and the scene disappeared. The pill furnace was once again a pill furnace. Go back. When you finish concocting the 3 mortalities pill, then Master will permit you to leave the sect. With that, he closed his eyes. Chu Yuyan's lips curled into a pout. Clearly not happy, but unable to do anything about it, she stamped her foot as she turned and left. For some reason the face of Meng Hao, or rather Fong Mu, appeared in her mind, and her irritation rose again. I'm going to go see why this guy makes me so uncomfortable. she thought, clenching her jaw and transforming into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Back in the Master Alchemist examination square, tens of thousands of eyes were all focused on one thing as the time slowly passed. When Xu Yuyan arrived, she saw Meng Hao, and once again frowned. She examined him intently for a while, but in the end, his features were unfamiliar. And yet within that unfamiliarity was something that she seemed to know. More time passed. A day. 2 days. Eventually 3 days had passed. Xu Yuyan's eyes were glued onto Meng Hao, but in the end, her eyes filled with frustration. Much the same as Wang Fanming and the others, she was familiar with the third realm of plants and vegetation. Seeing Meng Hao answer question after question, how could she not be filled with astonishment? At the end of the third day, the screen in front of Meng Hao suddenly flickered. No more medicinal plants appeared. He slowly looked up. Everything was completely silent. Everyone was staring at the screen in front of him. Wang Fangming gasped and stood up. The other old men also stood up one by one, their eyes filled with disbelief. He answered all the questions. Grandmaster Pill Demon personally prepared all of the images of the medicinal plants. In 1,000 years, no one has ever answered all the questions. Just what inhuman talent does he possess? As the words of Wang Fanming and the others echoed out, the excitement that had been suppressed for days by the surrounding apprentice alchemists suddenly exploded out. A deafening hubbub filled the air. No more questions. How is that possible? He answered all the questions. From ancient times until now, no one has ever done that. Is it possible that this Fang Mu will become another blazing sun of the East Pill Division? Even as the commotion filled the air, exhaustion washed over Meng Hao and he closed his dry eyes. He had no idea how long he had been sitting there. Once the screen went out, his energy seemed to disappear. The knowledge of plants and vegetation in his mind seemed to surge with life, buffeting up against and overwhelming any ignorance that might have existed before. It surged again and again until finally it began to stabilize. Now that the ignorance had been broken, Meng Hao wasn't sure the extent to which his skill with plants and vegetation would grow. He had attained instantaneous formula scrying. By simply placing a medicinal pill in his hand, he would be able to see the pill formula floating in his head. This was a realm that only Violet Furnace Lords could achieve. Xu Yuyan took a deep breath as she stared blankly at Meng Hao. There was no doubt about it, just looking at him caused her to feel irritated. And yet, she had to admit that Fang Mu's skill regarding plants and vegetation was beyond human. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219. Chapter 219, Not Fair. As everyone seethed with excitement, Meng Hao stood up. As he did, everything gradually grew quiet. All eyes were focused on him alone. Some filled with complicated expressions, some were purely envious, others were shocked or jealous. A variety of expressions were directed toward Meng Hao, who appeared to be extremely worn out. He turned toward Wang Fanming and the others, clasped hands, and bowed. Then, he left his workstation and found a place to sit cross-legged and meditate. Wang Fanming took a deep breath. He glanced at Meng Hao for a moment, and then his gaze swept out across the crowd. In 20 hours, the second round of the Master Alchemist promotion examination will begin. It is also the final round. Of the 10 finalists, only one will become a Master Alchemist. The second round will consist of a test of the power of your catalyzing technique. You have 20 hours in which you may rest, but are not permitted to leave. Xu Yuyan had been watching Meng Hao the entire time. The shock had still not left her eyes. Even though looking at him still annoyed her, she had no choice but to admit that Fang Mu was someone she had to look up to in terms of qualifications. Skill with plants and vegetation is only part of being an alchemist, she said, still unconvinced. Let's see if this guy really is qualified to perform alchemy. That includes catalysis, as well as control of the spiritual energy of the cultivation base. Those are not things to be taken lightly. Let's see if his skill in that regard is equally astounding. The more she looked at Meng Hao, the more annoyed she got. Not a single of the 30,000 apprentice alchemists chose to leave. They continued to converse in low tones. 70% of the conversations were about Meng Hao. The other 30 were about the other 9 finalists who had passed the first round of the examination, and thus revealed their talent, like all sticking out from a bag. These other 9 were all very nervous. They sat cross-legged, using each and every moment to rotate their cultivation bases. They wanted to be in peak condition to face the second and final examination. Meng Hao's participation in the first round had crushed them down with a weight that made it hard to breathe. That having been said, there was no difference between first place and 10th. all would have a chance to pass the second round of the examination. The second round was actually the focal point. As far as they were concerned, there was still a chance to surpass Meng Hao. He might know more about plants and vegetation than them, but to catalyze medicinal plants required use of the cultivation base, as well as significant practice. It demanded careful control of spiritual power, too much, and the medicinal plant would grow until it burst. Too little, however, and it would not grow healthily. It was difficult to find the perfect balance. The 9 other finalists breathed deeply as they sat in meditation. Images appeared in their minds from their years of experience catalyzing plants. Gradually, they began to fill with confidence. Meng Hao sat there with eyes closed. Actually, he hadn't wasted very much energy from his cultivation base. The main reason he was tired was not because of his body, but because of the effort in wresting away the legacy of the resurrection lily, as well as the rotating of the demonic core. His head felt like it was swollen. As he rested, his mind slowly began to simmer down. Soon, the 20 hours had passed. Wang Fanming's voice suddenly rang out across the square. As he spoke, he moved his arm to rest on the pill furnace next to him. The time has come for the second round of this trial by fire. Would the 10 final participants please approach? As he spoke, the sound of furnace bells rang out, shaking the entire square. The eyes of the 30,000 spectators focused intently on the proceedings. The square was the same as before, but the 30,000 workstations had been replaced by 10 stone pillars, each one roughly 9 meters tall. As they rose into the air, they glowed with an eye-catching light. With the exception of Meng Hao, all of the final participants leaped up into the air, alighting nimbly onto the stone pillars, excited expressions on their faces. All eyes were on them. After all, these were people who had distinguished themselves amidst 30,000 peers. Considering their talent, they quickly covered up their excitement, replacing it with looks of determination. Meng Hao opened his eyes, and they shone with a bright light. The swelling pain in his head was gone. The nature talent of plants and vegetation was now completely amalgamated, and was a complete part of him. I will become a master alchemist, he thought, his eyes shining with decisiveness. He stood up and strode forward. In a flash, he appeared on the final stone pillar. Instantly, everything grew completely quiet. Countless gazes came to be fixed upon him. Everyone would witness the promotion today and see who would be promoted to master alchemist. Whoever became master alchemist would instantly rise above 100,000 others. In terms of status, position, remuneration from the sect, and reputation, this person would no longer be in the same level as the apprentice alchemists. The difference between apprentice alchemists and master alchemists was like the difference between heaven and earth. After all, in the entire Violet Fate sect, there were only about 1,000 master alchemists. Later, if one could reach the realm of the Furnace Lord, then he could shake the entire southern domain. Any Furnace Lord occupied a lofty position in the Tao of Alchemy, be it in the Violet Fate sect or the outside world, they would receive utmost respect and veneration. Within the whole of the Violet Fate sect, there were currently only around 100 Furnace Lords. 8 of that group were Violet Furnace Lords. They existed just beneath the 3 Grandmaster Alchemists as the pinnacle representatives of the Tao of Alchemy. All of the other great sects and clans thirsted to have any one of this group join them. They commanded extreme respect from one and all. Everyone was watching as Meng Hao stepped onto the pillar. Wang Fanming and the others exchanged glances. One of the old men lifted his arm to push down onto the surface of the pill furnace. It began to emit a droning sound, and then opened up. 10 beams of light shot out and then came to rest, floating in midair. The globes of light were blurry and indistinct, making it impossible to see what was inside. 10 different types of medicinal plant seeds, all of different categories. Candidates, make your selection. Whoever catalyzes theirs to the most mature degree will be a master alchemist. With the exception of Meng Hao, the eyes of everyone on the stone pillars began to glitter brightly. They looked up at the 10 indistinct medicinal plant seeds. It was completely impossible to tell what they were, causing the 9 other participants to hesitate slightly. Then, one of them set his eyes in resolve. He lifted his hand and made a grasping motion, causing one of the glowing globes to shoot into his hand. It transformed into a blue-colored seed. The other 8 participants looked over. That's a blue water flower seed. This flower could be used to concoct a variety of medicinal pills useful for the foundation establishment stage. It was relatively difficult to catalyze. Without hesitation, the other participants reached up to lay claim to the various glowing globes of light. One by one, the globes descended into their hands. They looked around to examine which seeds the others had acquired. Some would be easier to catalyze, others more difficult. It would all depend on luck, considering that the differences between them all was not great. After everyone made their choice, Meng Hao calmly lifted up his hand to retrieve the last glowing globe. The light transformed into a gray-colored seed. When the surrounding tens of thousands of apprentice alchemists saw the seed in Meng Hao's hand, they were sent into an uproar. That's flying ash leaf. Of all the 10 types of medicinal plants, flying ash leaf is least complex. That Feng Mu got really lucky. You can't really say that. It's not necessarily easy to get the leaf to turn into ash. As the sound of the discussions rose up, unsightly expressions appeared on the faces of the 9 other participants. No one said anything, though. After all, Meng Hao was the last person to take a seed, so he obviously had no choice in the matter. They couldn't accuse him of cheating. The old man standing next to Wang Fanming also started when he saw the flying ash leaf seed. He exchanged a look with the other old men, but no one said anything. Suddenly, he spoke out in a cool voice which rose up above the hubbub that filled the square. Begin. There was instant silence. Meng Hao and the other 9 people on the stone pillars all focused on the seeds in their hands. They circulated spiritual power, then, using the East Pill Division technique, began to nourish the seeds with it. The medicinal plant catalyzing had begun. After the space of 10 breaths, popping sounds began to ring out from the hands of all the participants, including Meng Hao's. Sprouts appeared, swaying gently back and forth and slowly beginning to grow taller. Meng Hao concentrated fully, slowly pouring out power from his cultivation base. He didn't squander a drop. This convergence technique was what he had learned in the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament 1. During the past months in the Violet Fate sect, he had practiced the technique daily, especially when working with Li Tao. He channeled spiritual energy into the seed. Soon a gray-colored medicinal plant appeared in his hand, roughly 2 inches tall, with 7 green leaves. As it grew, gray veins began to appear within the leaves. When the leaves turn completely gray, it means that the plant is fully mature. Eventually, the leaves will turn into ash. That ash is the true essence of the plant, which is used as a medicinal ingredient. Information regarding this particular medicinal plant appeared in his head, as well as 10 hybrid variations. The plant began to grow taller. It was now 3 inches tall, and the leaves were about half gray. Now it had 12 leaves in total, which was actually the maximum number of leaves that a flying ash plant could have. As for the other 9 participants, none of them had grown their plant past 60%, obviously theirs were not as mature as Meng Hao's. Their faces were dark and obviously filled with intense discontent. Even many of the surrounding tens of thousands of apprentice alchemists sighed. According to their understanding, it was obvious that Meng Hao's medicinal plant was superior. This test really isn't fair. If that Feng Mu had gotten any other medicinal plant besides flying ash leaf, then it wouldn't have been so easy. It's not necessarily unfair. The flying ash leaf might just be particularly suited to Feng Mu's spiritual energy. If someone else got it, they might not necessarily find it so easy. Growing that particular plant isn't simple. In fact, to cause the leaves to transform into ash takes more spiritual energy than most other medicinal plants. Voices began to echo out. The flying ash plant in Meng Hao's hand made a popping sound. It seemed to be burning. A gray flame covered it, and then gray ash began to spread out. When this happened, the surrounding 9 participants' faces tightened. Their eyes were red as they frustratedly looked at Wang Fanming and the others. Nervously, they began to speak. Seniors, this isn't fair. The flying ash leaf that Feng Mu got is way simpler than my medicinal plant. If I'd gotten flying ash leaf, I could have done the same thing. We worked hard for so many years for a chance at promotion. Don't tell me that we lose, not because of skill, but because of luck. Elders, it really isn't fair. Please, restart the second round and give everyone the same medicinal plant. If we lose then, we will be sincerely convinced. This chapter was sponsored by Robert Kunze. 1. Meng Hao learned to focus his power in Chapter 123. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220. Chapter 220, Promotion to Master Alchemist. Meanwhile, outside the square, on a mountain peak in the East Pill Division, Zhu Yuyan's master, Grandmaster Pill Demon of the Violet Fate sect, looked away from the pill furnace calmly and lifted his hand. There on his palm was a small pile of gray powder. This was none other than some of the ash created by the burning flying ash leaf that had been catalyzed moments ago by Meng Hao. Pill Demon lifted his hand and closely examined it, his eyes thoughtful. He then waved his hand, and the ash dissipated. No seepage of spiritual power, he murmured faintly after a while. Down in the square, Zhu Yuyan silently watched Meng Hao along with the other 9 complaining finalists. She wasn't sure why, but she felt somewhat pleased to see what was happening. The sound of all the condemnation piling up against Fangmu was quite pleasant to the ear. As the 9 other participants continued to make repeated requests, Wang Fanming and the 7 others looked at each other, brows furrowed. After a moment of discussion, Wang Fanming stood up. As he did, everything grew quiet. If all of you truly desire to be completely convinced, well, Fangmu, do you agree to restart the round? Meng Hao smiled. He said nothing, but simply nodded. Wang Fanming nodded back in admiration. Very well. In that case, we shall restart the round. This time, all 10 of you will receive exactly the same type of medicinal plant. Those who do not win will have no grounds for complaint. He waved his right hand, and 10 identical seeds shot out toward Meng Hao and the others. The seeds were crimson, and emanated a plant-like aura. Crimson spirit sapling, thought Meng Hao, his eyes glittering. The hearts of the other 9 participants trembled. They frowned as they examined the crimson seeds in front of them. A collective gasp could be heard from the onlookers as they peered forward. So, it's a crimson spirit sapling. That's a medicinal plant useful for the great circle of foundation establishment. It has the appearance of a fire type, but actually, all types of spiritual energy can be used to nourish it. Considering the level of our cultivation bases, catalyzing a medicinal plant like that would be just too difficult. On the pillars, all the participants except for Meng Hao hesitated for a moment, then clenched their jaws and grabbed the seeds which floated in front of them. Then they used all the power of their cultivation bases to begin catalyzing. Meng Hao reached up and took the seed into his hand. He looked at it closely, then closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, a violet glow appeared in his hand, encircling the crimson seed. Spiritual power emerged, and the catalyzing began. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, one of the middle-aged men on the pillars began to sweat profusely. His face was pale white, and his body trembled. However, he gritted his teeth and slapped his bag of holding to produce a spirit stone. He gripped the spirit stone in one hand and catalyzed the crimson spirit sapling in the other. One by one, the other participants began to follow suit. An hour passed. Soon all of the participants, excluding Meng Hao, were relying on spirit stones to catalyze the plants. One and all had pale faces and bloodshot eyes. Only Meng Hao looked as calm as ever. His gaze was fixed on the crimson spirit sapling as he carefully controlled his spiritual power. Not a drop leaked out. All of it poured into the seed of the crimson spirit sapling. Clearly, none of the other participants were able to do such a thing. Of all the spiritual power they sent out to nourish the medicinal plants, only 30% actually ended up being used. Another hour passed. The man who had been the first to produce the spirit stone suddenly staggered. Face white as a sheet, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. He stared mutely at the seed in his hand. He had expended all of his power and hadn't been able to produce a single sprout. He shook his head bitterly and chose to withdraw. Not much time passed before a second, third, and then fourth participant left. By the time more than 2 full hours of the catalysis round had passed, only 5 participants were left. It was then that a popping sound rang out, causing everyone to look toward Meng Hao's right hand. There in his palm, a sprout suddenly popped out from the crimson seed. Moments later, a sprout popped out from the seed of one of the other competitors. This seed belonged to the man who had lasted in the first round of the competition longer than anyone else except Meng Hao. His face was somewhat unsightly as he tightened his grip on the spirit stone in his hand and then gave Meng Hao a grim look. As for the other 3 participants, their faces were white. Despite using all the power they could muster, they were still unable to cause the crimson spirit sapling seed to sprout. All of them withdrew. The true test of the second round had arrived. Once again, it was a battle between the middle-aged man and Meng Hao. I prepared a lot of spirit stones for this part of the examination, said the middle-aged man, his eyes red. There's no possible way that I can lose to you. The pillar he stood on was situated directly opposite of Meng Hao. He looked up and glared at Meng Hao, then pushed down on his forehead. A roaring sound filled the air as his cultivation base suddenly began to soar. It flew from the 8th level of Qi condensation all the way to the 9th, the great circle of Qi condensation. Clearly, he had been suppressing his cultivation base the entire time, all with the intention of unleashing his true power in the end of the catalysis exam. In this way, it would only take one step to sweep past any opponents. When the man's cultivation base suddenly erupted, it caused quite a commotion among the onlookers. At the same time, the crimson spirit sapling seed in front of him slowly began to grow. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He didn't employ the power of his foundation establishment cultivation base. He relied only on the spiritual power of Qi condensation to catalyze the crimson spirit sapling. He completely ignored the middle-aged man, and in fact closed his eyes to focus solely on catalysis. More time passed. Both crimson spirit saplings continued to grow taller. Several hours passed. By now, both plants were about the height of a person. The middle-aged man's body quivered and veins bulged on his face. He had lost track of how many spirit stones he had used, and felt like he was beginning to grow crazy. As soon as a spirit stone was used up, he would produce another. His chi passageways seemed unable to bear up under the strain, but he ignored them. Determination filled his eyes. He must win. He must become a master alchemist. For that, he would charge on regardless of anything. Finally, blood sprayed from his mouth, and even as his body trembled violently, he pushed all out with his cultivation base, which was now beginning to sink down in level. Spiritual energy which stemmed from his very life force poured out to catalyze the crimson spirit sapling. This instantly caused the plant to grow up about 3 meters. As of now, it no longer looked like a sapling, but instead a tree. The middle-aged man staggered backward several paces, unable to continue. He had already risked his life, and to continue on would no longer be risking it, but delivering it up. His chi passageways burned as if with fire, causing his entire body to spasm. Sweat poured out, and his cultivation base continued to sink lower. Despite all this, his eyes glowed with loftiness and pride. Amazed discussions instantly broke out among the surrounding apprentice alchemists. Even Wang Fanming and the others exchanged glances. Xu Yuyan nodded her head. Clearly, what he had done was no slight accomplishment. My crimson spirit sapling had grown so tall it's now a tree. Your sapling isn't even 70% as tall as mine. Let's see how you secure the master alchemist position now. For the first time, Meng Hao looked over at the middle-aged man. I'm not finished yet, he said coolly. The crimson spirit sapling in his hand slowly began to grow higher. From 70% of the height of the other man's, it grew to 80, then 90. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the middle-aged man's face grew paler and paler. His body trembled, and his eyes filled with disbelief. Meng Hao's crimson spirit sapling was now 3 meters taller than his. Everything was completely silent. Everyone stared blankly at Meng Hao. They had already been astonished by his nature talent in the first round. Now, in terms of catalyzing skill, the results caused everyone to stare with deep shock. However, Meng Hao still wasn't finished. He stared at the crimson spirit sapling, his eyes blazing with determination. If I'm going to put on a show, he thought, I might as well go all out. I'm really curious to know how much I can grow the crimson spirit sapling with this catalysis technique. Eyes glittering, more spiritual energy appeared in his palm, pouring into the crimson spirit sapling. Of course, he did not use the power of foundation establishment, he wanted to show off, but he wouldn't forget himself in the process. 6 meters, 9 meters, slowly, the crimson spirit sapling stopped growing up, but began to grow out instead. Thicker and thicker it grew until it was now a large tree. This tree might not be amazing enough to attract the attention of the entire world, but it certainly became the focal point of the entire examination square. Meng Hao catalyzed the tree to such an extent that suddenly a single flower appeared on it, along with a fruit. It was a crimson-colored spirit fruit that instantly began to emanate spiritual energy. When Xu Yuyan saw this, her eyes went wide and filled with an expression of disbelief. Wang Fanming rose to his feet, as did the other old-timers. Strange expressions filled their faces. The crimson spirit sapling is blossoming. It's bearing spirit fruit. He's a chi condensation cultivator, but can do this? Inconceivable. The tens of thousands of observing apprentice alchemists couldn't hold back, a buzz of discussion instantly filled the air. All the other participants who had failed stared blankly. As apprentice alchemists themselves, they were well aware of the significance of the crimson spirit sapling bearing fruit. Crimson spirit saplings can be used to refine medicinal pills for the great circle of foundation establishment. But their fruit contain the essence of the entire plant, they can create medicinal pills for the early core formation stage. I can't believe Feng Mu did it. This technique can catalyze out all types of medicinal plants suitable for the chi condensation stage, and even some for the foundation establishment stage. But it's impossible to use on medicinal plants needed for the core formation stage. And yet, he actually catalyzed crimson spirit fruit. As the sound of conversation drifted in the air, Meng Hao took a deep breath and waved his right hand. The crimson spirit sapling abruptly trembled, as if it had suddenly lost its source of power. It began to wither. Even as it withered, though, Meng Hao's left hand reached up and grabbed the crimson spirit fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed it into his bag of holding. The 9-meter-tall crimson spirit sapling was now completely withered. Amidst the continuous buzz of conversation, Meng Hao hopped off of the stone pillar. Wang Fanming took a deep breath, then gave Meng Hao a deep look and said, "The person promoted to Master Alchemist today is Fong Mu." His voice rang out across the square, and then seemed to enter the pill furnace and echo out throughout all the valleys of the entire East Pill Division. All 100,000 apprentice alchemists heard each and every word. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221. Chapter 221, A Newcomer to the Tao of Alchemy. Time flashed by. Soon 2 months had passed. Meng Hao still resided in District 1 Valley 1. However, he was no longer located next to the stream. On one of the mountains that formed the valley, a narrow path wound up to the peak, where there was an immortal's cave. Clouds drifted past its green, stone door. Standing there, one could see the entirety of the valley below. The spiritual energy was much thicker, and within the mountain itself was a vein of fire. This was the immortal's cave that had been bestowed upon Meng Hao after he was raised to Master Alchemist. Only Master Alchemists could live in the upper reaches of the mountains. There, separated from the apprentice alchemists, they could enjoy the special privileges they had earned as Master Alchemists. For example, they could seek apprentice alchemists to serve as assistants. Furthermore, for slight compensation, they could acquire various pill formulas and even medicinal plants from the sect. The only demand placed upon Master Alchemists was that they meet the monthly quota of medicinal pills. In order to receive less common medicinal plants and pill formulas, they would have to turn over a greater quantity of medicinal pills. The more they provided, the more they were rewarded. After becoming a Master Alchemist, it was also possible to engage in trade with other Master Alchemists. All of this was designed to improve knowledge and familiarity with alchemy, and to increase the quality of the medicinal pills produced. On this particular day, a roaring sound filled Meng Hao's immortal's cave. Despite the door being sealed, the sound still echoed out far and wide. Down in the valley, the apprentice alchemists held their tongues. They looked up toward Meng Hao's immortal's cave, unable to contain their admiration and envy. During the 2 months since Meng Hao became a Master Alchemist, this type of roaring sound could be heard frequently. Inside, Meng Hao was covered with filth and grime. It was with a bitter laugh that he watched the pill furnace in front of him explode. He sighed, flicking his sleeve to collect up the bits of the broken pill furnace, and the remnants of the medicinal pill he had been concocting. He frowned as he sat there on the stone platform. "Concocting pills is not easy," he said. "The slightest lack of control of the earthly fire can ruin the pill and stress the pill furnace to the point of destruction. In the past 2 months, I've already blown up 47 pill furnaces." The sleeve of his long, black gown was embroidered with a tiny pill furnace. This set of clothing representing his status as a Master Alchemist. "I've improved quite a bit, though. In the past 2 or 3 days I've only exploded one." He looked at the 7 or 8 pill bottles lined up next to him, and his eyes shined contentedly. The pills inside these bottles were the accumulation of his 2 months of practice. They were only useful for the qi condensation stage, but the feeling of making something with his own hands left Meng Hao feeling very happy. Concocting pills is definitely not easy, and is clearly connected to latent talent. What's even more important though is, concocting pills is expensive. No wonder there aren't very many Master Alchemists. Meng Hao sighed emotionally. He hadn't felt this way back when he was an apprentice alchemist. When he had worked with Li Tao, he had only seen the respect given by outsiders, as well as Li Tao's profits when he concocted pills for inner sect disciples. After becoming a Master Alchemist, though, he realized that behind every truly successful alchemist existed a mountain of spent spirit stones. That was the only way to achieve true success. Of course, latent talent was also necessary. With only ordinary latent talent, the spirit stones necessary to succeed as a Master Alchemist could fund a small sect. A pill furnace costs 20,000 spirit stones, and that's for the lowest level pill furnace provided by the sect. And I've destroyed 47. When Meng Hao thought of this, and the fact that he had to pay for all the pill furnaces, his heart ached. Pill furnaces are only one aspect, he thought. Concocting pills requires medicinal herbs, which are even more costly. Sometimes a single pill requires a combination of dozens of medicinal herbs. When you add them all together, it's not cheap. That's not the worst, though. What's really killing me is, my success rate is only 1 in 10. He took a deep breath as he thought of the whole situation. The more expensive the medicinal plants, the more ancient the pill formula, the higher quality the pill, the more likely I am to fail. He sighed emotionally. However, now that I'm a Master Alchemist, there are also a lot of perks. For example, this medallion. He slapped his bag of holding to produce a white medallion. It felt cold in his hands, and seemed to be made of jade, and yet not. A pill furnace was carved on one side, along with calligraphy that read Blacklist. Pill Blacklist. Meng Hao looked at the command medallion, and his eyes filled with a strange light. This wasn't the first time he had taken out the medallion to look at. Every time he did, his heart filled with a feeling of veneration for the position of Master Alchemist. The Pill Blacklist medallion was a right given to all Master Alchemists by the sect. Only one was distributed per alchemist, and could be used twice. It was the ultimate expression of the respect demanded by Master Alchemists, and was enough to strike fear into the heart of any member of the Violet Chi Division. One of the main reasons that Master Alchemists had such a high position compared to the Violet Chi Division was because of the Pill Blacklist. The thought of being added to the Pill Blacklist would cause most cultivators to feel an intense terror. There was only one purpose to the Pill Blacklist. Any Violet Chi Division disciple whose name was added to the list would be refused service by all Master Alchemists for a time period of 100 years. This had been a sect rule for countless ages, and a power possessed solely by the East Pill Division. This arrangement caused Master Alchemists to command incredible respect within the Violet Fate sect. Because of this, few would dare to offend a Master Alchemist. To offend one Master Alchemist was equivalent to offending them all. The rule had existed since ancient times, and in the past 1,000 years, had not been exercised by very many Master Alchemists. During that time, the list had never exceeded a few hundred people. Considering there were nearly 10,000 disciples within the inner sect, that wasn't a very large number. To Master Alchemists, not using the Pill Blacklist made it that much more of a deterrence. After all, after the second usage, its effectiveness vanished. The names of everyone on the 100 Years Pill Blacklist were branded onto the medallion. After becoming a Master Alchemist, Meng Hao earned the right to use the power of the medallion, but of course, was also required to respect the arrangement. Currently, there were 13 people who had been pill blacklisted. For 100 years, no Master Alchemist, Meng Hao included, would concoct pills for these 13 people. He looked at the Pill Blacklist medallion for a moment longer, then put it away. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a jade slip and branded it with some information. Then he ignited it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Not much time passed before he heard a voice from outside the Immortal's cave. He lifted a finger, and the door to the Immortal's cave opened. A pretty girl entered who appeared to be about 18 or 19 years old. As soon as she entered the Immortal's cave, her nose wrinkled as if she were gagging on the odor of the exploded pill furnace. "Alchemist Phone," she said, smiling, "I was feeling a bit confused yesterday. I was wondering why so many days had passed since you asked me for a replacement furnace." She produced a brand new pill furnace from her bag of holding and handed it over to Meng Hao with a smile. The girl's name was Lin Rui, and she was in charge of daily affairs for Master Alchemists. Her cultivation base was not very high, but according to the rumors, one of her clan members was a Violet Furnace Lord. Furthermore, she had a pleasing personality. Therefore, many of the Master Alchemists had taken a liking to her. Over time, she came to take care of whatever the various Master Alchemists needed. For example, during the past 2 months, she had delivered pill furnaces to Meng Hao on 46 different occasions. Today would be the 47th. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Meng Hao cleared his throat. He accepted the pill furnace, along with a jade slip that she handed over. Now that he was a Master Alchemist, he didn't actually have to pay up front for pill furnaces, medicinal pills, pill formulas. The sect would provide them willingly. However, that didn't mean that they were free. They could be acquired on credit. But eventually, he had to provide compensation in the form of medicinal pills. "How much do I owe?" he asked, looking at the jade slip with a frown. "Including today, you owe 6,757 Qi condensation pills to the sect." She winked at him, and covered her mouth as she laughed. Then she continued on in a conciliatory tone, "It's not a big deal. You actually don't owe very much. The most I've seen someone owe is 1,730,000. That much would probably require a lifetime of pill concocting to pay back." Hearing the enormous number caused Meng Hao to stare in shock. Then he smiled wryly, shook his head, and sighed. He took out his own jade slip and inscribed the information on it, then handed the original back to the girl. "Alchemist Fong, just keep working hard. The most recent pill delivery day has already passed. Do you think you could provide a bit more than the quota? If you do, it will make it easier to make an explanation." Lin Rui's smile was like a flower. It was little wonder the Master Alchemists all liked her. Of course, Meng Hao was the youngest Master Alchemist by far, so every time she came here she would find opportunities to make fun of him a little. She seemed to love it when Fong Mu blushed with embarrassment. Meng Hao sighed, then picked up one of the pill bottles. Inside were 5 Qi condensation pills. He handed them to the girl. It was his first time turning over pills toward his quota. The girl covered her mouth as she giggled. She took the pills and left. Meng Hao watched her depart, after which he sealed the cave door. He held the pill furnace up in his hand and sighed. If things keep going like this, considering the level of my pill concocting, there won't be any intersect disciples from the Violet Chi division who come looking for me. I'm not going to make any profits whatsoever, and I won't be able to get any new pill formulas. The most important thing was to get invitations from Violet Chi division intersect disciples to concoct pills. So doing would provide more chances to encounter new pill formulas. The more invitations, the more pill formulas. Over time, his skill in alchemy would grow increasingly high. Not only would he be using medicinal pills that weren't essentially on loan from the sect, but also, he would make a handsome profit. As far as the embezzlement factor, well, that had basically become a rule. What could the Violet Chi division do about that? Meng Hao took a deep breath as he put the pill furnace down and picked up one of the pill bottles. He opened it up and looked at the medicinal pills inside. They were smooth and round, and spiritual energy wafted up from them. Meng Hao slowly began to frown. Perhaps there are some mistakes with my concoction techniques. If there aren't, then how come it takes so much effort to concoct pills? When Li Tao does it, it seems so much easier. Lost in thought and muttering to himself, Meng Hao stood up and began to pace around the immortal's cave. Suddenly, he stopped, and his eyes began to glitter. He lifted his right hand, and the pill furnace floated over. Eyes shining brightly, he slapped his bag of holding, and 10 medicinal plants emerged. His hands flew as he catalyzed them and then extracted the sap from them. In the space of about 10 breaths, he prepared all the ingredients and then placed them in the furnace. He stamped his foot lightly on the ground, after which an area just in front of him began to glow red. An intense heat emanated out. He suspended the pill furnace about 3 inches above the bright red spot and began to gesture incantation symbols. The pill furnace then floated up a bit higher, and then lower, going back and forth at various intervals. Soon, a medicinal aroma filled the immortal's cave. As it did, Meng Hao sat down cross-legged. His right hand then reached out and pushed down onto the pill furnace. He closed his eyes and began to pour spiritual energy into it, beginning another catalyzing process. This catalyzing technique he had learned from Li Tao. Not only did it increase the medicinal age, it was actually required for the pill concocting process. Soon, Meng Hao's eyes glittered even more brightly. According to the changes occurring within the pill furnace, he adjusted things here and there. He occasionally added some medicinal plants, or removed sediment from the pill furnace. Previously, he had required 10 or 12 hours to finish concocting, but this time, after only 6 hours, he flicked his sleeve and removed the pill furnace from the heat. He opened the lid, and as the medicinal aroma brushed across his face, he removed 4 chi condensation pills from inside. The pills were still soft, but as he removed them, they quickly began to harden, dried by the air. I was wrong. He looked carefully at the relatively crude pills he had just produced, and picked up one of the pill bottles which contained another set of pills, ones he had painstakingly made to be as perfect as possible. After comparing the 2 types of chi condensation pills, his eyes suddenly filled with enlightenment. These exquisitely produced pills wore me out. The medicinal strength is clearly much higher, perhaps 70 or 80%. The crude pills, on the other hand, only have a medicinal strength of about 30 or 40%. My previous refining technique was too strenuous. If I had known that I could make pills like I did today, then I wouldn't have wasted so many pill furnaces. He was lost in thought for a moment as he put away the chi condensation pills. Such a large difference in quality, about double. Perhaps it has something to do with the time spent refining the pills. However, it shouldn't have that much of an effect. After all, I've seen Li Tao concoct pills both for himself and others, and there is never much of a difference. Meng Hao frowned and muttered to himself for a moment, before his eyes finally glittered again. Could it be that it has something to do with my perfect foundation? My spiritual power belongs to me and does not circulate back into heaven and earth. It's branded as being mine alone. My 5 Tao pillars can trample upon the foundation establishment stage. When I use it to concoct pills, it's infected with my aura. Maybe that's why the pill furnaces kept blowing up, because the medicinal pills I was refining could be classified as perfect? His eyes continued to shine as he pondered the matter, eventually coming to the conclusion that his theory was correct. He continued to think about the matter for some time, when suddenly, his expression flickered. He looked down at the bag of the cosmos. From within the blood mask, the voice of the meat jelly transmitted into his mind. It sounded weak. I can't hold on any longer. I can't continue to support your transformation. Damn me, I knew I shouldn't have lent my transformation power to others. Meng Hao, I need to shed. I'm finished. Finished? 1 month. I need 1 month. You need to, make sure to, be careful. The meat jelly's voice grew weaker and weaker and then finally faded into nothing. As it did, Meng Hao's features flickered and his real face returned. As luck would have it, it was at this exact moment that the voice of Chu Yuyan could be heard outside his immortal's cave. Fong Mu. Open up your immortal's cave, I want to talk with you about something. This chapter was sponsored by Quinton Niven, Robert Kunze, and DS. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222. Chapter 222, Signs of Rocking the Violet Fate Sect. Meng Hao's face tightened. All of a sudden, his features looked exactly the same as they used to. He was his old self, skin a bit dark, cultured, and refined, with the air of a scholar. Within the scholar's air existed a touch of something demonic, and a hint of callousness. Meng Hao frowned, neither lifting his head up nor paying any attention to Chu Yuyan's voice, which drifted in from outside the immortal's cave. Fong Mu. She said again, her delicate brow furrowed. She had come with the specific purpose of thoroughly examining Fong Mu to find out why he irritated her so much. However, the door to the immortal's cave was sealed shut. No sound emerged to indicate Fong Mu was inside. Looking far from pleased, Chu Yuyan gave a cold harumph. Before coming, she had asked around and determined that Fong Mu hadn't left his immortal's cave for days. Along the way, she had also encountered Lin Rui, who said she had just come from Meng Hao's after delivering a pill furnace. You closed the door, don't come out, and won't even talk? She said coldly, her eyes narrowing. Don't tell me there's something you don't want me to know about, is there, Fong Mu? Within the immortal's cave, Meng Hao frowned, continuing to ignore Chu Yuyan. He slapped his bag of holding to produce the blood-colored mask. He looked at it for a moment, then entered it with spiritual sense. Within the world of the mask, he could see that the meat jelly seemed to have lost its shape-changing ability. It was no longer a parrot, but a simple rectangular slab of a meat jelly. It seemed completely lifeless, and a death aura even rose up from it. It was extremely hard to the touch. After examining it for a moment, Meng Hao extracted his spiritual sense and sat there thoughtfully. According to the meat jelly, because it lent me some of its transformation ability, it now has to shed. It said 1 month. He felt somewhat relieved. He could most likely last for a month, as long as he didn't let anyone see him, and didn't venture outside. Having Chu Yuyan outside is really annoying, though, he thought, looking up at the large door of the immortal's cave. Fong Mu, get out here right now. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He simply closed his eyes. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Chu Yuyan's eyes began to burn with rage. Something seemed off, and yet she couldn't think of any reason why Fong Mu would do this. Not going to say anything, huh? She said. Fine. If I have to, I'll go get a door-opening medallion and then use it to open this door. I'm going to ask one last time. Fong Mu, are you home? She slowly began to walk away. I'm not home, he said coldly, an irritated look on his face. Hearing this, Chu Yuyan stared back in shock. She had never imagined she would get such a response. She then took a deep breath. Taking one last hateful glance at the door, she turned and transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Having dismissed Chu Yuyan, Meng Hao pulled out the lifeless, shedding meat jelly and placed it down in front of him. He looked at it for a long moment, then sighed and closed his eyes to meditate. After leaving Meng Hao, Lin Rui returned to the pill pavilion, where she made a record of the medicinal pills Meng Hao had handed over. She wrote the character Fong onto the pill bottle, then placed it in a pile with the bottles she had collected from other master alchemists. After that, she paid the matter no more heed. She left the pill pavilion. The pills she had collected would be organized and then delivered to the Violet Chi Division's honor guard to be distributed amongst outer sect disciples who were in the Chi condensation stage. Of course, before being delivered, they would be thoroughly inspected by someone from the Violet Chi Division to ensure that all the medicinal pills were safe. Time passed by slowly. Soon half a month was gone. Meng Hao was no longer so wasteful in his pill concocting, and actually saved quite a bit of material. No longer did his pill furnace explode, and he managed to concoct increasingly greater numbers of Chi condensation pills. It was about this time that the Chi condensation pills were taken from the pill pavilion and delivered to the Violet Chi Division for their biweekly pill distribution. Su Zhongluan did not have a very high cultivation base. He was in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Originally, he had not been a member of the Violet Chi Division, but rather an apprentice alchemist in the East Pill Division. However, in the end, he was unable to become a master alchemist. Furthermore, his clan occupied a relatively low position within the Violet Fate sect. Therefore, he finally decided to switch from the East Pill Division to the Violet Chi Division, and focus his cultivation on magical techniques. Because he had once been an apprentice alchemist, he had eventually been assigned to inspect the pills sent over for distribution. Only pills approved by him would be distributed to outer sect disciples. He had been doing this for quite a long time. Furthermore, considering the pills he tested were merely Qi condensation pills, all Su Zhongluan needed to do was pick one up, and he would instantly be able to tell whether it was genuine or a fake. In addition, he could very easily tell the medicinal strength of the pill. On this particular day, the East Pill Division had just delivered a batch of pills. He sat, sipping some fragrant tea with one hand, and unsealing pill bottles with the other. One after another, he would open the bottles, then place in front of his nose and sniff. It was a very leisurely task. Behind him was a young servant who was responsible for keeping records and straightening things up. "These Qi condensation pills are all pretty much the same," said Su Zhongluan with a sigh. "There's virtually no difference between them all. Well, they are master alchemists after all." He picked up another bottle and unsealed the wax. Before inhaling the aroma, he drank a mouthful of tea. Then he slowly placed the bottle beneath his nose and breathed in. As soon as he did, he suddenly stared in shock. He lowered his head and sniffed again. His eyes narrowed as he turned the bottle over and dumped the pills out into his hand. There were 5 of them, all Qi condensation pills. After examining them closely and smelling them again, a look of shock appeared on his face. "These." He suddenly stood up, overturning his cup of tea. He didn't even notice that, however. His attention was completely focused on the medicinal pills. Behind him, the young servant looked on, dumbstruck. He had never seen Su Zhongluan act like this. This was especially true of what had just happened to the tea. Tea was one of Su Zhongluan's greatest loves, and if he himself knocked over a cup, would be punished. However, just now, Su Zhongluan didn't seem to even notice the spilled tea. The medicinal strength, how could it be of this level? Who concocted this pill? Taking a deep breath, he picked up the bottle and looked at the character Fong inscribed on the side. Fong. There are 1,000 master alchemists, and I can think of 3 or 4 surnamed Fong. Which one is it? As he muttered to himself, he carefully placed the 5 Qi condensation pills back into the pill bottle. His eyes were shining. "I can tell that these Qi condensation pills have a medicinal strength far beyond ordinary," he said, panting. "Too bad they're only Qi condensation pills. If they were medicinal pills appropriate for Foundation establishment." His eyes glittered as he shot toward the inner sect. Naturally, there was no way for Meng Hao to know how much of a stir his handful of Qi condensation pills had caused. At the moment, he sat in his immortal's cave, frowning as he looked down at the meat jelly. The meat jelly's body was now completely dry and lifeless, which made Meng Hao a bit nervous. If it was still like this after the month had passed, then all the gains he had made in the Violet Fate sect up to now would be completely for naught. The days passed, and Meng Hao's anxiety grew deeper. Several people had come looking for him in recent days, including Lin Rue and Li Tao. Zhu Yuyan had come twice. Meng Hao had utilized various methods to stall them, but he couldn't keep it up for too much longer. Thankfully, about 20 days in, cracks could be seen on the surface of the meat jelly. Every day, more appeared. Faint signs of life soon became apparent. Meng Hao finally started to feel a bit relieved. After a few more days passed, there was only one more day until the month-long period was up. The meat jelly was now almost completely covered with cracks, and life force seemed to throb within it. Meng Hao could tell that the meat jelly was still inside, struggling to break out. Meng Hao sat there quietly, waiting for the moment when the meat jelly would burst out from within the dried husk. The night passed silently. The next day at dawn, dense cracks completely covered the surface of the meat jelly. Splintering sounds filled the air, and it seemed as if the reborn meat jelly would burst out at any moment. Meng Hao couldn't do anything to help, he could only watch. It was at this moment that Bai Yunlai's excited voice could suddenly be heard from outside the Immortal's cave. "Fong Mu, quick, open the door. I have some good news. Really good news." "Sir," replied Meng Hao immediately, "I'm in the middle of concocting some pills. I can't really come out." "Brother Bai, please wait just a moment. Once this batch is finished, I'll come out." What pills are you concocting?" replied Bai Yunlai, his voice urgent. "Hurry up and finish. I managed to get some business for you from an inner sect disciple. He needs some medicinal pills, and I recommended you. If you concoct the pills for him, word will get around, and then more inner sect disciples will come to you looking for business." Bai Yunlai and Meng Hao had developed a very good relationship during the better part of the last year. Now that Meng Hao was a master alchemist, Bai Yunlai had been attempting over and over again to get some inner sect disciples to accept a recommendation for him to concoct pills. However, it had been difficult to get anyone to agree. As soon as he'd rushed over to find Meng Hao. Meng Hao laughed bitterly. Before, he would have jumped eagerly at such an opportunity. This was a very important step in his growth as a master alchemist within the sect. Having just been promoted, he had to struggle to distinguish himself from the other 1,000 master alchemists. In the entire past 3 months, not a single person had come to him looking for pill concocting. If he didn't take advantage of the first opportunity, then there would never be a second. Unfortunately, today, Meng Hao was just about to open his mouth, when suddenly, his expression flickered. He looked at the meat jelly for the space of a few breaths. Outside, Bai Yunlai suddenly heard a thunderous boom from inside the Immortal's cave. It filled the entire valley, causing the mountains to tremble. Anyone inside the valley would have been able to hear it, and it attracted quite a bit of attention. Bai Yunlai stared in shock. His ears rang, and it took a long moment for him to regain his composure. He took a deep breath, and stepped back a pace, his heart trembling in fear. He had no idea what pill Meng Hao was concocting to have produced such an uproar. However, not much time passed before the door of the Immortal's cave opened. Feng Mu appeared from within, smiling. "In my haste, I exploded the pill furnace," he said. "But, that doesn't matter. I have more. Brother Bai, let's go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 223. Chapter 223, How Alchemist Feng Carries Himself. Bai Yunlai looked at Meng Hao and said, "Should I find you an apprentice alchemist?" At the moment, Meng Hao's status was different than before. He was a master alchemist, regardless of whether he walked about in the East Pill Division or the Violet Chi Division. His position was much the same as an inner sect disciple. He was extremely important. According to some of the long-standing rules of the Violet Fate sect, master alchemists were equal to inner sect disciples of the Violet Chi Division. In reality, however, their position was a bit higher. "There's no need," said Meng Hao with a slight smile. He descended the mountain with Bai Yunlai, then headed toward the Violet Chi Division. On the way, Bai Yunlai explained the situation. The person who had requested a pill to be concocted occupied a high position in the inner sect. However, despite being chosen, he wasn't able to ask for help from a furnace lord. Furthermore, his reputation was not very good, so most master alchemists weren't willing to help him. The East Pill Division occupied a relatively aloof position. Any master alchemist had the right to refuse a request. If they did, the inner sect disciples of the Violet Chi Division would be helpless to do anything about it. This particular chosen had very few other options. Of the master alchemists who were willing to concoct pills for him, none met up to his standards. Bai Yunlai was aware of this, and figured that it was a good opportunity for Feng Mu. Even if it ended in failure, this chosen couldn't do anything whatsoever against the East Pill Division. Therefore, Bai Yunlai had hurried over to find Meng Hao. After hearing the explanation, Meng Hao thought for a moment and then asked, "What pill does he want concocted?" He didn't say. "You can ask when we get there. My status doesn't afford me the right to ask." In any case, Ding Yongwan is a chosen of the Violet Chi Division. He wouldn't answer me even if I did ask. Bai Yunlai sighed. Meng Hao nodded. As they passed through the various valleys, the scene from moments ago played out in his head. The incredible noise had been caused by the meat jelly breaking out. As soon as it appeared in its reborn state, it surprisingly didn't seem interested in talking. It quickly changed Meng Hao's appearance back to that of Feng Mu's, and then flew back into the blood-colored mask to sleep. Now, it slumbered just as the blood mastiff did. After a quick inspection, Meng Hao came to the conclusion that it would wake up in a few months. With that, he paid it no more attention. Then, it was with great excitement that he quickly gathered up the shed skin which had exploded moments before. The shed skin was extremely tough. Even with Meng Hao's cultivation base, he had no way of breaking even a single piece. Since it had come from the meat jelly, Meng Hao considered it to be a magical item. Not having time to examine it in detail, he had put it away and then walked out of the Immortal's cave. It didn't take long for Meng Hao and Bai Yunlai to reach the valley which connected the East Pill Division and the Violet Chi Division. Waiting for them there was an arrogant-looking young man, who currently had his hands clasped behind his back and was looking up into the sky. This was Ding Yong. He wore a red-colored robe, which flashed in the sunlight, and actually emitted a violet aura. The year Meng Hao had joined the Violet Fate sect, he had learned that regardless of East Pill Division or Violet Qi Division, violet-colored Qi was to be treated with respect. Therefore, even though this young man didn't wear the violet robes of a conclave disciple, the fact that his clothes emitted a violet aura indicated that he had a very high position within the sect. He was chosen of the Violet Fate sect. His cultivation base was at the peak of mid-foundation establishment, just a hair from the next level. When Ding Yang saw Meng Hao, he frowned and said, "So you're Feng Mu?" In his opinion, the older a master alchemist, the better. To him, Meng Hao was obviously much too young. Meng Hao frowned coldly, stopping in place. During his time with Li Tao, he had grown accustomed to how the man handled himself in front of the inner sect disciples. The position of master alchemist was one that inherently demanded respect. However, it also required a bit of personal effort to earn that respect. If you set the bar too low, then others would assume your skill was lacking. Therefore, he stood in place, then flicked his sleeve and let out a cold snort. "Bai Yunlai," he said coolly, "from now on, there's no need to seek me out for such pill-concocting matters as this." Without another look at Ding Yang, he turned and began to walk off. Bai Yunlai often worked with master alchemists, and he was also very familiar with Meng Hao. How could he not understand what was happening? Feeling secretly pleased, he allowed horror to cover his face. Then he stared accusatorially at the target of Meng Hao's little tactic, Ding Yang, who stood there gaping. "He's a master alchemist of the East Pill Division, it doesn't matter if he's young. He placed number 1 in the last promotion examination. Think about it. Out of 100,000 apprentice alchemists, only one was selected. You? AI, you don't know how long I begged Alchemist Fong to come before he agreed. And here you." Shaking his head, he turned to chase after Meng Hao. Ding Yang laughed bitterly, then sighed. He was not like Qian Shuihen and Lu Song, who had been able to leave the sect to gain experience. But how could he not see the way Meng Hao carried himself? When he thought about Bai Yunlai's words, he realized that this Fong Mu's skill in alchemy must be significant. After a moment's thought, a smile appeared on his face, and he walked forward a few steps. "The grand name of Alchemist Fong has long since reverberated like thunder within my ears," he said. "Just now when I saw how young Alchemist Fong is, I was so shocked that I made a slip of the tongue. Alchemist Fong, please don't take offense." Meng Hao stopped again, then turned to look Ding Yang in the eye coldly. "What pill do you need?" Ding Yang's eyes glittered. Seeing Meng Hao speak in such a manner led him to believe that he must be a person with a relatively short temper. He quickly said, "Barrier-breaking pill." Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, without the slightest bit of change. Seeing this, Ding Yang came to the conclusion that he was obviously very worldly wise and eccentric. Actually, Meng Hao was currently frantically searching through his memory. Unfortunately, he had no information regarding barrier-breaking pills. "There are at least 17 pill formulas for that type of pill," he said coolly. "Furthermore, there are hundreds of types of medicinal herbs that can be used, along with many complicated variations, 397 to be precise. The refinement process requires delicate adjustments, which further add 70% to the total possible variations. Which particular version do you want concocted?" In truth, his words were a complete fabrication. Next to him Bai Yunlai gasped. Actually, he too had been wondering what a barrier-breaking pill was. Hearing Meng Hao's words caused a look of admiration to appear in his eyes. The way it looked to him, the words seemed to come from a perspective of extreme comprehension. At least, that was the feeling he got. It seemed even Bai Yunlai had been duped. Naturally, Ding Yang stared in shock for a moment before a bright glow appeared in his eyes. Meng Hao's words struck him as being profoundly enigmatic. He took a deep breath, then clasped hands and bowed. "Avoiding any careless words," he said, "Alchemist Fong, to be honest, I'm not really sure which type. I just have one pill formula, perhaps, you could take a look, sir?" He quickly retrieved a jade slip from his bag of holding which he offered to Meng Hao. Were Ding Yang not within the sect, he might not be so easily bluffed. However, they were inside the Violet Fate sect, and Meng Hao was a fellow sect member. Furthermore, he knew that Meng Hao was a master alchemist who had the upper hand. Therefore, Meng Hao's words truly had the desired effect. Meng Hao accepted the jade slip expressionlessly, and then scanned it with spiritual sense. His face was the same as always, but inwardly, he was shocked. So, there really is such a medicinal pill. The barrier-breaking pill can actually only be consumed twice in a lifetime. If consumed a third time, instant death will result. The interactions of various medicinal plants, as well as the addition of various toxic vegetation, will create an explosive mixture that will stimulate the qi passageways and give the cultivation base the ability to break through a bottleneck. Meng Hao was silent for a moment as he thought. Next to him, Ding Yang watched on nervously. He had previously consumed one barrier-breaking pill. Unfortunately, at the very last critical moment, he had failed to break through. Now he only had one chance left. The worst of it all was that over the past years he had somehow managed to offend all the furnace lords and master alchemists. Even if one of them agreed, he wouldn't feel at ease with the results. He was still hesitant. To Fong Mu, this was a simple pill concoction. But to him, it represented his very, very last chance. If he succeeded, he would be able to enter late foundation establishment. Therefore, he couldn't help but be cautious. In reality, even after choosing to seek out Fong Mu, he still hadn't completely made up his mind about the matter. He still wanted to feel the situation out, then make a decision based on his feeling at the time. He desired a reliable master alchemist to concoct this crucially important pill. Ding Yong was no outer sect disciple. He knew very clearly that the medicinal strength of any given pill would be different depending on who concocted it. Some people produced pills with high strength, others low. As far as Ding Yong was concerned, the medicinal strength of this barrier-breaking pill was crucially important. The pill he had consumed previously had been of ordinary medicinal strength. Had it not, he wouldn't be here today, sighing as he was. A long moment passed, before Meng Hao returned the jade slip. He muttered to himself for a moment before walking up to Ding Yong. "Raise your hand." Ding Yong gaped for a moment, and his eyes narrowed. However, he didn't refuse. He lifted his hand up, whereupon Meng Hao clasped his wrist and began to send a bit of spiritual power into him. "Don't resist," he said coolly. He poured the spiritual power of qi condensation into Ding Yong, who looked hesitant as he stared at Meng Hao. However, he allowed the spiritual power to circulate fully through his body. Meng Hao quickly became certain which level of medicinal strength was required of the pill that Ding Yong needed to break through his bottleneck. Meng Hao had also detected some other complex medicinal powers within Ding Yong's body. Those medicinal powers seemed to contain remnants of the qi of the medicinal plants from the first barrier-breaking pill he had consumed. "You've already consumed one barrier-breaking pill," said Meng Hao, retracting his spiritual power. Hearing Meng Hao's words caused Ding Yong to take a deep breath. His eyes shined brightly as he looked at Meng Hao, shocked. He had never told anybody that he had previously consumed a barrier-breaking pill. "I will help you concoct this pill," said Meng Hao calmly. "Prepare 6 sets of the medicinal plants required to make the barrier-breaking pill. In addition, I require 30,000 spirit stones." "I already found a few master alchemists who can make this pill," said Ding Yong slowly. "The most they asked for was 3 sets of ingredients and 10,000 spirit stones." "I guarantee that my pill will enable you to break through," Meng Hao replied coolly. His tone was calm, but there also existed potent air within it. "Are you serious?" gasped Ding Yong, his eyes flashing brightly. He had long since come to the conclusion that this alchemist Fong Mu was very different from the other master alchemists. "If you don't believe me, then never mind," said Meng Hao, turning to leave. Ding Yong's heart twisted. It only took a moment for a determined look to break out on his face. Seeing how different Fong Mu was from the others, and how he had been able to detect his previous consumption of the barrier-breaking pill, caused him to make up his mind. Without any further hesitation, he produced a bag of holding and quickly put the required medicinal plants and spirit stones inside. He handed it to Meng Hao. "In 2 weeks, at twilight, you may come collect your pill," said Meng Hao. With the flick of a sleeve, he left with Bai Yunlai, his black gown fluttering in the breeze. A scholarly aura swirled around him, as did the faint scent of medicinal pills. He seemed otherworldly. This chapter was sponsored by Joseph Gange. 1. Ding Yong's name in Chinese is Ding Yang. Ding is a common surname that has many meanings. Yong means brave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224. Chapter 224, Medicinal pills can foster life, poison can exterminate it. Bai Yunlai held his tongue for the entire way back. Finally, when they reached the door of the Immortal's cave, he couldn't keep his mouth closed any longer. "Fong Mu, your plan." "I need spirit stones," he said with a laugh. "I asked for 6 sets of medicinal plants because I plan to give a barrier-breaking pill to you. I can see that you've been stuck at the bottleneck of the 8th level of qi condensation for years now." He clasped Bai Yunlai on the shoulder, turned, and entered his Immortal's cave. As the door closed shut, Bai Yunlai stood there alone for some time. Finally, he clasped hands and bowed deeply, then left. His words of thanks were not spoken aloud, but imprinted on his heart. Time passed. Soon 7 days had gone by. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his Immortal's cave, looking at the 3 barrier-breaking pills in front of him. He picked one up and looked at it closely. The difference between medicinal pills and poison pills is a matter of will. If murder were on my mind, I could simply adjust the poisonous elements of this barrier-breaking pill, and then whoever consumed it would be exterminated. Even if that person was extremely prudent and had someone else test the pill first, I could figure out a way to cause the pill to initiate a self-change. Undetectable killing. Meng Hao sat there silently, thinking about all of the medicinal pills he had consumed over the years. At that time, he had no understanding of the Tao of alchemy. Thinking about it caused all the hairs on his body to stand up on end. Now that he knew more about alchemy, a sense of fear slowly filled him. From now on, I must only consume pills that I have concocted myself, he murmured. As for pills from outsiders, I must employ my full knowledge of the Tao of alchemy to identify them before consuming them. The difference between Tao of alchemy and the Tao of poison is a matter of will. Medicinal pills can foster life, poison can exterminate it. A true grandmaster of the Tao of alchemy is in actuality also a grandmaster of the Tao of poison. Meng Hao closed his eyes, and within his mind appeared images of medicinal plants. There were endless varieties of plants that had poisonous elements. By combining certain ones together, lethal poisons could be created. Based on the level of the cultivation base, poisonous powders for pills could be made with different potencies. After thinking about it for a very long moment, Meng Hao slowly opened his eyes. They glowed with enlightenment. To Meng Hao, concocting this barrier-breaking pill had been a sort of baptism. He now had a much more profound understanding of the Tao of alchemy. Maybe one day when my skill in the Tao of alchemy reaches the level of Grandmaster Pill Demon, then I can dispel the poison of the Resurrection Lily myself. His eyes shined brightly. Slowly the glow faded. Meng Hao's state of mind gradually grew calm. He had the feeling that even though he was still in the foundation establishment stage, with 5 Tao pillars, when you added in his understanding of the Tao of alchemy, his battle prowess was now far beyond what it had been before. In fact, if he created some poison pills now, then next time he encountered Zhou Jie, it would be easy to kill him, regardless of how many techniques his opponent used. After more thought, Meng Hao took out the broken pieces of the meat jelly's shed skin. He studied them carefully for a while. His time in recent days had not just been spent in pill concocting. He had also thought a lot about various methods of using the meat jelly skin. It was exceptionally hard. He had used a variety of methods to attempt to damage it, none of which had been successful. He had even tried to refine it in the pill furnace, to no avail. Thankfully, although most of the skin had broken into pieces, some had exploded into dust, which Meng Hao had also collected. Meng Hao closed his eyes to think. I have to think of a way to use this stuff in the future. Also, I can't just focus on improving my skill in the Tao of alchemy. I also have to improve my Tao pillars. I need to gradually increase the level of the cultivation base I reveal when I'm out in the Violet Fate sect. He frowned. I need some formulas for medicinal pills useful in the mid-foundation establishment stage. With that, he stood up and left the Immortal's Cave to visit Li Tao. It was dusk when he returned. In exchange for the formula for the barrier-breaking pill, he had acquired the formula for a spirit platform pill, which was appropriate for the mid-foundation establishment stage. Now that he had the formula, Meng Hao began to consider concocting it himself. He would only need one, there was no need to concoct more than that. As for the required medicinal plants, he was a master alchemist of the East Pill Division, so they could easily be acquired on credit. Time flashed as 7 days passed. On this particular day, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly snapped open. He had just finished absorbing the spirit platform pill that he had concocted a few days before. Unfortunately, refining the pill had used up several sets of ingredients, and in the end, the medicinal strength wasn't ideal. I guess I have no other options for now, unless there are different formulas for the spirit platform pill, he murmured. The rare medicinal plants for this formula can't be acquired on credit, I have to pay for them up front. My only option now is to grow my reputation. That way, more inner sect disciples will come to me to concoct pills. My profits will increase, and of course my pill concocting skill will too. Then I can acquire more medicinal plants to use to concoct medicinal pills for myself. With that, he waved his right hand to collect together the medicinal pills in front of him, then walked out of the Immortal's Cave. By this time, it was dusk. As soon as he left District 1 Valley 1, he ran into Bai Yunlai. Today was the appointed day to meet with Ding Yong. The two of them chatted as they walked to the designated meeting place. Ding Yong had arrived early. He was nervous, but didn't show it on his face. He stood waiting. When he caught sight of Meng Hao approaching, his eyes glittered. Meng Hao was as calm as ever. As he approached, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a pill bottle, which flew toward Ding Yong. You must not take this pill under the moonlight, said Meng Hao indifferently. It should only be consumed at high noon, when the sun burns brightly. That is when the medicinal strength will be highest. With that, he turned and walked away, paying no further attention to Ding Yong. Ding Yong took the pill bottle and stared deeply at Meng Hao for a moment. Without a word, he also turned and left. The next day at noon, when the hot sun filled the sky, Ding Yong sat cross-legged on a wide stone platform in his immortal's cave. Various restrictive spells were set up around him. He breathed deeply as he produced the medicinal pill Meng Hao had concocted for such an exorbitant price. Ding Yong looked at, and a bit of hesitation flickered in his eyes. However, the hesitation quickly turned to determination. Fong Mu, if you pull the fast one on me, then matters between us are not concluded. He clenched his jaw, then quickly placed the pill into his mouth. Instantly, a roaring sound filled his mind, and his entire body began to quiver. Furious waves of spiritual energy exploded within him. Time slipped by. Soon 3 days had passed. Ding Yong's body continued to shake. On the evening of the third day, his eyes opened, and as they did, the power of late foundation establishment stage rippled out from his cultivation base, filling the surrounding area. His eyes shone with excitement, and he trembled as he rose to his feet. As he examined his cultivation base, his heart surged. He lifted his head up and began to laugh with joy. The laughter spread out, attracting the attention of quite a few nearby inner sect disciples. Soon, expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Ding Yong finally broke through. He's been stuck in mid-foundation establishment for years. He finally broke through. News of Ding Yong's breakthrough caused quite the uproar in the inner sect of the Violet Chi division. Now that he had reached late foundation establishment, he had a chance for promotion to conclave disciple. Considering how many years he had been stuck in mid-foundation establishment, his breakthrough also caused him to suddenly be viewed as competition by many other disciples. If the matter were limited to a simple breakthrough, then all eyes would be fixed on Ding Yong alone. After all, a late breakthrough is still simply a breakthrough. However, Bai Yunlai had been keeping an eye on Ding Yong's immortal's cave. As soon as he sensed that the breakthrough had been made, he immediately used all his skill and resources to spread word of it, and the fact that it was Fong Mu who concocted the pill. It was in this fashion that he was able to borrow the momentum of Ding Yong's breakthrough to rapidly spread word of Fong Mu's skill in alchemy. Word spread like storm winds through the inner sect disciples. Within a few days, all of the inner sect disciples in the Violet Chi division were talking about Ding Yong and Fong Mu. When inner sect disciples went to master alchemists for pill concocting services, what was sometimes more important than alchemic skill was reputation. The greater the reputation of the master alchemist, the more people would seek him out. Thanks to Bai Yunlai's promotion, as well as Ding Yong's breakthrough, the resulting ballyhoo immediately caused Fong Mu's name to spread throughout the entire inner sect. Ding Yong had no reservations about this. In fact, not only was he happy to allow Fong Mu to use his name to promote himself, but whenever people asked him about his breakthrough, he would directly explain that Fong Mu's medicinal pill was what had led to his breakthrough in cultivation base. The reason for this was quite simple. A few words on his part could verify how astonishing Fong Mu's medicinal pills were. This would prevent any cause of offense on the part of Fong Mu, and would build up good karma for the next time he needed a pill concocted. It was in this fashion that Fong Mu's reputation slowly began to build among the inner sect disciples. Soon, everyone knew of Alchemist Fong, one of the 1,000 master alchemists of the East Pill division. However, inner sect disciples all had master alchemists of whom they personally approved. Mere rumors alone wouldn't cause them to switch to a new master alchemist for pill concocting, not even when combined with Ding Yong's breakthrough. Many were still hesitant. Soon, the news reached the Violet Chi division's outer sect, and the disciple in charge of pill inspecting, Su Zhongluan. His eyes began to shine. For a month now he had been wondering about the master alchemist surnamed Fong. He had gone to the Pill Affairs Pavilion in the inner sect for information but had come up empty-handed. After that, every time medicinal pills arrived in the outer sect, he would inspect them very carefully. However, he never saw any more pills marked Fong. This caused him to sigh endlessly. He had saved the original bottle of pills, and frequently took them out to study. The more he did, the more admiration grew in his heart, and the more curious he grew regarding the identity of this alchemist Fong. When the news about Fong Mu and Ding Yong reached him, he was immediately 80% sure that Fong Mu was the person he had been looking for. He instantly rushed out of the outer sect and headed toward the East Pill division. He tracked down Bai Yunlai and begged him to recommend him to Fong Mu. During these days, Meng Hao was well aware of all that Bai Yunlai was doing to spread his name. He sat patiently waiting for requests to come in, yet none did, which caused him to frown. It was at this moment that Su Zhongluan's request for a pill came in. Meng Hao was immediately enlivened, and sent his response. A few days later, Su Zhongluan received the medicinal pills he needed. He immediately returned to his room. After doing some breathing exercises, he thoroughly examined the pill. As he did, his eyes began to shine more and more brightly. In the end, he was panting. I provided medicinal plants with 50% strength, and this pill also has 50% strength. Only a furnace lord could mix the various medicinal plants together to create a medicinal pill like this. Ordinary master alchemists could never do it. At the most, they could create a pill with 30% medicinal strength. This is astonishing. This Feng Mu, he's only a master alchemist, but he can concoct the medicinal pills of a furnace lord. Unable to contain his excitement, he held up the 50% strength medicinal pill and then placed it into his mouth. A few hours later, he opened his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225. Chapter 225, Rising to the Pinnacle. If you consume one type of medicinal pill too often, it will become less and less effective. This is the result of problems with the medicinal plants within the pill. Therefore, a medicinal pill like this with 50% medicinal strength, well, its true value can only be imagined. Now that he had personally confirmed his conjectures regarding Feng Mu, he quickly decided that they needed to become friends. It is a foregone conclusion that he will rise to the pinnacle. At the moment, though, his reputation is still growing and lots of people are hesitating. Helping him now will definitely be a way to build up good karma for the future. Su Zhongluan's line of thinking was the same as Ding Yong's. The difference was that he had a much better understanding of Feng Mu's ability with plants and vegetation, as well as his skill in concocting medicinal pills, and the value thereof. A new commotion rose up among the inner sect disciples of the Violet Qi division. This was because Su Zhongluan, although he hadn't made a breakthrough, had made significant progress in his cultivation base. Furthermore, he repeatedly talked about Feng Mu's pills within the inner sect. In fact, he would even pull out two of the same type of medicinal pill, one concocted by Feng Mu, one concocted by another master alchemist. Then he would compare the two, point by point. First was Ding Yong, and then Su Zhongluan. Their recommendations, coupled with the wave spread by Yunlai's promotion, caused all of the discussion within the inner sect over the next half-month to revolve around Feng Mu. Finally, more and more inner sect disciples began to seek out Feng Mu to concoct pills. At first, it was just a disciple here and there. They were hesitant, and clearly just wanted to test the waters. They would seek out by Yunlai, whereupon he would recommend Feng Mu's services. Meng Hao didn't refuse anyone who came for pill concocting services. When his pill furnace exploded under the strain of such frequent use, he would immediately get a replacement. The first group of 3 or 4 inner sect disciples who came to him for pills came back a few days later and took their purchases back to their immortals' caves. Zhang Xuelai, who was at the early foundation establishment stage, was one of them. He wasn't very prominent among the inner sect disciples, and had only sought out a master alchemist once before for pill concoction. After experiencing how impressive they were, he was deeply moved. Unfortunately, he was embarrassingly short of spirit stones, and could only afford to acquire pills during the sect's pill distribution. The reason he sought out Feng Mu's services was because he could tell that Feng Mu's name was on the rise. This might be his only opportunity, so he decided to take advantage of it while he could. He sat in his immortal's cave, holding a pill bottle. Inside were 10 medicinal pills useful for the early foundation establishment stage. He took a deep breath, and put one of the pills into his mouth. Almost immediately, his eyes grew wide, and filled with the glow of disbelief. He looked down at the rest of the medicinal pills. Just looking at them, they didn't seem any different from any of the other pills he had consumed in the past. A long while passed. After absorbing the power of all the pills, Zhang Xuelai took a deep breath. He produced yet another pill bottle. Inside were 2 pills useful for the early foundation establishment stage. After examining them closely, he consumed them. A few moments later, more disbelief filled his eyes. What's going on? The pills the master alchemist concocted for me before didn't do much. They just transformed into spiritual energy. But, Feng Mu's medicinal pills are incredibly potent. They created more than 50% more spiritual energy than the others. He panted, and his eyes shone. If at this point he didn't realize what was going on, then he didn't deserve to be an inner sect disciple. Without the slightest hesitation, he leaped up and rushed out of the immortal's cave and headed directly to find Feng Mu. He would take advantage of others' hesitation to have more pills concocted. However, as soon as he neared the East Pill Division, he found that the other inner sect disciples who had recently picked up pills from Feng Mu apparently all had the same idea as him. They were all returning, excited expressions on their faces. The group all exchanged glances, then wordlessly shot together to the East Pill Division to find Bai Yunlai. Before, they had been interested in simply trying out the pills. Now, things were clearly different. They did not possess Su Zhongluan's ability to identify and analyze medicinal pills. However, after consuming them, they immediately realized that Meng Hao's medicinal pills were beyond ordinary. You could say that if other master alchemists could create pills of 100% strength, then Meng Hao's were 150% strength. They were at least 50% stronger, which of course made these inner sect disciples incredibly happy. What they didn't know was that Meng Hao's medicinal pills were not just 50% stronger in terms of medicinal strength. In the world of alchemic cultivation in all of the southern domain, the medicinal pills concocted by master alchemists never exceeded roughly 30% medicinal strength. The rest of the strength was lost in the concocting process. In the end, the medicinal pills they created were not complete. On the other hand, Meng Hao could concoct pills of 50% medicinal strength. It was instantly apparent who was in the superior position and who was not. Fang Mu's imminent explosive popularity among the inner sect disciples was obvious. The news that the first group of inner sect disciples returned for more pills quickly spread. Soon Bai Yunlai didn't need to do any promotion whatsoever. Rumors passed between friends inside the inner sect, and soon more and more disciples came looking for pill concocting. It wasn't long before the spreading word caused Meng Hao's name to rise above that of the other master alchemists. His reputation grew and grew. Did you hear? The East Pill Division has a master alchemist named Fang Mu. The pills he creates are twice as effective as the pills created by the other master alchemists. How is that possible? I don't cultivate the Tao of alchemy, but I've dealt with a lot of different master alchemists, so I know what I'm talking about. Unless this Fang Mu is a furnace lord, there's no way his pills could be that much more effective in comparison. Ha ha ha. All you have to do is try them out, then you'll know whether you're right or not. Have him make a pill for you, then you'll know. Conversations similar to this could be heard throughout the inner sect of the Violet Qi Division. Eventually, people began to seek out Bai Yunlai every single day. According to the rules of the East Pill Division, outsiders were not allowed to enter. The only way to seek out master alchemists was to use messaging jade slips. However, Meng Hao did not have any direct contact with anyone, only Bai Yunlai did. More and more inner sect disciples arranged to visit Bai Yunlai. Soon, he was starting to get more work than he could deal with. Meng Hao was surprised by this turn of events. Before long, he was spending almost all his time concocting pills. It was getting to the point where he couldn't keep up. It was a happy sort of pain. Because of the volume of pills he was concocting, his Tao of alchemy advanced by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, he was acquiring a large amount of pill formulas, and was also building up quite a store of medicinal plants which he acquired from the excess ingredients provided. Things only continued to grow more and more intense. After 2 months, every single inner sect disciple in the Violet Qi Division knew about Fang Mu. The whole place was abuzz. Anyone who had the mind to try one of Meng Hao's medicinal pills would immediately be astounded, and would return for more. More than a few acquired sample pills by trading with others. Some relied on the word of others and would without hesitation seek out Bai Yunlai. Soon Meng Hao had reached the point where he simply had too much work to do. Pumping out so many medicinal pills was driving him to exhaustion. Therefore, he discussed matters with Bai Yunlai and decided to raise prices. He arranged a pricing system with different values assigned to different types of medicinal pills. The prices were obviously higher than other master alchemists. This had been Bai Yunlai's idea, which Meng Hao had approved of. What neither of them had expected was that raising the prices actually caused his popularity to rise. Both of them were stupefied. More and more inner sect disciples came, which was now causing complaints among the other master alchemists. However, as soon they took time to study Meng Hao's medicinal pills, the complaints disappeared. The reason Meng Hao was so incredibly popular was because of the 50% medicinal strength of his pills. To the inner sect disciples, the benefits of consuming such pills went without saying. Most importantly, in the entire East Pill Division, the only other people whose skill in the Tao of alchemy was enough to produce pills of 50% medicinal strength were Furnace Lords. However, Furnace Lords would not concoct pills for inner sect disciples, only conclave disciples. With the appearance of Meng Hao, suddenly, all inner sect disciples had the chance to get medicinal pills of Furnace Lord quality, but at the price of a master alchemist. After all, they could only make requests of Meng Hao, and not the Furnace Lords. Therefore, even after raising prices, Meng Hao's medicinal pills were still cheaper than those concocted by Furnace Lords. As such, inner sect disciples could accept the higher cost. Fang Mu was all the rage. His name wasn't just popular within the inner sect of the Violet Qi Division. The apprentice alchemists of the East Pill Division were all talking about his shocking promotion to Master Alchemist. Eventually, Fang Mu's name reached the ears of some of the elders of the Violet Fate sect, causing them to take note of the situation. Many of the master alchemists in the East Pill Division were still not resigned to the situation. Through various methods, they were able to acquire some of Meng Hao's medicinal pills, which they researched thoroughly. Their research left them astonished. More and more master alchemists participated in the research. In the end, when Meng Hao raised his prices, the orders by Yunlai accepted only increased. Over the course of a few months, Meng Hao had acquired hundreds of pill formulas. The spirit stones were rolling in, and his stores of medicinal plants were plentiful. Meng Hao was happy, although now he had almost no personal time. Each day, every day, he concocted pills. When his spiritual power began to dry up, he would consume some medicinal pills to recover. Over the months, his sixth Tao pillar came to be roughly half complete. One can only imagine his life during these few months. Finally, it reached the point that Meng Hao really didn't think it was possible to complete all the orders. Finally, he made a new decision. He had Bai Yunlai make an announcement that only 3 orders would be processed per day. He really had no other option than this. The proclamation of this rule brought instant results. Not a few complaints were voiced, and malicious talk spread. Despite that, the rules of 3 orders per day stood. There were no rest days. The inner sect disciples of the Violet Chi Division came up with various methods to secure spots among the 3 orders per day. This chapter was sponsored by Joseph Gange, Jose Lubers, Christopher Choi, Quinton Niven, and Warren Horsley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226. Chapter 226, Lu's Rule. Feng Mu had risen to prominence within the Violet Fate sect. There was not a single inner sect disciple in the Violet Chi Division who didn't know of him. The name of this newly promoted Master Alchemist reverberated like thunder in the ears of the other Master Alchemists of the East Pill Division. Considering the situation with the inner sect disciples and the Master Alchemists, there is no need to even mention the outer sect disciples and the apprentice alchemists. The name of alchemist Feng Mu swept across the sect like a raging wind, and his prestige among the Violet sect disciples only grew greater. Speculation began to run wild regarding Feng Mu. The general consensus was that he had an eccentric personality, didn't speak much, didn't like to go out or engage in social activities. In truth, very few people actually knew what he even looked like. All requests for medicinal pills went through by Yunlai. As for Feng Mu, although everyone knew his name, no one ever had the opportunity to meet him. Because of the rules of the East Pill Division prohibiting the intrusion of Violet Chi Division disciples, Feng Mu became an increasingly mysterious figure. This, in addition to his rule of only 3 orders per day, the results of which were equivalent to the work of furnace lords, only served to increase his reputation. In fact, the rule of 3 orders per day had caused the inner sect disciples to create a trade system, in which prices continued to increase. At this particular moment, deep within the East Pill Division, was a violet-colored mountain peak. The peak was not very high, and in fact was somewhat concealed by the surrounding peaks. However, an indescribable aura existed here which made it clear that while the mountain was not tall, it served as the heart of the entire mountain range. Sitting atop this mountain was an old man. In front of him was a work table, upon which lay a medicinal pill. He looked at it, his eyes glowing with a strange light. Behind this old man were 3 other persons. These people were by no means young. All of them had cultivation bases at the nascent soul stage. However, it seemed as if they didn't dare to breathe too loudly in front of the other old man. Their expressions were filled with respect. This old man was none other than Chu Yuyan's master, Grandmaster Pill Demon, whose name could rock the entire southern domain. He examined the medicinal pill in front of him for some time. Soon, the sun began to set. Finally, he slowly waved his hand and picked up the pill. "Interesting," he said, then began to laugh. He closed his hand over the pill and rubbed it. When he opened his hand again, ash drifted out into the wind. One of the 3 men behind Grandmaster Pill Demon hesitated for a moment, then quietly said, "Pill Demon, there is discontent within the Violet Chi Division." "Discontent?" said Pill Demon coolly. "Let them be patient. If anyone causes problems for the disciples of the East Pill Division, they will be cut off from medicinal pills for 10 years. With that, he flicked his sleeve and disappeared. The 3 men exchanged glances. With bitter smiles, they bowed to the position Pill Demon had just occupied, then turned and left. Beneath the evening sky, behind the short, violet-colored mountain was a towering peak which stretched up to the sky. Halfway up the mountain was a pavilion, the greater part of which stretched out of the mountain to hang in mid-air. During the day, you could stand here to look out across the land. At nighttime, when the stars came out, it almost seemed possible to reach up and touch the sky. This particular evening, the rays of the setting sun fell across everything, creating a languid atmosphere. The golden glow, combined with the rosy clouds on the horizon, led to a scene of incredible beauty. Within the pavilion, the evening air stirred. The wind did not disperse the clouds, but did send strands of long, black hair drifting into the wind. The hair belonged to none other than Chu Yuyan. She stood quietly within the pavilion, her hair dancing in the wind. Her brow was furrowed slightly as she lifted her hand up. There in her palm was a medicinal pill. How did he concoct it, she thought. Could it be that his aptitude with the Tao of alchemy is similar to his latent talent with plants and vegetation? Is there really someone so gifted in the Tao of alchemy? It's breathtaking. The pill was waxen and yellow, and did not seem to be a complete product. By expending some spirit stones, she had been able to purchase a pill from an inner sect disciple. Of course, that medicinal pill had been the handiwork of Meng Hao. After getting a hold of the pill, Chu Yuyan's first reaction was that of disdain. But then she had studied it fastidiously. As she did, her expression changed. In the end, she stared wide-eyed and disbelieving. After studying the pill for 7 days, she had eventually ground it into powder. After such thorough examination, although she still felt annoyed at the thought of Feng Mu, she couldn't help but admit that as for this medicinal pill, even she could only create it if she devoted her complete mind and spirit to the task. Finally, she had used Grandmaster Pill Demon's unique method to reconcoct the pill. She had taken the powder of the original pill to form a second pill. After the second refinement, the pill's medicinal strength was actually 60%. That was her limit. If he learned my master's refinement technique, she murmured softly, who knows what level of medicinal pills he would be able to concoct. She looked off at the rosy clouds in the distance, then back down at the pill in her hand. Master said that he might hold the secret to enlightenment regarding the 3 mortalities pill. But he's so arrogant. Last time I went to visit he locked himself inside and refused to come out. Thinking of this made her more annoyed. Even the mere name of Feng Mu would cause her temper to boil up with irritation. This Feng Mu's detestableness is second only to that damned Meng Hao, she said, gnashing her teeth. Clearly, the 2 people she hated most in her heart were Meng Hao, first, and Feng Mu, second. However, she still didn't know why Feng Mu caused her so much irritation. Of course, if she knew that Feng Mu and Meng Hao were one and the same, then she would immediately understand why. At the same time that Chu Yuyan was muttering to herself, Meng Hao sat in front of his pill furnace concocting a batch of medicinal pills. A roaring sound could be heard, filling the immortal's cave. Meng Hao sighed. The past few months, he had spent every day concocting pills. He was just now finishing with all the pills he owed to various members of the inner sect. The pill furnace in front of him was reaching the end of its life, it would definitely crack to pieces soon. Meng Hao rubbed the bridge of his nose, then opened the door of his immortal's cave to look at the sunset. He took a deep breath. The mountain breath carried the chill of autumn. As he breathed it in, the tension slowly eased from his painfully swollen head. Once I finish with all the old orders, then all I have to worry about are the 3 orders per day, as well as the medicinal pills I need for my personal cultivation. Spirit platform pills are already only nominally effective. If I concoct anything, it should be a Foundation Establishment Day. His eyes glittered. Foundation Establishment Day was a medicinal pill suitable for the late Foundation Establishment stage. It was an incredibly potent pill, one of the most valuable types in all of the Violet Fate sect for the Foundation Establishment stage. Recently, Meng Hao had refined over 1,000 batches of pills, and had acquired hundreds of formulas. One of them was the formula for Foundation Establishment Day. After some research, he'd come to the conclusion that in order to make any progress, he would have to rest some, then use all his skill to concoct a Foundation Establishment Day with at least 90% medicinal strength. With such a pill, he could complete his 6th Tao pillar and begin formation of the 7th. It's too bad that the Violet Chi from the East Manual is only available to Furnace Lords. It's a legendary art, and there's no other way to get a look at it. Careful records are kept of everyone who studies it. Lost in thought, Meng Hao strolled down the mountain. This was the first time in a long time that he had been outside. Even inner sect disciples aren't qualified to consult the Violet Chi from the East Manual. They are forced to cultivate based on speculations. Only conclave disciples of the Violet Chi division or Furnace Lords can personally peruse the real manual to study the technique. Meng Hao was determined to gain access to it. Only in this way could he prepare to form a violet core. With that foundation, he could consume the pill to form the perfect gold core. I've searched for some of the medicinal plants required for the perfect gold core, but am still missing quite a few. Once I become a Furnace Lord, it should become a bit easier. Meng Hao passed through various valleys, lost in thought. Along the way, he ran into quite a few apprentice alchemists. Some of them recognized him and stared in amazement. Then their faces would fill with excitement. After all, 30,000 apprentice alchemists had watched him be promoted to master alchemist. It was no surprise that many would recognize him still. However, now that he was a master alchemist, they didn't dare to stop and chat with him. Instead, they simply saluted respectfully. Meng Hao wanted to find a quiet place to think. After smiling in response to the apprentice alchemists, he disappeared in a flash. He left the mountains and valleys of the East Pill Division to enter the Violet Chi Division. Here, very few people would recognize him. He walked happily amidst the mountains, wearing his master alchemist's robe. No one stopped to question him, so he proceeded along quietly. As he strolled, he looked around at the scenery. He had been in the Violet Faith sect for roughly 3 years. Although he was relatively familiar with it, it was actually a very large place. There were many areas he had never been to. As he walked, he suddenly heard the sound of an argument in which his name was being mentioned. That Feng Mu is definitely fishing for fame and compliments. He thinks his pills are so amazing, so he wants to make trouble for us. We can't accept it. I already reported to the elders about it and they're going to get in touch with the people from the East Pill Division. Feng Mu will be punished. As for you, you measly apprentice alchemist, you had best apologize for your offense. Elder Brother Lu, please calm your anger. This is my fault. However, it really is true that the next 10 days or more worth of orders have already been filled. There was a jumble of conversation, then laughter. Meng Hao listened to a few sentences and was certain that one of the voices belonged to Bai Yunlai. He walked around an ornamental rock formation into a wide public square within which could be seen 4 pagodas. Within pagodas sat a handful of young men who were all looking at the square, where could be seen a few dozen Violet Chi Division inner sect disciples. The young men sitting in the pagodas were not ordinary disciples, but chosen of the Violet Chi Division. There were 4 pagodas in total, and 4 chosen, 1 in each pagoda. The handful of people who stood in the square were scattered about, with Bai Yunlai in the middle. A blue-robed young man was currently pointing at himself and swearing at Bai Yunlai contemptuously. My words might not be rules in the sect, but as far as you're concerned, they are. If I tell you to slap yourself on the face and apologize, then you better well do it. Bai Yunlai's face went pale and his body trembled. His cultivation base was weak. He was a well-informed person, but quite a few people actually viewed him as being in a very low position. This was not the first time something like this had happened recently. However, he never told Meng Hao, as he didn't want to distract him. He was always careful in his interactions, but it was impossible to avoid offending everybody. As for this young man named Lu, he had relied on his relatively high position within the sect to request medicinal pills of Meng Hao. However, only 3 orders per day were allowed, and they were first come first serve. Bai Yunlai had done his best not to provoke this Lu youth, but his conciliatory words had only caused him to become hostile. Even lowly people have their honor. However, Bai Yunlai, trembling, bitter, stared at Lu. He lifted his hand, and seemed just about to slap himself in the face when Meng Hao's calm voice echoed out. Bai Yunlai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227. Chapter 227, Pill Blacklist. When Meng Hao's voice rang out, Bai Yunlai looked shocked. He suddenly turned his head and saw Meng Hao slowly strolling out from behind the ornamental rock. He walked slowly, and his face was expressionless. When Bai Yunlai saw him, his heart leapt with excitement, as well as a little bit of shame. In his mind, he had lost face for Feng Mu. He was about to open his mouth to say something, when Meng Hao's gaze fell upon him, and it was filled with admiration. That gaze made Bai Yunlai take a deep breath, as if he was proud to have someone recognize all the work he had been doing. It was a good feeling to be following along with Meng Hao as he rose to prominence. Meng Hao's appearance obviously attracted the attention of the others in the square. They looked over, but of course none of them recognized who he was. The chosen in the 4 pagodas frowned. Obviously, Meng Hao was a stranger to them as well. Who told you to put your hand down? Said the young man named Lu. Do you want me to help you slap yourself? His voice was filled with contempt. He, too, had caught sight of Meng Hao. But this was a valley of the Violet Chi Division. He wouldn't let his grandeur be lessened just because some master alchemist showed up. This was especially true because he knew all of the important master alchemists in the sect. Standing directly behind Lu were 5 others. Their gazes were filled with contempt, and cold smiles broke out onto their faces. Bai Yunlai, come here, said Meng Hao, ignoring Lu. He also ignored the other gazes which fell upon him. Meng Hao had encountered many people like this. It didn't matter if they were chosen or Dao children, considering Meng Hao's position, they were nothing more than wild dogs that he could afford to simply ignore. Bai Yunlai quickly turned and took a few steps toward Meng Hao, but then Lu snorted coldly and began to shove his hand out toward him. I never said you could leave. Seems you need a beating. His hand was just about to slam into Bai Yunlai when Meng Hao's previous expressionless calm changed. A cold light suddenly sprang from his eyes and swept over Lu. The look was like a clap of thunder, a lightning bolt that split the night sky, or dark clouds of destruction that suddenly appeared in the middle of a sunny day. It was as if rumbling peals of thunder had filled Lu's mind. His expression changed. Meng Hao's gaze was like that of a gargantuan beast that had the power to consume all living things. It caused Lu to unconsciously hold his hand back. By this time, Bai Yunlai had reached Meng Hao. Meng Hao retracted his gaze, then turned to leave with Bai Yunlai. Considering the level of his cultivation base, as well as his position within the sect, these disciples were far beneath him. There was no reason for him to show off in front of these so-called chosen. Of course, other than the young man named Lu, none of the other Violet Chi Division kill-invaders within the square had been able to sense what just happened, not even the 5 people who stood behind him. The only thing they saw was Meng Hao's fierce attitude, and the harsh glint in his eye. However, anyone in the world could give a harsh look to someone, they couldn't care less about that. The expression of the chosen in the 4 pagodas did change, though. They looked pensive. However, the followers who stood outside the pagodas were obviously much the same as the cultivators in the middle of the square. They had no clue as to what had just happened. The 5 people behind Lu immediately rushed forward to obstruct Meng Hao's path. Their eyes shined with ill will. The Violet Chi Division isn't somewhere that you can just run your mouth and then leave at will. Halt! Elder brother Lu was explaining the rules. Bai Yunlai, you can't leave on 2 feet. You'll need a beating. Such gall. Even if you are a master alchemist, do you really think that you can look down on intersect disciples of the Violet Chi Division so wantonly? Lu took a deep breath and then strode forward. His voice cold, he said, you can leave if you want to, but this Bai Yunlai disrespected us. To let him go unpunished would be an insult to the entire Violet Chi Division inner sect. He was scared of Meng Hao, however, while his voice was less arrogant than it had been moments ago, it was still arrogant nonetheless. Bai Yunlai's face grew pale and he forced himself to suppress the fury that arose in his eyes. He knew that Meng Hao was a master alchemist, but they were in the territory of the inner sect disciples of the Violet Chi Division, so he still had some misgivings. He didn't mind slapping himself in the face a few times. He didn't want Meng Hao to get caught up in any troubles because of him. So he stopped in his tracks. Even as he did, Meng Hao also stopped and turned around. Who are these people? He asked coolly. Bai Yunlai's voice was low as he replied, Violet Chi Division inner sect disciple Lu Yanbing, Meng Hao nodded, then calmly said, from today on, I will not accept any medicinal pill orders from this Lu Yanbing. As the words rang out, the inner sect disciples all stared in surprise. A few of the more astute among their numbers were already starting to get an idea of what was going on. The chosen in the pagodas all stared at Meng Hao with glittering eyes. One of them had already stepped out of the pagoda and walked forward a few paces. Not just him, said Meng Hao unhurriedly. Those people behind him, too. I won't accept any orders from them either. Bai Yunlai's face filled with shock, but he nodded nonetheless. Lu Yanbing's face tightened as he suddenly looked at Meng Hao. His eyes shined with disbelief. If at this point he didn't realize who Meng Hao was, then he didn't deserve to have practiced cultivation up to the foundation establishment stage. However, there are a lot of stupid people in the world. One of the young men next to Lu Yanbing suddenly laughed. Who do you think you are? Seems you think we were begging you to concoct pills or something, so now you're not afraid of your superiors. What makes you think you're so amazing that you can talk like that? Because I'm Fong Mu, said Meng Hao coolly. This single sentence instantly caused the young man's eyes to bulge and a look of disbelief to cover his face. Fong Mu. The faces of others who stood behind Lu Yanbing all twisted. They looked at Meng Hao, stunned. It wasn't just them. All of the Violet Chi Division disciples in the square gasped when they heard these words. Their eyes began to shine brightly as they looked toward Meng Hao. The faces of the Violet Chi Division chosen flicked through a variety of expressions. Silence instantly filled the square. The name of Fong Mu had towered over the Violet Fate sect throughout the past months. He had an illustrious reputation. Few people didn't know about him and his pill concocting. Therefore, when Meng Hao spoke the name of Fong Mu, it was like a thunderclap resounding across a plain. Lu Yanbing's face fell, and the cultivators behind him suddenly looked worried. Moments ago, they had been happy to teach Bai Yunlai a lesson. After all, he was merely an apprentice alchemist. But now that Alchemist Fong was here in the flesh, they had no desire to offend him. They immediately rushed forward in an attempt to provide explanations. However, Meng Hao turned. He had no desire to continue speaking with these so-called inner sect disciples. Regardless of whether it was because of his status or his position, in all aspects, he and these people were as different as black and white. He turned to leave, by Yunlai in tow. Even as he did, though, the four chosen hurried to catch up, obviously intent on starting a conversation. Lu Yanbing's heart was filled with bitterness. However, it is difficult to dismount a tiger after you start riding it. He refused to yield so easily. Gritting his teeth, he forced his mouth open to try to regain some face. So, you're Fong Mu. Well, maybe you won't concoct pills for me, but do you think you're the only master alchemist in the East Pill Division? Besides, the pills you concoct are low quality, not even worth looking at. Meng Hao laughed coldly. He stopped in place for a third time. Turning, he looked intently at Lu Yanbing. If this guy hadn't continued to speak, then he would never deign to argue with him, as uninformed as he was. But his strange, contradictory words caused Meng Hao's gaze to grow icy. I'm only one among 1,000 master alchemists in the East Pill Division. Maybe my pills aren't worth looking at. So from now on, I won't concoct pills for anyone who has any dealings with you. Meng Hao's cold words caused the cultivators surrounding Lu Yanbin to edge away. It was hard to tell which one went first. None of them wished to cause any further offense. Lu Yanbin soon stood there alone. All of the people he had been on friendly terms with had moved far away from him. Fong Mu was now a very popular master alchemist. It was even difficult to get one pill from him, offending him simply wasn't worth it. Meng Hao continued calmly, also, if I hear of anyone selling you one of my pills, then that person will also be cut off from me. When the onlookers heard this, they all gasped. These words completely showed how powerful Fong Mu was. Some people might think he was being a bit overbearing, but he was a master alchemist. Master alchemists are not to be offended. Except, you know what? You offended me, continued Meng Hao, his voice even colder. Actually, he didn't care if what he was about to do caused others to be dissatisfied. Their dissatisfaction would not come to fall upon him, because he was a master alchemist, a position which demanded respect. They would only blame Lu Yanbing's inability to open his eyes to reality. Therefore, for the next 100 years, not a single master alchemist will concoct pills for you. Meng Hao said the words calmly. As he did, he lifted his right hand to reveal a white medallion, upon which he branded Lu Yanbing's name. This was the ultimate power wielded by master alchemists in the Violet Fate sect. The Pill Blacklist. As soon as he branded Lu Yanbing's name onto the medallion, all the master alchemists in the East Pill Division could sense it. They pulled out their Pill Blacklist medallions to look at them. Before, there had been 13 names on the blacklist. With Lu Yanbing, there were now 14. The entire square was completely silent. All eyes were on the medallion in Meng Hao's hand. Looks of shock appeared on the four chosen. Somebody in the crowd recognized the medallion and said hoarsely, "That's a Pill Blacklist medallion." The voice was filled with astonishment. A Pill Blacklist medallion. Alchemist Fong Mu actually used the Pill Blacklist medallion. Lu Yanbing is finished. It doesn't matter what clan he's from. He'll never have the seniority to get his name removed from the East Pill Division blacklist. Now that he's on the blacklist, not a single master alchemist will concoct pills for Lu Yanbing for the next 100 years. He basically can't practice cultivation. Alchemist Fong Mu, he really dared to use the medallion. Meng Hao stood there as the buzz of conversation filled the air. Next to him Bai Yunlai trembled and stared in amazement. His heart filled with powerful emotions. As of now, he felt as if he would even be willing to die for Fong Mu. To be treated the way that Fong Mu treated him, caused him to wish to repay the favor with his life. Lu Yanbing's expression was filled with despair, and he was panting rapidly. His eyes were bright red and his entire body shook. His face was deathly white. As he thought of the fearsomeness of the Pill Blacklist, and the consequences of having his name on it, his eyes filled with hopelessness. The Pill Blacklist medallion could only be used by a master alchemist twice, and was only to be used out of absolute necessity. How could he have ever imagined that Fong Mu would truly use the Pill Blacklist medallion on him? His body grew cold and his eyes blank. It was like his head had been struck repeatedly by lightning. His heart trembled. He knew what it meant to be placed on the Pill Blacklist. Regardless of his clan, there was no way anyone would be able to help him. He suddenly regretted everything. If time could flow backward, he would never have offended Meng Hao. Body trembling, the only thing he could say was, "Alchemist Fong. This chapter was sponsored by Charles Townsend, Brian Waddell, Malo Kanenda, Vijay Patti, and Tandre Johannes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228. Chapter 228, Falling leaves are beautiful, they only live one season. Suddenly, laughter rang out. The four chosen had already pushed their way through the crowd. Ignoring Lu Yanbing, they walked straight for Meng Hao, clasping hands respectfully as they approached him. Their expressions were serious and polite, but they spoke with smiles and laughter. Alchemist Fong, sir, I've always wanted to meet you. Now that we've run into each other, allow me to humbly act as host. Let's drink some alcohol and gaze at the moon together. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Ha ha ha. Elder brother Su beat me to the punch. Alchemist Fong, your skill in the Tao of alchemy is the talk of the sect. Since we happen to meet today, would it be an imposition to allow junior brother here to join you? We can all treat you. Alchemist Fong, that pill order I placed recently isn't urgent. Just get to it whenever it's convenient. Please don't leave yet. As junior brother by Yunlai knows, we sincerely wish to pay you our respects. As for Lu Yanbing and his friends, they were completely ignored. It didn't matter if Lu Yanbing was related to a patriarch of the sect. How could his position possibly compare to that of a master alchemist? Fang Mu was a master alchemist with obviously unlimited potential, and one who didn't shirk from using the pill blacklist. It was clear who was superior here. Among the 1,000 master alchemists, some wouldn't use the pill blacklist medallion even once in their entire life. Some would use it only if absolutely necessary. Generally, they would be hesitant, though. Most people are not decisive enough to do so. But Fang Mu used it without hesitation. The threatening aura this created permeated into the hearts of everyone present. The four chosen crowded around Meng Hao, as did the rest of the inner sect disciples who were with them. Smiles covered their faces. Even though it appeared as if Fang Mu's cultivation base were not even in the foundation establishment stage yet, they still treated him with utmost courtesy. Meng Hao smiled slightly, clasped hands and bowed back to them. After a moment, he tried to make some excuses and get away, but couldn't. Eventually, he decided it would be ungracious not to accept their kindness. Nodding, he followed them off into the distance, trailed by Yunlai. The sound of their happy laughter and harmonious chatting echoed out. Back in the square, Lu Yanbing stood there, his face pale white. His mind spun, and his eyes were blank and filled with despair. The other cultivators in the square stared with various expressions. However, it was at this moment that off in the distance, Meng Hao suddenly turned to them and clasped hands in a bow. Fellow Taoists and sect members, why don't you join us? Hearing this, the eyes of the four chosen glittered brightly. Giving meaningful looks to Meng Hao, they also turned and beckoned for the others to join them. Seeing this, the faces of the other inner sect disciples in the square lifted. They hurried over, clasping hands and bowing. Soon the whole group of dozens or more cultivators all walked off into the distance. Meng Hao was at the center of it all, a blazing moon surrounded by glittering stars. The laughter and talking drifted out with the wind. Now only Lu Yanbing and his friends remained in the large square. Their faces were unsightly, especially the faces of those who stared at Lu Yanbing. Their eyes were filled with fury. In the following days, Meng Hao didn't spend all day every day concocting pills. He often went to the mountains and valleys of the Violet Chi division. Slowly, more and more people began to recognize his face. Gradually, his reputation in the Violet Chi division grew even better. At the same time, he also spent time with the other master alchemists. He would call on them to visit, exchange pointers about the Tao of alchemy, and share recent experiences. He made sure that each visit was one of mutual gain. It was in this way that he gradually began to build up his social network. As for Lu Yanbing, it was with great bitterness that he came to realize how truly horrifying the pill blacklist was. The master alchemists who used to concoct pills for him would now completely ignore him. It didn't matter how much money he offered, none of them would concoct a single pill. Furthermore, all the people whom he had used to be close to, gradually began to drift further and further away. In fact, on one occasion when he went to visit his clan patriarch, he was severely berated and then sent on his way. In the Violet Fate sect, master alchemists are not to be offended. Once the pill blacklist medallion is used, the word would spread throughout the whole sect. Even patriarchs know that the most fearsome thing in the East Pill division was not the Tao of alchemy, but the protection they had set up for themselves. That protection was evident from the results of the pill blacklist. Within the East Pill division, there can be power struggles and competition. But if outsiders dared to dishonor it, then the alchemists would stand together united in their fury and desire for revenge. This is because master alchemists are not to be dishonored or offended. That was an ironclad rule of the East Pill Division. That was how the Pill Blacklist medallion arrangement began in the first place. In the outside world, it might not be a big deal to offend a master alchemist who was not from the East Pill Division. Other master alchemists wouldn't get involved. However, in the East Pill Division, if you offended one, then you offended all. In some ways, it might not seem very reasonable. But that unreasonable arrangement ensured that the master alchemists were treated with respect wherever they went, inside the sect or outside. Offend one, offend all. Few could afford to do such a thing. Of course, if someone offended another master alchemist, Meng Hao would not go against the tide. As a master alchemist, the most important thing to him was to defend the position of all master alchemists. And so, time passed. Meng Hao continued to concoct medicinal pills. 3 batches per day. The new arrangement made the other master alchemists much less resentful. After all, there were tens of thousands of disciples in the inner sect of the Violet G Division. Seeking out master alchemists involved certain rules, but as long as the alchemists didn't get too greedy, there wouldn't be too much resentment. When you added in the fact that Meng Hao went out of his way to go visit the other master alchemists, it was like a cool wind blowing through their hair. Their sulkiness dissipated, and gradually, they all came to accept him. As for Meng Hao, in addition to his 3 batches of pills per day, he spent a lot of time creating medicinal pills to hand over to the sect. In addition, he used Foundation Establishment Day to slowly increase his cultivation base. Several months later, on one late night, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his Immortal's cave. In front of him were 3 bottles of Foundation Establishment Day. After looking at them closely for a while, his eyes began to shine brightly. Today I will create my 6th Tao Pillar. He took a deep breath. As of now, his 6th Tao Pillar was more than 90% complete. Because of the engulfing power he knew would appear, he had waited some time before attempting to complete the final 10%. The preparations had taken some time, but now that he was certain it was safe, he was ready to start. His eyes shined with determination. He picked up a Foundation Establishment Day, swallowed it, and closed his eyes. The 6th Tao Pillar began to congeal inside of him. A golden glow began to spread out from his body, within which were streams of magical symbols. All of a sudden, a garrulous chatter drifted out. 3 bullies, 3 bullies. Less than 3 won't do. The noise, of course, came from the meat jelly, who had just woken up. It spoke the words and then spit out a mouthful of qi. The qi spread out to cover the golden glow that surrounded Meng Hao. It made the qi coming off of his perfect Tao pillars look ordinary. This way, the Violet Fate sect wouldn't detect anything unusual. Time passed slowly. By dawn, Meng Hao's body was trembling. His skin was withered, and an intensely violent gravitational force suddenly appeared. It seemed as if it had been thirsty for thousands of years and wanted to swallow up Meng Hao's body and soul to sate its thirst. Meng Hao was prepared for this, though. As soon as the gravitational force appeared, he immediately crushed the several pill bottles that remained in front of him. These were what he had worked so hard to produce, Foundation Establishment Day pills of 90% medicinal strength. He popped them into his mouth. As soon as they entered his mouth, they exploded, transforming into boundless spiritual power that immediately began to be sucked into the 6th Tao Pillar. At noontime, Meng Hao's eyes snapped open, and they shined with a bright, glittering light. As he sat there cross-legged, he didn't seem much different than before, except that he looked a little weaker. Inside, however, was a raging storm. The shocking ripples which emanated from his cultivation base were consumed one by the meat jelly. His 6th perfect Tao Pillar had appeared. Meng Hao took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them again. They no longer glowed, but were calm and filled with a strange light. The light was confidence born of his cultivation base. 6 perfect Tao Pillars. Mid-Foundation Establishment. With 1 more Tao Pillar, he would be in late Foundation Establishment. At that point, a Tao child with a flawless foundation wouldn't qualify to even attack him. Their Tao Pillars would be reduced to trembling by the crushing pressure he could emit. Even now, with his 6 Tao Pillars, he could easily exterminate any Tao child. As for the so-called chosen, they were like ants or dried weeds that could be crushed on a whim. Perfect foundation. Such incredible potency. Meng Hao's voice was soft, but his eyes shone with anticipation. This anticipation was for his 9th Tao Pillar, when he completed the great circle of Foundation Establishment. There was a flickering in front of Meng Hao and the meat jelly appeared. It danced back and forth, its eyes wide. 3 bullies. It cried. After shedding, the meat jelly hadn't transformed back into a parrot, but had maintained its meat jelly form. 3 bullies. No less than 3 bullies. It repeated in a voice that could chop nails and slice iron. It appeared content. With a burp and some muttering, it disappeared into the bag of the cosmos to find the Li clan patriarch and discuss noontime naps. Meng Hao stood and opened the door of his immortal's cave. Dazzling morning sunlight filtered down. He took a deep breath. Winter was ending and spring was beginning. There was no snow, like in the state of Zhao. Winter in the Violet Fates sect had no snow. He looked quietly up into the sky and suddenly realized that he had been in the Violet Fates sect for more than 3 years now. In fact, now that he calculated it carefully, it would soon be 4 years. Time flies so quickly, he said quietly. Practicing cultivation on his own, he could truly sense the passage of time. His senses were no longer those of immortals. As he reminisced, he thought of Chen Fan, elder sister Su and Fatty. Various scenes played out in his head. He knew where they were, but they had no idea where he was. By this time, the name of Meng Hao was already a thing of the past. Few people brought it up anymore. Soon, everyone would forget it. All the waves from the events 4 years ago had died down and disappeared. Life is like a dream, like a leaf that, no matter how beautiful, can only live for one season. He looked at the buds sprouting from the great trees off in the distance and a smile broke out on his face. He liked his identity here as Fong Mu. He enjoyed how being in the East Pill Division felt like being in an institute of higher learning. He lifted his hand, and a jade slip appeared on his palm. This jade slip had been branded by the Li clan patriarch at the behest of the meat jelly. It was branded with a Li clan conclave technique. Self-will incantation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229. Chapter 229, because this will can only belong to devils. Self-will incantation. A Li clan conclave technique. In this technique, one's will was the key in which magic can be cultivated. Furthermore, if cultivated to a consummate level, then during spirit severing or Tao enlightenment, karma could be seized. The technique actually seemed more like a scripture. Except it wasn't a scripture scroll, but seemingly a fragment of a scroll. Nonetheless, this short passage was enough to become a conclave technique of the Li clan. Meng Hao examined it thoughtfully for a while. Then, his expression flickered and he waved his hand. The jade slip disappeared. Not much time passed before Bai Yunlai appeared, walking up hastily. He formally greeted Meng Hao in a respectful tone. Ever since the matter with Lu Yanbing, Bai Yunlai carried himself differently in front of Meng Hao. They were still close, but it was now clear that their positions were different. There was a slight tension between them. Meng Hao tried a few times to get him to act more like he had when Meng Hao first joined the sect. However, it just made him nervous. So, he allowed Bai Yunlai to greet him formally every time they met, and to speak in a reverent tone. Meng Hao could only sigh at this change. He understood that it would be impossible to maintain the same relationship they always had. His own Tao of alchemy was growing further and further away from Bai Yunlai's, and as such, the respect the man showed grew deeper and deeper. Grandmaster Fong, these are the orders I've accepted recently. Please, take a look. He handed over a bag of holding. Meng Hao glanced it over and then tried to chat a bit with Bai Yunlai. Bai Yunlai's respectful expression didn't change, which caused Meng Hao to sigh again inwardly. With a slight nod of his head, he tucked the bag of holding away. Bai Yunlai hesitated for a moment, then looked at Meng Hao and lowered his voice. Grandmaster Fong, there's only 1 more month until this year's pill auction. Sir, I'm not sure if you plan to participate in the auction or not. Pill auction. Meng Hao thought back to 4 years ago when he had first joined the Violet Fate sect. There had been a pill auction underway at that time. Now, he had quite a reputation in the East Pill Division. The pill auction was a place for master alchemists to manifest their reputation. Also, it was a place where medicinal pills were directly sold for spirit stones in an official capacity. The pill auction only happened once per year, and Meng Hao had never attended one before. Suddenly, his heart began to thump. He was a master alchemist who was quite popular within the sect. But he wanted to know how much a price his pills would fetch in the southern domain in general. Master alchemists could offer their wares with their name attached to it, or anonymously. In the case of the latter, no one, not even members of the sect, would know whose pill it was that was up for sale. However, there is no wall in the world which can hold back any wind. It might be difficult for the elders to figure out which pill was made by whom, but if Grandmaster Pill Demon wanted to know, then he could naturally be able to figure it out. Meng Hao muttered to himself for a moment, and then nodded. Not only did he want to see how much his pills were worth in the outside world, he also wanted to replenish his supply of spirit stones. Copying the Foundation establishment day had cost him quite a bit. Even as a master alchemist who was frequently compensated by inner sect disciples for pill concocting, he still couldn't afford such expenditures. As of now, he had quite a collection of medicinal plants, but not a lot of spirit stones. This, of course, caused Meng Hao to sigh. When he was young, he had always dreamed of being rich. That dream seemed to be just as far away as ever. He saw off by Yun Lai and was standing there in thought, when suddenly a bright beam of light appeared off in the distance. The image of a slim, graceful woman was visible inside. It was none other than Chu Yuyan. The instant he saw her, Meng Hao sighed at his bad luck, then immediately turned and entered his immortal's cave. Fong Mu. The instant her voice echoed out, the door of the immortal's cave shut and sealed. Then, Meng Hao's voice could be heard. Fong Mu isn't home. Chu Yuyan's eyes blazed with killing intent. Her veins bulged as she stood outside the immortal's cave, gnashing her teeth. She had come to call on Meng Hao on multiple occasions during the past year, but he always seemed to be away, and never inside the cave. For him to act like this, as if he had just caught sight of some kind of devilish fiend, caused fury to burn within her. Teeth clenched, she said, Fong Mu, are you hiding from me because you have some secret you don't want people to know about? Every time she came here and found the door shut, she would say something like this. She was more and more certain that Fong Mu was harboring some secret. For him to act like this every time she came really set her on fire. Whenever anyone said his name, the irritated feeling would fill her and she would feel like doing something to him. Meng Hao's voice drifted out of the immortal's cave. What you can't see, can't annoy you. Chu Yuyan stared with wide eyes. She banged her fist onto the door. A boom echoed out. The door rattled a bit, but wasn't damaged in any way. Get out here, dot. I'm concocting pills. Are you coming out or not? A3. Elder sister Chu, I'm concocting pills, really? Who the hell said I'm your elder sister? I'm a furnace lord. You're just a master alchemist. If you don't come out here right now, we'll see how long you can stay there in your immortal's cave. Fine, fellow Daoist Chu. You know, last time, you camped out next to my immortal's cave for 7 days. Later, a lot of slanderous rumors spread throughout the sect. It's really not a good thing. Don't you agree? I, Fong Mu, am not married to any beloved, and am very concerned with my reputation. Such rumors are really intolerable. Fellow Daoist Chu, please refrain from harming my reputation in this way. Take your leave, quickly. Meng Hao sighed. Actually, Chu Yuyan's intuition frightened him. He had been avoiding her for years now, because he had the strong feeling that if he had any interaction with her, she might begin to pick up some clues. If she somehow realized that he was Meng Hao, well, he didn't dare to think of how horrific the consequences might be. Chu Yuyan gnashed her teeth and stamped her foot angrily. Then she turned and left. Sensing that she'd gone, Meng Hao sighed in relief. A wry smile appeared on his face. Everything about the East Pill Division was good except for Chu Yuyan. With her here, he didn't feel secure. If she keeps causing problems for me, I might have to think of some other method to deal with her. His eyes shined with a cold light, but his face's usual calm expression returned. He stopped thinking about Chu Yuyan. With the wave of a hand, the earthly fire within his immortal's cave sprang to life. A pill furnace appeared to hover directly over the fire. This particular furnace of Meng Hao's had 3 cranes carved onto its surface. As the furnace began to glow red from the heat, the 3 cranes turned the color of blood. They looked like they might fly out from the surface of the furnace at any moment. It was a cowing sight. Meng Hao had traded a large collection of medicinal pills and plants with a veteran master alchemist to acquire this blood crane furnace. Having used it for some time, he was very familiar with it. The furnace quickly became bright red, but Meng Hao stood off to the side, paying it no attention. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. What type of pill should I concoct for the pill auction, he thought. Hundreds of pill formulas flashed through his mind, but none of them caught his attention. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn. The pill furnace was as red as blood, and its glow filled the entire immortal's cave, causing everything to look red. Meng Hao's eyes suddenly flashed. I'll concoct a poison pill. Based on Meng Hao's understanding of the Tao of alchemy, poison pills generally did not have recipes that were handed down. They were usually created spontaneously or from memory by the master alchemist. This prevented unauthorized pill formulas from being passed around. Poison pills were somewhat of a taboo. However, most master alchemists would research and concoct them at some point. It was a way to prove not only a master alchemist's skill in the Tao of alchemy, but rather, his understanding of plants and vegetation. One must have a thorough mastery of the variations of plants and vegetation to be able to concoct a poison pill uniquely classified as belonging to a given master alchemist. A pill created by one person that 10,000 people couldn't dispel. All master alchemists thirsted to create something like this. Meng Hao took a deep breath, then sat down cross-legged next to the pill furnace. He allowed the heat from it to fill his body, and then closed his eyes. He sat silently in meditation. Days passed. The fire continued to burn. The blood crane furnace showed no signs of degrading, it maintained its bright red appearance the entire time. 7 days later, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were filled with determination. This poison pill will not be a pill to give to enemies, but to oneself. Poison, but not poison. Medicine, but not medicine. This pill. He thought back to the time in the state of Zhao when he had killed Shangguan Xiu, and of the pearl little tiger had given him. The pearl caused one's cultivation base to rise by 1 level. Thanks to the help of the pearl, Meng Hao had been able to open the ancient path which led to the 10th level of qi condensation. 1. The images from that day sprung clearly into his mind. The pearl had fearsome power, and had left a deep impression on Meng Hao. Pierce the qi vessels throughout the body, chop them like mincemeat. Turn the body into a treasure, split open the chest. Crush the mind, consolidate millions upon millions of murderous intentions. Explode the Tao pillars within the core C, killing intent can exterminate spirits. Use the mortal soul to fuse with spirits. Use the power of killing to subvert consciousness. The mind in the core C, fused into nothing in the blink of an eye. This devilish will shall transform into a suicidal heart, which will cause the cultivation base to climb to the skies. It is not a burning of the soul, it supersedes that. This pill will be called bedevilment pill. That is because this will can only belong to devils. Meng Hao's bloodshot eyes glittered. His right hand grabbed his bag of holding and then waved it in front of him. Immediately 10,000 varieties of medicinal plants appeared to float in midair in front of him. Bathed in the crimson glow, the scene seemed bizarrely demonic. Meng Hao's hands blurred, and a flickering shadow appeared beneath them. Meng Hao's entire mind, all his energy, poured into the pill furnace. He catalyzed and pulverized medicinal plants. He created hybrids to look for one particular root he needed. From the time Meng Hao had begun to study the Tao of alchemy, during all the various situations in which he had concocted pills, he had never been so possessed. It was his first time to make full and thorough use all of his skill in the Tao of alchemy, all of his nature talent of plants and vegetation. His hair was wild and disheveled, and he lost awareness of everything. He was immersed in pill concoction. All his desire poured into the bedevilment pill. It was like he himself was possessed by a devil. This bedevilment pill was actually the first true pill ever created by Meng Hao in his time cultivating the Tao of alchemy. There was no formula for this pill. It didn't need one. This was a pill that contained the true will of a master alchemist, a pill that had been created by the influence of will. Therefore, its true value and price was impossible to describe. Even more important was the fact that, if a furnace lord could see Meng Hao in his current state, that person would surely go mad. In cultivation, there is enlightenment. The Tao of alchemy also has enlightenment. Pill Demon had experienced such enlightenment. So had the other 2 grandmasters in the southern domain. Some violet furnace lords might experience it once in their life, although that depended only on luck and fortune. Just now, Meng Hao had experienced alchemic enlightenment. The pill created as a result of alchemic enlightenment was as miraculous as if it had been created by the heavens themselves. It was unparalleled and unmatched. This chapter sponsored by Yabachi, David Botlender, Gary Cosby, Min H, and Jiaxin Chen. 1. The events with the pearl occurred in chapter 75. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230. Chapter 230, Buried Devils Beneath the Earth. This pill concoction lasted an entire month. From the time Meng Hao had learned to concoct pills until now, this was by far the longest time he had ever spent doing so. For 1 month, he didn't rest. All of his energy was focused on the concoction of this pill. Over 10,000 varieties of medicinal plant variations, all shaped by the will of Meng Hao's mind. Based on endless adjustments and variations, it slowly transformed into a unique pill that was solely of Meng Hao. On the last day of the month of concocting, late in the moon-filled night, the blood crane pill furnace trembled. It was no longer bright red, it was gradually returning to its original color. This process took several hours. When the moonlight was beginning to grow hazy and dim outside, the furnace finally returned to its original state. Meng Hao's hair was in a mess, and his eyes filled with veins of blood. His face was pale white. His cultivation base had been rotating and emitting power for an entire month straight. Thankfully, he had 6 Tao pillars now. If he only had 5, like a few days ago, then even replenishing himself with medicinal pills, he would have been forced to suspend pill concoction midway. If alchemic enlightenment ceases before completion, then it cannot be resumed. Seeing the completely recovered pill furnace in front of him, Meng Hao took a deep breath. He was exhausted from the month of work. During the most critical part of the concocting, he had experienced what felt like a bitter struggle between life and death. He closed his eyes, and as he did, they burned painfully. A long time passed before he opened them again. Without hesitation, he lifted his right hand up to press onto the pill furnace. It trembled, and 2 black-colored pills flew out. The instant they did, a black cloud suddenly began to form above the pill furnace. The black cloud wasn't outside of the Immortal's cave. No, it was inside. The bizarre sight caused Meng Hao to stare blankly, his eyes filled with confusion. It took only a moment for the cloud to finish forming. Suddenly, lightning shot out from it, directly at the medicinal pills. At this critical moment, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding and the meat jelly flew out. As soon as it saw the black cloud, it stared in shock. Then its eyes glowed, and it flew to meet the descending lightning bolt. It opened its mouth and consumed the entire lightning bolt. It smacked its lips as if it had just eaten something delicious. "Pill tribulation lightning," said the meat jelly, licking its lips. "So, it turns out that's the tastiest." Suddenly, its eyes fell upon the 2 pills Meng Hao held in his hands. It seemed eager to try them. "3 bullies," said Meng Hao resolutely. The meat jelly hesitated for a moment, as if it were torn about something. Finally, it returned to the blood-colored mask, muttering to itself, apparently preparing to vent its frustrations on the Li clan patriarch. Having dismissed the meat jelly, Meng Hao took a deep breath and looked down at his palm. The 2 black pills seemed to be struggling, as if they wanted to fly away. This was the first time he had concocted what were apparently sentient pills, ones that had provoked tribulation lightning. Meng Hao's eyes shone. He may be tired, but couldn't stop from staring at the 2 pills. They were essentially the same size. However, one was pitch black, whereas the other had a violet hue. It only took a moment for Meng Hao to come to the conclusion that the violet-colored pill was the superior of the 2. The other could also be considered a consummate product, just slightly inferior. Despite the struggles of the pills, they were incapable of leaving Meng Hao's hand. The 2 black pills did not emit a medicinal fragrance, and seemed to suck in all the light that touched them. If you looked at them for too long, it seemed as if your soul would be sucked inside. "I concocted these pills with true will," murmured Meng Hao. Eventually, his eyes flickered. He waved his left hand and a flying sword appeared. Very slowly, he carved a mark onto the side of each pill. It was a simple mark which depicted a cauldron. It was the same cauldron he had seen in the blessed land of the Black Sieve sect, the cauldron which had desired to defeat the heavens. It wasn't a completely accurate depiction, but very close. Strangely, after inscribing the pills with the mark, they stopped struggling. The cauldron mark flickered, as if it had branded itself onto the hearts of the pills. Now, the cauldron mark suddenly seemed as if it were alive, real. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and then a smile broke out on his face. At the same time, a wave of exhaustion swept through him. He hadn't rested for an entire month. He was a foundation establishment cultivator, but this was too much even for him. He simply didn't have enough energy. This is a pill of bedevilment, the very peak of bedevilment. The brand of the cauldron represents the earth, and has suppressed it. Bury devils beneath the earth, in accordance with the name of the pill. Meng Hao retrieved a pill bottle and put the first bedevilment pill inside. He sealed it with wax, and then placed the violet-colored bedevilment pill into another pill bottle. After this, he pulled out a jade slip which he used to summon Bai Yun Lai. Soon, Bai Yun Lai appeared outside the Immortal's cave. He didn't have to wait long before a pill bottle flew out to land on his hand. Meng Hao's tired voice echoed out from the Immortal's cave. "Put this up anonymously in the pill auction. It's called Bedevilment Pill. Come for me when the auction is about to begin." He sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, seemingly half asleep, immersed in restoring his energy. Bai Yun Lai clasped hands in salute, then left with the pill bottle. 3 days flashed by. During that time, the entire state of Eastern Emergence bustled with activities as one sect after another arrived in Violet Moon City 1. There weren't just sects from the state of Eastern Emergence, but from other places as well. In fact, all of the other 4 great sects, as well as the 3 great clans, all dispatched disciples to the Violet Fate sect to participate in the yearly pill auction. Actually, for an event to take place yearly made it a somewhat frequent event. Nonetheless, it still attracted the attention of cultivators throughout the entire southern domain. That was because all of the items in the auction were concocted by master alchemists of the East Pill Division. Furthermore, furnace lords would usually participate as well, and would provide a unique variety of medicinal pills. The medicinal strength of their pills would be considerable, enough to cause a sensation in the southern domain. Occasionally, stunning, one-of-a-kind creations would appear. Every year, different master alchemists' names would rise and then spread throughout the outside world. You could say that the pill auction was a platform for master alchemists to gain fame. Of course, the East Pill Division encouraged this, and urged the master alchemists to concoct pills to sell at the auction. Not only were the master alchemists encouraged to provide medicinal pills so that their fame would grow within the southern domain, but also, for material gain. After all, the profits from the sale of the medicinal pills all went back to the master alchemists. This was a set rule, which caused virtually all of the master alchemists to participate. Furthermore, the Violet Fate sect strictly controlled its medicinal pills. The only way for outsiders to acquire them was by participating in the pill auction. There would always be a few types of pills that would give rise to frenzied bidding. Usually, this was not because of the medicinal strength of the pill alone, but also the concoction method used. After all, despite not acquiring the pill formula, research of the pill would reveal much about the methods which had been used to concoct it. The master alchemists of the Violet Fate sect had no way to prevent this from happening. Anyone with sufficient skill could perform such research on medicinal pills. In short, it is easy to imagine the stir caused by the yearly pill auction. The location of the pill auction was, of course, Violet Moon City. In the southeast corner of the city was an enormous circular edifice, a stadium which could seat 100,000 cultivators. Generally speaking, during every pill auction, because of the influx of cultivators from all regions, the seats would be completely filled. The pill auction usually lasted for 7 days, and could be rated as a grand occasion hosted by the Violet Fate sect. This particular day was the first day of the auction. The auction stadium was already full. The eyes of the cultivators from all the various sects and clans were focused on the stage in the middle of the stadium. Standing there was a middle-aged man who smiled and clasped hands respectfully to the audience. Fellow Taoists of the Southern Domain, ladies and gentlemen, you all know the rules of the Violet Fate sect's pill auction, so I won't go into all the details. We have a total of 789 types of medicinal pills up for auction, including pills appropriate for chi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, and even nascent soul stage cultivators. Furthermore, there will be poison pills and magic pills available as well. According to the rules of the Violet Fate sect pill auction, before auctioning each pill, a small shaving will be taken to test the medicinal strength of the pill, as well as to clearly demonstrate its effectiveness. Having said that, the man waved his hand, causing a gigantic curved portal to open up behind him. Bright ripples spread out, after which everyone could see a group of 700 cultivators standing on the other side, their faces expressionless. These cultivators had cultivation bases of various levels, and their ages were different. There was one similarity between all of them, however. All of their eyes glowed with a violet light. Outsiders might not know what this meant, but Meng Hao would. It would only take one glance for him to determine that these people had all cultivated the violet chi to the West technique. These were puppet disciples of the sect. 2. These cultivators of the East Pill Division have been selected to sample all the pills which will be auctioned today. Ladies and gentlemen, most likely this is not your first time to attend our pill auction, so you must surely already know, the Violet Fate sect's pill auction is unmatched in the entire southern domain. The man's voice echoed throughout the stadium, which subsequently filled with respectful laughter. Let the auction begin. The man cried. Lot 1 is a bottle of young toppling pills concocted by Furnace Lord Lu Yong of the East Pill Division. Transform life force into death chi, cause enormous transformation. Use this pill in your immortal's cave to collect Yin powers. Consume it to cause an abrupt rise of death chi. This pill is suitable for any fellow Daoist who cultivates spirit puppet arts. Even as the man's voice rang out, Bai Yunlai and Meng Hao were hurrying toward the stadium. Being a master alchemist, Meng Hao caught the attention of many apprentice alchemists as he entered. He sat down in the pavilion reserved for master alchemists, and then looked down at the auction proceeding below. He took a deep breath of anticipation. He keenly anticipated finding out if people would be interested in his bedevilment pill, and how high of a price it would fetch. After all, since becoming a master alchemist, he had never been more pleased with a pill. Although he had complete confidence in it, he was a bit worried about whether or not it would be profitable. He glanced over the crowd, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared, which then transformed into a slight smile. His gaze had fallen onto a group of visitors, amidst whom was a certain fat young man, casually grinding his teeth. 1. Violet Moon City was first mentioned in Chapter 209, when Meng Hao first arrived in Violet Fate sect territory. 2. Violet Chi to the West was described in Chapter 114. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231. Chapter 231, Pill Auction. In all of the southern domain, there was only one person who could appear so domineering, who would use a flying sword to grind his teeth. Li Fu Gui. Also known as Fatty. Other than him, there was no cultivator in the southern domain who dared to grind his teeth in such a fashion. Clustered around Fatty were a group of Golden Frost sect disciples with vigilant and protective looks on their faces. Their presence actually served only to draw more attention to him. Fatty was even fatter. The other cultivators who sat nearby eyed him with strange looks, and engaged in furtive conversations. How could Fatty pay attention to such things though? He complacently pulled out a spirit stone, popped it into his mouth and crunched it into bits. This caused the eyes of the surrounding onlookers to fill with shock, and their hearts with envy. Meng Hao hadn't seen him in 4 years. However, he would think of him often, as well as elder sister Su and Chen Fan. Seeing him here, Meng Hao couldn't help but smile and sigh emotionally. Being Feng Mu for the past 4 years, taking root in the Violet Fate sect and rising to prominence, had given him the means to send out some inquiries about his friends. He knew that all of them had made progress in their various sects. For example, elder sister Su had long since reached foundation establishment. She had taken Han Bei as her master, and was in a much better position in the Black Sieve sect than she had been all those years before. As for Chen Fan, after 4 years' time, he was now a chosen in the Solitary Sword sect. Fatty, of course, was the least given to studying and learning techniques. However, he was still in the same position as he had been within the Golden Frost sect. If he wanted wind, there was wind, and thanks to his value to the sect, he also had reached foundation establishment. The name of Meng Hao was now nearly forgotten in the southern domain. Meng Hao smiled happily. To be able to see his old friend really lifted his mood. Seeing Meng Hao looking at Fatty, Bai Yunlai leaned over and, in a low voice, said, "That's Li Fugui from the Golden Frost sect. I remember hearing that last year, he married his third beloved. According to the rumors, the Golden Frost sect will go to any lengths to find appropriate female cultivators to become his beloved, all with hopes of continuing his bloodline." Hearing this, Meng Hao gaped for a moment, then laughed and shook his head wordlessly. Sighing, he thought, "I never thought that from the group of us from the Reliance sect in the state of Zhao, Fatty would end up in the most comfortable position." Even he couldn't help but feel a bit of envy at Fatty's special position on the path of cultivation. He suddenly thought back to when they had first joined the Reliance sect. Fatty had constantly wept and wailed about wanting to go home and get married. Meng Hao couldn't help but smile at the memory. A gentle light filled his eyes. The auction was continuously underway, of course. Each pill that came up for auction would have a bit of powder shaved off and given to one of the cultivators who had practiced Violet Chi to the West. After consuming the powder, the cultivator's body would become translucent, so that all the onlookers could see the effect of the medicine. This was a tradition of the Violet Fate sect pill auction that had existed for countless years, a method to guarantee the quality of the products. Time passed, and soon it was noon. This lot is for a barrier-breaking pill. Fellow Taoists, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you're all very well aware of the properties of this pill. As he spoke, a Violet Chi to the West disciple consumed some of the powder, giving everyone a clear view of the results. 20,000 spirit stones! Cried Fatty, his voice filled with a domineering tone that well matched his stocky frame. 30,000 spirit stones! Your granny! Shouted Fatty gruffly. He stood up. Fine, you punk, 50,000 spirit stones. 60,000 spirit stones. 70,000 spirit stones, someone else said. Actually, the value of a barrier-breaking pill was dependent on individual circumstances. With 100,000 cultivators present, the number who were currently stuck in a bottleneck, or who soon would be, was hard to determine. A high price was always required to break through a bottleneck. 100,000 spirit stones, roared Fatty. I have spirit stones to spare, punks. They're not even mine. Do you really dare to compete with me? He pulled out a spirit stone which he then placed between his teeth and crushed. The surrounding Golden Frost sect disciples could only make wry smiles. Fatty's words seemed to have the desired effect. Besides, barrier-breaking pills were good, but not necessarily guaranteed to be completely effective. 100,000 spirit stones was an incredible price that apparently no one was willing to exceed. A strange look had appeared on Meng Hao's face. The barrier-breaking pill hadn't been concocted by him. From this distance, he could clearly see the pill's effect on the translucent body of the Violet Chi to the West disciple, as well as its medicinal strength. Based on his skill in the Tao of alchemy, it was obvious that whoever had concocted the pill had only been able to extract 30% medicinal strength from the plants and vegetation which had been used as ingredients. It seems the price I charged Ding Yang for the same pill was a little low, he thought. Of course, it wasn't really possible to compare the prices within the sect with those without. This was especially true when one was sold to a fellow sect member, whereas the other was sold at auction. The auction continued on. As more pills appeared, the atmosphere in the auction stadium climbed. This was especially true when a pill concocted by a furnace lord appeared. The price for that particular pill had already reached hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. This caused Meng Hao to pant. It was the first time he had seen how much profits master alchemists could make. It was really shocking. It was especially astounding because Meng Hao knew the base cost of the pill, which was just a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. Furthermore, the so-called medicinal strength was only at 50%. Meng Hao could produce a similar pill without barely even concentrating. Fatty made bids on just about all of the pills, and acquired quite a few. He was becoming one of the most recognized figures in the auction stadium. This was especially true considering how he continuously made furtive glances at nearby female cultivators. When he caught the eye of one, he would put on the most casual, cool look he could. The others from the Golden Frost sect could only sigh. They did nothing to stop him. After all, he was engaged in a righteous cause. That righteous cause was, of course, finding wives. It was an order passed down by the sect leader himself. The middle-aged auctioneer smiled and flicked his sleeve. This next lot contains medicinal pills concocted by alchemist Li Tao, he called out. The name of the pill is Foundation Establishment Day. It can be used by the mid-foundation establishment stage and sometimes even the late foundation establishment stage. In total, there are 3 bottles, and each bottle contains 6 pills. All the bottles will be sold together. 3 pill bottles appeared. When the Violet Chi to the West disciple sampled the powder from one of the pills, the entire auction stadium immediately went silent. The silence lasted for only a moment, whereupon a buzz of conversation filled the air. That pill. It has 45% medicinal strength. This is not an ordinary Foundation Establishment Day. Who is this alchemist Li Tao? This pill is second only to the type concocted by furnace lords. The interactions of the plants and vegetation in this pill are extraordinary. Of course, most of the 100,000 cultivators in the auction stadium understood little about the Tao of alchemy. However, the interactions happening within the translucent body of the Violet Chi to the West disciple gave some clues as to the astonishing nature of the pill. The auctioneer also stared in amazement, then looked back down at the 3 pill bottles he held. Meng Hao's gaze fell upon the bottles as well. After a while, he smiled. He was friends with Li Tao, and as such, the man had come to him before concocting this batch of Foundation Establishment Day. During their discussion of the Tao of alchemy, Meng Hao had pointed out some variations in the plant and vegetation interactions. You could actually say that it was with Meng Hao's help that Li Tao gained enlightenment that day, and was able to concoct this batch of pills, which was the pinnacle of his current achievements in pill concoction. I won't ask him about this batch of Foundation Establishment Day, thought Meng Hao. However, the variations I talked about that day could only have extracted 40% medicinal strength from the plants. The final 5% was an achievement based on Li Tao's personal enlightenment and skill. Seeing the fervent reaction of the crowds around him, Meng Hao smiled. Within his bag of holding, he still had several Foundation Establishment Day pills that he himself had concocted. Those pills had 90% medicinal strength. If he put those up for auction, it would certainly cause some waves. I wonder what the auction of my bedevilment pill will be like, he thought, his heart filling with anticipation. The energy he had expended concocting the bedevilment pills exceeded that he had spent on Foundation Establishment Day by double, triple, or perhaps more. The concoction of the bedevilment pills was the true expression of his will, and the pinnacle of his Tao of alchemy. With a smile, the auctioneer said, again, these 3 pill bottles will not be auctioned separately, but together. The opening bid for the 3 bottles is 250,000 spirit stones. In his estimation, the price for these bottles would surely reach an incredible height. In fact, it might be the crux of the entire auction, and would likely cause Li Tao's name to rise to prominence in the southern domain. This was because, although he wasn't a furnace lord, he had concocted pills of almost exactly the same quality as the furnace lords. As such, the pills must have plant and vegetation interactions of his own creation, which was the hallmark difference between master alchemists and furnace lords. Any master alchemist who wished to become a furnace lord must be able to produce plant and vegetation interactions that were uniquely his own. By rising above other master alchemists in such a way, he could then advance to being a furnace lord. Because of those interactions, the value of such a medicinal pill was far beyond the value of an ordinary pill. Their appearance in the auction would immediately cause a huge scene. Many people would be willing to pay an exorbitant price to acquire the pills for research. After all, once a master alchemist was raised to Furnace Lord, he would be able to use alchemic concealing techniques to hide the plant interactions. In that way, it would be much more difficult for others to unlock his secrets. However, a pill concocted by a master alchemist would contain no such alchemic concealing, and would be much easier to unlock in research. The East Pill Division was aware of this, of course, and really had no way to control it. Skill manifest in the path of medicinal pills was innately researchable. Leaks like this didn't occur in all pill auctions, but rather, perhaps 1 in 10. As such, one can only imagine the frenzy caused because of the appearance of this batch of pills. The East Pill Division naturally had a degree of forbearance. Since the pills had been put up for auction, the East Pill Division would not attempt to cover up their true nature, nor try to prevent people from researching them. Immediately, people began calling out bids. 300,000 spirit stones. 500,000 spirit stones. I must acquire these 3 bottles of Foundation Establishment Day. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. For a Foundation Establishment Day pill of 45% medicinal strength to be so explosively popular caused him to wonder what kind of reaction his own pill would provoke. This chapter was sponsored by Peter Armstrong, Joseph Aper, David Cross, and CV. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232. Chapter 232, Bedevilment Pill. 600,000. Cried Fatty, leaping to his feet. Who dares to contend with his superiors? These 3 pill bottles are mine. His voice reverberated like thunder throughout the auction stadium. However, these 3 bottles of Foundation Establishment Day were not like the barrier-breaking pills from before, in which Fatty's bids caused others to give up. These 3 bottles represented a chance that might come only once in 10 years, perhaps even 1 in 100. Considering the East Pill Division's lofty status, they could afford to not care about such a thing. But other sects lacked the East Pill Division's deep stores of knowledge. Clearly, there were many sects present who were determined to win this chance to study the interactions contained within the pills. Regardless of great sect or small sect, the eyes of all the cultivators in the stadium were red. These medicinal pills were just too important, not just to the cultivators, but to their sects as a whole. By fully researching the plant and vegetation interactions within the pills, a sect could gain significant advancements in their Tao of alchemy. As such, the bids in the stadium continued to flow out, even from the 3 great clans and the other great sects. Meng Hao watched on from within the pavilion, his eyes wide, almost as if he couldn't comprehend the scene. His eyes began to shine as the price for the pills climbed higher and higher. After this pill auction, Li Tao's name would definitely become known throughout the southern domain. Soon, all cultivators would wish to make his acquaintance. Considering he was able to produce such pills while still just a master alchemist, it meant that he definitely was qualified to become a Furnace Lord in the future. There were only around 100 Furnace Lords in the East Pill Division. Any one of them could cause a huge sensation in the southern domain, and would be sought after by countless cultivators. Their position and status invoked solemn respect of the highest order. Fatty continued to make bids in the auction for the Foundation Establishment Day. However, eventually he had to give up as the price eventually reached the incredible height of 4 million spirit stones. This was the highest price offered for a lot in the Violet Fate Sect's pill auction in the past 100 years. It was hard to use words to even talk about such a price. Every participant in the auction was panting heavily, and deathly still filled the air. The winner of the auction was one of the great clans, the Li clan. Only 3 people had come from the Li clan. One was clan elder, and the other 2 were chosen. Of course, each of the great clans had their own Tao of alchemy. Although theirs were different from the East Pill divisions, comparatively speaking, there were also similarities. These 3 bottles of Foundation Establishment Day would give them an incredible opportunity to discover new plant and vegetation interactions. As such, the auctioneer hesitated a moment. However, the East Pill division was filled with deep reservoirs of knowledge, and as such, they could afford to disregard a leakage of information about plant and vegetation interactions. For these medicinal pills to end up in the hands of the Li clan showed how incredible they were. In the past 1,000 years during which the Violet Fate Sect pill auction had been held, the Violet Fate Sect itself had never purchased one of its own auction items. The Eastern Pill division never withheld items from auction, or prevented them from being sold. Such a matter was unheard of throughout the 1,000-year history of the auction. In fact, Violet Fate Sect disciples were prohibited from purchasing items from the auction. It didn't matter how rare a given item was, bids were not permitted. It was a 1,000-year-old rule that had never changed. After the 3 bottles of Foundation Establishment Day were sold to the Li clan, the Li clan elder immediately extended an invitation for Li Tao to come for a visit to the Li clan one. This in turn caused Li Tao to gain even more prestige. Discussions regarding Li Tao spread throughout the auction stadium. The master alchemists sitting around Meng Hao in the pavilion were all amazed, and began to talk about Li Tao with admiration and envy. By now, the auction had already been underway for 2 days. The auctioneer pulled out another medicinal pill, but considering what had just happened, it was impossible for him to arouse the passion of the crowd. Few people were paying attention, and the bidding was no longer intense. The next few hundred pills all sold within the space of 10 or so breaths. Things were selling so quickly that it hardly seemed an auction anymore. It reached the point that some people began to leave. After the wonderment of the Foundation Establishment Day, the 100,000 or so cultivators participating in the auction seemed to have come to the conclusion that even though there might be some amazing items yet to appear, none of them would be able to match the astonishing Foundation Establishment Day pills. To many people, a bid of 4 million spirit stones was something that wouldn't be seen again in the next 100 years. The 3 bottles of Foundation Establishment Day were nothing less than a miracle. Therefore, interest in the remainder of the auction was waning. The auctioneer was well aware of this. He was still a bit excited. To have officiated over the sale of an item at such an astounding price was something he had never experienced before in his life. Even he didn't think that the remainder of the auction would feature anything that could possibly outmatch the Foundation Establishment Day. As such, he could understand the feelings of the rest of the 100,000 cultivators, and was willing to let the rest of the hundreds of medicinal pills be auctioned off at a relatively rapid rate. It was in such a fashion that Meng Hao's bedevilment pill finally came up for auction, on the evening of the 3rd day. Few of the cultivators present were very interested. Most of them were still wrapped up in regretfully recalling the events surrounding the Foundation Establishment Day and sending messages about it back to their various sects. The voice of the auctioneer sounded out. This pill was concocted by an anonymous master alchemist of the East Pill Division. Even I don't know who this person is. The name of the pill is Bedevilment Pill, a poison pill. He placed the pill bottle in front of him. Meng Hao's spirits instantly lifted, and he took a deep breath. He stared at the pill bottle, which of course contained the pill he had concocted. When the pill bottle appeared, most of the surrounding cultivators were still discussing the Foundation Establishment Day matter in hushed tones. Only a few people looked down, mostly because of the words poison pill, which managed to arouse a bit of interest. The auctioneer spoke quickly. In his opinion, even though this pill was a poison pill, it wasn't likely to attract much attention. Other than a Foundation Establishment Day pill, nothing else would be able to cause much of an excited bidding. Despite the pill in front of him having obviously been created by paying a heaven-defying price, he still doubted that it would sell for much more than 10,000 or so spirit stones. Therefore, he didn't spend much time introducing the pill. Looking out, he saw that the vast majority of the 100,000 cultivators weren't paying attention at all. He cleared his throat, and decided that the time was coming to wrap up the auction. It didn't seem that this auction would last 7 days, but rather 4 at the most. There was really no other alternative. After the shock of the Foundation Establishment Day, all other auction items would really pale into insignificance. Having come to the decision to end things quickly, the middle-aged auctioneer called over one of the Violet Chi to the West disciples. He poured the black pill out of the bottle and, not seeing anything strange about it, quickly scraped off some powder and gave it to the Violet Chi to the West disciple. Few of the cultivators were paying attention to all of this, and in fact, only a handful of people seemed interested in purchasing the pill. After all, it could really only attract the attention of the few cultivators who studied the Tao of poison. Meng Hao noticed all of this, and kept his expression calm. Only Bai Yunlai seemed to be nervous. He sighed, clearly he felt the whole situation was unfair. In his opinion, Meng Hao's Tao of alchemy was far above that of Li Tao's. They weren't even on the same level. That much was evident from the fervor with which the inner sect disciples of the Violet Chi sect contended for his pill concocting services. As for the Violet Chi to the West disciple, he was a young man of about 30 years of age with an expressionless face. Despite the lack of interest on the part of the surrounding cultivators, he earnestly accepted the powder from the pill and then consumed it without hesitation. His cultivation base rotated, causing the powder to dissolve into his body. He became translucent, allowing everyone to see the results inside of him. Despite the fact that this was a poison pill, the man didn't hesitate in the slightest. As soon as he consumed the powder, his body began to transform. As he did, Meng Hao quietly looked at him and murmured, "Pierce the chi passageways throughout the body, chop them like mincemeat. Turn the body into a treasure, split open the chest. Crush the mind, consolidate millions upon millions of murderous intentions. Explode the Tao pillars within the core sea, killing intent can exterminate spirits. Use the mortal soul to fuse with spirits. Use the power of killing to subvert consciousness. The mind and the corsi, fused into nothing in the blink of an eye. This devilish will shall transform into a suicidal heart, which will cause the cultivation base to climb to the skies. It is not a burning of the soul, it supersedes that. This pill will be called bedevilment pill. That is because this will can only belong to devils. With every sentence Meng Hao uttered, the cultivator's body changed, almost as if it were under Meng Hao's control. His expressionless face immediately changed. Sweat began to pour down his forehead, and his whole body shook. Veins popped out on his forehead. He could clearly sense that the powder which he had swallowed had been immediately absorbed by his body and then transformed into an indescribable stimulating force. His body filled with pain, and spiritual energy exploded out. It felt as if his chi passageways were being slashed to pieces by countless swords. As this happened, a roaring sound emanated inside of him, as if the unrestrained power of his very life force were shooting out. The intensity of this power exploded out of his chest, transforming into a frenzied desire for murder, which completely shattered his 3 Tao pillars. As his Tao pillars fell to pieces, his corsi evaporated, and his cultivation base was smashed. The power flooded into his mind, pulverizing his soul, erasing his mind, filling it with a devilish will which would end his life. It seemed all of his consciousness had disappeared and he had gone completely mad. He lifted his head to the sky and let out a shocking howl. The howl echoed out, containing indescribable desire to murder, which then transformed into killing intent that emanated out from him in booming waves. A shapeless flame sea enveloped his body, burning it, burning his soul, filling him with a frenzied, devilish insanity. His breathing became ragged, and his cultivation base suddenly exploded upward. He had no Tao pillars, and yet his aura was so powerful that it rivaled the late Foundation establishment stage. His roar, filled with killing intent, slammed down onto the 100,000 cultivators who were discussing Foundation Establishment Day. Instantly, all of their eyes fell upon the violet chi to the west cultivator. Meng Hao stood there, his expression calm, his eyes calm. He seemed like an alchemist devil. 1. Just a quick note to remind you that Li Tao's surname a different surname from that of the Li clan, both in terms of the character and the pronunciation L versus L. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233. Chapter 233, The Earth, the Heavens. It was impossible to describe how the killing intent imbued the howl which rose up to the heavens. Its intensity spread about, causing a pulsating black aura to emanate from the body of the young cultivator. The black aura swirled around him, making him look like someone who had risen up from the yellow springs of the underworld. His closed eyes suddenly snapped open, and all of the 100,000 cultivators gasped. What they saw were 2 eyes that appeared as if they belonged to a wild animal, filled only with frenzied death. The eyes were crimson, and they glowed with insanity. From this moment onward, this was no longer a cultivator, but a devil. He emanated the power of the late Foundation establishment stage. Moments ago, he had only been at the early Foundation establishment stage. Such an explosive transformation caused the hearts of the surrounding cultivators to echo with thunderous shock. Because of the roaring in their hearts, the surroundings grew completely silent. All eyes were focused on the cultivator, who looked like some sort of devilish deity. The auctioneer stared in shock. He breathed heavily, his face covered in astonishment. This was because even though the violet chi to the west disciple looked like an insane devil, with billowing killing intent and mad, crimson eyes, actually, there was also a calmness within those eyes. This calmness was even more terrifying than the insanity. It showed that even though he was inundated with frenzied killing intent, he actually had not lost his mind. Furthermore, all of the 100,000 cultivators could clearly see the changes within his body caused by the medicinal powder. If the tiny amount of powder that had been used could cause such an incredible transformation, what could the entire pill do? All of the cultivators present were breathing heavily. The answer to such a question floated in their hearts. Their eyes shone with amazement. The auction stadium instantly exploded with conversations. What pill is this? It's astonishing. That was just a bit of powder, and yet it caused such an incredible transformation. If just a bit of powder could do that, imagine if the entire pill were consumed. What would that be like? It can cause someone to go insane, and unleash all of the potential contained within the body. It fuses the corsi and the Tao pillars, and emits a consummate killing aura. This pill is no poison pill. It could be used at a critical moment to save one's life. Poison pill, poison pill. All alchemists will eventually dabble in poison pills at one point or another. But there are usually no formulas for poison pills. The pill, this pill. What's most important is the medicinal strength of the pill. I was watching closely, and I think I know. It's only a powder shaving, but in my estimation, this pill displayed at least 50% medicinal strength. 50%. Don't tell me this is a poison pill concocted by a furnace lord. Discussions raged, just as they had upon the appearance of Foundation Establishment Day. All eyes were on the black medicinal pill, and especially the mark which was branded onto its side. Look, it has a mark on it. That's a cauldron. The pill is branded with a cauldron. That's the mark of the alchemist who concocted the pill. They only brand pills with a personal mark when they are completely satisfied with results. A cauldron. I've never heard of any alchemist using a cauldron as a personal mark. I demand that the auction house perform a test to determine the medicinal strength of this pill. Yes. We demand a test. The demand for a test caused the atmosphere in the auction stadium to grow even more intense. How could the auctioneer have ever imagined that another pill would appear after Foundation Day that could cause such a commotion? Looking at all the cultivators demanding a test, their voices growing louder and louder, the auctioneer didn't hesitate. He waved his hand, and two old men walked out from the portal behind him. Both had hair long and white. These were veteran master alchemists of the sect, responsible for performing tests of the medicinal strength of pills in the auction. As they walked out, the auctioneer immediately grew very courteous. The old men had proud looks in their eyes, and completely ignored the surrounding 100,000 cultivators. One of them reached out to take hold of the pill. He eyed the cauldron mark, and didn't look very pleased. In his opinion, alchemists who hadn't reached the rank of furnace lord weren't qualified to leave a mark on a pill. The crowd could tell that if the man could, he would wipe the mark away. Looking annoyed, the old man sniffed the pill, whereupon his body suddenly trembled. His eyes filled with disbelief, and he tilted his head forward to examine the pill more closely. As he did, he seemed to grow more agitated. His body trembled even harder, and his eyes grew wide with even more disbelief. Impossible, he said, his voice hoarse. This pill is an impossibility. It's impossible. When his voice floated up to the surrounding cultivators, they all began to pant anxiously. At the moment, they couldn't imagine what medicinal strength the pill must have to cause a veteran master alchemist to turn pale from astonishment. The other old master alchemist strode forward. He examined the pill, smelled it, and then his eyes gradually began to shine with a strange light. Having seen through the pill, his face began to grow pale, and a look of disbelief and astonishment filled his face. This is, the two old men looked at each other, and could clearly see the astonishment in each other's eyes. Their bodies trembled and they breathed heavily. Master alchemists, this pill cannot be sold, said one of the two master alchemists. His voice echoed out, filling the auction stadium. A buzz rose up. What do you mean it can't be sold? We asked for a test. Is the Violet Fate sect pill auction really going to break their 1,000-year tradition by not selling something? According to the rules of the pill auction, we have the right to ask for a test. You haven't even revealed the results and are already saying you won't sell it? We want the test results. Tell us, what is the medicinal strength of this pill? The voices of the 100,000 cultivators rose up, including that of Fatty, who roared at the top of his lungs. The auctioneer's expression tightened. He had never encountered a situation like this before, and was starting to get nervous. Suddenly, a new portal appeared on the stage. 7 people emerged. Seeing these 7 people, the auctioneer's face flickered with shock. He immediately clasped hands and bowed deeply. The two master alchemists' faces filled with veneration, and they, too, clasped hands in salute. The 100,000 cultivators in the auction stadium fell silent. However, their eyes went wide with shock. The 7 people who had just emerged were all furnace lords of the East Pill Division. Each and every one had a name that reverberated like thunder throughout the southern domain. All hearts trembled at the sight of these 7. They walked out and approached the bedevilment pill. One reached out to take it in hand, then examined it carefully. His hand began to tremble, and his expression filled with shock. He tried to conceal the shock, but the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but notice. To see a furnace lord looking shocked caused the hearts of the 100,000 cultivators to feel as if they were filled with thousands of lightning bolts. The furnace lord's gaze swept across the 100,000 cultivators. With an inward sigh, he caused the bedevilment pill to float up into the air, then sat down cross-legged. In previous pill auctions, he said, the East Pill Division has offered one opportunity to test the medicinal strength of a pill. Are all of you certain that this pill is the one you wish to test? There was no need to wait for an answer. The 6 other furnace lords joined him, sitting in a circle around the floating bedevilment pill. They all performed incantation gestures, after which 7 pill furnaces appeared in front of them. Each of these pill furnaces was clearly made from extraordinary materials. Each pill furnace that ignites represents 10% medicinal strength. This is a fair method, since all of the plant and vegetation ingredients used to concoct pills in this pill auction were grown in the East Pill Division. If they were not, we would not be able to so accurately determine their medicinal strength. Even as the voice rang out, the 100,000 cultivators all watched on closely. These 7 furnace lords had illustrious reputations and commanded utmost respect. They closed their eyes, and a fragrant medicinal aroma filled the air, giving rise to a strange atmosphere within the stadium. Suddenly, one pill furnace began to glow. Next, a second, then a third, and finally a fourth began to grow brightly. 4 furnaces lit up. That means it employed 40% of the power of the plant and vegetation ingredients. Ah, so it's only 40%. That's not quite as good as the Foundation Establishment Day. However, it's really not so simple to compare the medicinal strength of the two, since this poison pill is a completely different type of pill. In fact, I'd say, A moment after discussions broke out among the cultivators, a deathly silence filled the air, as if the throats of those speaking had suddenly been clamped shut. The 100,000 cultivators began to pant, and looks of shock filled their faces one by one. They stared as a 5th furnace lit up, then a 6th, and a 7th. In the blink of an eye, 7 furnaces had begun to glow brightly. 70%? It must have been concocted by a furnace lord. This 70%. But, what if there were 8 pill furnaces? As the roar of conversation filled the air, the faces of the 7 furnace lords flickered, and their hearts trembled. Suddenly, yet another glowing portal appeared, from which emerged 3 more alchemists, who were also furnace lords. Their faces were calm and dignified as they strode forward. They sat down and then produced pill furnaces of their own. Almost the instant their pill furnaces emerged, they began to glow. 8 pill furnaces, then 9, and finally 10. In the blink of an eye, all the pill furnaces were glowing. 10 pill furnaces, their glow rising up into the sky. There was no roar of conversation, because the surrounding 100,000 cultivators could only stare with blank looks. As for the 10 furnace lords who were performing the test, they too stared mutely. Their minds spun, and they panted. An unprecedented look of shock appeared in their eyes. And then, the reaction came. 100,000 cultivators went crazy. Their minds buzzed, their eyes were crimson, and their breath came in ragged pants. They had obviously gone mad. 100% medicinal strength. This was a perfect product. From ancient times until now, such an item had never appeared in the pill auction. The difference between the Foundation Establishment Day and this bedevilment pill was clear. One was the earth, the other was the heavens. This chapter was sponsored by Hein Hogberg. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234. Chapter 234, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Throughout the history of the Violet Fate Sect pill auction, a 100% consummate pill had never before appeared. In fact, when it comes to such pills, a pill of 80% concocted by a Violet Furnace Lord would be considered a supreme-level pill. Even something like that had never been seen before. A medicinal pill that could employ more than 80% of the strength of the plant ingredients was considered supreme. Something 90% or higher, such pills were referred to as consummate pills. A 90% pill was considered consummate. A 100% pill, though generally referred to as consummate, could actually be considered subcelestial. Throughout the tens of thousands of years that encompassed the history of the Violet Fate Sect's East Pill Division, very few people had ever been able to concoct supreme pills. Every single one was a Violet Furnace Lord, and every single one had a name which could rock the southern domain. As for 100% consummate pills, in the tens of thousands of years of the history of the Violet Fate Sect's East Pill Division, only 2 people had ever been able to concoct such pills. One was the founder of the sect itself, Reverend Violet East. The other was Grandmaster Pill Demon. Only those 2 people had ever been able to concoct consummate pills. Consummate pills were not only a defiance of the heavens, but also a watershed mark in the Tao of alchemy. They were the watershed mark for promotion to Grandmaster. Only people who could concoct consummate pills could be called Grandmasters. In all the southern domain, other than Grandmaster Pill Demon, there were only 2 other Grandmasters who were capable of concocting consummate pills. However, their consummate pills were only 90%, not 100%. In all the southern domain, only Grandmaster Pill Demon could concoct 100% subcelestial consummate pills. It is therefore obvious how valuable a pill like the bedevilment pill would be, and why its appearance in the pill auction would send everyone into a wild frenzy. 100,000 cultivators all stared with red eyes. The Foundation Establishment Day had caused a stir, but that was far removed from this development. 100,000 people, 100,000 pairs of eyes. Their minds swam with the shocking sight of a 100% consummate pill. Fatty panted as he stared fixedly at the pill. Everyone was the same. In the pavilions on the top level of the auction stadium, the master alchemists from the East Pill Division who had come to observe the proceedings also were completely shaken, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. It wasn't just them, the apprentice alchemists who were present were in an uproar. Even the disciples from the Violet Chi Division were filled with massive waves of shock. The entire pill auction seemed as if it might boil into collapse. The auctioneer stood there trembling, his mind filled with thunderous roaring, his breathing agitated and his eyes bloodshot. He had never imagined that he would ever be able to touch a 100% consummate pill. When he thought about how he had personally shaved off some powder from the pill, his heart filled with intense regret. In his mind, such an action was essentially blasphemy. A 100% consummate pill could be considered a sacred object to any alchemist, a truly precious treasure. His reaction, his madness, might be difficult for an outsider to comprehend. But as an alchemist, his greatest dream in life was to one day concoct a consummate pill. The 10 furnace lords stared blankly at the bedevilment pill floating in front of them. Their eyes shined with religious fervor, and their breath came in ragged bursts. They seemed to have forgotten everything else except for this pill. As Meng Hao watched all of this happening, his heart began to pound. All of a sudden, he was getting the feeling that maybe this wasn't such a good development after all. He had never imagined that the bedevilment pill would lead to such a frantic uproar. That pill, it, murmured by Yun Lai. He seemed to almost be in a daze. He slowly looked over at Meng Hao, and he seemed as if his soul had vanished into thin air. Before the auctioneer could even set a price, the frenzied crowd began roaring out bids. 5 million spirit stones. Someone cried. I'll get this 100% consummate pill even if it reduces me to poverty. 10 million spirit stones. I'm from the Mount Dao sect, and I'll spend all the resources of my entire sect to buy this pill. As people began shouting out prices, the atmosphere in the auction stadium grew even more frenzied. Naturally, most of the people participating in the auction knew at least something of the Tao of alchemy. It had been easy to establish the value of the Foundation Establishment Day, a 45% pill with a variety of plant and vegetation interactions. But as for a 100% consummate pill, the mysterious plant and vegetation interactions made its value hard to determine. The cultivators here, regardless of which sect they came from, obviously knew that. Any sect who could unlock a tiny bit of the secrets of this pill would be able to make unprecedented advancements in their Tao of alchemy. It was no ordinary pill, but rather a 100% consummate pill, something that no one in the entire southern domain except for Grandmaster Pill Demon could concoct. The cultivators here knew that anyone who acquired the pill and studied it on a daily basis, were they to achieve complete enlightenment, would be able to found their own alchemic sect. This pill was a rarity in the modern world. Even without complete understanding of the pill, any sect who possessed it would have a precious treasure. The explosive atmosphere in the auction stadium continued to rise. It seemed chaos would soon break out. Some people seemed to be preparing to fight for the pill. Unfortunately, the appearance of the pill seemed to have incited the potential for frenzied struggle. The auctioneer was incapable of keeping the situation under control. Were he to dare to say that the pill was not for sale, killing intent would surely fill the auction stadium in an instant. Nothing like this had ever happened throughout the long history of the pill auction. The auctioneer's face was pale as he looked around at the frenzied 100,000 cultivators. He didn't even dare to speak. Who made this pill? Somebody suddenly shouted. It seemed many of the cultivators realized that they had little hope of acquiring the pill, and so began to focus their attention on whoever had concocted it. The question rang out like thunder, causing the 100,000 cultivators to suddenly grow deathly quiet. The cultivators were still in a frenzy, but they seemed to have recovered some of their wits. As they did, it seemed everyone was suddenly wondering about the same question. If I remember correctly, it was a master alchemist? Master alchemist? What? This pill was concocted by a master alchemist? It surely was concocted by Grandmaster Pill Demon himself. How could it be a master alchemist? The only person in the entire southern domain who can concoct 100% consummate pills is Grandmaster Pill Demon. The buzz of conversation filled the air, and everyone began to focus once more on the pill. The auctioneer's face was pale, but he hurriedly said, this pill was concocted by an anonymous master alchemist of the East Pill Division. The man's breathing was ragged, and even he seemed to be shocked by the words he had just uttered. If he had such a reaction, how much more of a reaction would the surrounding 100,000 cultivators have? Upon hearing that the pill had been concocted by a master alchemist, 100,000 cultivators immediately began to pant. They were dumbfounded, and their faces filled with astonishment and surprise. After a moment of silence, the cultivators once again exploded with conversations that buzzed even louder than before. A master alchemist, it really was concocted by a master alchemist. Not a furnace lord, not a violet furnace lord, and not even Grandmaster Pill Demon. If it was concocted by a mere master alchemist, well, this is 100% consummate pill. This master alchemist, such talent. Such skill in the Tao of alchemy. He concocted a 100% consummate pill. Who is he? Who is this Grandmaster? Such a heaven-defying master alchemist exists in the Violet Fate sect. Could he be a personal apprentice of Grandmaster Pill Demon? A 100% consummate pill was well and good. The plant and vegetation interactions were important. All of it was hard to put a value on. But to compare that to the master alchemist who concocted such a pill, one was the earth, the other was the heavens. It was impossible to describe how valuable such an alchemist would be to a sect. In fact, few sects would hesitate to spend any price to acquire such an alchemist. Present in the auction stadium were the 3 great clans and the other 4 great sects. All of them seemed moved, their disciples' eyes glittered, and they all had produced jade slips to transmit reports back to their various sects. Who is this master alchemist? If he becomes a furnace lord, or a violet furnace lord, then the pills he concocts will surely be a defiance of the heavens. We want to meet this master alchemist. As the frenzy in the auction stadium built, Meng Hao took a deep breath. He looked at Bai Yunlai, who appeared to be in a panic. Bai Yunlai seemed about to say something, but when Meng Hao's gaze fell upon him, his heart calmed. Meng Hao's heart, however, was racing. He could never have possibly predicted that the pill he had concocted would cause such a violent storm of a reaction. In fact, he felt a bit of regret. Thankfully, he hadn't attached his name to the pill, but had only left the mark of the cauldron branded on its side. Maybe the master alchemist didn't reveal his identity, but look at that cauldron. That's his mark. Cauldron. Don't tell me that's his alchemist name? Pill Cauldron. Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. It was impossible to say who said it first. However, it only took an instant for the cultivators to identify with the name Pill Cauldron. Thus began the rise of this name. Meng Hao watched on blankly, blinking. He was still feeling unsettled, but at the same time, a proud sense of self-confidence began to fill him. For the pill he had concocted to garner such a claim was a lofty honor for any alchemist. It was at this moment that suddenly, a violet glow emanated from the glittering portal in the middle of the auction stadium. It filled the stadium, along with a massive pressure that immediately suppressed the racket. As the auction stadium grew quiet once again, the violet glow rose up from the portal, and then 2 figures walked out. The person in the lead wore a violet robe, the sleeves of which were embroidered with golden pill furnaces. His long, black hair flowed down his back, and his expression was one filled, not with anger, but with power. He looked to be a bit over 50 years of age, and yet, he also emanated an air of ancientness. It was unnecessary to state that this person had clearly had many years of experience. He walked out slowly, and as he did, all of the 100,000 cultivators in the audience looked at him. His appearance caused the 10 furnace lords' expressions to instantly change. They rose to their feet, looks of veneration covering their faces as they clasped hands in salute. "Greetings, Violet Furnace Lordin," they said in unison. The words rang out, causing the 100,000 cultivators to suddenly gasp. This shock was caused by the words, "Violet Furnace Lord." Meng Hao's eyes glittered as his gaze came to rest on the violet-robed man and the incredible medicinal aura which emanated from him. Note from Air Gen: many people have been wondering about the title of Book 3, The Honor of Violet Fate, and have come to the conclusion that it refers to the Violet Fate sect's honor within the southern domain. Actually, grammar in the title is a bit vague, making the subject and object unclear. It really should be the honor of Meng Hao and Violet Fate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235. Chapter 235, Apprentice's Fee 1. After the violet-robed man emerged from the portal, the eyes of the onlookers fell upon the person behind him, a hunchbacked cultivator. His expressionless face was filled with scars that seemed to be self-inflicted. An indescribable sense of power emanated from him, which seemed to bolster the powerful pressure which maintained silence within the auction stadium. Patriarch Hunchback. So it's Patriarch Hunchback. They say his cultivation base is at the mid-nascent soul stage. 300 years ago, he gave up everything to become the alchemy protector of Violet Furnace Lordin. For Patriarch Hunchback to appear means, the man in the violet robe really must be one of the 8 violet furnace lords of the Violet Fate sect, and Zai. 2. The eyes of the 100,000 cultivators immediately shone with respect. The rank of Violet Furnace Lord was virtually the pinnacle of the Tao of alchemy. Other than Grandmaster, there was no higher position. And Zai's expression was calm. He nodded to the 10 Furnace Lords, then lifted his right hand into the air and made a grasping motion. The bedevilment pill flew over and settled onto his palm. He didn't sniff the pill, but rather let it rest in his palm as he closed his eyes. Time slowly passed. The surrounding cultivators watched with rapt attention. Meng Hao maintained his silence, watching thoughtfully as Violet Furnace Lord and Zai used his skill in the Tao of alchemy to gain enlightenment regarding Meng Hao's pill. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Violet Furnace Lord and Zai slowly opened his eyes. His face looked moved, and as he stared at the pill in his hand, a strange light filled his eyes. "What is the name of this pill?" he asked slowly, his voice somewhat husky. An excited expression filled the face of the auctioneer. He clasped hands and bowed to Zai, then said, "According to the records, the name of this pill is bedevilment." And Zai looked at the pill for a long moment, then sighed and said, "What an amazing pill. Bedevilment. Melt the soul and transform it into evil. Rely only on the self to rise to the skies. It is not a burning of the soul, it supersedes that." This was his attempt to state the essence of the pill. He couldn't possibly deduce the formula of the pill in such a short time. Others might not understand his words, but as soon as Meng Hao heard them, his pupils constricted. No wonder he's a Violet Furnace Lord. In one glance, he was able to determine the true essence of the pill. Meng Hao was lost in thought for a moment. In the future, he would need to add some confusing elements into his medicinal pills, so that they wouldn't be so easy to analyze. Despite the man being a Violet Furnace Lord, the whole situation made Meng Hao feel a bit uneasy. "This is not a 100% pill," said Zai. "Its medicinal strength is actually 95%. However, even more deserving of praise is the fact that this pill was concocted amidst alchemic enlightenment. There is no formula for it." The instant the 100,000 cultivators heard his words, they began to pant, and their minds reeled, especially because of the words alchemic enlightenment. Alchemic enlightenment. This pill was created because of alchemic enlightenment. There's no formula for it. A pill created during alchemic enlightenment is one of a kind. You'll never find another pill like it. That means, its value is at least double. The 100,000 cultivators continued to discuss the matter, their burning eyes fixated on the bedevilment pill. They seemed to be going mad once again. And Zai looked at the bedevilment pill for another long moment, then lowered his hand, allowing the pill to float in the air. Then he stepped back a few paces and closed his eyes. It seemed he had only appeared to verify whether the bedevilment pill had been created during alchemic enlightenment. 20 million spirit stones. The Li clan must have this pill. 20,500,000 spirit stones. A consummate pill like this, created in alchemic enlightenment, is unique under the heavens. The entire place boiled with excitement as more bids were called out. Meng Hao was breathing heavily, and his eyes were shining. Hearing all the bids filled his heart with excitement. However, a bit of hesitation suddenly appeared. After hearing the explanation from the Violet Furnace Lord, he now knew that the strange state he had been in when concocting the pill that day was known as alchemic enlightenment. However, what he didn't understand was that the Violet Furnace Lord had described the pill as one of a kind, which seemed incongruous with what had actually happened. Maybe there are some variations that I don't quite understand, thought Meng Hao, suppressing his confusion and instead listening to the excitement with which the bids for the pill increased. Before, he had understood that it wasn't difficult for alchemists to make profit from pill concocting, but he had never imagined the bedevilment pill would sell for such an incredible price. He suddenly realized that his choice to join the Violet Fate sect had definitely been a wise one. Soon, the price for the bedevilment pill reached 40 million spirit stones. Such a price could bankrupt most sects. Other than the 4 great sects and 3 great clans, no one else was even qualified to compete for it now. 43 million spirit stones! Cried Fatty, leaped up onto the table. 48 million! Yelled someone from the Black Civ sect. 60 million! Raved Fatty. Screw your granny! Do you dare to try to snatch my belongings? The price had reached an unimaginable height. To most of the onlookers, this might be a rare, consummate pill, but it wasn't worth that much, even with the added factor of alchemic enlightenment. After all, the pill had incredible medicinal strength, but it wasn't clear what the results would be if it were consumed by the core formation stage. Considering it was apparently designed for the foundation establishment stage, a price of 60 million spirit stones for such a pill was already relatively high. The value of being able to research the bedevilment pill was already hard to determine. However, if after complete research it was found that the pill was effective for the core formation stage, then the value would be nearly limitless. It must be stated that for an alchemist of the southern domain to reach the Grandmaster level, he must concoct, not just one 90% consummate pill, but one for each of the 5 stages of chi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and spirit severing. After concocting all of those 90% consummate pills, one could truly be considered a Grandmaster of the Tao of Alchemy. In any case, the research value of the bedevilment pill was truly hard to imagine. It was incredibly exciting because it was not only a consummate pill, but a supposedly unique pill concocted amidst alchemic enlightenment. Meng Hao continued to grow more excited. He wanted the price to increase even more. In fact, were it not for his low cultivation base, despite deep anxiety, he would pull out the second bedevilment pill and auction off that one too. Although, now he was wondering how he would be able to retrieve his profits after the pill was sold. That was a bit of a problem. It was at this moment that Nzihai's eyes suddenly opened. 100 million. Hearing this caused the surrounding cultivators to stare, dumbfounded. Fatty and the others looked over at Nzihai, and their faces slowly filled with anger. Everyone knew of the unwritten rule of the Violet Fate Sect pill auction, that Violet Fate Sect cultivators do not participate. Earlier, during the auction for the Foundation Establishment Day, the East Pill Division had let it be sold for research without batting an eye. But this was a consummate pill. Violet Furnace Lord Nzihai was participating, creating a situation in which seller was competing along with buyer. Who could truly compete? How could the bidding continue? 110 million! Yelled Fatty, his eyes red. He didn't care about spirit stones, but about face. It didn't matter if he was up against a Violet Furnace Lord. After his previous high bid, he had been trampled upon, which made him extremely unhappy. This wasn't an actual fight or a battle. As far as Fatty was concerned, crushing spirit stones was nothing, and he surely had more. 200 million, said Nzihai calmly. All of the 100,000 cultivators gasped. Such a price was inconceivable. Even 10 consummate pills, all concocted in alchemic enlightenment, would not be worth such an incredible price. 200 million spirit stones could fund a great sect for 10 years. 200, Fatty's anger raged to the heavens. He was just about to increase the bid, when Nzihai's cool voice rang out. I'm not purchasing this pill for myself. I'm purchasing it at the behest of Grandmaster Pill Demon, as his agent. These words caused silence to fill the air. Everyone looked on thoughtfully. Now, they understood. No matter what anyone said, the Violet Fate Sect wouldn't allow such a pill to be sold. Even if the tradition of the pill auction was broken, their mind had been made up. This pill would not leave the Violet Fate Sect. Giving no regard to this, Fatty still seemed willing to increase the price. 200, suddenly, one of the disciples from his sect grabbed him and whispered something into his ear. Face filled with an irritated look, Fatty gave an unwilling harumph, but didn't say anything more. No one else said anything either. Nzihai made a clutching motion with his right hand, and the bedevilment pill flew into his hand. Without another word, he turned, followed by the hunchbacked old man, and then disappeared into the glowing portal. Meng Hao watched with wide eyes as all of this happened. Suddenly, he was feeling a bit nervous. He hesitated for a moment. Grandmaster Pill Demon bought it. Considering how prestigious he is, he wouldn't hold back the money, would he? Thinking about Grandmaster Pill Demon's position, he felt a bit more secure. After Nzihai left, there was no way to continue with the auction. Meng Hao grabbed Bai Yunlai, who looked somewhat absent-minded, and left. After returning to the sect, Meng Hao spent quite a bit of time repeatedly giving various instructions to Bai Yunlai. The entire time, Bai Yunlai looked at him with a strange look. The look of respect in his eyes far exceeded that from before. Watching Bai Yunlai leave, seemingly in a trance, Meng Hao couldn't help but laugh bitterly. After thinking about it, he decided that even if someone found out he had concocted the pill, it wouldn't matter too much. Deciding not to worry about it anymore, he headed back into his immortal's cave. 200 million spirit stones. Even if I only get 80%, that's still 160 million. He sat down, thinking about the spirit stones, his eyes shining. Deep in the East Pill Division of the Violet Fate Sect, at the main peak of the mountain range, Nzihai stood respectfully next to an old man. The old man was, of course, none other than Pill Demon. In his hand was a black pill which was, the bedevilment pill. Pill Demon examined the pill for nearly 2 hours. Slowly, a smile began to appear on his face. The smile was filled with both kindness and admiration. Nzihai looked at Pill Demon, his eyes filled with respect. In his entire life, he had never admired anyone more than Grandmaster Pill Demon. He was a Violet Furnace Lord, but it was actually because of that he understood the vast gap between himself and his master. This caused his respect to grow even deeper. Every time he stood in front of Grandmaster Pill Demon, he felt as if he were a tiny fish in the vast sea of the Tao of Alchemy. "Master," said Nzai, "I've already looked into who concocted this pill. There are a few problems with his background. He's..." "Don't say it," the old man said coolly. "I forbid it. There's no need." He put the pill away with the wave of a hand. Nzai stared in shock for a moment, then respectfully said, "Yes. Don't bother him either. Allow this little Grandmaster Pill Cauldron to maintain his mysterious anonymity in the sect." Pill Demon smiled, a smile filled with happiness and an indescribable contentment. Even as his voice continued to echo out, he disappeared into the distance. The entire time, he didn't mention the spirit stones. "Master, what about the spirit stones?" said Nzai hesitantly. Pill Demon's voice could be heard from off in the distance. "What spirit stones?" "Those are his apprentice's fees." Nzai watched his master disappear into the distance, and then laughed. As he turned, a name floated in his mind. Fong Mu. Time passed. Soon half a month had gone by. It was on this particular day that, with great anticipation, Meng Hao asked Bai Yunlai to go check to see if the spirit stones could be collected. Bai Yunlai returned in the evening, his face long. His explanation was like a bolt from the blue. "With great care," he said, "I used a variety of methods to ask around, but the answer was always the same. After the pill was sold, no spirit stones were deposited into the account. I'm not really sure what exactly is going on, but how could we expect the auction house to dare to go and demand spirit stones from Grandmaster Pill Demon?" Meng Hao gaped in astonishment. He felt as if he had just been struck in the head with 5 lightning bolts. His eyes went wide with fury. "My spirit stones! My 200 million spirit stones! Pill Demon, you bought my pill. Give me my spirit stones!" Meng Hao gnashed his teeth. However, there was nothing he could do except sit there feeling at a loss. This chapter was sponsored by Anon from SG, Jazeel Ramirez, DS. 1. A more complete translation of apprentice's fee would be fee for formally becoming the apprentice of a master. 2. Nzaihai's name in Chinese is Nzaihai, and is a surname which also means safe or quiet. Zai means at or in. Hai means ocean or sea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236. Chapter 236, More Aftershocks. Meng Hao was at a loss because, as far as he was concerned, 200 million was an impossibly high number. However, throughout the southern domain, many others were feeling at a loss as well. They were at a loss because of the appearance of a consummate pill in the Violet Fate sect pill auction, a pill that had been concocted during alchemic enlightenment, a pill unique under the heavens. The name of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron immediately began to spread far and wide, shaking the southern domain. Countless sects and cultivators all heard about it. Although officially rising to the rank of Grandmaster required successful concoction of several pills of 90% medicinal strength or higher, the pills that appeared in the pill auction always led to a commotion in the southern domain. Add an alchemic enlightenment, and this caused Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's name to instantly rise to unprecedented heights. It also furthered the mystery surrounding his identity. Everyone was in a frenzy trying to determine who Grandmaster Pill Cauldron was. Speculations ran wild. Some claimed it was another form of address for Grandmaster Pill Demon. Others believed that it must be one of the Violet Furnace Lords. No one believed that it could be one of the ordinary master alchemists. After all, other than Violet Furnace Lords, who else could possibly have such skill in the Tao of Alchemy? Wild rumors spread like storm winds across the southern domain. The only things that had happened in recent years that could match up to the stir caused by Grandmaster Pill Cauldron were the repeated search attempts made by various sects in the area around the Rebirth Cave, and the matter of Meng Hao and the Sublime Spirit Scripture. As time passed, amongst the various rumors and opinions about Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, a new theory arose that was a complete contrast to the idea that he was a Violet Furnace Lord. Many people believed that Grandmaster Pill Cauldron really was an ordinary master alchemist. However, he was gifted with an incredible nature talent of the Tao of the Alchemy. Otherwise, why would his pill appear in the pill auction? Perhaps even the master alchemist himself hadn't been able to predict the outcome. If it were a Violet Furnace Lord, he would surely state his identity, and use the pill auction to gain fame, and perhaps set the stage for promotion to Grandmaster. Soon, more and more people began to agree with this line of reasoning. And yet, more rumors arose to the contrary. The name of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron filled the entire southern domain, like thunderous storms. Whoever he was, everyone had to admit that since this Grandmaster Pill Cauldron had concocted a consummate pill, even if he wasn't truly a Grandmaster like the other 3 Grandmasters of the southern domain, he most likely would be in the future. After all, his pill was a 95%, nearly 100% consummate pill. If Grandmaster Pill Cauldron concocted more consummate pills in the future, then the southern domain would no longer have 3 Grandmasters of the Tao of Alchemy, but 4. In fact, because of the sudden rise of his name, there were many people who believed that Grandmaster Pill Cauldron already had the skill of a Grandmaster, and that there were already 4 Grandmasters. The Black Sieve sect, Golden Frost sect, Blood Demon sect, and even the Solitary Sword sect, as well as the 3 great clans all extended solemn public invitations offering to entertain Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. This in itself caused quite a commotion, and caused Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's name to shine as brightly as the sun itself. The Violet Fate sect was in just as much of a stir as the outside world. Regardless of whether it was the Violet Chi division or East Pill division, everyone was talking about Grandmaster Pill Cauldron and speculating as to his identity. It wasn't that nobody suggested Fong Mu might be Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Rather, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's name was so inestimably high that those who suggested it might be Fong Mu became objects of ridicule. Fong Mu was known in the East Pill division and the Violet Chi division alike for his skill in pill concocting, but when compared to the mysterious Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, no one believed they could be one and the same. The general consensus in the East Pill division was that he was a Violet Furnace Lord, who had concocted the consummate pill, but for some reason did not wish to reveal his identity. There were even many master alchemists who began to venerate the mysterious Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Anyone who said anything disrespectful about him would earn the wrath of these alchemists. While the rest of the southern domain discussed Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, the older generation of the Violet Fate sect wanted to open an investigation. However, the East Pill division was in a special position. Without the approval of Pill Demon, no one would be able to uncover any information at all. The strangest thing of all was that Pill Demon seemed to be paying no heed whatsoever to the entire thing. He wouldn't talk about it, nor would he permit the Violet Chi division or the East Pill division to investigate. Even his own people in the East Pill division couldn't investigate the matter. It seemed as if Pill Demon had erased all traces of information. As more and more rumors spread, as more and more people talked about Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, Meng Hao heaved more and more sighs. Whenever he heard the name Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, he thought of his 200 million spirit stones. And whenever he thought of that, he thought of how Pill Demon hadn't paid him what he owed. "You owe me 200 million spirit stones." Meng Hao felt twisted. Normally, considering the level of his cultivation base, he wouldn't worry about a few spirit stones. But this was 200 million of them. Every time he thought of the matter, it felt like a sword was stabbing into his heart. Long ago when he had joined the Reliance sect, he had thought that he would be able to get rich by working for immortals. This entire time, he had drifted along, pushed along by the current, until he reached this point. However, he still retained that stubborn desire deep in his bones. His methods were now much colder, and many others viewed him as crafty and ruthless. But deep in his heart, he was still the same scholar he had always been, and he still desired to be rich. He hadn't forgotten that wish of his. If you can imagine how much Meng Hao rejoiced at not having to pay back the silver he owed to Steward Zhou when he joined the Reliance sect, then you can imagine how he felt to have 200 million spirit stones dangled in front of him, only to find that they weren't his. He took a deep breath, and then continued to concoct pills, a bitter smile on his face. Time passed by, but the name of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron did not fade from the southern domain or from the Violet Fate sect. After the initial waves settled down, the name continued to be mentioned frequently. Some of this had to do with the mystery surrounding the name, and all the rumors that accompanied it. In fact, more pills marked with a cauldron began to appear in auctions throughout the southern domain. However, the fake pills would always end up being exposed. Furthermore, the counterfeit pills only served to bolster the reputation of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Meng Hao heard about most of these things from Bai Yunlai. Whenever Bai Yunlai talked to him about matters regarding Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, a strange look would appear on his face, and his eyes would fill with glowing veneration. Obviously, he knew that the person who was the subject of such glowing praise throughout the Violet Fate sect, and even the southern domain, was standing right in front of him. Day and night, both when dreaming and when walking about, the image would appear in his mind of how he had held the bedevilment pill in his own hands as he secretly delivered it to the auction house. When he thought about how he had held a consummate pill, and about the identity of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, he felt like he was in a fantasy. Someone else in the Violet Fate sect who was moved by the name of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron was Chu Yuyan. The only thing she heard people talking about was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Her own investigations into his identity led nowhere. Furthermore, some people were making vague statements implying that perhaps she was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. She could only laugh bitterly about that. She was incredibly curious about who he was, and as she tried to find out more information, her heart began to fill with reverence. It didn't matter who Grandmaster Pill Cauldron was. As an alchemist, Chu Yuyan knew the skill required in the Tao of alchemy to produce a consummate pill. It demanded the respect of all alchemists. As for Chu Yuyan, her reverence grew, and she couldn't wait to meet this mysterious Grandmaster Pill Cauldron and discuss alchemy and alchemic enlightenment with him. To alchemists, alchemic enlightenment was a mysterious realm, where pill formulas didn't exist, and one could only rely on one's understanding of the Tao of alchemy. Using only the materials at one's fingertips, one would create a new medicinal pill. This was the reason that Chu Yuyan so worshipped Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Her veneration only grew stronger and stronger as Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's reputation grew. She even begged her master over and over to let her borrow the bedevilment pill to study it. When he finally consented, she poured herself into researching it. She felt the insane, devilish will contained inside. She could sense the frenzied burning which exceeded a burning of the soul. She could sense a profound sharpness inside the pill, a proud will that exceeded heaven and earth. Gradually, an image of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron began to form in her heart. His face was archaic, and his eyes shone with wisdom. He was tall and slender, with an imposing disposition. All of this was based on the feeling she got from within the pill. And yet, no matter how she searched, no matter what method she used, she couldn't find anyone within the sect who matched such an image. This didn't cause her veneration to lessen, but rather the opposite, it continued to deepen. Once, Meng Hao accidentally ran into Chu Yuyan while walking through the sect. He was just about to dodge to the side to avoid her when he noticed that she hadn't even noticed him. Instead, she was engaged in a deep conversation about Grandmaster Pill Cauldron with a fellow female disciple. She walked right past him. Her expression was one of determination, and her eyes shone with a strange light. Every time she said the name of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, her eyes would glitter brightly. Meng Hao stared in shock, a strange look on his face. He suddenly wondered what Chu Yuyan's face would look like if she ever discovered that Feng Mu was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. He also wondered what her expression would be like if she found out that Feng Mu was actually Meng Hao. Another half-month passed. On this particular day, Meng Hao had just finished concocting a batch of medicinal pills. Suddenly, his expression flickered as he heard noise from outside his immortal's cave, a hubbub of conversation. The East Pill Division was usually a very peaceful place. A ruckus like this was very rare. Astonished, Meng Hao rose to his feet and walked to the door of the immortal's cave. Down below, the apprentice alchemists were all running in the same direction. Grandmaster Eternal Mountain from the Golden Frost sect is here. He's one of the 3 Grandmasters of the Southern Domain, with a name as famous as Grandmaster Pill Demons. Don't tell me he's here to issue a challenge. Grandmaster Eternal Mountain used to be just like us. He was an apprentice alchemist who slowly rose up through the ranks. But eventually, he forsook the sect. Fortunately for him, Grandmaster Pill Demon approved of his long, hard work, and didn't cripple his Tao of alchemy. If he had, a day such as this would never have come, but I wonder why Grandmaster Eternal Mountain has come to the Violet Fate sect today. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he stood outside his immortal's cave. A multitude of apprentice alchemists and even master alchemists were all coming out of their dwelling places. All of them began to rush off in the same direction. 1. This was mentioned long ago in chapters 1 and 2, as well as a few subsequent chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237. Chapter 237, Meeting Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. The Violet Chi Division and the East Pill Division of the Violet Fate sect were both in shock. A disciple who had forsaken the sect and then become a Grand Elder of the Tao of Alchemy in the Golden Frost sect, Eternal Mountain, had returned. For the first time in 400 years, he stepped foot into the Violet Fate sect. Along with him had come one of the Golden Frost sect's 2 Dharma protectors, Tang Shirtsong I. The other was a nascent soul elder. Each of these individuals had practiced cultivation for more than 700 years. Despite being only at the nascent soul stage, they were experts in magic, and together could destroy 10,000 enemies. In addition to this, they were followed by a large group of Golden Frost sect disciples, including Fatty. He looked very complacent, standing there at the forefront of the group of disciples, right next to Tang Shirtsong. The Golden Frost sect's arrival, especially the presence of Grandmaster Eternal Mountain, provoked the appearance of the Violet Chi Division's Tao Protector Wu Dingqiu II, as well as several nascent soul cultivators. On the peak of one of the mountains located on the border between the Violet Chi Division and the East Pill Division, was a large public square, where the ceremonies would take place. 2 Violet Furnace Lords from the East Pill Division were also present. One was in Zaihai. The other was clearly superior to Wen Zai both in position and in age. In fact, he was the most senior of the Violet Furnace Lords of the East Pill Division. His skill in the Tao of Alchemy was at the peak level, and he could be considered sub-grandmaster. This was Lin Hailong. 3. At the moment, the Violet Chi Division's outer sect disciples, as well as the apprentice alchemists of the East Pill Division, were congregating down at the foot of the mountain. They settled their chi and calmed their minds, looking up toward the square at the peak of the mountain. Their hearts filled with speculation as to the purpose of Grandmaster Eternal Mountain's visit. Some of the inner sect disciples and master alchemists proceeded up toward the top of the mountain. However, not many were qualified to do so. The entire mountain was sealed tightly, and many who attempted to get closer were turned back. Meng Hao arrived at the mountain with the rest of the crowd. He stood off some distance away, observing. As far as Grandmaster Eternal Mountain, he had heard quite a few stories about the man throughout his years in the Violet Fate sect. As he looked over the scene, he suddenly saw several beams of colorful light shooting through the air. His eyes glittered. The beams shot directly toward the public square at the peak of the mountain. Within were cultivators of the East Pill Division, all of whom were Furnace Lords. One of them was Chu Yuyan. After thinking about it for a moment, Meng Hao's body flashed, and he shot forward. Just as he neared the mountain, he caught sight of Li Tao. Their eyes met, and they proceeded together up toward the top of the mountain. There were some who attempted to block their way, but Li Tao simply flashed his identification jade slip, whereupon they gave way with respectful looks on their faces. After the auctioning of the Foundation Establishment Day and the pill auction, Li Tao's name had also risen to prominence. Were it not for the appearance of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, his name would most likely have become even more well-known. Li Tao gave Meng Hao a meaningful look, and then, his voice low, said, "Grandmaster Eternal Mountain forsook Master and the sect. It's said that he hasn't stepped foot back inside for 400 years. I wonder why he's back. Brother Fong, do you think it might have something to do with Grandmaster Pill Cauldron?" Meng Hao smiled slightly, shaking his head and saying nothing. Soon, they reached the mountain peak, where they stood off to the side. Meng Hao looked over at Fatty, and then Chu Yuyan. All of the Furnace Lords, including Chu Yuyan, stood respectfully behind the Violet Furnace Lords, looking forward at the cultivators from the Golden Frost sect. Chu Yuyan glanced at the Golden Frost sect cultivators and yawned. Then her gaze fell upon Fatty, and it seemed as if she wanted to give him a good thrashing. A cold look gleamed in her eye. After all, this Fatty Li Fugue was the cause of the entire scandal with Meng Hao. The Golden Frost sect had brought no small amount of cultivators to this meeting. However, less than 10 people actually qualified to sit down at the table. The rest of the inner sect disciples, like Fatty, could only stand behind them. Sitting in the foremost position were two people. One was Dharma Protector Tang Shirtsong. He appeared to be middle-aged, but his cultivation base was at the mid-nascent soul stage, and few people in the southern domain would dare to look down at him. If he made a bit more progress, he would reach the late-nascent soul stage. In the current age, in which only a few spirit-severing cultivators appeared in the cultivation world of the southern domain, this would place him at the pinnacle of his generation. At the moment, he was laughing and chatting with Wu Dingqiu over some trivial matters. Sitting next to him was a white-haired old man. He had been sitting there the entire time, his eyes closed. He seemed as if he did not belong in heaven and earth. In fact, anyone who looked at him for too long would begin to feel as if their eyes were burning, as if his entire body were some type of fearsome furnace. Even more shocking, as he sat there with his eyes closed, green grass slowly began to sprout up from within the limestones around him. It seemed that this old man's aura was capable of causing living things to spontaneously grow. This was none other than one of the 3 grandmasters of the Tao of Alchemy of the southern domain, Eternal Mountain. Compared to him, the rest of the Golden Frost sect cultivators seemed to be there for nothing more than a supporting role. Even the nascent soul cultivators were clearly lessened by his presence. Meng Hao and Li Tao stood off to the side, along with quite a large group of other disciples who encircled the square. Meng Hao looked at Grandmaster Eternal Mountain, and the grass slowly growing up around him. His eyes narrowed. What realm of the Tao of Alchemy is this? He thought. He can cause medicinal plants to grow up from the limestone. That's creating life out of nothing. Then, he caught sight of Anzai, and felt anger welling up in his heart as he suddenly remembered his 200 million spirit stones. On the Violet Fate sect side, Anzai smiled as he and Wu Dingqiu chatted courteously with Tang Shirtsong and the 3 other nascent soul magic experts. The most senior of the Violet Furnace Lords, Lin Hailong, sat there expressionless, staring icily at Eternal Mountain. The square seemed to be filled with both fire and ice. On the one hand, harmonious chatting could be heard, on the other hand, an icy wind full of frost seemed to be blowing. Ha ha ha! Laughed Tang Shirtsong, looking at Wu Dingqiu. Fellow Taoist Wu, please stop asking. I'm just here out of courtesy to accompany Grandmaster Eternal Mountain. As far as the details of our visit, I'm afraid I can't really say. It was at this moment that Grandmaster Eternal Mountain suddenly opened his eyes. When he did, they were staring directly into Lin Hailong's icy glare. He was quiet for a moment, and then said, "Long time no see, elder brother Lin." His voice was archaic, and filled with a strange power. As his words rang out, the green grass around him fluttered. Instantly, the entire square grew quiet. Regardless of who was speaking, Tang Shichang, Wu Dingqiu or Zai, they all instantly closed their mouths. All eyes fell onto Grandmaster Eternal Mountain. "You flatter me with the words elder brother," Lin Hailong said coolly. "Have some self-respect, Grandmaster Eternal Mountain." Eternal Mountain was quiet for a long moment. Finally, he said, "The purpose of my visit is to pay respects to Grandmaster Pill Demon. Fellow Taoist Lin, could you please make an introduction for me?" "Master is busy at the moment," replied Lin Hailong, his voice cold. "Please leave." Although Lin Hailong's master was not offended by Eternal Mountain's past actions, Lin Hailong would never be able to forget that he himself had recommended him to join the sect. Furthermore, he had unselfishly provided him with much assistance. He had never imagined that because of his talent in the Tao of Alchemy, that he would eventually become a Violet Furnace Lord, and then forsake master and sect. To this day, he had never been able to dispel the negative feelings in his heart. Eternal Mountain was again silent for a long moment. After the space of about 10 breaths passed, a glow filled his eyes like that emitted by a pill furnace. "If Grandmaster Pill Demon has no time, then I would very much like to meet the person the whole southern domain is talking about, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron of the East Pill Division." Hearing this caused Chu Yuyan's eyes to shine brightly. In fact, the eyes of all the surrounding Violet Fate sect disciples began to glimmer. After all, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's illustrious name was what everyone was talking about recently. Meng Hao's face was expressionless. He had long since become used to his alternate identity. Seeing the reverent look in Chu Yuyan's eyes caused him to suddenly come up with some very wicked ideas. "You want to meet Grandmaster Pill Cauldron?" said Lin Hailong, a cold smile turning the corners of his mouth. "He's here in the sect. If he wants to meet with you, then naturally he will step forward. But I have no way to force him to do so." "Why be this way, elder brother Lin?" said Eternal Mountain. "You treated me so well all those years ago, as did the entire East Pill Division. When drinking water, one must bear in mind the source. I will never forget your kindness." "Kindness?" cried Lin Hailong gruffly. His eyes shined with coldness. "If there was kindness, then why would you forsake the sect? Do you know that after your betrayal, Master sat on the East Mountain for 3 days, looking at the pill you had concocted?" Eternal Mountain said nothing. After a long moment, he sighed. "It was because my Tao of Alchemy differed from that of Master's. If I stayed in the sect, then I would not have my own Tao of Alchemy, and therefore, no path to tread. Perhaps after many years, I would become another pill demon. However, that is not me. Elder brother Lu's decision was the same as mine. Our decision was made 300 years apart, but we both chose to leave the sect." He looked at Lin Hailong. "Elder brother Lin, I respected Master, and I respected the sect. After all these years, I haven't changed. I wish to pursue the Tao of Alchemy, not just concoct pills. My Tao is not that of elder brother Lu with his poison pills, but rather, magic pills. The pills I concoct are not to be consumed, instead, they fuse magic with the Tao of Alchemy. The pills concocted by Eternal Mountain are treasured pills." He waved his hand, and immediately a gold-colored medicinal pill flew out. As soon as it appeared, it filled the surroundings with a shocking pressure. A medicinal aroma filled the air, but even stronger was the sense that this was a magical item. The medicinal aroma was like that of the glow of a magical treasure. Its luster was as blinding as that of the sun. Meng Hao's heart trembled. Having heard Eternal Mountain's explanation, he looked at the pill treasure, and his mind spun. Seeing this pill had opened up a new door in his mind regarding the path of pill concoction. Meng Hao murmured to himself, seemingly enlightened, "There are millions upon millions of paths in the Tao of Alchemy, much the same way that there are countless variations among plants and vegetations. This pill cannot be consumed," said Eternal Mountain, "because it is indestructible. It is a pill treasure which I personally concocted, the glow of which can absorb spiritual energy. The plant and vegetation interactions within the pill become their own heaven and earth. You could also say that this is not a pill, but a magical item that can never be destroyed. Elder brother Lin, could you please appraise this item?" With the flick of a sleeve, he sent the medicinal pill shooting toward Lin Hailong. Lin Hailong grabbed it. This chapter was sponsored by Robert Jang. 1. Tang Shirtsong's name in Chinese is Tong Shirtsong. Tang is a surname which also means boastful. Shir means world. Song means blue or vast. 2. Wu Dingqiu is the same guy who had the bet with eccentric Song back in the state of Zhao, and then threw the spear into the wall in the Violet Qi division. 3. Lin Hailong's name in Chinese is Lin Hailong. Lin is a surname which also means forest. Hai means sea or ocean. Long means grand or eminent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238. Chapter 238, Determined to Prevail. Lin Hailong eyed the pill. Heresy. You're so low, you don't even deserve to make a fool of yourself here. He imperceptibly exerted pressure with his fingers in an attempt to crush the pill, but failed. He was in the mid-nascent soul stage, and had reached a point where he could destroy magical items without the use of magic. And yet, he wasn't able to harm the medicinal pill in the least bit. The path of the Tao of Alchemy is focused on creating new pills, he said coolly. Anyone in the East Pill Division could practice this heretical art. But no one would deign to do so. This doesn't even deserve to be called a pill. He waved his right arm, sending the pill flying back to Eternal Mountain. This pill was not created from gold or iron, said Eternal Mountain calmly, catching the pill. Nor was it fused with crystal or stone. It was concocted from 37,924 types of medicinal plants together with countless variations, and is perfect in all respects. It contains the full and complete strength of all the 5 elements, and is matchless in heaven and earth. This truly represents the great Tao of alchemy, and does not count as a mere refining. Years ago, I observed that heaven is round, while the earth is square. It was this enlightenment that caused me to found the World Pill Division, and also seeded my desire to forge a great pill of heaven and earth. This very pill contains the heavens, the earth, and the world itself. He tossed the pill over to Fatty. Li Fugue is a Golden Frost sect disciple who practices the cultivation of spirit stone consumption, he said in a deep voice, his eyes glittering. He was born with superhuman strength that is concentrated within his teeth. Elder brother Lin, you call this pill a heresy, and claim that anyone in the East Pill Division could concoct it. Very well. If anyone can concoct a pill that this kid is incapable of crushing with his teeth, then I will give you the pill formula. However, if the East Pill Division cannot do this, then please request Master to reveal himself and provide an assessment of my pill. Even as his voice rang out into the silence, Lin Hailong snorted coldly. The East Pill Division doesn't want your pill formula. Before Lin Hailong even finished speaking, Tang Shirtsong of the Golden Frost sect cleared his throat. He pulled out a pill bottle from within his robe. It was gray-colored and covered with blackish marks. It emanated a feeling of ancientness, as if it had been hidden away for countless ages. Tang Shirtsong only uttered one sentence, this is a product of the Tao of alchemy of ancient times, an entrancement pill of the 10th level of Qi condensation. His words instantly caused all of the alchemists of the East Pill Division to stare at the pill bottle. And Zai-Hai's eyes narrowed. Even Lin Hailong seemed shocked. The 10th level of Qi condensation was a legendary realm. After the change in the heavens, the path of Qi condensation was not complete, and thus, entrancement pills appeared. They were the ancient Tao of alchemy's response to the changes in heaven and earth, and a way to continue to tread the ancient path. With such a pill, a cultivator could gain a chance to enter into the 10th level of Qi condensation. Unfortunately, pills like this were rare even in ancient times, and were not guaranteed to be completely effective. In any case, the benefits of being able to study an entrancement pill were hard to quantify. It turned out, the Golden Frost sect had come prepared with just such a pill. Eternal Mountain spoke, neither quickly nor slowly, this entrancement pill is complete. Elder brother Lin, I would like to place this pill up as stakes of a wager. Will you accept, or not? His words instantly put a great pressure on Lin Hailong. Accept, or not? It was a good question. If he accepted, but couldn't produce a pill impervious to Fatty, then he would become a laughingstock. If he didn't accept, then it would be obvious he was avoiding the challenge. If this were battle magic, it wouldn't matter, but battling with alchemy was different. Furthermore, the competition was only a foundation establishment pup. Lin Hailong really had no choice but to accept. The Golden Frost sect obviously had foreseen this, which was the very reason they had come today. It was a very serious matter. They clearly wanted to force the issue, and make the East Pill decision accept their challenge. And Zai-Hai's face looked unsightly. He and Lin Hailong exchanged a glance. Both clearly felt themselves to be in an awkward position. Their opponent had chosen a foundation establishment pup as champion, and the only stipulation of the challenge was to create a pill he couldn't crush. If a Violet Furnace Lord of the East Pill Division produced such a pill, it might not count as a loss, but certainly wouldn't be a win. It wouldn't even be fair for a Furnace Lord to participate, the position wasn't compatible. A win would still be a loss, and a loss would be a complete disgrace. Wu Dingqiu frowned. As everyone sat there silently, Fatty walked forward to stand next to Eternal Mountain, clearly in very high spirits. He pulled out a spirit stone, placed it into his mouth, and crunched it into pieces. He looked around at the alchemists of the East Pill Division, grinning. Then he pulled out a flying sword and began to grind his teeth, apparently desiring to sharpen them. All of this caused the people from the East Pill Division to gasp and stare wide-eyed in shock. What are those teeth? I've heard of this fat guy. They say his teeth can crush flying swords. As the discussions broke out, a strange look appeared on Meng Hao's face. The sight of Fatty looking so triumphant, his teeth glittering, caused Meng Hao to sigh emotionally. He remembered all those years ago in the Reliance sect how he had encouraged Fatty to focus his cultivation on his teeth. Lin Hailong and Zai looked even more worried after seeing Fatty crush the spirit stone. They frowned, knowing full well they had to accept the challenge. However, if they accepted, it would only be appropriate for challengers from the ranks of the 1,000 Master Alchemists to participate. If one of them won, the results would be acceptable. If a Furnace Lord participated, it simply wouldn't be appropriate. Besides, if a Furnace Lord lost, it would be far too embarrassing for the East Pill Division. If a Master Alchemist lost, at least it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Would the Violet Fate sect please respond? Said the Golden Frost sect's Dharma Protector Tangshirt Song, smiling. And Zai, brow furrowed, glanced over at the Master Alchemists. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Meng Hao. It was only a glance, but he instantly recognized him. It is beneath a Furnace Lord to concoct such a heretical pill, replied Zai quickly. However, there is definitely one amongst the 1,000 Master Alchemists of the East Pill Division who can concoct such a medicinal pill. Lin Hailong had just been thinking about how to avoid the whole situation, but hearing Zai's words, he nodded slightly. His heart, however, was pounding. He looked over at Li Tao, who was standing next to Meng Hao. Li Tao, please step forward and concoct a pill, he said, completely ignoring Meng Hao. Li Tao's eyes filled with concentration, and he took a deep breath as he clasped hands and bowed to Lin, and considering he was a Master Alchemist of the East Pill Division, he didn't need to formally greet Wu Dingqiu and the others from the Violet Qi Division. Lin Hailong looked at Li Tao with an expression of praise. He had been paying attention to the man for some time. He may have been eclipsed by Pill Cauldron at the pill auction, but as far as Lin Hailong was concerned, Pill Cauldron was a mystery. Li Tao, however, had the potential for much future growth. Take this earthly fire, he said, quickly concoct the pill. He flicked his sleeve, and a violet-colored crystal flew over to land on the ground. The limestones seemed as if they were about to melt from the intense heat of the earthly fire. Li Tao looked thoughtful for a moment, then produced a pill furnace and some medicinal plants and began to concoct. The earthly fire given by Lin Hailong made the concocting process go fairly quickly. Li Tao carefully performed his catalyzing and concocting, and after the time it takes 2 incense sticks to burn, the pill furnace roared, and a white medicinal pill flew out. Li Tao had condensed hundreds of various hard medicinal plants into the pill. The concoction time had been relatively short, but he had employed all the skill he possessed. He was confident that even a fierce tiger would break its teeth if it bit such a pill. When the pill emerged, Li Tao didn't even look at it. He simply tossed it over to Fatty, who grabbed it from mid-air. He cleared his throat, and then, as everyone watched, placed it into his mouth. With a crunch, the pill shattered. I can't even grind my teeth with this crappy thing, said Fatty, his face filled with disdain. He spit out the remnants of the pill, looking quite proud of himself. Lin Hailong's face was filled with embarrassment. He singled out one Master Alchemist after another, but the pills they concocted were easily crushed by Fatty, then spit out onto the ground. Fatty's dialogue grew even more arrogant. AI, it seems it really is difficult to find a medicinal pill that my teeth can't destroy. What a lonely life. Do any of you have any skill? Come, concoct something I can't crush. He looked more and more complacent. The same gall he had shown at the pill auction was now in full force. He seemed very much in his element. Lin Hailong's face grew more unsightly, and he slapped his palm down onto the table. Looking at Eternal Mountain's expressionless face, his heart filled with fury. Suddenly, he said, Master Alchemists of the East Pill Division. Whoever of you can concoct a pill that this kid can't crush will instantly be promoted to Furnace Lord. His words echoed out through the mountains, all the way down to the Master Alchemists who were congregated at the foot of the mountain. Everyone's faces filled with shock, and their eyes began to glow. Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and he stared at Lin Hailong, his heart pounding. Being promoted to Furnace Lord was a very important matter. Barring unusual circumstances, before being considered for promotion, one usually needed to be a master alchemist for a full 60-year cycle, be at the foundation establishment stage, and concoct over 1,000 different types of medicinal pills with 50% medicinal strength. Even more importantly, the sect required that the candidate master alchemist have concocted 10 million medicinal pills for the sect. After meeting all those requirements, the approval of all the other Furnace Lords was also required. If there was more than one candidate, then a rigorous pill concocting competition was required, whereupon one person would be selected for promotion. Meng Hao had previously thought about becoming a Furnace Lord, and had even considered using his identity as Grandmaster Pill Cauldron to attempt to do so. However, he was still hesitating and analyzing the whole matter. Hearing Lin Hailong's words caused him to take a deep breath. His eyes began to glow. To him, this was a chance that might only come once in 100 years. Of course, many other master alchemists were thinking the same thing. All of them began to pant. If they seized this opportunity to be promoted to Furnace Lord, it would be as if the gate of the Tao of Alchemy had been opened. Granted, being promoted in such a way would arouse the ire of the other Furnace Lords, and would likely lead to scorn from others. However, it was still an incredible opportunity. It didn't matter if one was qualified or not. After becoming a Furnace Lord, one would have access to many special techniques, as well as secret formulas regarding various interactions of plants and vegetation. This in itself was enough to enable a master alchemist to advance by leaps and bounds. They would suddenly have access to plant and vegetation combinations that they would never otherwise be able to comprehend. The respect commanded by a Furnace Lord was enough to send almost all of the master alchemists into a frenzy. Furthermore, the words had come out of the mouth of Lin Hailong himself, the most senior of the Violet Furnace Lords, and a sub-grandmaster. No one would disbelieve him. Meng Hao took a deep breath and looked at complacent Fatty. Feeling a bit guilty, he thought, Fatty, brother, I don't want to cause problems for you, but this is my only chance. I am determined to prevail. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239. Chapter 239, Li Fugui, give me face, or give me death. Lin Hailong's words instantly caused all of the master alchemists to begin panting. Their eyes glowed at the thought of Furnace Lord promotion. This type of good fortune was incredibly amazing. If they could seize such good fortune, it might almost amount to destiny. It was an opportunity, which, if taken advantage of, would allow them to soar to the heavens. The master alchemists rushed forward, even the ones down below at the foot of the mountain. Eternal Mountain had never predicted that Lin Hailong would say what he did. His eyes narrowed. Based on his understanding of Lin Hailong, he knew that the man wouldn't make such an offer for no reason. There was definitely some deeper meaning within his words. After thinking for a moment, Eternal Mountain's eyes suddenly began to gleam. Don't tell me he's trying to flush out Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. He thought. It seemed Chu Yuyan and the 10 or so other Furnace Lords present were thinking the same thing. Each and everyone watched on with glittering eyes. A faint smile could be seen on the face of Anzai, and he glanced briefly at Meng Hao. He was well aware of Lin Hailong's intentions. In the entire East Pill Division, Anzai was the only person other than Grandmaster Pill Demon who knew the true identity of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. He wouldn't announce it, of course. He wasn't sure of Grandmaster Pill Demon's intentions, but he had stated 3 times in a row that Anzai was not to do anything about Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Anzai wouldn't even mention the name to anyone. One by one, the master alchemists of the East Pill Division arrived. Fatty was growing more and more complacent. He stood there, grinding his teeth with the flying sword. They glinted brightly. His air of complacency began to fill with more and more arrogance. Come, he said haughtily. My teeth are feeling a bit itchy. If you have the skill, please concoct me a pill that will break them. Anyone who can, I'll call them Grandpa. One of the master alchemists stepped out from among his hundreds of comrades. He clasped hands in salute to Lin Hailong and Anzai, then began to concoct a pill. It wasn't just him. 7 other master alchemists stepped forward and began to work. Everyone watched as the master alchemists concentrated on their medicinal plants and concoction. It was a dazzling sight. Time passed, and soon one pill after another flew out toward Fatty. These pills had been concocted with utmost care by the handful of master alchemists, all of whom had utmost faith in their handiwork. Fatty yawned, and threw all the pills into his mouth. The crunching sounds which emanated out pierced into the hearts of the 8 master alchemists. Their faces fell. Black, said Fatty, spitting the medicinal pills out. Who else? He yelled, looking very pleased. He seemed to feel that his teeth deserved utmost respect in heaven and earth. Seeing the defeat of the 8 master alchemists, others who had been planning to participate now hesitated. They eyed Fatty's teeth. In their estimation, it was like he had a mouthful of sharp swords. It seemed any medicinal pill that entered his mouth would be reduced to rubble. Who else? No one responded to Fatty, nor did anyone step forward to concoct a pill. Fatty arrogantly pulled another spirit stone out, popped it into his mouth, and then crunched it into pieces. The surrounding master alchemists gasped. Moments ago, many of them had found it easy to muster their courage, think of a pill formula, and then attempt to concoct it. Seeing the spectacle in front of their eyes, however, caused them to change their minds. They looked at Fatty angrily. They sighed inwardly as various thoughts ran through their minds. This guy is inhuman. What pill could possibly stand up to teeth like that? Damn it, this fatso must have been growing these teeth from birth. He's not a cultivator, he's a monster. Isn't he worried he might accidentally bite his tongue off one day? He actually eats the spirit stones? What kind of a stomach does he have? Can he digest them? All of them seemed to think that there would be no good fortune for them on this day. Fatty swallowed the spirit stone and then began loudly grinding his teeth again. From the moment he had joined the Golden Frost sect, he had been doted upon, and had never been embarrassed. He of course took this opportunity to show off, and was currently glancing around, looking for pretty female alchemists. He ignored Chu Yuyan, of course. In his opinion, Chu Yuyan clearly belonged to his brother Meng Hao, and he wouldn't interfere. After all, Fatty completely revered Meng Hao. Even as Fatty was in the midst of his arrogant complacency, Meng Hao coughed lightly. He wasn't stupid, and could tell that Lin and An were trying to use this occasion to determine the identity of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. This was the main reason why he had been hesitating. However, he'd made up his mind. Coughing lightly, he stepped out from the crowd and began to walk over. This of course, drew the attention of all the master alchemists. Chu Yuyan frowned, then gave a cold harumph. After a single glance, she ignored him. An imperceptible glimmer appeared in Anzihai's eyes, and a faint smile touched his mouth. Lin Hailong's eyes filled with a deep look. He looked Meng Hao over closely. Is it him? He murmured to himself. Eternal Mountain also looked at Meng Hao, his expression the same as ever. No one could determine any clues whatsoever. Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed to Anzihai and Lin Hailong. I am Fong Mu. I would like to take a shot at concocting a pill. Would the 2 members of the senior generation grant me permission to do so? Anzihai said nothing. Lin Hailong gave a light nod, then tossed over a fire crystal, which came to float in front of Meng Hao. Hey-ya! Cried Fatty, glancing at Meng Hao out of the corner of his eyes. Another kid steps forward. Don't forget to concoct a really hard pill. My teeth are itchy. I want to bite down on something super tough. His tone of voice made it sound like his whole life was filled with loneliness, and his annoying expression was one that made you want to thrash him. Meng Hao didn't immediately begin the concoction process. He looked at Fatty, and smiled. Fatty wasn't sure why, but he got a good feeling when he looked at Meng Hao. Patting his stomach, he said, What are you looking at me like that for? A3, I'm such a nice guy. You know what? This time I won't crush it in one bite, I'll take 3 bites. Meng Hao sighed, and a guilty look appeared on his face. He clasped hands and bowed toward Fatty. In truth, he didn't want to embarrass Li Fugue, but this opportunity was too rare to pass up. What kind of an expression is that? Fine. 5 bites. I'll take 5 bites to crush it. How about that? Hearing this, Lin Hailong's face grew even darker, as did the faces of the surrounding master alchemists. Chu Yuyan glared ferociously at Fatty, and then at Meng Hao. Ah, Fatty, thought Meng Hao. Big bro really doesn't want to trick you like this, but I really don't have any other option. With another cough, he waved his hand and produced the blood crane pill furnace, sending it to float above the fire crystal. Everyone's eyes were fixed upon Meng Hao as he concentrated and stoked the pill furnace to a glowing red color. Then, he began to produce medicinal plants. Some he catalyzed, from others, he extracted sap. The entire process took roughly an hour. Finally, Meng Hao produced some gray-colored powder. There didn't seem to be anything special about. When concocting pills, it isn't always necessary to use fresh ingredients. There are certain medicinal powders which will turn gray over time, as well as other ingredients, such as flying ash leaf, which are gray to begin with. Only Meng Hao knew that his confidence in being able to produce a pill that Fatty couldn't crush was largely because of this gray powder. It was no ordinary item. It was powder created by the explosion of the meat jelly's shedding process. Some of the skin had directly turned into powder, which was what Meng Hao had just used as one of the ingredients in his medicinal pill. The meat jelly's skin was extraordinarily tough. In the past, Meng Hao had tested it on multiple occasions. The meat jelly had a mysterious background and was virtually indestructible. Meng Hao was sure that there was no way Fatty would be able to destroy the shed skin of the meat jelly. However, his true killing move in this little competition wasn't the powder, but something else inside the medicinal pill. Fatty, please forgive me, he thought. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed as a black medicinal pill flew out, which he grabbed. The pill furnace slowly returned to its original color. The pill was about the size of a fingernail, and looked ordinary in every aspect. However, it was filled with the meat jelly skin powder. The powder couldn't be melted, however, Meng Hao had fused it into the medicinal plant ingredients. It was less a concoction than an amalgamation. The pill emitted no medicinal fragrance, and was as black as night. He tossed it over to Fatty with an apologetic look. Fatty grabbed it haughtily. "I've taken a liking to you," he said. "Don't worry, I'll crush it with 5 bites, no less." Looking pleased, he popped the pill into his mouth, posing heroically as he glanced at a few of the female alchemists he'd noticed. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, he laughed, then closed his eyes and slowly bit down. "See? 1 bite." The words were a bit garbled, but everyone understood what he was saying. The alchemists of the East Pill Division all looked embarrassed. Clearly, they found Li Fugui to be completely repulsive. Continuing to talk, Fatty bit down a second time, secretly using quite a bit of strength. His heart began to tremble. Keeping his expression calm, he laughed a few more times, then continued to blabber incoherently about how he would keep his word and bite down 5 times. He was starting to get nervous. The first time he had bit down, he'd only used 30% of his strength. The second time, he'd used 80%. However, he hadn't even been able to put a tiny dent in the medicinal pill. It seemed to have some sort of elastic element to it. His teeth actually hurt a bit. Fatty seems like he'd rather die than lose face. When did he become like this? Thought Meng Hao, looking both sympathetic and apologetic. This chapter was sponsored by Nicholas Harks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240. Chapter 240, Screw this. Third bite. I'm gonna take a third bite. Filled with determination, Fatty used 100% power to bite down. A roaring filled his head, and his teeth ground down onto the medicinal pill so hard it seemed like sparks would fly off of it. The medicinal pill's incredible elasticity pushed back against his teeth. The feeling was impossible to describe, and caused Fatty to begin to tremble. His face drained of blood, and sweat began to pour down. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he called out in a loud voice, "See how I keep my word. Ha ha ha. I'm even sweating to add to the illusion. Okay, time for the 4th bite, kid. After this one, I won't be able to hold back anymore." How could the onlookers not pick up any clues as to what was really going on? Strange looks began to appear on their faces. They could see how twisted he was at heart. The Golden Frost sect disciples had especially strange looks, considering how well they knew Li Fugui. Eternal Mountain's eyes narrowed. He frowned and began to mutter to himself. Everyone could see the determination filling Fatty's eyes. He was obviously going all out. He switched the medicinal pill to the other side of his mouth and bit down viciously. "Your granny. There's no way I can't bite it to pieces." A cracking sound rang out as Fatty's teeth pierced deep into the pill. However, as soon as they did, a foul, fishy, incredibly spicy fluid sprayed out from the hole that had been punched into the pill. Fatty's face suddenly went pale white. His body began to tremble, and his eyes went wide and filled with veins of blood. Tears began to stream out of his eyes, and a roaring filled his mind. It seemed as if his soul were about to fly out of his body. The feeling in his mouth was impossible to describe. You. Body trembling, face pale, he involuntarily leaped back and was just about to spit the pill out when he realized that everyone was looking at him. He quickly closed his mouth shut tight, refusing to spit the pill out. The situation didn't seem to be very complicated, but to Fatty, it seemed as if he were in a living nightmare. Sweat poured off of his body. He could handle foul odors. He could handle fishy flavors. But what he hated more than anything else was spicy food. His mouth felt as if it were on fire, and it seemed about to drive him insane. Meng Hao felt even more guilty. He had learned of Fatty's hatred of spicy food back in the Reliance sect. Fatty had accidentally revealed the matter to him personally. During the pill concoction process just now, he had intentionally added some medicinal plants which would create spiciness. The pill was an amalgamation that included the meat jelly skin powder, which was virtually indestructible. However, Meng Hao was worried that Fatty's teeth would exceed his own powers of prediction, and had therefore included a backup contingency. Spiciness. Fatty's face was bright red as he glared at Meng Hao. His tongue was numb, and his head was buzzing. I still have one bite left. You little. You just wait, this time, I'll crush the pill to pieces. Everything was quiet. The surrounding cultivators looked on with strange expressions. Li Hailong's eyes were wide. Next to him, and Zai gaped for a moment, then began to shake his head with a wry smile. Fatty was just about to go all out as he took his final fifth bite. Meng Hao could no longer hold back. It's even more spicy the deeper you go, he blurted. When Fatty heard this, it hit him like a bolt from the blue. A tremor ran through his body, and it seemed he was too frightened to take another bite, and perhaps would give up. The people who had been repulsed by Fatty before now seemed to be feeling a bit bad. What do you want? Said Fatty. He looked like he was about to cry. Meng Hao sighed. He really felt guilty at this point. Screw this. Fatty opened his mouth to spit out the medicinal pill. However, the pill was now stuck on one of his teeth, which had punctured the pill but not bitten all the way through it. Fatty quickly plucked the pill off of his tooth and tossed it back to Meng Hao. Eyes glowing with hatred, he retreated back to his place among the Golden Frost sect disciples. Currently, his lips and tongue were completely numb. The words he had spoken just now had been a bit slurred, and his face was bright red. Sweat continued to pour off of him, and the roaring sound continued to fill his head. Tears streamed down his face, and he felt as if his mouth might begin to emit flames at any moment. Everything was quiet. Who could possibly have imagined or predicted that Li Fugui would hate spicy things so much? Cultivators are not mortals, and should be able to prevent such things from affecting them. Fatty's reaction was therefore a testimony to the pill itself. What sinister spiciness does that pill contain to be so effective? So that medicinal pill was actually vastly more powerful than a poison pill. That pill was so bizarre. Everyone's attention was completely focused on the medicinal pill in Meng Hao's hand. 2 lines of teeth marks could be seen on either side, and in one spot was a tiny hole where Fatty's tooth had punctured the pill. It was no longer round, but flat. Whichever way you looked at it, though, the pill had not been crushed into pieces. Soon all eyes moved from the pill to Meng Hao's face. The East Pill Division, the Violet Chi Division, and the Golden Frost sect were all looking at Meng Hao. There were a variety of expressions, looks of confusion, wry smiles, glares of envy. Everyone who knew him suddenly decided that in the future, they should be very cautious about consuming pills he had concocted. Meng Hao was used to being stared at. His expression was the same as ever, but his heart began to beat faster. He put his pill away, then looked at Lin Hailong and Zai, who was still shaking his head and laughing. Grandmaster Eternal Mountain's archaic voice broke the silence. Kid, would you mind giving me that pill to examine for a moment? Meng Hao hesitated, then shyly asked, Elder, didn't I just win? With his pale skin and scholarly appearance, he really looked like a defenseless young animal. It was the kind of look that made people instantly sympathetic. Meng Hao's question actually didn't sound like a question. Were it anyone other than him who responded in such a way, Eternal Mountain might take offense. Seeing Meng Hao's expression caused Fatty's hair to stand on end. His eyes went wide, and he stared. His tongue was still numb, his vision was still blurry with tears. But seeing what was happening now caused a face to appear in his mind. The expression on this master alchemist's face, and his words, were exactly like what he remembered from the pill cultivation workshop outlet back in the Reliance sect. 1. He's. The more closely he looked, the more confused he got. This was especially so as he thought to how Meng Hao had disappeared without a trace a few years before. No matter what inquiries Fatty made, he hadn't been able to turn up a single clue. But Fatty just couldn't believe that Meng Hao would have left the southern domain. Don't tell me, damn it, if that's really him. Only Meng Hao knows that I hate spicy food. Fatty's eyes went wide, and he began to breathe heavily. He felt even more wronged now. If this person wasn't Meng Hao, then he would definitely figure out some way to get revenge on him. If it was Meng Hao, though, he obviously wouldn't. Grandmaster Eternal Mountain smiled as he looked at Meng Hao. Inwardly, he smiled. He felt as if he were looking at himself all those years ago. He didn't care whether or not spiciness had been added into the medicinal pill. The fact that Li Fugui couldn't crush the pill in 4 bites was testament to its strength and resilience. It appears I've lost the wager, said Grandmaster Eternal Mountain, smiling. With that, he flicked his sleeve, and the pill bottle with the ancient medicinal pill flew over to Lin Hailong. Kid, are you going to give me that pill to have a look at? I'm afraid not, replied Meng Hao, his expression no longer bashful. Without the express approval of the senior generation of the East Pill Division, Junior doesn't dare to allow others to appraise the pill. Meng Hao couldn't possibly hand the pill over. As soon as Grandmaster Eternal Mountain got his hands on it, he would definitely be able to detect the meat jelly skin powder. Then, Meng Hao's position would be compromised, which would lead to all sorts of trouble. Eternal Mountain stared in shock at Meng Hao's reply. It had been many years since he had requested to appraise a pill. Never before had any master alchemist refused. Considering his status, each and every one would hand over the pill eagerly. One word from him could cause the name of an alchemist to spread throughout the southern domain. Meng Hao's response caused Lin Hailong's face to soften a bit. He smiled at Meng Hao, and nodded slightly. What's your name? He asked. Disciple Fong Mu, Meng Hao replied with a start. What I said just now was no joke, he said with a smile. Fong Mu, from this day forward, you are a Furnace Lord. I will send people for you shortly to complete the Furnace Lord branding process. With that, he looked over at Eternal Mountain. What now, Grandmaster Eternal Mountain? Eternal Mountain gave Meng Hao a long, deep look. Then, smiled and rose to his feet, shaking his head. I've lost, he said, but I have no regrets. With a kid like this, the East Pill Division could last forever. However, first there was Elder Brother Liu, then me. Who knows when the third person to forsake the sect will appear? He gave Meng Hao a final smile, then turned and left. The rest of the Golden Frost sect followed him. Tang Shirtsong gave Wu Dingshu a smiling bow, then left with his disciples. Before leaving, Fatty turned back with a pitiful expression to look at Meng Hao. Seeing his wronged expression, Meng Hao felt extremely guilty. He also realized that Fatty most likely knew his true identity. 1. Meng Hao started the Pill Cultivation Workshop outlet in Chapter 11. Fatty joined the operation in Chapter 18. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241. Chapter 241, Violet Chi from the East. Outside of the Violet Fate sect, several 300-meter-long airships shot through the sky. On one of the airships, Dharma Protector Tang Shirtsong stood with Grandmaster Eternal Mountain, looking off into the distance. Tang Shirtsong hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke out the question that was gnawing at his heart. Grandmaster Eternal Mountain, are you really going to give them that ancient entrancement pill so easily? Eternal Mountain was silent for a long moment, then gave a very faint smile. The entrancement pill is defective, and I studied it thoroughly long ago. Besides, do you really think that with all the resources the East Pill Division controls, they don't have an entrancement pill already? Tang Shirtsong's eyes glittered. After a moment, he nodded. Besides, continued Eternal Mountain, my purpose for visiting the Violet Fate sect has been accomplished. A trifling entrancement pill was well worth it. His eyes shone with a strange light. Oh? Tang Shirtsong said, surprised. He still didn't quite understand. But Grandmaster Pill Demon didn't show his face. Grandmaster Eternal Mountain, how exactly did you accomplish your purpose? Whoever said I went to the Violet Fate sect to pay respects to Master? He replied, his voice archaic and filled with wisdom. Master would never agree to see me. My medicinal pill was just an excuse. The true purpose was to get a look at Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Eternal Mountain laughed. Anyone who had cultivated the Tao of alchemy to the realm he had, would of course possess extreme powers of insight. Tang Shirtsong stared in astonishment. Grandmaster Pill Cauldron? He was about to continue speaking, but stopped. His pupils constricted, and suddenly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He looked over at Eternal Mountain. Don't tell me. Grandmaster Pill Cauldron is none other than that young man, said Eternal Mountain in a voice that could chop nails and sever iron. The words hit Tang Shirtsong like a thunderbolt. He immediately began to breathe heavily. He had no reason whatsoever to doubt anything Grandmaster Eternal Mountain said about the East Pill Division. However, the matter of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron was just too shocking, and he found it hard to believe. And Zai obviously knows, said Eternal Mountain. Considering his powers of perception, he was surely told by Master. As for Elder Brother Lin, his skill in the Tao of alchemy hasn't made any progress for hundreds of years now. He will never pass through the door to become a Grandmaster. He naturally was unable to see Fong Mu's skill in pill concoction, especially the ambiguous final method he used to achieve victory. Fong Mu is clearly brilliant. The boy is so young, and yet he is Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. This matter. Tang Shirtsong took a deep breath, and a strange light filled his eyes. For now, the title Grandmaster is out of the question for him. However, he is a truly rare seed. If you want to offend him, go ahead and spread word of his identity. But don't forget, a true Grandmaster of the Tao of Alchemy is also a Grandmaster of the Tao of Poison. Wiping out an entire sect would be as easy to him as blowing some dust off of a table. He became famous because of his bedevilment pill, and the mad, devilish will within it. Even though I didn't get to see the pill with my own eyes, the images branded on the jade slip were enough to cause my hair to stand on end. His words were spoken calmly, but they stabbed like ice into Tang Shirtsong's heart. He obviously doesn't want to reveal his identity, continued Grandmaster Eternal Mountain, so you would do best not to cause problems. What I am most interested in knowing is, will he become the third Forsaker? He smiled. His words were a question, but in his eyes, he seemed to already know the answer. At the same time that the people from the Golden Frost sect were calling upon the Violet Fate sect, far off in the southern domain, near the Rebirth Cave, was the corpse which had fallen from the sky years before. Currently, several dozen cultivators were shooting toward it at top speed from a very far distance away. They all wore black clothing. The auras which emanated from their body was sinister and cold. It was as if they could turn the hot summer air into the frostiness of the yellow springs of the underworld. The cultivation bases of these cultivators were unstable. Sometimes they were at the foundation establishment stage, sometimes core formation, sometimes nascent soul. Occasionally, they would even explode with the aura of the spirit severing stage. The so-called Immortal's corpse had caused many waves to pass through the heart of the sects of the southern domain over the past years. It seemed that the 5 great sects and 3 great clans still had not given up on their investigations. The scale of activity was not as great as it had been before, but all of the sects had reaped some benefit throughout the years. Right now, it was possible to get very close to the corpse. It was easy to predict that in the near future, this corpse would cause an even greater stir, a true commotion within the southern domain. Then, vast amounts of cultivators would come to approach it. The people here now were simply feeling things out. However, the cultivators which were now shooting toward the corpse were very bizarre. Black smoke filled the air as they passed, as if their bodies contained, not one soul, but 2. Apparently, they weren't even alive, but rather, puppets whose bodies contained discarnate souls. They moved quickly, and were almost immediately upon the corpse. Suddenly, the smoke emanating out from them twisted and warped, transforming into a sickle of black mist. The sickle seemed capable of slashing through anything. It cut directly toward the neck of the corpse. It was a few days after the Golden Frost sect left the Violet Fate sect when suddenly the so-called corpse emitted a massive roar, the likes of which hadn't been heard since the day it fell from the sky. This roar actually exceeded that first one. It was like a gale-force wind which swept across the entire southern domain, rumbling like thunder. As the roar sounded out, the dozens of cultivators nearing the corpse coughed up blood. Their bodies became indistinct, and they tumbled backward. A voice sounded out in their minds which they could hear, but no one else could. Screw off. The roaring words seemed to echo out to the heavens. Half of the group of dozens of cultivators screamed miserably as their bodies exploded. Blood and flesh flew about in all directions. Discarnate souls appeared from within, but before they could flee, they began to disintegrate. The 10 or so survivors immediately fled at top speed. However, before they could get very far, their bodies began to tremble, as if they couldn't control the discarnate souls within their bodies. These people were of course from the Black Sieve sect. Even as they left, a new piece of news began to spread around the southern domain. A mark of blood had appeared on the neck of the Immortal's corpse. It looked as if someone had tried to cut off its head, but had only succeeded in leaving behind the mark. As soon as this news reached the various sects, large amounts of cultivators emerged and headed toward the Rebirth Cave. They didn't dare to approach too closely, but observed from a distance. The news caused a stir in all the 5 great sects and 3 great clans. The news reached the East Pill division of the Violet Fate sect, of course, as did the sound of the roar emitted by the corpse. However, they were located quite a distance away. Furthermore, Fong Mu had just been promoted to Furnace Lord. Therefore, the sect didn't pay too much attention to it. Usually, the promotion of a Furnace Lord was a grand occasion for the East Pill division, second only to the promotion of a Violet Furnace Lord. However, the unorthodox and relatively simplistic nature of Meng Hao's promotion led to a much more muted reception. Things were simple, but Meng Hao was still quite busy for several days. He got a new Immortal's Cave and a new robe. Some people might be talking down the method by which he was promoted, but he still received the perks of the new position. For example, his Immortal's Cave. As of now, Meng Hao had an entire valley to himself, deep within the East Pill Division, far away from the master alchemists. It wasn't large, but couldn't be described as small either. And it belonged only to him. His alchemist's robe was black, interlaced with violet, and was equipped with a special function. It had a magical, short-range teleportation ability, which could be used to teleport anywhere within a 50-kilometer radius. After the ability was used 3 times, he could exchange the robe for a new one. As for pill furnaces, like Meng Hao's blood crane pill furnace, these would be provided to him by the sect as needed. Before, if he wanted to concoct some high-value medicinal pills, he would often have to trade with others to acquire the necessary medicinal plants. Now that he was a furnace lord, though, such things would be provided by the sect, free of charge. Furthermore, there were some very expensive and rare medicinal plants that he was now able to buy on credit. Even more importantly, as a furnace lord, he was now allowed to enter the Violet Fate Celestial Land once per month. 1. There were many benefits, and they are difficult to describe in detail. It could be said that in terms of status and position, in everything, he was now far beyond a master alchemist. One was the heavens, the other was the earth. There are 1,000 master alchemists, but only 100 furnace lords. As of now, Meng Hao could look down on all inner sect disciples. Even conclave disciples of the Violet Chi division would treat a furnace lord with utmost respect. In principle, conclave disciples could request pill concocting from a furnace lord, but generally speaking, usually only sect elders would do so. Outside in the southern domain, any sect would attach extreme importance to any Violet Fate sect furnace lord, in such a way that was far, far beyond master alchemists. It could be said that becoming a furnace lord was like becoming a conclave disciple of the East Pill division. Unfortunately, becoming a furnace lord was predicated on gaining the approval of all the other furnace lords. Therefore, Meng Hao's sudden promotion caused the other furnace lords to look at him with disfavor. Meng Hao didn't care, though. Almost the very first thing he did after being promoted was go borrow a copy of Violet Chi from the East. He had been waiting for a very long time to get a chance to do so. As soon as he finished reading it, he went into secluded meditation and began to practice cultivation. 2 months later, he emerged. He still had 6 Tao pillars, only now they weren't gold-colored, but violet. Finally, he could heave a sigh of relief. From now on, no one would be able to see the traces of the Sublime Spirit scripture on his cultivation base. As of now, the cultivation he practiced was not from the Chi Condensation Manual of the Sublime Spirit scripture, but from the Foundation Establishment Manual. Violet Chi from the East. The manual wasn't complete, but Meng Hao did possess the complete Chi Condensation Manual. As such, he actually understood the technique better than the cultivators of the Violet Chi division. The benefits he acquired were vast. His Tao pillars now emanated a threatening violet Chi. The pupils of his eyes glinted with a violet glow, and the aura emanating from his body was very different than from before. Violet Chi from the East was extremely suited to Meng Hao, almost as if it had been prepared just for him. By continuing to practice this type of cultivation, he would definitely be able to form a violet core. With a violet core, he would have the foundation upon which to build the perfect core. Before going into his 2 months of secluded meditation, he spread word that he was planning to rise to foundation establishment. After emerging, he revealed an early foundation establishment cultivation base, which offered a perfect explanation for the violet hue to his pupils. This chapter was sponsored by Lenny Ran, David Hao, Riexan Wang, Colin Ding, Jiaxin Chen, and Robert Zhang. 1. The Violet Fate Celestial Land was introduced in Chapter 213. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242. Chapter 242, Alchemy Dao Transmutation Incantation. Violet Chi from the East. The faint violet aura flickered in his eyes. He lifted his right hand and extended his fingers. They glowed with a violet light. This technique is the same as that in the Chi Condensation Manual. It's not magic, but rather, a cultivation technique. However, it seems the Violet Fate sect has created some divine abilities based on the techniques in Violet Chi to the East. He closed his eyes for a moment, then reopened them. In his mind, the text from the fragment of the manual floated in his eyes. He had memorized 2 passages which described techniques that could be used by furnace lords. Violet Pupil Transformation and Violet Chi Guillotine. He gazed for a moment at the 5 fingers of his outstretched hand. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and violet smoke drifted out from his fingers. It congealed in the air into a violet, crescent moon. With a thought, Meng Hao sent it crashing into the wall of the Immortal's cave. The cave shook, as did the entire mountain peak, and a massive curved impression appeared on the wall of the cave. That was only 10% power. Meng Hao's eyes filled with a thoughtful look. After some time passed, the violet glow in his pupils flickered, then spread to completely cover his pupils, and then his eyes. Then, lines of violet streaked out onto the skin surrounding his eyes. These were the veins that, in an instant, had turned from bluish to bright violet in color. At the moment, Meng Hao looked like some sort of evil spirit. A suppressive aura roiled off of him. His expression was the same as ever as he lifted his right hand and cut his left arm with his fingernail. A wound opened up, but even as the blood began to well up, the wound started to heal. In a moment, it was gone. Meng Hao wiped away the blood that remained behind. There was no mark on his skin at all. He sat there quietly for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Finally, his body began to return to normal. Violet pupil transformation, what an amazing art! It doesn't increase the battle prowess of my cultivation base, but my recovery is far beyond normal. To employ the full potential of these two techniques would require a bit more practice. There were other restricted techniques of the Violet Chi division that could only be practiced by conclave disciples. The East Pill division occupied a very high place within the Violet Fate sect, but as for their restricted techniques, it was impossible to even look at them. Unless, he became a Violet Furnace Lord. That rank was not just illustrious in the East Pill division. It was the pinnacle of the entire Violet Fate sect. They were qualified to read the greater part of all the ancient records in the Violet Fate sect, with no restrictions whatsoever. After all, in all of the southern domain, there was only one sect who could ever hope to have Violet Furnace Lords, and as such, they were given special treatment. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Putting the magical techniques out of his mind, he sank into thought. Equipped with his superior Furnace Lord resources, he began to concoct medicinal pills. He didn't just need to create pills for his own usage. He would use his status as a Furnace Lord to acquire more ingredients, and more formulas, to ensure that his skill in alchemy continued to grow. Time flashed by. Soon half a year had passed. Meng Hao spent most of this time in seclusion, submerged in cultivation and pill concocting. Every month he would visit the Celestial Land, where he would acquire a good collection of medicinal plants. He concocted various medicinal pills according to his previous arrangement of 3 batches per day for inner sect disciples. Of course, the prices were now significantly higher. Despite that, his pills were as popular as ever throughout the sect. By this time, he had begun to collect quite a few of the medicinal plants he would need to concoct the perfect core pill. Currently, he was only missing a few. As for his own pills, when he created good ones which had a medicinal strength of 80% or higher, he would not put them up for sale, but would brand them with the cauldron seal and store them away. Every time he marked a pill with the cauldron image, an image would appear in his mind of a vast amount of spirit stones. He was very passionate about that aspect. Whenever he looked at the large collection of cauldron-marked medicinal pills in his bag of holding, he could only imagine the vast amount of spirit stones he would acquire if he sold them. It was impossible for anyone but Meng Hao to know how many medicinal pills he concocted in total during the more than half a year's worth of time. He grounded himself completely in the world of alchemy. The amount of time, coupled with the deep stores of information available within the East Pill division, caused his skill in the Tao of alchemy to grow significantly. Now, he didn't need to waste much. It was much easier for him to extract 60% of the medicinal strength of the plant ingredients into his pill. He was even able to concoct quite a few at 80% strength. After having been raised to Furnace Lord, Meng Hao was nothing like the other normal alchemists, especially considering how he had access to such precious medicinal plants. Even more importantly, after becoming a Furnace Lord, he acquired the second-level catalysis technique. Actually, it wasn't really a technique for catalyzing plants, but a pill concocting method. It was called Alchemy Tao Transmutation Incantation. It allowed him to refine a pill that he had previously concocted. Meng Hao instantly fell in love with the technique. After thinking about it for a long time, he tested it out a few times, and gradually became quite proficient. Because of the gradual amalgamation of his nature talent of plants and vegetation, as well as the Alchemy Tao Transmutation Incantation, Meng Hao advanced by leaps and bounds. Using this technique to transmute an ordinary medicinal pill enabled him to produce even more powerful pills. This was definitely one of the most advanced techniques in the East Pill division. It was also one of the reasons there was such a vast difference between Furnace Lords and Master Alchemists. It was also why Furnace Lords received such a warm welcome whenever they traveled outside of the sect in the southern domain. In addition to the Alchemy Tao Transmutation Incantation, Meng Hao also learned a few dozen methods for creating plant and vegetation interactions which would make it very difficult for anyone to ascertain what methods he had used to concoct any given pill. This was something Meng Hao very much needed. Combined with this nature talent of plants and vegetation, he was able to combine all the various methods together to produce the most straightforward, and also most difficult, method to commingle the plant and vegetation ingredients together. It was simple, but it involved adding extra ingredients into the mix. Therefore, it was both simple and complicated. The fundamental skill wasn't difficult, but the more complex of a result he wanted, the more ingredients he needed to add. And of course, because of the variations encountered in different medicinal pills, it required careful work to prevent such interactions from affecting the basic function of the medicinal pill in question. There was little room for error. If the process wasn't performed perfectly, it might be possible to make a mistake and not even notice. But to Meng Hao, this was the best technique to hide the secrets of his pill concocting. His skill in plants and vegetation was already firmly within the third realm of 10 million variations. Meng Hao was very happy throughout these days. Both his cultivation base and his skill in alchemy gradually grew higher. His seventh Tao pillar was now more than half formed. Based on his calculations, he would need to spend at least 10 years as a furnace lord. He would work hard to improve his skill in the Tao of alchemy, and completely master the alchemy Tao transmutation technique. By the time he became a violet furnace lord, his cultivation base would be at the great circle of foundation establishment, with 9 Tao pillars. The next step would be core formation. Chu Yuyan never came looking for Meng Hao. When he did venture out, he heard that recently she was obsessed with her search for the mysterious Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. She spent all her days trying to figure out who he was. After hearing this bit of news, a strange look appeared on his face. During the past 5 years, he had gotten used to this new identity of his. Just now, Meng Hao had finished concocting a batch of medicinal pills. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, then walked out of his immortal's cave. It was midday, and the sun burned hot overhead. There was a slight breeze, but all it did was blow hot wind against his face. He looked out at the valley, the entirety of which belonged to him. Over the past half year or so, he had planted quite a few varieties of medicinal plants. The current heat wave caused them to emit a faint medicinal aroma which filled the valley. Being in an environment like this, it was little wonder that alchemists always smelled like medicinal pills. He walked down into the valley and began to tend to some of the medicinal plants. As a furnace lord, he could call apprentice alchemists to come plant and care for his gardens. He could also summon master alchemists to assist him in pill concocting. However, Meng Hao liked the quiet, so therefore hadn't called for any help. As for Bai Yunlai, every time he met Meng Hao, he would treat him with the ultimate level of respect. Meng Hao had thought of asking him to come live in the valley. If he did, though, the man would never be able to rest, and would be extremely out of sorts. There was nothing Meng Hao could do about it. It was exacerbated by the fact that while no one on the outside knew anything about Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, Bai Yunlai did. Whenever he looked at Meng Hao, his eyes would fill with fervent ardor and respect. Meng Hao could only laugh bitterly at this. He was there in his garden tending to medicinal plants when suddenly his expression flickered. Behind him, 2 apprentice alchemists, each about 30 years of age, hurried into the valley. As soon as they entered, they saw him, and their eyes filled with respect. Clasping hands, they bowed and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Feng." But Meng Hao thought for a moment as he reached down to pluck some withered leaves off of a medicinal plant. After becoming a furnace lord, he had given one lecture about plants and vegetation. After calculating for a moment in his mind, he realized that it was about time for him to give another. Time for another lecture? He asked indifferently. This was one of the responsibilities of furnace lords. They were like masters to the master alchemists and patriarchs to the apprentice alchemists. By means of their lectures, it was ensured that the junior generation of the sect would continue to advance and grow. These 2 apprentice alchemists had been assigned to Meng Hao as servants to handle various trivial matters for him. "Grandmaster Feng, it was actually 2 days ago. However, you never came out, and we didn't want to disturb you." Meng Hao nodded. He finished tending to the medicinal plants, then followed the 2 apprentice alchemists out of the valley. As they walked through the East Pill Division, each and every apprentice alchemist he ran into was extremely respectful. They saw his long black robe, interlaced with violet trim, and immediately knew his rank. There were only around 100 furnace lords in the entire Violet Fate sect, as opposed to the over 100,000 disciples in the East Pill Division alone. It was impossible for 100 people to remember 100,000 people, but for 100,000 people to remember 100 people was very easy. As soon as Meng Hao appeared, everyone recognized him. This was Feng Mu, who had risen to Furnace Lord just half a year ago. It didn't matter how he had been promoted, his black and violet robe clearly announced his status. In the East Pill Division, he might not have supreme power, but his illustriousness was incredible. Even the master alchemists who caught sight of Meng Hao treated him with utmost respect. He walked the entire way, and was saluted the whole time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243. Chapter 243, I dare you to say that again. One of the valleys in the East Pill Division was called Alchemy Day Valley. 20,000 people were gathered, seated in a semicircle around a high platform. This was one of 3 locations where furnace lords would give lectures about alchemy. Back when Mang Hao had been an apprentice alchemist, he would often go to those 3 places to hear the furnace lords speak about medicinal pills, plants, and vegetation. The benefits he had received were significant. In addition to these 3 valleys, there were 10 other valleys where master alchemists would lecture. It was for this reason that Mang Hao felt as if the East Pill Division was not a sect, but rather an institute of higher learning. 13 valleys existed in which either master alchemists or furnace lords would come to lecture, not because they were required to, but because they wanted to. Furthermore, the content of the lectures of the various master alchemists and furnace lords was always different. The cultivators of the East Pill Division could choose which lectures they wished to attend. Some lectures would be attended by only a few hundred or thousand. Others would be packed. Of course, the lectures by the furnace lords were usually different from those of the master alchemists. The furnace lord lectures were always extremely popular. Except Mang Hao's first lecture after becoming a furnace lord had only been attended by a few thousand. It was by no means packed. Mang Hao hadn't really cared though. He had spoken for about 4 hours, then flicked his sleeve and left. Accompanied by the 2 apprentice alchemists, Mang Hao arrived at Alchemy Day Valley. He hadn't minded when his first lecture was sparsely attended. However, he was shocked to see how many people were currently in the valley. As he approached, he could see apprentice alchemists sitting cross-legged everywhere, as well as some master alchemists. All of them were looking up at the high platform. There stood a white-haired old man who emanated the aura of a transcendent being. The old man was a furnace lord, and a very senior-ranking one at that. He spoke in a cool voice which rang out in all directions. Everyone could hear very clearly. Some people's eyes glowed brightly, apparently in the midst of enlightenment. Mang Hao's lecture slot was actually a few days earlier. Unfortunately, he had been delayed because of his pill concocting. Now, he would have to wait for the senior furnace lord to finish his lecture before he could take his turn. He would have to wait, but as a furnace lord, he wouldn't have to wait outside the valley. As soon as he entered, he was noticed by the nearby apprentice alchemists. One head after another turned to look at him, whereupon they would stand and salute him respectfully. He smiled and nodded in return. They parted, making a path for him, which he walked down, feeling a bit embarrassed. It didn't take long before everyone in the entire valley had caught sight of him, including attendees far off in the distance. Even they stood to salute him in greeting. In short, his entrance to the valley caused a small-scale commotion. The old man on the stage frowned and stopped talking, eyeing Mang Hao with a look of displeasure. "Alchemist Fawn, don't tell me you're unaware of the rules?" he said coolly, his voice sounding out clearly throughout the valley. "I'm giving a lecture on alchemy at the moment. Why, pray tell, are you here? This ruckus is really ruining my mood." Mang Hao glanced at the old man with a slight frown. He knew the other furnace lords weren't too happy with him. Were the situation different, Mang Hao wouldn't let the man's words slide. However, his presence here really did cause a commotion, and he had interrupted the man's lecture. "Forgive my inconsiderateness," said Mang Hao with a slight smile, and then sat down off to the side. He was here, so he might as well wait for the lecture to finish. Hearing this, the old man snorted coldly, then ignored Mang Hao and continued with the lecture. Time passed by slowly. The old furnace lord prattled on, occasionally holding up some medicinal plants to analyze. The surrounding apprentice alchemists listened thoughtfully. Many appeared to have looks of enlightenment on their faces. It seemed as if they were really benefiting from the lecture. Mang Hao, however, was feeling a bit drowsy. Strangely, it seemed he was the only one. Perhaps it was because he was tired from his pill concocting, plus, the old man lectured in a very wordy way. Generally, after only one sentence, Mang Hao would understand the point he was trying to make. But then the man would go on to explain with 10 or more additional sentences. Furthermore, Mang Hao was already familiar with the aspects of plant and vegetation variations about which he lectured. Among the furnace lords, if Mang Hao placed second in terms of plants and vegetation knowledge, then there was no first. Whatever reasons Mang Hao had for being bored, the man was giving a lecture about alchemy. He may be long-winded, but Mang Hao would not do anything to supplant him. Do not do to others what you would not wish them to do to you. After some time passed, though, he couldn't hold back from letting out a yawn. He wasn't located very far away from the lecture platform, so the long-winded old man noticed, and was clearly displeased. His mood seemed to sink even lower than before. Seeing Mang Hao's indolent attitude, he suddenly got angry. He stopped lecturing and looked at Mang Hao, his eyes burned and his words were ear-piercing. Furnace Lord Fongmu, don't tell me you have some doubts regarding my lecture. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding apprentice alchemists no longer had entranced looks on their faces. Instead, they looked excitedly toward Meng Hao. From the look of things, it seemed the entranced looks on their faces just now had been there out of force of habit. Some may have been real, but the majority were apparently fake. Silence reigned among the apprentice alchemists, but a variety of thoughts ran through their heads. Two furnace lords are arguing. I've been to lots of lectures, but I've never seen anything like this before. Furnace Lord Zhou sure can talk. If he's not happy during his lecture, then he'll really flip out. That's why we all have to pretend to be so interested. If we don't, bad luck will surely strike. Ah, that's the new guy who's on the rise. All the Violet Chi Division inner sect disciples are crazy over Furnace Lord Fong. Furnace Lord Zhou, on the other hand, is one of the most qualified of all the Furnace Lords. I wonder which one will come out on top. Meng Hao frowned and looked up at the old man named Zhou. I don't doubt anything you've said, Furnace Lord Zhou, he said coolly. I'm just a bit exhausted from concocting pills and need a short rest. Seeing Meng Hao back down twice in a row caused contempt to flicker in old man Zhou's eyes. Lies. You're clearly being disrespectful on purpose. Please, I would very much like for you to explain in detail what various doubts you have. If you're unable to, then please leave immediately. I'm really fed up with your resting here. A cold glow appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. He had already backed down twice in a row. He knew that it truly was improper for him to have interrupted the man's lecture, but the man was really going overboard. Although Meng Hao had a relatively good temper, the cold light in his eyes showed the level of his displeasure. Originally, I, Fongmu, did not want to cause any embarrassment because of the Black Furnace Lord's robe which you wear. Meng Hao's indifferent voice suddenly turned sharp. But since Furnace Lord Zhou is so insistent, then I guess I will express a few doubts. Instantly, all of the surrounding apprentice alchemists perked up. Something interesting was about to happen. Even the master alchemist's eyes began to glow. These expressions were far more genuinely enthusiastic than those from moments ago. The man named Zhou gave a cold harumph, and was about to say something, when Meng Hao interrupted him without the slightest trace of politeness. According to your understanding of the Tao of alchemy, one must first embrace into one's heart all of the variations of plants and vegetation, and then craft out a thorough plan. Afterwards pills may be concocted. This concept is nothing more than a load of dog crap. Fongmu, you've really got guts, roared the man, glaring furiously. I dare you to say that again. When Meng Hao replied, his voice was calm, but his words were aggressive and menacing. What pills do you intend to concoct with such a method? The Tao of alchemy was created by the heavens, and requires personal enlightenment. Success can only come after constant defeat and subsequent improvement. It is the result of the concoction process itself. When concocting, one must identify what is true from what is false, select the proper time and location, adjust the flame to the proper temperature, and modify the interactions between the medicinal plants. Was I mistaken to say your words are dog crap? You want me to say it again? You're the senior, so in accord with your demand, I'll say it again. Your words are a load of dog crap. The words blew over Zhou, making him so angry that his body trembled. He lifted a finger and pointed at Meng Hao, a ferocious look filling his eyes. Treason! Heresy! He shrieked. There are rules on the path of medicinal pills. You ignorant child! The fact that you finagled your way into a Furnace Lord promotion is a humiliation to all other Furnace Lords. We're ashamed to even be associated with you. Apparently, you aren't familiar with the word rule, or the term pill formula. Pill formulas themselves are rules. The pill concocting to which I refer is one in which a pill formula is followed. Pill formulas are merely a simplified way of recording the process of pill concoction, replied Meng Hao calmly. They are there for alchemists to refer to, like a roadmap, or a light to use on a dark night. You? Meng Hao's words were growing more relentless. If you follow a pill formula, then of course you can concoct a pill. But if you concoct pills in such a way, doesn't that make you a mere master alchemist? Do you really deserve the title of Furnace Lord? It seems to me that you're nothing more than a boring old pill concocting puppet. Why you? Pill formulas are rules. You? The old man sputtered in his anger, and was about to continue to explain when Meng Hao held his head high and interrupted again. You can't even speak clearly. Pill formulas are rules? Examine all of the pills that exist under heaven. How many of those pills have a variety of formulas which have been handed down throughout the generations? In fact, for some pills, more than 100 formulas exist, all with different interactions. And yet, each one produces the same pill. You speak of rules. Are you trying to say that multiple sets of different rules exist for each pill? Very well, assuming there really are rules, then after the first pill formula appeared, who was it that created the second pill formula? What about the third? Or the fourth? By the time you reach the 100th pill formula, can you explain who exactly created that pill? Meng Hao's indignant words filled the entire valley. All of the apprentice alchemists who were listening had looks of excitement on their faces, as well as the glow of enlightenment. The master alchemists were panting as they pondered Meng Hao's words. The looks on their faces were much similar to the looks on their faces as they had been listening to Zhou's lecture just now. However, the difference between the words of the two different furnace lords was incredible. Zhou's fury rose to the heavens. His entire body shook as he howled, "Treason! Heresy! Rebellion against the Tao of alchemy." Do you dare to proclaim that the creator of the next pill formula, the 101st, isn't among the East Pill Division disciples present today? Hearing this caused a wave of excitement to pass through the apprentice alchemists. Ignoring Old Man Zhou, they immediately spoke out their agreement. Meng Hao's words smashed down onto Old Man Zhou like an iron hammer. He couldn't help but walk back a few steps, staring back at Meng Hao with bloodshot eyes. This chapter was sponsored by Caleb Gleason. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244. Chapter 244, Debate in the Alchemy Valley. Can you say anything other than the words treason, heresy and rebellion against the Tao of alchemy? Meng Hao sat there cross-legged, as calm as a spring breeze. His expression hadn't changed, he still had a smile on his face. But his words were incredibly sharp. The surrounding apprentice alchemists watched on, their faces shining with admiration. Zhou burned with wrath, and his mind was reeling. His words began to grow more venomous. "You ignorant youth," he said. "You don't even know what it means to concoct pills. I suggest you get the hell out of the sect and go back to suck your mother's teat. Wait until..." His words only caused Meng Hao's smile to disappear. The cold look in his eye grew icy. "You don't even deserve to utter the words concoct pills. Medicinal pills are concocted, and concocting requires intelligence. That's why it's called concocting. Your Tao of alchemy is nothing more than copying. Concocting pills and copying pills. That's a difference of only one word. The crux of the difference, however, is that your Tao of alchemy reached the end of its road years ago." "Lies. Lies," howled Zhou, his hair in disarray as he glared at Meng Hao. He had always thought his own words to be sharp, but today he found out that Feng Mu's words were beyond sharp, they were diabolical. He took a deep breath to clear his mind, and then made his counterattack. "How could you blaspheme the rules of the Tao of alchemy? They have been passed down amongst alchemists for tens of thousands of years. If you don't respect the rules, then you are concocting not pills, but abominations." "Abominations?" said Meng Hao with a cold smile. He stretched out his right hand. "Apprentice alchemists, does anyone present happen to have a medicinal pill on hand? Give it to me." As soon as his words rang out, one of the cleverest of the nearby apprentice alchemists quickly produced a medicinal pill and handed it to Meng Hao. Everyone else looked on. Meng Hao took the pill, glanced at it for a moment, then looked back at Zhou. "This is a qi condensation pill of 20% medicinal strength. Currently, there are 97 formulas for this pill. Now, I will help you to understand what rules are. The first formula for this pill requires 3 leaves of blood cinnabar grass, root of blue residual, gerfalcon leaf vein. The second formula requires..." The third formula, without stopping, Meng Hao slowly recited all 97 different formulas. All present were disciples of the East Pill Division, including master alchemists, some of whom were recording the information as Meng Hao spoke it. When he finished reciting all 97 formulas, there was a deathly silence. All the formulas he had recited were correct, each one could be used to concoct a qi condensation pill. The 98th formula requires 3 pistils from Eastern Dustflower, 3 spicewood seedlings, a flaming leaf from Ulwan Phoenix plant. The 99th pill formula requires East Path sap, 3 years, 7-month, 9-day-old ink leaf, as well as the 103rd formula. The 117th formula. Everything was completely silent. The old man named Zhou stared with mute astonishment at Meng Hao. It wasn't just him. All of the apprentice alchemists and master alchemists were staring blankly at him as if he weren't even human. No one had ever heard of the final 20 formulas he had recited. Based on the thoughtful look on his face, it was obvious Meng Hao was not reciting them from memory, but rather, had spontaneously created them himself after looking at the pill. Such actions were exponentially more incisive than any of Meng Hao's previous words. After he finished reciting all 117 pill formulas, the space of 10 breaths passed in which no one said anything. Then, everyone exploded into a huge hubbub. He created pill formulas. What realm is this? No wonder he's a furnace lord. This is just astonishing. He didn't just create one pill formula, but 20. I was listening carefully, and I can say with 90% confidence that all of them could be used to concoct a qi condensation pill. That's instantaneous formula scrying. According to legend, only violet furnace lords with incredible skill in the Tao of alchemy can do such a thing. Up on the stage, Old Man Zhou's face was pale white. His breathing was ragged, his expression lifeless as he stared dully at Meng Hao. His mind roared as if with thunder. Could I be mistaken? Is my Tao of alchemy flawed? Impossible, I couldn't be mistaken. If I were, how could I have become a furnace lord? But if I'm not mistaken, how come my skill in the Tao of alchemy hasn't improved for an entire 60-year cycle? I just created 20 pill formulas. According to Furnace Lord Zhou's logic, I, Feng Mu, am the maker of rules. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, sending the medicinal pill in his hand flying back to the apprentice alchemist who had given it to him. The apprentice alchemist clutched it excitedly. He had already decided to save this pill as a keepsake for the rest of his life. Meng Hao's words slammed like a thunderclap into Old Man Zhou's ears. His face drained of blood, and his body trembled. His eyes were filled with veins of blood. Cease your ravings. Everything you've said is a contradiction of the East Pill Division's Tao of alchemy. You're simply trying to sow seeds of doubt in my heart. Such actions are worthy of execution. My unfamiliarity with those pill formulas proves only that I'm unaware of where you acquired them. You're just trying to put on a show. In Meng Hao's mind, this old man was tenaciously annoying. A cold smile spread on his face as he retorted, "Oh? I'm just trying to put on a show? Furnace Lord Zhou, let me ask you this. What medicinal plant were you just holding in your hand?" Medicinal plant? Old Man Zhou was so furious that he could only stare blankly for a moment. He slapped his bag of holding to produce the medicinal plant he had been lecturing about earlier. This is 7-leaf clove. He was about to continue talking when Meng Hao let out an uproarious laugh. 7-leaf clove thrives on light which contains opposing yin and yang properties. It only grows during the evening, when the sun and moon shine together. Furthermore, at dusk, it will shine with a glow that contains 7 colors. It looks almost exactly the same as Confusion Apex Leaf and Blue Dawn Leaf. The only way to tell the difference is by examining the stems, leaves and branches. The sky conditions can also be used as a determining factor. Meng Hao's gaze was as cold as ice. Obviously, the plant you are holding in your hand is not 7-leaf clove, but Blue Dawn Leaf. His words sent the valley into an uproar. All of the apprentice alchemists turned their heads to look at Old Man Zhou, whose face instantly tightened. To misidentify a medicinal plant would lead to an incredible loss of face within the sect. More importantly, if Zhou, as a furnace lord, had misidentified a medicinal plant, it could have a destructive effect on his reputation. Dusk is about to fall, said Meng Hao in a voice that could sever nails and chop iron. Soon the sun and the moon will shine together in the sky. If that plant you're holding is really 7-leaf clove, then it will glow with 7 colors, and prove that I am wrong. In that case, I will humbly apologize to you in front of all the sect disciples here today. Furthermore, in the future, I will never dare to place myself in your presence. He flicked his sleeve. The debate with Old Man Zhou had long since gone past the appointed time to end the lecture. Dusk was about to fall, and the moon was just becoming visible. The debate had gone on for a long time, but the apprentice and master alchemists present could barely hold back their enthusiasm. They were virtually entranced with the proceedings. Nonsense! Fumed Old Man Zhou. I'm 137 years old. How old are you? How could I possibly misidentify, huh? Before he could finish, the sky grew dark as dusk arrived. The sun and moon were both shining in the sky. However, as the light of dusk fell onto the medicinal plant in his hand, no trace of a 7-colored glow could be seen. Meng Hao didn't need to say another word. The buzz of conversation lifted up from the apprentice alchemists in the valley. That's not 7-leaf clove. I can't believe. Furnace Lord Zhou actually pulled out the wrong medicinal plant. If he can't even produce the right medicinal plant, who could possibly listen to him speak of the Tao of alchemy? When Zhou heard all of the things people were saying, his face paled. He felt so ashamed that he wanted to hide. However, fury rose within his heart as he stared angrily at Meng Hao. It seemed he still had some fight left. You ignorant youth. You're spouting nonsense. I became a furnace lord 60 years ago. You became a furnace lord 60 years ago, and 60 years from now, you will still be a furnace lord. As for me, perhaps I'm ignorant, and perhaps I'm young, but I am a furnace lord, just like you. In 60 years, you will be forced to prostrate yourself and worship to me. The reason for that is, your Tao of alchemy is flawed. Meng Hao stood. Without so much as looking at Zhou, he walked out of the valley. Meng Hao's words reverberated in the man's ears like thunder. He raised his hand to point at Meng Hao, but then a tremor ran through his body, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Flawed. Flawed. Meng Hao's words echoed about in his mind, causing him to forget to even offer a retort. As Meng Hao departed, the eyes of the tens of thousands of apprentice alchemists glowed brightly. They watched him leave, absolutely certain that in the days to come, his name would continue to send shockwaves throughout the East Pill Division. Furthermore, his future lectures would certainly be explosively popular. Unfortunately, the ways of the world are impossible to fathom. Meng Hao's days of comfort within the Violet Fate sect were soon to come to an end. A month after his debate with old man Zhou, Meng Hao sat in his immortal's cave. He had just finished with a batch of medicinal pills, and was fantasizing about how he would take advantage of the resources of the sect to concoct more pills and then accumulate a vast amount of spirit stones. It was at this time that a command jade slip arrived. Based on the recommendation of all the furnace lords of the East Pill Division, he was to be sent out of the sect to gain experience. After being promoted, all furnace lords were required to leave the sect for a period of time to get experience. It was actually a rule, although a flexible one. Generally speaking, alchemists prefer to concoct pills in solitude, and don't like to travel on the outside. However, the Black Civ sect had offered vast compensation in exchange for the Violet Fate sect to dispatch 2 furnace lords, one to give lectures on the Tao of alchemy, one to concoct special medicinal pills. Such an arrangement was common within the great sects and clans. Even Li Tao, who wasn't a furnace lord, had been invited a month before to visit the Li clan. This was of course because they had purchased his foundation establishment day. As for Meng Hao, the reason he had been recommended to the Black Civ sect in the first place was because of the unorthodox nature of his promotion to Furnace Lord. Of course, there were quite a few people who were just waiting for Meng Hao to make a fool of himself. The pills to be concocted outside for a great sect were not ordinary, and everyone would require the full skill of a Furnace Lord. Considering that Meng Hao had bypassed some of the requirements for becoming a Furnace Lord, there really was no way for him to refuse the order. The Black Civ sect. Meng Hao's brow furrowed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 245. Chapter 245, Back to the Black Civ sect. Meng Hao didn't really want to go, but the command jade slip had been issued, and he had no good reason to refuse. Furthermore, he owed a lot of medicinal pills to the sect. All of his debts were in the official records, and although he didn't have to pay up immediately, sooner or later, he would. If he didn't, then his access to medicinal plants would be restricted. Therefore, this trip outside the sect would serve more than one purpose. Not only would he be able to gain experience, but he could reduce some of his debt to the sect. For Feng Mu, a trip to the Black Civ sect is a great opportunity. Determination glittered in Meng Hao's eyes. His decision to go to the Black Civ sect having been made, the image of elder sister Su appeared in his mind. He also thought of Han Bei, as well as Zhou Jia, and all of the events which had occurred that year connected to the Black Civ sect. 1. This time, I will be traveling in the southern domain as a Furnace Lord of the Violet Fate sect. Chuckling, Meng Hao flicked his sleeve to gather together the various items he would take with him. Then, jade slip in hand, he left his immortal's cave. Several days later. Grandmaster Zhou, Grandmaster Feng, this is a Black Civ fruit, which we grow here in the Black Civ sect. The flavor is as delectable as fine wine, and they are usually only given to sect elders. Somewhere outside of the Violet Fate sect, a massive black airship shot through the air at top speed. It was crewed by several hundred Black Civ sect disciples, all of whom had extraordinary cultivation bases within the foundation establishment stage. There was one disciple of the core formation stage, the alchemy protector dispatched by the Black Civ sect to guard over the Violet Fate sect disciples. He sat with them in the center of the airship, smiling, concealing the thoughtfulness which exists in his mind. In front of him was a white-haired old man in a black and purple robe. He seemed to emanate the Tao and pure transcendence. Next to the old man was a handsome, fair-skinned young man. The old man's expression was that of indifference mixed with austerity. His cultivation base was at the late foundation establishment stage. This was none other than Furnace Lord Zhou, whom Meng Hao had debated in the valley 1 month before. The young man next to him emanated the faint scent of medicinal plants. He looked less like a cultivator than a scholar. Naturally, this was none other than Meng Hao. In addition to the core formation cultivator, the Black Civ sect had also dispatched a young man who appeared to be a bit over 30 years of age. He wore a long bluish-black robe and seemed to abound in profundity and knowledge. He sat wordlessly off to the side, looking somewhat taciturn. When Meng Hao had caught sight of him for the first time several days ago, he had felt shock in his heart. This was Zhou Jie, Dao child of the Black Civ sect. This was the same person Meng Hao had battled years ago, a battle of the peak of Foundation establishment. In that battle, Zhou Jie had lost. His open and upright actions had earned Meng Hao's respect, and he had spared his life. 2. Meng Hao hadn't seen him for 5 years, and now, something about him seemed different. Meng Hao couldn't quite tell what it was, but it left him with a very bizarre feeling. Such thoughts swirled in his heart, but were not revealed on his face. After hearing the words of the core formation cultivator, Meng Hao was still considering how to respond, when Old Man Zhou reached out to take one of the Black Civ fruits. "What an extraordinary fruit," he said coolly. "It would be best used as a medicinal ingredient. I won't waste it by eating it." He glanced at Meng Hao. Meng Hao didn't say anything. With a smile, he accepted the Black Civ fruit and then placed it in his bag of holding. Inwardly, he sighed. How could he possibly have imagined that the Violet Fate sect would send him out with Old Man Zhou? Zhou was responsible for giving lectures regarding the Tao of alchemy, whereas he would be in charge of pill concocting. For the entire time they had been on the airship, Zhou hadn't given Meng Hao anything but dirty looks. Of course, the people from Black Civ sect had picked up on this. The core formation cultivator had a wide smile on his face, but inwardly had some doubts. This Furnace Lord Zhou Dikan is famous and deeply qualified. He's one of the top Furnace Lords, and his frequent visits to the Black Civ sect show how much the Violet Fate sect respects us. However, this Fang Mu. After asking around, I found that he finagled his way to Furnace Lord half a year ago. He's really nothing more than a master alchemist. Of course, the man would never allow any expression onto his face which would indicate he was looking down on Fang Mu. However, he did treat Old Man Zhou with a higher level of respect. 3. He laughed loudly. If you'd like, Grandmaster Zhou, he said, his voice kind, I can entreat the sect leader to provide both of you with even more Black Civ fruits. Off to the side, Zhou Jie sat taciturnly. He hadn't said a single word the entire time. In this respect, he was somewhat like Meng Hao, who wasn't in the mood for conversation. Furthermore, it seemed to please Old Man Zhou that he was left to handle all the formalities. The 4 people sat there, only 2 engaging in conversation, their expressions cheerful. Old Man Zhou seemed very proud of himself. This time, he told himself, I'll show this pup how formidable I truly am. Time passed. The airship traveled quickly, and even made use of several teleportation portals. A few days later, the 100,000 mountains of the Black Civ sect appeared off in the distance. Meng Hao had spent most of the time in secluded meditation. No one had dared to interrupt him, the Black Civ sect disciples all gave him looks filled with utmost respect. As for Zhou, his actions were quite the opposite of Meng Hao's. He engaged in bombastic discussions with the core formation cultivator, flagrantly displaying his profound and awe-inspiring understanding of the Tao of alchemy. Meng Hao didn't mind, nor did he care about the way Old Man Zhou seemed to loathe him. Despite his loathing, he didn't dare to ridicule Meng Hao like he had before. In fact, his debate with Meng Hao had left him fearful at heart. This was Meng Hao's first time to appear in front of outsiders as an alchemist. Observing the respect with which others treated him because of his position, he was even more reassured that he had made the right decision in joining the Violet Fate sect. Of course, if the people here found out that he was actually Meng Hao, then their killing intent would billow to the heavens. Whenever he heard the stories people told about Meng Hao, he would sigh inwardly. As of now, I'm truly a part of the southern domain. 5 years ago, I was just an outsider. He stood at the bow of the airship, lost in thought, staring off at the Black Civ sect, which was slowly growing closer and closer. The 100,000 mountains stretched out seemingly without end. Black smoke from the gigantic incense burner rose up into the sky. The Black Civ sect seemed to be filled with a mysterious, incredible power. The Black Civ sect disciples' faces emanated a pride that seemed to stem from their bones, birthed by their endless mountains and the smoke which rose to the heavens. Zhou and the core formation cultivator strolled up, chatting. When Zhou saw Meng Hao, he snorted. They were fellow sect members, and whatever ill feelings they had toward each other shouldn't be overtly revealed to outsiders. Therefore, he only snorted, but didn't say anything else, joining Meng Hao to look out at the Black Civ sect. Of course, this wasn't the first time Meng Hao had come to help the Black Civ sect. However, the circumstances this time were vastly different. As soon as the airship approached the 100,000 mountains, the sound of bells filled the air. 6 peals rang out, attracting the attention of hundreds of thousands of Black Civ sect disciples. Actually, none of them knew what was happening, but soon, inquiries were made and news began to spread. The Black Civ sect had invited Furnace Lords from the Violet Fate sect for a visit. Soon, Meng Hao caught sight of dozens of beams of light flying out from the Black Civ sect, followed by hundreds of conclave disciples. Among the conclave disciples was Han Bei. She had a strange expression on her face when she looked at Meng Hao. Meng Hao had made inquiries earlier about elder sister Su, and had discovered that she had already become a conclave disciple. However, she was not among the group that approached now. Laughter rang out, followed by a clear, powerful voice from the group of cultivators in the lead, who were all of the core formation stage. One was even of the nascent soul stage. Greetings Grandmaster Zhou and Grandmaster Feng. Welcome to the Black Civ sect. The nascent soul cultivator was no stranger to Meng Hao. He was none other than Patriarch Violet Civ. 4. He was also the person who has just spoken. When enemies meet, eyes will usually turn red, and killing intent will explode out. Instead, Patriarch Violet Civ's face was filled with a smile. He expressed no arrogance because of his nascent soul cultivation base, but rather utmost respect for the two alchemists. Meng Hao's expression was solemn. He quickly stepped forward, a respectful look on his face. Almost at the same time, Old Man Zhou also walked forward. Together, they clasped hands and greeted Patriarch Violet Civ. For the Black Civ sect to dispatch a nascent soul cultivator to receive them was an extreme honor. As representatives of the Violet Fate sect, Meng Hao and Old Man Zhou could certainly not commit a breach of etiquette. Grandmaster Zhou, said Patriarch Violet Civ, you are one of the highest ranked Furnace Lords. Your rise to Violet Furnace Lord is surely just around the corner. Your esteemed presence in the Black Civ sect has added glitter to our humble abode. He laughed heartily, smiling at Zhou, and then turned his attention to Meng Hao. Grandmaster Feng, you are the youngest of the Furnace Lords of the Violet Fate sect. Your fame is spreading throughout the southern domain, and I've long since heard your name. Seeing you today, I am now assured that you are a hero amongst commoners. Patriarch Violet Civ's words were spoken well. Although he inwardly cared more about Old Man Zhou, he did not show any disregard for Meng Hao. The core formation cultivators who surrounded him clasped hands and saluted Meng Hao and Old Man Zhou. None of them showed even the slightest trace of arrogance, only utmost courtesy. After some pleasantries were exchanged, one of the core formation cultivators called over the conclave disciples and introduced them to Meng Hao and Old Man Zhou. A slight smile appeared on Meng Hao's face as he nodded to the various disciples one after another. My respects, Grandmaster Zhou, Grandmaster Feng. Greetings, Grandmaster Zhou, Grandmaster Feng. Normally, these conclave disciples would have lofty and proud demeanors in front of outside cultivators. But today, their expressions were filled with respect. The fame of Furnace Lords was enough to awe anyone. The title of Grandmaster by which they were called was simply honorary, of course, as neither of them were true Grandmasters. Old Man Zhou smiled toward the Black Civ sect's conclave disciples. Considering his age, all that was required of him was a slight nod. However, when he noticed that Meng Hao was doing the same, an irritated feeling arose in his heart. When Han Bei was introduced, Meng Hao looked at her with a smile. He hadn't seen her for 5 years. If anything, she was more beautiful. Her figure was curvaceous 5, her face alluring, and as she stood there, it seemed as if rainbows would lose their color if they neared her. She was uniquely gorgeous. Han Bei extends greetings to Grandmaster Zhou and Grandmaster Feng, she said, her voice soft and velvety. Such a voice seemed capable of making the heart itch. Meng Hao smiled and nodded, and was just about to glance over to the next person, when suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind. It had been a long time since the demon Sealing Jade had spoken to him. Discarnate souls possess the body, desiring to return from the afterlife, a technique of quickening. Demons under the vault of the heavens shall be incinerated, ashes shall fly. Seal them, and the sun of the 7th month shall be concealed, help them, and the blood of the demon sealer confuse with its will. This chapter was sponsored by Caleb Gleason. 1. Han Bei is the beautiful, conniving conclave disciple who last appeared in chapter 192. Zhou Jie is the Tao child whose life Meng Hao spared in the final chapter of Book 2, chapter 204. 2. The battle between Meng Hao and Zhou Jie started in chapter 202. 3. Zhou Dekun's name in Chinese is Zhou De Kun. Zhou is a common surname. De means morals or virtue. Kun is one of the 8 trigrams which represents Earth and has a variety of other meanings. 4. Patriarch Violet Civ was in charge of the mission to get ultimate vexation. He last appeared in chapter 166. 5. The word I'm translating as curvaceous is kind of cool in Chinese. The characters are very visual. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246. Chapter 246, World Pill Division. Fellow Daoist Han, said Meng Hao suddenly, looking Han Bei up and down, you look somewhat familiar. Have we met before? Such presumptuous words were actually part of Meng Hao's plan. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, all of the Black Civ sect conclave disciples looked at the two of them. Even the core formation experts glanced over, their eyes sparkling with interest. Patriarch Violet Civ's interest was also piqued. Old Man Zhou was astonished. Han Bei's eyes focused on Meng Hao. Grandmaster Fong, please forgive me, but I really don't remember. She looked thoughtful, and seemed to have something flickering deep within her eyes. Meng Hao was sure that she was hiding something. Had he not experienced her craftiness personally in the Black Civ sect's blessed land, then he would never have been able to detect it. My mistake, he said with a laugh. Perhaps it's just that I wished I had met you before. Hearing this, the Black Civ sect conclave disciples all smiled. The core formation experts also smiled and shook their heads. Considering their age, they had long since abandoned the pursuit of beautiful women. Old Man Zhou frowned. In his opinion, it didn't matter if Fong Mu was young, such behavior was really embarrassing for the sect. Patriarch Violet Civ laughed. Grandmaster Fong Mu, there will be plenty of time later for you youngsters to get to know each other. For now, why don't you follow me as we enter the sect? His face red, Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed to Patriarch Violet Civ. I've embarrassed myself in front of Senior, he said. Han Bei covered her mouth with her hand and blinked. Meng Hao and Old Man Zhou entered the sect, surrounded by the various members of the Black Civ sect. It was at this exact moment that suddenly, Patriarch Violet Civ's expression flickered. He turned to look off into the distance. Everyone else stopped moving and followed suit. Patriarch Violet Civ chuckled. It seems Grandmasters Li and Chen from the Golden Frost sect's World Pill Division arrived half a day early. He waved his arm, and immediately bells tolled another 6 times within the Black Civ sect. Meng Hao looked off into the distance, and before long, caught sight of a massive airship approaching at top speed. As it neared, a group of people flew off of the deck and down toward them. 2 of their number wore long crimson robes, the sleeves of which were embroidered with pill furnaces. They seemed powerful and extraordinary, and both emanated a medicinal aroma. Humph! Snorted Jody Kun, who stood next to Meng Hao. I never imagined the Black Civ sect would also invite Grandmaster Eternal Mountain's World Pill Division. Meng Hao looked at the 2 middle-aged master alchemists from Eternal Mountain's World Pill Division. They smiled as they approached. Meng Hao turned to Jody Kun and asked, when other sects extend invitations to alchemists, do disciples of the other Grandmasters of the Tao of Alchemy always show up? Sometimes, but not often, replied Jody Kun. He had the mind to ignore Meng Hao. However, they were 2 fellow sect members on the outside. Now that there were 2 people from Eternal Mountain's World Pill Division present, it would be difficult to avoid friction regarding the Tao of Alchemy. Not wanting to make the following days in the Black Civ sect unstable, Jody Kun added, it seems the Black Civ sect really wants to improve their Tao of Alchemy, and as such, has also invited the World Pill Division. Jody Kun frowned. By the time he finished speaking, Patriarch Violet Civ and the others had already clustered politely around the 2 World Pill Division master alchemists to lead them into the sect. Almost as soon as they neared, one of the scarlet-robed alchemists from the World Pill Division, a tall, sturdy man with a powerful, extraordinary air, began to speak. Fellow Daoist Zhou is also here? I seem to remember his mighty words from years ago, when he spoke of becoming a Violet Furnace Lord. 60 years have passed already, fellow Daoist Zhou, have you achieved your goal yet? His gaze fell like lightning upon Jody Kun and Meng Hao. So, it's fellow Daoist Li, said Jody Kun with a snort. The man's words had touched directly on a painful matter in his heart, and he couldn't help but snidely remark, I haven't seen you for years, and yet somehow your breath has gotten worse. The second of the 2 alchemists was somewhat skinny, and had a mustache shaped like the character. He looked at Meng Hao and gave a false smile. This must be Grandmaster Fong Mu, the East Pill Division alchemist who people say finagled his way to becoming a Furnace Lord. Ha ha! Sir, I've been looking forward to meeting the famous Brother Fong for some time. Your name resounds like thunder in the ears of those who cultivate the Tao of Alchemy. They say you're a master alchemist who wears the clothing of a Furnace Lord. The instant these 2 alchemists from Eternal Mountain's World Pill Division appeared, they spoke words filled with ill intentions. Their diametrical opposition to the East Pill Division alchemists was obvious. The people from the Black Civ sect seemed to take all of this in stride. The Tao of Alchemy of the East Pill Division was the most recognized throughout the southern domain, and their reputation was the most illustrious. The World Pill Division had been created by Grandmaster Eternal Mountain of the Golden Frost sect. Although Eternal Mountain showed respect for Grandmaster Pill Demon, his disciples and followers grew more aggressive by the day. They refused to acknowledge the glory of the East Pill Division, and whenever the two sides met, regardless of the occasion, sparks would fly. Meng Hao looked at the man named Chen, who had just spoken in such a sarcastic tone. "Who might you be?" he asked, his brow furrowed. "Sir, I am Chen Jiaxi I, scarlet-robed master alchemist of the World Pill Division." He smiled broadly as he looked at Meng Hao, his heart filled with envy because of Meng Hao's status as a Furnace Lord. In his opinion, his own skill in the Tao of Alchemy might not earn him the rank of Violet Furnace Lord were he in the East Pill Division, but he would definitely rank among the highest of the Furnace Lords. Actually, many people in the World Pill Division entertained similar thoughts. After all, the alchemists of the World Pill Division were famous in the Southern Domain, but did not receive the same level of acknowledgement that the East Pill Division did. They were just a little bit lower, which of course fueled their disdain. "You mean, you've heard of me?" asked Meng Hao, sounding astonished. No onlooker would find anything about his expression to be out of the ordinary. However, Jody Kun was well aware of the vicious language Meng Hao was capable of, and his heart began to thump. He knew that Meng Hao's words were by no means a retreat. Chen Jiaxi laughed at Meng Hao's stunned expression, and his eyes filled with scorn. How could any cultivator of the Tao of Alchemy not have heard of Alchemist Fang's rise to Furnace Lord? In fact, I'd like to ask, how does it feel to wear the clothing of a Furnace Lord? It was as if a light bulb went off over Meng Hao's head. He laughed, and said, "Oh, I get it. You know me because I'm a Furnace Lord of the East Pill Division. My words and deeds are common knowledge among all cultivators of the Tao of Alchemy. Therefore, my name reverberates like thunder in your ears. However, you are a simple scarlet-robed disciple of the World Pill Division who I've never even heard of. I guess you must have come today because you wanted to get to know me." "You!" cried Chen Jiaxi, his eyes exploding with a cold glow. In his opinion, such words were a direct insult. Not only did they proclaim that his reputation was so unremarkable that his opponent had never heard of him, they also implied that the reputation of someone who had finagled his way to Furnace Lord rang like thunder in his ears. Not only were the flames of Chen Jiaxi's anger stoked by Meng Hao's words, the man next to him, Li Yiming, glared at Meng Hao icily. "How sharp-tongued," he said. Seeing that the altercation was about to intensify, Patriarch Violet Civ cleared his throat and stepped between the two parties, followed by other core formation experts. With smiles on their faces, they led the way into the 100,000 mountains. The arguing ceased immediately. Now that they were in the Black Civ sect, both the East Pill Division and the World Pill Division must give face. After all, they had been invited here, and the Black Civ sect wouldn't want a violent conflict to erupt the moment their guests entered the sect. Jody Kun surreptitiously glanced at Meng Hao. Although he had a low opinion of him, he was secretly pleased. Meng Hao's words just now had left him feeling quite satisfied. They flew along, eventually reaching the 100 Mountains, and a large temple which spread out beneath a green mountain peak. Here, the Black Civ sect had arranged a banquet to welcome the East Pill Division and World Pill Division. Patriarch Violet Civ made no more appearances. The mere fact that he had arrived to escort the master alchemists from the two divisions was evidence of the respect offered by the Black Civ sect. Most of the sect's conclave disciples attended the banquet. Meng Hao saw Zhou Jia and Han Bei. However, he didn't see elder sister Su, which made him a bit worried, although he didn't show it on his face. Jody Kun engaged in lively conversation with the crowds of people. Li and Shan, the scarlet-robed master alchemists of the World Pill Division, seemed very comfortable in such a setting, and quickly became a center of attention. Also in attendance were 6 core formation cultivators, who all sat together but interacted courteously with everyone present. The Black Civ sect really seemed to have gone all out in their attempts to welcome the alchemists from the two sects. The banquet wound to an end as night fell. As everyone began to depart, Meng Hao was escorted to an area of the 100 Mountains called the Black Welcoming Mountains. On the peak of one of the mountains was a luxurious residence which was surrounded by various restrictive spells that made it extremely safe. Considering Meng Hao came as a representative of the Violet Fate sect, the Black Civ sect could not possibly allow any harm to come to him. This of course was a matter of face and relationship between two great sects. Late in the night, Meng Hao sat cross-legged within the building, breathing deeply. After meditating for some time, his body began to emanate a white qi as he dissolved the alcohol from the beverages he had consumed during the banquet. Before consuming them, he had examined the alcohol using his skill with plants and vegetation, and knew that it was safe. Some time passed, and then Meng Hao's eyes opened. They glowed with a brilliant light. Han Bei is incredibly intelligent. Perhaps I shouldn't have openly addressed her earlier. What is she hiding? He thought about the matter for some time, but couldn't come up with any theories. I didn't see elder sister Sue today, I wonder how she is. And what about Zhou Jie? Something seems very off about him. He seems different than before. After more thought, his eyes began to flicker. What exactly did the demon sealing jade mean? He closed his eyes and continued to meditate. 1. Chen Jiaxi's name in Chinese is Chen Jiaxi. Chen is a common surname. Jia means good, splendid, and a variety of similar words. Shi means happiness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247. Chapter 247, Kill Me. Early the next morning, the dawn sun peeked out and sunlight fell upon Black Welcoming Peak. The mountain was verdant and green, and while there were no singing birds or fragrant flowers, Meng Hao's spirits were lifted as he gazed out of the second-story balcony at the lush vegetation of the surrounding mountain range. The undulating mountains, covered with emerald green vegetation, were illuminated by brilliant sunlight. The glow fell upon Meng Hao's black robe, causing its violet aura to grow stronger. Anyone who looked at it would have a hard time deciding if it were black or violet. The mountain breeze lifted up his long hair, making it seem as if Meng Hao himself wished to float away with the wind. As he stared off into the distance, a violet light gleamed within his eye. This was the manifestation of violet chi from the east, which had also turned his 6 Tao pillars a violet hue. After a long moment passed, Meng Hao took in a deep breath, then left the residence. As he began to walk down the mountain path which threaded through the Black Welcoming Mountains, he encountered Black Civ sect disciples who immediately saluted with clasped hands, their faces filled with politeness, yet maintaining some of the pride they felt as members of the Black Civ sect. Obviously, word had been spread throughout the sect regarding how to treat the visitors. Meng Hao smiled, returning the salute, and continuing on his way. He soon emerged from the Black Welcoming Mountains and found himself in the middle of the 100 Mountains. This was an area restricted to conclave disciples. Looking around at all the Black Civ sect disciples and buildings, and the enormous incense burner up above, Meng Hao sighed inwardly. Before joining the Violet Fate sect, he could never have imagined that one day he would be able to stroll about the Black Civ sect in such a leisurely fashion. It's a good thing the meat jelly shed its skin a long time ago. If that happened now, my identity would be revealed immediately. He walked among the buildings, eventually coming to a halt at the edge of a public square. There, he could see dozens Black Civ sect disciples sitting cross-legged, Han Bei included. An old man was in the midst of giving a sermon, explaining various scriptures regarding Black Civ sect magical techniques. Meng Hao had seen this man before. He was one of the core formation cultivators who had received him yesterday along with Patriarch Violet Civ. The old man's voice rang out coolly. The magic of the Black Civ sect can be divided into the will of the Black Underworld, and the teaching of the Civ of Heavens. The Underworld represents the spirits of the 9 Earths. The Civ represents the will of the 9 Heavens. Therefore, in the Black Civ sect, underworld magic is used to kill, and the will of the heavens is divine. You must bear these sacred teachings in mind as you practice your cultivation. In the future, your path will lead to the heavens. It was at this point that he caught sight of Meng Hao. He nodded slightly, obviously aware of who Meng Hao was. He didn't say anything, but instead looked over his audience. Eventually his gaze came to rest on Han Bei. He gave her a meaningful look, and she sighed inwardly, then rose and walked over to Meng Hao. The old man's expression remained the same as he continued to discuss the sect scriptures. He would never have allowed any other outsider to hear such discussions of sect matters, but considering Meng Hao's status, it wouldn't be appropriate to drive him away. Therefore, he asked Han Bei to lead him away. Han Bei actually did not want to accept this assignment, but she really had no way to refuse. Without any trace of her feelings showing, she arrived at Meng Hao's side. A beautiful smile blossomed onto her face. "Grandmaster Fong, you're such an early riser. Why don't you accompany me? I'll show you some of the sights around the sect." She was as beautiful as a flower, her voice soft and entrancing. Meng Hao was well aware that it wasn't very appropriate for him to stay and listen to the sect sermons. He nodded pleasantly at Han Bei and then said, "To be accompanied by such a stunning flower would be my honor." The two of them strolled off. When they were some distance away from the square, Han Bei smiled and said, "Grandmaster Fong, you are truly refined and poetic. I don't deserve to be referred to as a flower." Her eyes sparkled, and her flowing, blue silk garment wrapped around her in a way that truly made her look like a flower. Han Bei was inherently beautiful, her smile dazzling. She might be a flower, but to Meng Hao, she was a rose, covered with poison thorns. He would never forget the softness with which she had uttered the words "Xia," dear in the Black Civ sect's blessed land. 1. In response to her words, Meng Hao laughed a bit, but didn't respond. Instead, he just looked her up and down. Grandmaster Fong, don't tell me you're still thinking about whatever place it was that you wished you had seen me before? She laughed lightly, but deep within her eyes, Meng Hao could see that she harbored a measure of anxiety. She didn't think Meng Hao could tell, but considering how well he knew her, he noticed it with a single glance. Meng Hao's mind instantly spun into action. He knew that Han Bei was not the type of woman to get nervous easily. He thought back to all the times he had seen her before. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, fellow Taoist Han, he said. It's just that, I really am interested in you. He looked at her, allowing a glow of interest to shine in his eyes. When Han Bei saw this, her heart instantly seized. From the moment Meng Hao had entered the sect, an uneasy feeling had overtaken her. Now, her anxiety was growing stronger. However, her skill in scheming ran deep, and she did her best to hide her feelings. She kept her brow smooth, and covered her face with a smile. Continuing to stroll along, she responded, Grandmaster Fong, I'm truly honored by your words. However, I truly don't understand. What exactly about me interests you? She looked at him, blinking. The surname Han is a special one, said Meng Hao slowly, looking at the rising sun off in the distance. Hearing this, Han Bei's expression didn't change. She smiled and replied, how is it special? It's special because it's one of the 9 great families. His expression was the same as usual, but his words caused Han Bei to frown and sigh. Meng Hao knew that these actions were simply a means to cover up her true reaction. His heart trembled, and more than ever he got the feeling that something fishy was going on. You're right, said Han Bei, looking at him. My ancestors were among the 9 great families. They came to a stop outside a stretch of emerald green mountain forest. The wind blew softly, causing the leaves to rustle. Off in the distance, the sound of running water could be heard. The sounds of nature merged together into something similar to music. Surrounded by the beauty, Meng Hao said nothing. He gazed at Han Bei, and she returned his look. After a long moment, he laughed, turning his head to look at the green forest. He strolled over to where a mountain stream ambled on toward the east. He looked down into the stream, where fish flitted above the smooth stones of the stream bed. A thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. Something is unusual about Han Bei, he thought. How come she's so nervous around me? It can't have anything to do with Fang Mu, and she doesn't know that I'm Meng Hao. In that case, it must have to do with the East Pill Division. Han Bei stood next to him, her expression the same as ever. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, whereupon she suddenly slapped her bag of holding. A glowing jade slip appeared. After glancing at it for a moment, she gave Meng Hao a slight curtsy. This place is secluded and quiet, Grandmaster Fong. If you wish, you can stay here a while. Unfortunately, there are some matters I have to attend to, and I don't wish to disturb your ruminations. This jade slip contains a map of the Black Sieve sect. Please feel free to use it to go enjoy some of the scenery. I'll take my leave now. She handed him the jade slip, then turned lightly and made to leave. As she did, Meng Hao casually said, one of your friends in the East Pill Division wished me to pass on greetings to you. As for that matter. His words seemed to be filled with meaning, and yet were ambiguous and equivocal. Really, any meaning could be derived from them. However, as soon as Han Bei heard them, her heart began to pound. Her back was turned to Meng Hao, so she allowed her eyes to narrow. However, her posture betrayed no clue regarding her thoughts. She slowly turned her head, and when she did, her face was covered with a look of surprise. Grandmaster Fong, I'm not really sure what you mean, she said, blinking. Her expression filled with confusion, as if she were trying very hard to figure out which friend Meng Hao was referring to. If she had not manifested such an expression, Meng Hao would have been left guessing. But such a reaction solidified his speculations. There was definitely something going on with Han Bei. Based on his understanding of her, he knew that were she not harboring some deep anxiety, she would take advantage of such a topic of conversation to gather more information from him. Instead, she instantly displayed an expression of surprise. He laughed. I see. I clearly mistook you for someone else. He said nothing further. Currently, he wasn't sure exactly what secret Han Bei was keeping. That would take further deliberation. However, he also knew that speaking too much could lead to slip-ups. Then, Han Bei might come to the conclusion that she was being played, and that could lead to unnecessary complications. Hearing Meng Hao's words, Han Bei gave him a vague smile. Saying no more, she gave another curtsy, then turned and left. It wasn't until she was very far away that her face grew pale and went tight with anxiety. East Pill Division, she murmured as she sped off into the distance. Meng Hao watched her disappear, and his eyes glowed with thoughtfulness. Han Bei had been acting strangely from the moment he had entered the Black Sieve sect. She didn't want anyone to notice her nervousness, but Meng Hao could tell that he had just managed to charge directly into whatever secret she was harboring deep in her heart. After much thought, though, he wasn't able to deduce what relationship Han Bei could possibly have with the East Pill Division. He looked down at the jade slip she had given him. He scanned it with spiritual sense, and a map of the various mountains of the Black Civ sect appeared in his mind. Some areas were marked with magical symbols indicating that they were prohibited. After a while, Meng Hao lifted his head and walked off. He strolled alone through the Black Civ sect until about midday. Off in the distance, he could see Black Welcoming Peak, and was just about to return when suddenly his eyes narrowed. He turned and looked off into the distance. In that exact instant, a shrill scream shattered the peace and quiet within the Black Civ sect. At the foot of a distant mountain, roaring could be heard. The ground trembled and a crazed cultivator flew forward, his hair whipping around his head. "Kill me! Kill me!" he bellowed, his voice shaking the surrounding land. As he flew forward, multiple beams of light flew up into the air and shot toward him. Meng Hao stared with narrowed eyes, because he recognized this cultivator. It was none other than Black Civ Sect Daochild Zhoujie. This chapter was sponsored by staff, Amar Alid, Emil Olafsson, Rudolf Ariola, Adenugraha Tawakal, Martin Hennick, Ri-Xan Wang. 1. In chapter 163, Han Bei called Xie Jie her dear, and then moments later ruthlessly killed him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248. Chapter 248, The Origin of Time. The incoming figures flew with incredible speed, but Zhou Jie was even faster. His howls echoed up as he transformed into a beam of light that sped through the air. He wasn't far from Meng Hao, and soon grew even nearer. Meng Hao could clearly see Zhou Jie's insanity and confusion. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with pain. It seemed as if he truly wished to die. "Kill me!" he screamed. It was at this point that the other Black Civ sect people arrived. There were 5 of them, all core formation cultivators. Their hands flickered in incantation gestures, and suddenly the ground around Zhou Jie sank down. A booming sound rippled out, and Zhou Jie seemed to be suddenly suppressed. His face warped, and the frenzied agony in his eyes reached a pinnacle of intensity. A massive boom exploded out from Zhou Jie's body, sending the 5 core formation cultivators tumbling backward several paces, their faces pale and blood spewing from their mouths. Seeing all this, Meng Hao's mind was reeling, and he had trouble believing it all was real. Zhou Jie was of the Great Circle of Foundation Establishment, halfway to core formation. However, his attack just now caused 5 early core formation stage cultivators to spit up blood. Meng Hao gasped at the sight of it. Suddenly, Zhou Jie's cultivation base started to climb. Explosive power emanated out, and his howls reached up to the heavens. The voice of the demon sealing jade suddenly rose up in Meng Hao's mind, although it was a bit different from earlier when he had seen Han Bei for the first time. Discarnate souls possess the body, returned from the afterlife, a quickening. Intentional or not, the soul has already been harmed. Suddenly, a person appeared next to the crazed Zhou Jie. He lifted his hand and pressed down onto Zhou Jie's shoulder. Zhou Jie's body trembled, and his power began to dissipate. The insanity seeped out of his eyes, and the confusion disappeared. The only thing that remained was a strange pain. His body trembled. The pain in his eyes seemed to contain immeasurable torment. This was a Dao child who had won Meng Hao's respect all those years ago. He seemed clear-headed now, but he still uttered 2 words. "Kill me." Most people are not capable of truly seeking death. The desire to live is ever present. The only people who will truly seek death are those whose lives are a living hell. After speaking, Zhou Jie lost consciousness. The figure who had appeared next to him was none other than Patriarch Violet Civ. His expression was dignified as he grabbed unconscious Zhou Jie and made to leave. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Meng Hao. "Grandmaster Feng Mu, we've incurred your ridicule." This kid Zhou Jie became addled while practicing cultivation, and went a bit crazy. He sighed and shook his head. With that, he carried Zhou Jie away, followed by the 5 core formation cultivators. Meng Hao stood there silently. Everything that had just happened had left him shaken. The Dao child from 5 years ago and the Zhou Jie from right now were completely different. What had happened to cause such an unfortunate change? He began to think subconsciously about his battle with Zhou Jie that rainy night. Late morning had arrived. Meng Hao turned and headed back to the Black Welcoming Peak and his residence there. He sat down cross-legged, reviewing everything that had just happened with Zhou Jie, as well as the words of the demon sealing jade. The bizarre secrets of the Black Civ sect seemed to grow even more numerous. A long time passed, and Meng Hao finally shook his head and put the matter aside. He slapped his bag of holding to produce a pill furnace. He was outside of his sect, but he still would maintain his custom of concocting pills every day. He tapped the pill furnace, and a roaring could be heard. He produced some earthly fire crystals and prepared to concoct a batch of poison pills. After becoming a furnace lord, poison pills were what he concocted the most often. Based on the various interactions of plants and vegetation, powders or poison pills could be created. There were countless varieties, each with their own unique characteristics. Based on the requirements, Meng Hao would produce a medicinal plant and catalyze it. At the moment, he held a treasure leaf flower in hand, which wasn't poisonous. Meng Hao catalyzed it until it was almost withered. By catalyzing it to this point, and then grafting it onto another medicinal plant, he could create traces of undetectable poison. A purple glow rose up from Meng Hao's palm, the power of catalysis. The treasure leaf flower began to sway and grow. It was at this point that a tremor suddenly ran through Meng Hao. His eyes went wide and began to shine. He began to breathe heavily, and in his mind, thoughts flashed about like lightning. He just had an idea. It was an idea related to Zhoujia, Han Bei, and the East Pill Division. As soon as the idea flashed into his head, great waves seemed to seethe within his mind. His concentration was broken, and his spiritual power grew unstable. The precious treasure leaf flower in his hand suddenly began to collapse. At the moment, Meng Hao didn't care about how valuable the treasure leaf flower was. His breathing was agitated and his eyes glittered. He stood up, forgetting about his pill concocting and focusing fully on the idea, which grew and expanded in his mind. Meng Hao began to mutter to himself. With each statement, his eyes began to shine more and more brightly. East Pill Division. Violet Will Incantation. The power of catalysis, it causes medicinal plants to grow, speeds up pill concocting. The Han clan, one of the 9 great families. Han Bei. Refining time. Forging a treasure of time, something which can transform time. By this point, his eyes seemed to be shining as brightly as the sun. He suddenly lifted his head up and gasped. The East Pill Division's Violet Will Incantation is clearly the time-refining skill of the Han clan. Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding to retrieve the time-refining jade page that he had acquired with Han Bei in the ancient Blessed Land. This wasn't the first time he had studied the jade page. It recorded information about how to refine time and forge the time treasure. Meng Hao strongly desired to possess such a treasure. However, this was only one jade page of 3. The first remained in the cauldron in the Blessed Land, and another had been swallowed by the meat jelly. Meng Hao had the third page, which did contain information on how to refine the time treasure. However, to do so would require several hundred years to build up sufficient time power. After learning this, Meng Hao had given up. It would simply take too long, it was impossible for him to forge the treasure that way. Time passed, and soon it was nighttime. Moonlight covered the land. Meng Hao took a deep breath and began to compose himself. His eyes glowed with an unprecedented light. I should have thought of this earlier. Refining time, Violet Will Catalysis. They are both essentially the same type of divine ability. Basically, they are both magical techniques that were developed from the same magical source. This third page describes a time sealing technique. The power of 1 year of time can be locked in for every 10 years. 600 years will lock in 60 years of time. In that case, the power of 10 60-year cycles could be used to create a lesser version of the time treasure. Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding to produce a spring and autumn tree. Perhaps the page swallowed by the meat jelly, the second page, or even the first page which is still in the cauldron in the Blessed Land, contains a record of the East Pill Division's Violet Will Catalysis technique. In order to forge the time treasure, Violet Will Catalysis is absolutely necessary. He looked down at the jade page and the spring and autumn tree, his eyes shining. There's only one way to find out for sure. Without hesitation, Meng Hao caused a violet glow to appear in his hand. A look of concentration filled his face as he employed the full power of the Violet Will incantation and poured it into the spring and autumn tree. Time passed. Soon 2 hours had gone by. Meng Hao frowned. The spring and autumn tree was like a black hole which relentlessly sucked in all the catalyzing power of the Violet Will incantation. It didn't seem to have any effect whatsoever on the spring and autumn tree. Meng Hao muttered to himself and looked around. Finally, he let out a cold harumph and then produced his Furnace Lord medallion. He pressed it, and a violet shield emerged, surrounding Meng Hao's residence. This was a function of the Furnace Lord medallion. It would create a screening shield that could block even spiritual sense. In this way, the Furnace Lords couldn't be spied upon while concocting pills. It had taken quite a bit of resources for the East Pill Division to develop such an art. To date, no one had ever been able to break it. Furnace Lords didn't always use it when concocting pills. However, it would last for several hours, during which time it was impenetrable. If too much time passed, though, it was possible for spiritual sense to break through. With the shield in place, Meng Hao ceased to restrict his cultivation base. Immediately the full power of his 6 perfect Tao pillars was unleashed. The shield around him glowed with a gentle warmth, covering everything with its protection. At the same time, the meat jelly's transformative powers dissipated. Meng Hao exploded with the full power of his cultivation base. He knew that he couldn't keep this up for a very long time. He didn't want to cause any complications with his current situation. Therefore, he went all out with his power, employing the peak of the power of violet will catalysis. In the blink of an eye, the spring and autumn tree slowly began to grow green. Suddenly, a bud appeared. Seeing the bud caused Meng Hao's eyes to fill with excitement. The power of his cultivation base instantly dissipated. He lifted his left hand and performed an incantation. Phantom images appeared, 10 seals, which he immediately slapped down onto the spring and autumn tree. These 10 sealing incantations were none other than the time sealing magic. Beneath the power of the sealing, the spring and autumn tree trembled, then slowly returned to its normal state. However, Meng Hao could clearly tell that something was different about the tree than from before. It seemed thicker and heavier, and deep inside was just a touch of a sensation that seemed to be the aura of time. It worked! His eyes glittered brightly as he put the tree away and dissipated the violet shield emanated by the Furnace Lord Medallion. Unfortunately, it's not convenient to employ the full power of my cultivation base. Once I leave the Black Civ sect, I can do some more tests and see how many years of time I can add to the spring and autumn tree. He took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. He had thought a lot about the time treasure throughout the years. But when it came to the hundreds of years of refinement that were required, he could only sigh. Now, though, he had a method that seemed to be able to allow him to proceed with creating the time treasure. He was confident that it wouldn't take long for him to do so, and end up with a treasure that contained a full 60-year cycle of time. He wasn't sure exactly what powers such a treasure would have, but he keenly anticipated finding out. He was sure that a treasure forged by either the Han clan's divine ability or the East Pill Division's violet will incantation would not disappoint. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249. Chapter 249, Reconciled. Well, it seems this trip to the Black Civ sect was by no means for naught. Having put away the spring and autumn tree, Meng Hao smiled. However, deep in his eyes flickered a bit of doubt. There seems to be a deep connection between Han Bei and the East Pill Division. I wonder what secret lies there. He thought about it for a bit, but then put the matter aside. Early morning light once again filled the sky outside. As for Zhou Jia, why did he go crazy? When I re-encountered him for the first time earlier, something didn't seem right. Discarnate souls possessing the body returned from the afterlife. Meng Hao sat there lost in thought for a while, before raising his head to look outside. Moments later, he heard a respectful voice from outside. Grandmaster Fong, the World Pill Division's Grandmaster Chen will deliver an alchemy lecture today. Would you like to attend? Meng Hao thought about it for a moment. He was curious as to how these alchemists from the World Pill Division understood the Tao of alchemy. He rose to his feet and joined the disciple from the Black Civ sect. Together, they descended Black Welcoming Peak. The location of the alchemy lecture was the 57th mountain of the Black Civ sect. This mountain had no peak, its top had been shorn off to create a massive public square which was filled with rings of seats that could fit tens of thousands of spectators. By the time Meng Hao arrived, there were already more than 20,000 Black Civ sect cultivators present. They represented a variety of stages, including Qi condensation, foundation establishment and core formation, all seated around a raised dais. Chen Jiaxi and Li Yiming from the World Pill Division sat cross-legged atop the dais, meditating. Surprisingly, off in the distance were 3 tables, seated behind one of which was Patriarch Violet Civ. Next to him was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Meng Hao recognized her as the same woman who had taken elder sister Su from the Reliance sect all those years ago. At the third table was a ruddy-faced old man who sat at his table, his eyes flashing like lightning. It was impossible to fathom the level of his cultivation base, but it seemed to Meng Hao that he was slightly more powerful than Patriarch Violet Civ. To have 3 nascent soul cultivators present would make this alchemy lecture especially superb. Seated cross-legged some distance in front of the 3 tables was Zhou Dikun, who was currently staring grimly at Chen Jiaxi and Li Yiming. Meng Hao strode over and sat down next to him, his expression the same as ever. Seemingly ignoring his previous distaste for Meng Hao, Zhou Dikun said, "These 2 are far too arrogant. They came to visit me yesterday on the pretense of paying their respects." In actuality, their words were filled with haughtiness. Apparently they believe that the World Pill Division has already exceeded the East Pill Division. He really seemed to hate the two alchemists from the World Pill Division. Furthermore, Meng Hao was a fellow sect member. There had been friction between them, but now they were in the outside world and had to stick together. Meng Hao had barely seated himself before Jodi-kun continued to rant. The Black Sieve sect invited alchemists from two other sects to help train their own alchemists. Instead of having us lecture first, they asked the World Pill Division to speak. It's outrageous. The two of us need to be careful. The World Pill Division clearly has ill intentions. They obviously want to humiliate us. If that happens, then we'll lose a lot of face when we go back to the sect. Jodi-kun clenched his jaw and stared fixedly at Chen and Li. I probably have it a bit better off than you, he continued. You need to be careful in your pill concocting. AI. Alright, listen. If you have any problems with your pill concocting in the coming days, come find me immediately. I can answer any questions you have. I'll do my best to help you get up to speed as quickly as possible. Meng Hao smiled. There had been friction between the two of them, but the recent days spent together caused him to realize there was no reason to be so irked by the man. He shook his head with a smile. I don't think I'll make any mistakes, don't worry. You? AI. Feng Mu, we've had our differences. Big or small, it doesn't really matter. Right now, the World Pill Division is trying to provoke us. We are here to represent the East Pill Division. He looked over at Meng Hao. With a sigh, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a jade slip which he handed over. I prepared this for you last night. It's a collection of information based on my 100 years of cultivation of the Tao of Alchemy. All of my knowledge and experience is collected together here. Take a close look, and we can corroborate and test the information together. I'm sure it will help you improve your skill in the Tao of Alchemy. Meng Hao stared in shock for a moment. He accepted the jade slip and then scanned it with spiritual sense. He studied it silently for a long moment. Finally, he looked back up at Jodi-kun. The information inside was genuine. It contained all the experiences of one of the most senior furnace lords of the Violet Fate sect. The information therein was incredibly valuable. After examining the jade slip, Meng Hao knew that he had been a bit rash before. Any furnace lord deserved respect, and could be learned from. Jodi-kun's way of thinking was a bit rigid, but his detailed understanding of the Tao of Alchemy had reached the pinnacle. Such attention to detail would affect the success rate of pill concoction. Meng Hao might be somewhat more talented than Jodi-kun in the Tao of Alchemy, and have a more profound understanding. However, his success rate in pill concoction was only around 3 or 4 batches out of 10. From the jade slip, though, Meng Hao could see that Jodi-kun's success rate was around 8 batches out of 10. Many thanks, Grandmaster Zhou, said Meng Hao, his expression serious as he clasped hands and bowed deeply to Jodi-kun. This jade slip would be of no small help to him. There's no need for that, said Jodi-kun. His expression, however, revealed how pleased he was. In his mind, he thought, this kid might have finagled his way to being a furnace lord, but he doesn't seem that bad. When I get back to the sect, I'll have to discuss things with the other furnace lords and see if I can improve his reputation. He cleared his throat, and then sighed and finally brought up something that had puzzled him endlessly. For the past few days, I've been thinking about what you said in the valley that day. Actually, some of it does make sense. Also, I wanted to ask you something. I really was sure that the plant I was holding was a 7-leaf clove. I really didn't think I could have made a mistake. But, I know that the leaves should glow with 7 colors at dusk. Meng Hao gave an embarrassed grin. With a slight cough, he changed the subject. If Meng Hao didn't seem willing to talk about it, then Jodi-kun wouldn't press the subject. However, given his skill in the Tao of Alchemy, he had some theories already. It seemed the relationship between the two of them was on the repair, and he didn't intend to cause any further problems. They began to discuss the Tao of Alchemy, and both were benefiting. In fact, when the alchemy lecture started, they didn't pay hardly any attention to it. As the voices of Chen and Li rang out from the dais, they would frequently be filled with displeasure as the two men glared down at Meng Hao and Jodi-kun. Inwardly, Chen and Li laughed coldly at the disregard shown by the East Pill Division. However, they weren't in a position to say anything openly. Meng Hao and Jodi-kun continued their discussion, and appeared to be benefiting more and more as the time went on. Jodi-kun's eyes gradually began to fill with admiration. Being able to calmly state their differences in opinion regarding the Tao of Alchemy caused him to gradually reach new enlightenment. As for Meng Hao, he realized that his own grasp of some of the finer details was simply insufficient. After getting advice from Jodi-kun on the matter, he could tell that he was making improvements. One old man, one youth, discussing matters passionately. Eventually, Jody-kun slapped his hand down onto the table and gasped in admiration. The action seemed a bit affected, causing Meng Hao to laugh. He decided that it was time for him to make a scene as well, so he also slammed his palm down onto the table and let out a gasp of admiration. This instantly caused Chen and Li to exchange a cold look. Then, cold smiles broke out on their faces. Actually, they had long since decided to use this visit to the Black Civ sect as an opportunity to intimidate and shame the East Pill Division. They didn't plan to do so by means of the alchemy lectures, but rather the pill concocting. In this way, word would spread throughout the southern domain, and the two of them would immediately rise to prominence and gain sterling reputations. Therefore, they held their tongues. Their alchemy lecture went on for 2 days, and not a single person left. However, throughout the course of the lecture, the spectators gradually divided into 2 groups. More and more people began to cluster around Meng Hao and Jody-kun to listen in on their discussion. They listened in entranced, understanding the majority, but not all, of the things which were being said. This had been Jody-kun's intention all along, so he was quite pleased. Chen Jiaxi's eyes grew darker. Finally, he finished his lecture, then turned to glare coldly at Jody-kun and Meng Hao. His voice grim, he said, "You two have been talking for 2 days. Well, now it's time for the East Pill Division's lecture. I'm very interested in hearing your understanding of the Tao of Alchemy." Next to him, Li Yiming's face was filled with displeasure. With a cold laugh, he said, "That's right. The East Pill Division occupies the pinnacle of the Tao of Alchemy in the southern domain. I'm very curious about your honored sect's understanding of the Tao of Alchemy. What exactly is so amazing about it?" Meng Hao frowned slightly. At first, he and Jody-kun had really been exchanging important knowledge about the Tao of Alchemy. The majority of the time, though, they had mostly been putting on a show. As such, he had been able to listen to some of the World Pill Division's understanding of the Tao of Alchemy. They had some truly unique perspectives, many of which seemed reasonable. Jody-kun gave a cold snort as he stood and headed up to the dais. As for him, he had also noticed some of the special areas from the World Pill Division's lecture. How could he not have picked up on some of the uniqueness of their understanding? As the assigned lecturer during this trip to the Black Civ sect, he would not shrink back. He felt as if his knowledge had been honed by his chat with Meng Hao. Now he would do anything to avoid making any slip-ups. Chen and Li left the dais, and Jody-kun stood there, his heart filled with determination. His current plan was to use his command of all the various explicit details to finagle his way through the first part of the lecture. In the great path of the Tao of Alchemy, special attention must be focused on the variations of plants and vegetation, which must be committed to the heart. These things form ultimate truth. As such, the Tao of Alchemy is eternal. Fellow Taoists, today, I, Jody-kun, shall elaborate upon the third realm of the plant and vegetation variations. Jody-kun clearly wanted to drag things out as much as possible to give himself time to think. However, before he could continue, a cold laugh rang out from Chen Jiaxi. "This is the first time I've heard of such a thing," he said. "Grandmaster Zhou, you claim that the Tao of Alchemy means to commit plants and vegetation to heart, which leads to ultimate truth. Therefore, I would like to ask you, what is this ultimate truth to which you refer?" He slapped his palm down onto the table. The sound echoed out, bolstered by his cultivation base, to form an overbearing aura. He stared at Jody-kun. Strange looks appeared on the faces of the surrounding cultivators. Everything was quiet. Patriarch Violet Civ and the other nascent soul patriarchs did nothing to interfere. The conflicting views of the East Pill Division and the World Pill Division had come to a head. This chapter was sponsored by Colin Ding and Anonymous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250. Chapter 250, Giving Birth to the Transformations of the Sun and Moon. Meng Hao frowned. He and Jody-kun might not like the World Pill Division very much, but just now, they had merely engaged in a discussion during their lecture. They hadn't done anything particularly aggressive. Chen Jiaxi's words just now were far too direct, almost like the stab of a sword. The World Pill Division had chosen to openly assault Jody-kun, to shame not just him, but the entire East Pill Division. They clearly wanted to improve their prestige by destroying Jody-kun and Meng Hao's. If Meng Hao and Jody-kun came out on the bottom today, it was easy to imagine how quickly the news would spread throughout the southern domain. The East Pill Division would suffer an incredible loss of face, and Meng Hao and Jody-kun would become laughingstocks. For an alchemist, reputation was of utmost importance. This was obviously exactly what Jody-kun was thinking about. His face was grave as he looked down from the dais at the proud Chen Jiaxi. Chen Jiaxi glared right back at him. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Based on his skill in the Tao of Alchemy, he could be considered a chosen in the World Pill Division. Furthermore, in terms of debating, there were few within the sect who could outmatch him. Days before, when he'd learned that the Black Civ sect had extended invitations to both the East Pill Division and the World Pill Division, he had immediately realized that it was an excellent opportunity. At that time, he had decided to go to any length to take advantage of this opportunity to elevate himself. As an alchemist, there was no better method to rise to prominence than humiliating a Furnace Lord of the East Pill Division. The mere thought of it made him incredibly excited. As he stared at Jody Kun, what he saw was not a cultivator, but a stepping stone to fame. After I crush this old fogey and that punk kid from the East Pill Division, he thought, the name of Chen Jiaxi will rise to fame both within the sect and without. Standing next to Chen Jiaxi was Li Yiming, who harbored exactly the same idea. Jody Kun looked away from them and began to continue his lecture. There are 3 realms of plants and vegetation. The first contains 100,000 medicinal plants. The second. Before he could continue, Chen Jiaxi laughed uproariously. It echoed out gratingly. He slammed his palm down onto the table and stood up. Grandmaster Jody Kun, Furnace Lord of the East Pill Division, don't tell me you deny other fellow Taoists the right to question or doubt the content of your lecture? Are you scared, or simply spouting nonsense? Or, could it be that you're trying to hoodwink the fellow Taoists from the Black Civ sect? His words were filled with sarcasm, and the sneer on his face was impossible to ignore. Complacency filled his heart. In his mind, he had already won. Jody Kun angrily spun to face Chen Jiaxi. At this point, there was no way he could pretend to not have heard the words which were blatantly directed, not at him, but at the East Pill Division. Even if the attack was complete nonsense, he had no choice but to address it openly. Seeing Jody Kun's reaction filled Chen Jiaxi with confidence. Before coming to the Black Civ sect, his inquiries had revealed that Jody Kun would be coming. The man was quite famous, but Chen Jiaxi's thorough investigation left him confident that he could defeat him in terms of understanding of the Tao of alchemy. The Black Civ sect disciples in the square observed silently, but seemed to be getting excited. Many present were conclave disciples, including Han Bei, who watched on with a smile as the conflict between the East Pill Division and the World Pill Division intensified. The 3 nascent soul patriarchs sat there with eyes closed, apparently meditating. They did not interfere. Apparently they were more than happy at the scene which was unfolding. Grandmaster Zhou, glowering at me is useless, said Chen Jiaxi coolly. You still haven't explained exactly what you mean by ultimate truth. His voice seemed completely normal. However, his eyes were filled with ridicule, which made Jody Kun even more furious. Truth is represented by rules, he replied, one word at a time. Regardless of any other countless permutations, rules will always exist in your heart. Utilizing the unchangeableness of rules makes it possible to catalyze the 10,000 medicinal plants. Furthermore, verifying the truth of the Tao of alchemy makes it possible to beget pill formulas. With enlightenment, one can sense the vast length of that which we call the path of alchemy. Continued exploration is the true goal. Chen Jiaxi stared in shock at his words. He had never imagined that Jody Kun would be able to respond in such a way. Actually, before meeting Meng Hao, Jody Kun wouldn't have been able to. However, their discussion just now had contained both verification of his previous understandings, and also new enlightenment. Chen Jiaxi and Li Yiming both frowned. The surrounding cultivators also seemed to have gained new enlightenment. Grandmaster Zhou, I really can't agree with your explanation, said Chen Jiaxi, his eyes gleaming. As of this moment, he no longer looked down on Jody Kun, but actually took him seriously. If the self is unchangeable, he said slowly, then where do transformations come from? The self is like a river. If the river does not flow, it will die. Moving water ensures the never-ending flow of the river. Similarly, a changeable self ensures continued existence. His words caused Jody Kun's face to flicker. He was about to respond when Chen Jiaxi flicked his sleeve and interrupted, can a tree remain motionless amidst the wind? The only tree that doesn't, is the tree that exists in a painting. The movement of the tree is evidence of the blowing wind, and of its own very existence. Grandmaster Zhou, you claim that the self is unchangeable. How laughable. Perhaps this is why you are still not a Violet Furnace Lord. Your understanding of the Tao of alchemy makes it clear that you are like a flower in love with its own fragrance. You're simply fishing for fame and compliments. The only place you will become a Violet Furnace Lord is in a fairy tale. The increasingly vicious words caused Jody Kun to tremble. He pointed at the man and said, You. I what? Don't tell me you're at a loss for words? A motionless river is nothing but dead water. An unmoving tree can exist only in a painting. Grandmaster Zhou, you obviously exist in a world of dead water, belittling the floating clouds. Are you, or are you not, fishing for fame and compliments? You live in a painting, ignoring heaven and earth, blithe to the brilliance of the world outside. I say, you are a flower in love with its own fragrance. Am I wrong? Chen Jiaxi's voice continued to grow louder. By the time he reached the end of his tirade, Zhou Dikan's face was pale, and his eyes seemed on the verge of bursting forth with flame. It was obvious to him that his opponent was twisting his words, and yet, the words somehow also seemed reasonable. His mind filled with words of response, but he just couldn't get them out of his mouth. Nonsense! He cried furiously. Hearing this, Meng Hao sighed inwardly. Nonsense? Said Chen Jiaxi. Very well. Let me explain to you what truth really is. Consider the yin and the yang, the moon and the sun. In the great world of alchemy, the boundless sun is the yang, which encompasses everything that melts and burns. This is the pill furnace. The bright moon is the changeable yin, which is the pill formula. This is truth. Grandmaster Zhou, if you really stand at the pinnacle of the Tao of alchemy, do you really dare to claim that the pill furnace, which is represented by the boundless sun, can exist in your heart? Are you bold enough to claim that the moon, which represents endless pill formulas, can be formulated in your heart? To say that you are fishing for fame and compliments, a flower in love with its own fragrance, is really going easy on you. There was no response but silence. Chen Jiaxi's words echoed back and forth in the square. All of the Black Civ sect disciples looked on in shock. Patriarch Violet Civ and the beautiful woman had opened their eyes, and were looking at Chen Jiaxi, their expressions serious. Zhou Dikan's body trembled. He wanted to speak, but his mind was in chaos. All eyes were focused on him. To be openly ridiculed in such a way made him so upset that he was speechless. Just when he was opening his mouth to speak, Meng Hao's cold voice rang out. I, Feng Mu, have a few questions. He stood, flying up to stand next to Zhou Dikan atop the dais. Zhou Dikan looked at Meng Hao as if he were a blood relative. He knew Meng Hao's incisive way with words. Breathing deeply, he said no more, instead taking a few steps back, more than happy to let Meng Hao take center stage. Meng Hao's cold gaze swept about, eventually landing on Chen Jiaxi. Please, elaborate, Chen Jiaxi said, smiling. His expression was one of indifference, but inwardly, he was composed and ready. He didn't know much about this Feng Mu, but considering their first conversation outside of the Black Civ sect, he knew that he wasn't someone who could be messed with easily. However, he had faith in his own Tao of alchemy. Besides, Feng Mu had finagled his way into being a furnace lord. Therefore, Chen Jiaxi was supremely confident. A snide smile filled his face. All the surrounding Black Civ sect disciples turned to look at Meng Hao. Han Bei's eyes narrowed, hiding the glow which filled them. All attention was focused on Meng Hao, even the gaze of the beautiful woman, who sat there cross-legged, looking at him with a quizzical expression. After hearing Chen Jiaxi's words, most of the Black Civ sect disciples felt that they were quite reasonable. I have 3 questions, said Meng Hao, his voice cool. The first question is regarding truth. You mentioned the sun and the moon. The boundless sun, you say, is the furnace, and the bright moon births the pill formula. Let me ask you, who invented the pill furnace, and who created the pill formula? Grandmaster Feng, have you really learned so little of the Tao of alchemy? Replied Chen Jiaxi with a laugh. The ancients gazed upon the boundless sun, and were inspired to forge the pill furnace. As for the pill formula, again, the ancients gained enlightenment from the moon and then recorded the countless variations of plants and vegetation. Thus, I say that the boundless sun is the furnace and the bright moon is the formula. The sun and the moon are a forge which bring forth all living things. A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Meng Hao responded in a cool voice, speaking neither quickly nor slowly. The boundless sun is a heavenly body in the sky. Its blinding radiance makes it impossible to see any other star. When the ancients gazed upward, what they looked at was not the sun, but rather, the sky. You claim Grandmaster Zhou is fishing for fame and compliments. Well, Grandmaster Chen, I say that you are a frog in a well, who looks at the blazing sun, but cannot see the sky which contains that very sun. The moon is another of the many heavenly bodies, frequently seen in the night sky. Because of the existence of the darkness and the light, people believed that the night sky and the bright daytime moved in rotation. In reality, among all the heavenly bodies, the only thing that does not move are the heavens themselves. You assert that Grandmaster Zhou is a lone flower in love with its own fragrance. Grandmaster Chen, I say that you are short-sighted. You, a tiny alchemist, dare to claim that the sun and moon are a forge that give birth to all living things. Since you thus reveal how much you overrate yourself, then I Feng Mu tell you today, if the sun and moon are a forge that gives birth to all living things, then the forge of the heavens is what gives birth to the transformations of the sun and moon. By the time he reached his final sentence, his voice rang out like thunder, stabbing into Chen Jiaxi's heart, whose face immediately fell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251. Chapter 251, Meng Hao's Tao of Alchemy. Each and every Black Civ sect cultivator in the enormous square watched on with excitement. It was as if massive thunderbolts had struck their hearts and minds, and continued to echo out. The Forge of Heavens is what gives birth to the transformations of the sun and moon. The words echoed out, causing everyone to pant. The beautiful woman stared at Meng Hao with wide eyes. Next to her, Patriarch Violet Civ was so moved that he closed his eyes. Everything grew silent. Chen Jiaxi's expression immediately changed. How could he possibly have imagined that Feng Mu would be able to speak so viciously? He felt as if a sharp blade had pierced into his very heart. Zhou Dikun took in a deep breath and stood there, trembling. He wasn't excited, though. Actually, moments ago, he had actually thought Chen Jiaxi to be correct. But hearing Feng Mu speak, he knew what he said to be the truth. Chen Jiaxi took a deep breath and composed himself. Grandmaster Feng, you startled me, he said, staring dead at Meng Hao. However, it doesn't matter whether you are talking about the sun and moon, the sky, or the forge of heaven and earth. All exist on the path of alchemy. All types of plants and vegetation can be concocted into medicinal pills. All spirits and souls can concoct the spirit of the pill. What I disagreed with just now was Grandmaster Zhou's assertion that the self is unchanging, but that pill formulas contain countless variations. I said nothing about the transformations of the sun and moon of which you speak. In my opinion, alchemists must embrace transformation of the self. Only by embracing transformation can countless variations be produced. Only in this way can you speak of endless pill formulas, or concoct the endless varieties of medicinal pills that have existed since ancient times. Your Excellency did mention a person being able to produce countless variations, said Meng Hao coolly. Once again he spoke slowly and calmly. As he stood on the dais, the breeze lifted his long hair, blowing it across his face, partially obscuring the stellar glow in his eyes. Countless variations? The wind and clouds, the thunder and lightning, these are all heavenly changes. The quaking of the earth, the rise of mountains, the flow of great rivers, these are earthly changes. Are you responsible for these great changes of heaven and earth? Is the rain which falls from the sky birthed by the will of Grandmaster Chen? Grandmaster Chen, is it your will which causes the rise and fall of mountains? That was to be my second question. However, there's no need for you to attempt to respond to it, because you can't. In truth, you are no Grandmaster. Even if you become one in the future, you will never be worthy to lay claim to such transformations. Can the transformations of heaven and earth truly be contained in your heart? How laughable. As conceited and arrogant as the king of Yelong. You truly overestimate yourself. Meng Hao was now ridiculing Chen Jiaxi in the same voice that Chen Jiaxi had used to ridicule Zhou Dikun. The words cracked like lightning, causing Chen Jiaxi's face to flicker. You really do have a sharp tongue. That's obviously not what I meant. You're completely exaggerating what I said. I was speaking only of pill concocting philosophy. Philosophy? I would love to hear some more details. I speak of nothing other than the philosophy of transformation, he replied immediately. Take the best of many schools of thought and fuse it into your own. Absorb the finest aspects of your acquaintances. Eliminate the dregs which exist in the self. Refining pills is like refining the self. By reaching perfection, the path to the pinnacle can be trodden, and the full power of transformation can be employed. The surrounding Black Civ sect disciples seemed to approve of his words. He continued in a voice that could sever nails and chop iron. It's like when a painter paints a mountain. He first observes millions of mountains, and then is capable of painting his own. That mountain he paints will contain the essence of all the other mountains he observed, thus, a masterpiece is created. Similarly, millions of tiny streams will fuse together to create a great and boundless river. This is the philosophy of which I speak. Assemble the thoughts from many schools, and coalesce them in the self. This is my path, and how I achieve the Tao of alchemy. He flicked his sleeve, and his eyes glittered as he stared at Meng Hao. I'm curious to hear Grandmaster Feng's philosophy of alchemy, His words echoed out into the hearts of the tens of thousands of Black Civ sect disciples. Han Bei looked on thoughtfully. Behind Meng Hao, Zhou Dikun stared, an introspective look in his eyes. Meng Hao looked back at Chen Jiaxi, his expression the same as ever. His tone light, he began, when a painter observes millions of mountains, then paints one, perhaps his painting contains the essence of the mountains he observed. However, the mountain he paints is not real. It emerges from his imagination, and is what he believes a mountain to be. In truth, he has already forgotten the first mountain he ever saw, because he has seen too many. He has also forgotten the feeling he experienced when he gazed at that first mountain's peak. Millions of streams fused together to become a great and boundless river. But that river is no longer the stream it once was. It is the amalgamation of many waters, fused together and indistinguishable. That first tiny stream which dreamed of being a river is now dead, killed by the very process it desired. The process of his pursuit causes the painter to forget that first mountain, and because of that, the very reason he wished to paint a mountain in the first place. The process of becoming a river causes the stream to lose itself. Its will is diluted as it becomes a river, and then it is gone. As he spoke, Meng Hao's voice grew louder. This is my third question. By fusing many schools of thought, you lose yourself. You think you have benefited, but in reality, you have no path of your own. If you have no ideal of your own to adhere to, then you have observed millions of mountains, but forgotten why you wanted to paint a mountain to begin with. Without principles of your own to stick to, then you are a stream that has become a river. However, such a river has no soul. That is true death. Meng Hao flicked his wide sleeve. His words poured into Chen Jiaxi's ears and sent his mind spinning. As cultivators, we must adhere to our own set of principles. As alchemists, we must adhere to our own Tao of alchemy. Acquaintances and other schools of thought can bolster or support our confidence. But we must never allow the process of the search to result in losing our own ideal. If the heart is unyielding, nothing can ever supersede it. This type of heart may seem as if it contains transformations, but in reality, is stable, a foundation. From beginning to end, it will never disappear. It will always exist. An unchangeable heart. Meng Hao's powerful words shook the square. Chen Jiaxi's face twisted, and without even thinking about it, he retreated a few paces. His eyes shone with confusion. If your heart yields, how can you create anything lasting? Meng Hao continued. Grandmaster Chen, you do not possess a resolute heart. Do you truly have the confidence to mention other schools of thought? Do you have the courage to boast shamelessly of blending together your own path? Do you truly dare to speak to me of the Tao of alchemy? Silence filled the square for a moment, and then conversations filled the air. Chen Jiaxi was panting, and his heart was filled with confusion. Behind Meng Hao, Zhou Dikun trembled, his mind reeling. All of a sudden he realized why after all this time he had never been able to become a violet furnace lord. Over the years, I've paid too much attention to the Tao of alchemy of those around me, he thought. I've picked and chosen randomly. I've forgotten about the path I originally wished to tread. If your heart yields, how can you create anything lasting? Patriarch Violet Siv and the beautiful woman exchanged a meaningful glance. Only the ruddy-faced old man next to them sat there with his eyes closed, not having moved a muscle. A buzz of conversation rose up from the Black Siv sect disciples. Meng Hao's words had caused great waves of emotion to rise up in their hearts. You? Chen Jiaxi's face was pale. Next to him, Li Yiming was breathing heavily. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve. His voice thundered up to the heavens. Because the self never changes, the heart can tolerate the ever-changing transformations of the sun and moon, the maelstrom of heaven and earth, and those arduous journeys through thousands of crags and tens of thousands of torrents. The Tao of alchemy is eternal. The countless transformations contained within the heart are the pill formula. The unchangeable self is the pill furnace. I am the pill furnace, and my heart is the pill formula. Refine the interior to achieve immortality. Refine the exterior to achieve the boundless Tao of alchemy. Fuse them together, and this is the truth of alchemy. Alchemy is the heavens. Alchemy is the earth. Alchemy is the world. This is my Tao of alchemy. Finally, the ruddy-faced man next to Patriarch Violet Siv opened his eyes and looked at Meng Hao. Each and every one of the Black Siv sect cultivators, regardless of who they were now looking at Meng Hao. A silence as thick as death hung over them as they stared with brightly shining eyes. Zhou Dikun stared excitedly at Meng Hao. As of now, not a shred of doubt existed in his heart. All of it had been replaced by passion and pride. It was all because of Feng Mu, alchemist of the East Pill Division. He had already made up his mind. When he returned to the sect, he would help Feng Mu to gain the acceptance of the other furnace lords. Actually, after this debate, it wouldn't take long for the entire southern domain to be talking about Feng Mu. Chen Jiaxi's face was pale, as if his spirit were completely gone. Next to him, Li Yiming was covered in cold sweat and was mumbling to himself. What no one could tell was that he was actually reciting Meng Hao's words, and branding them onto his heart. An indescribable silence filled the square. Everyone was shaken to the core by Meng Hao's words. Patriarch Violet Civ and the other nascent soul cultivators were all thinking exactly the same thing. This kid has a limitless future. Nonsense! Cried Chen Jiaxi, his shrill cry breaking the silence. He leaped up onto the dais to stand directly in front of Meng Hao. His eyes were bloodshot, and glared angrily at Meng Hao, shamed into rage. You're nothing but sharp-tongued and shameless. If words could concoct pills, then even mortals could practice alchemy. I have been cultivating the Tao of alchemy for years. I have memorized 100,000 varieties of plants and vegetations. I know of 800,000 grafting variations. You finagled your way to being a furnace lord, but really, you're nothing more than a master alchemist. In this regard, do you dare to compete with me? Chen Jiaxi really had no other option left. His previous aggressiveness had been thoroughly trampled down by Meng Hao's fierce diatribe. It felt like being slapped across the face, like having a dagger plunged into his chest. As an alchemist, all of it was a direct attack on him. How do you want to compete? Replied Meng Hao, his voice cold, and his eyes filled with an icy air. He had long since decided to thoroughly crush Chen Jiaxi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.